Jack Rust gazed at the mouth of a cave, black like the night and barely wide enough for a grown man to push through. He clicked a button and the flashlight burned to life, shooting a wide beam of light into the darkness and dispelling it. Only rock walls met his sight. This place looked like a shallow slit in the hillside, but he knew that was not the case, and the researcher had stumbled upon it and called on Jack to look. Of course, he thought, by all means, have me explore the dark, dirty cave. I love it. Jack was an averagely built man. His dark-haired head rose 6 feet from the ground, but he lacked the musculature to intimidate anyone. At least his younger years of sports had left him with a slim, athletic build, though he didn't exercise anymore. His body shape, along with his green eyes and kind smile, made him slightly handsome if you asked most people, or not at all if you asked girls named Maria, of which he had a particularly nasty streak. It also made him quite suitable to investigate narrow rocky crevices, which is why he was here instead of a person of lower seniority. He didn't like it, but a last job called. It was still better than spending the entire day in a cramped lab full of smelly undergraduates. Grumbling, Jack made sure the pockets of his cargo pants were secured. He surveyed the rocks carefully, mapping out the sharp ones jutting out of the walls, then ventured forth. His body went sideways, and he kept his eyes glued before him, watching out for errant spider webs or multi-legged annoyances. Though he could fit pretty easily, the rocks wound tight around him. He felt trapped. Fortunately, claustrophobia wasn't enough to stop Jack. If not, he wouldn't be here. He was aware of the precautions. He had rehearsed them mentally while crossing the nature reserve. If anything felt off or if the crevice got dangerously narrow, he would go back. He prayed for that. Actually, it would make this excursion a paid field trip. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. A few feet ahead, the crevice opened into a cave 15 feet across and 9 to the side. Jack quickly took out a device from his right pocket and let it inspect the air. A moment later, it beeped twice, all clear. Damn, he thought, but smiled. At least he'd make headway. If he discovered even a single female viper caterpillar here, they could mate it with the one they already had and create enough specimens to last. Plus, the cave looked pretty clean, as improbable as that sounded. He also checked his featureless gray t-shirt. It looked fine. It hadn't been caught in any rocks, thankfully. Though simple, it was his favorite shirt. Jack then looked ahead. His flashlight swung across the walls. If there were carapaced insects skittering around, he didn't see them. It didn't matter, he'd only be here for a little while, and poisonous varieties were not indigenous to this area anyway. He placed his flashlight on a rock, letting it illuminate half the cave. He then removed a pair of gloves from his pocket, put them on, kneeled beside a patch of moss and stuck his hands into it. As he idly ran his fingers over the rock, sensing nothing through the gloves, he released a sigh. What am I even doing? He was shuffling through moss in a tiny, dark cave in the middle of nowhere, trying so hard for something he didn't care too much about. It wasn't that he didn't like his job. Being a biologist could be fun at times, and he even had a PhD almost. He was financially set for life and had a job more interesting than most. However, at the end of the day, it was just thought a job, and if he was being honest, it didn't fill him. Not at all. It wasn't the life he dreamed about. Jack had followed the yellow brick road in his life. He'd done well at school, done well at university, then proceeded to get a PhD almost. He'd taken all the expected steps and still ended up trapped. It was such a shame. Maybe it was youth's boiling blood talking when he was wasting every day. The clock was ticking and it would never go backward. He shook his head. Unfortunately, the world was what it was. His thoughts were only pipe dreams brought forth by the novelty of exploring a small cave in the Greenway Nature Reserve. He had to survive somehow, and having a job he didn't dislike was already better than most. There were bright sides. That was reality. As the professor would say, everybody had to slave away, so why not do it at something interesting? But he couldn't shake off the fantasy. Was this all life had to offer? Was he doomed to spend 40 years of his life doing such tiny things, doomed to constantly suppress his inner desire for something, anything? Jack was just a regular guy, and the brutal reality grained on his soul. It wasn't the rock walls that trapped him, it was everything else. But there was nothing to be done. He understood that, and at the same time hated it. A bump on his fingers shook him awake. Looking down, he saw a little green thing squirming to escape, and like a hawk, he grabbed it. It was helpless in his hand. Nice, he exclaimed mentally, raising it to take a better look. A viper caterpillar. Going by the color patterns, it was a female one too. He'd found it. Whistling in joy, he slowly lowered the caterpillar and dropped it in a small jar he'd been carrying, twisting its lid closed before the little insect could escape. He then wiped his gloved hand on a nearby rock. He smiled. The trip here had taken a while, but it was worth it. At least the searching part had been short. How long did it take me? 5 minutes? Wow, there have to be more of them. A conscientious worker would have kept searching. Jack took one look at the upturned moss and shook his head. Maybe it was due to his previous morose thoughts, but he didn't feel like doing anything. We'll just wait a couple days for them to breed. He looked at the caterpillar in the jar. It was tiny and trapped, just like him. What am I even doing? He muttered into the darkness, sighing. He didn't want to look for caterpillars in dark caves, then return to his lab. He wanted to feel alive. It was the millionth time he had that thought, and the millionth time he wasn't going to do anything about it. This time, however, the universe responded. Sapience located, starting integration. Branching immortal system. Welcome to the new world. A shiny blue screen snapped into existence in front of Jack's face. He backpedaled screen followed him accidentally stepping on the glass jar and breaking it under his boot. The caterpillar escaped. Jack's elbow met a sharp rock. Whoa, he shouted, more surprised than hurt. A blue screen had appeared in the air. That couldn't be right. Before he could consider the issue further, the world shook. Rocks rumbled and groaned, the earth moaned underfoot. Jack's face paled. An earthquake was the worst thing that could happen in a cave. He fell on his knees and huddled around them, covering himself under a seemingly sturdy protrusion of the walls. The shaking intensified instead of stopping, and a bright cyan light blinded him again, making him hug his knees, pray for his life, and hope for the best. A few rocks fell from the ceiling, but fortunately not on him. It felt like hours before the shaking stopped, but it couldn't have been more than a minute. When everything stood still again, as caves were supposed to do, Jack finally opened his eyes and met an impossible sight. A small pond now lay where the far cave wall used to stand, along with a short waterfall sprouting from the rocks behind it. The water was so cold he could feel it even from a few steps away, but there was no ice on its surface. His flashlight had tumbled into the water, could see it, but he didn't need it because the pond itself was shining, and had the cave grown larger. Jack gaped. His mind failed to process what he saw. I'm in a dream, he finally concluded. This is where I wake up, but he didn't wake up. Instead, the blue screen kept rolling in his sight, spitting out line after incomprehensible line. Terraforming complete. Overseers informed. Immortal system initiated. Think status to access your status screen. Creating dungeons. Jack was a smart guy, as were most scientists. Unfortunately, no amount of mental muscle could prepare him for what was currently happening. He struggled to put things in order. I am fully aware. If this was a dream, I should have woken up by now, but I haven't. What the hell is happening? Too many emotions warred inside him. Fear of the unknown, confusion, helplessness, and finally, an inexplicable relief that he could not deny. He was drifting in a new sea, and for some odd reason, he suddenly felt alive. He turned his gaze to the blue screen in his face, the one apparently called status. This is like a video game, he slowly realized. Did AI finally conquer us? He looked at the pond that shouldn't be there, wondering about a bunch of things. The blue screen obliged. Ice pond E-grade. A hidden resource of the forest of the strong. The piercing cold of the ice pond can heal and forge a cultivator's body. The deeper you go, the more painful the cold and the more effective the forging. There were so many unknown words that Jack's head spun. The status screen before, the levels, the attributes had his world turned into a game. One thought pushed all others apart. Am I going to get magic? Fuck yeah. Every child dreamed of becoming a wizard. If reality suddenly malfunctioned or was altered by advanced nanobots, why not let him shoot fire too? The relief and excitement flooded him again, even harder than before. He had no idea what was happening. He was completely lost in something that didn't make sense, but he didn't reject it. Without even knowing what was going on, Jack instinctively hoped it was true, that the world really had turned into a game, and that nothing made sense anymore, because if that happened, he would be free. The child inside him awoke. A grin spread on his cheeks, and he neither could nor wanted to stop it. Whatever was happening was dangerous, unknown, and something he could thrive in. His escapism fantasies had turned real. Assuming this was real, he needed to rush to understand it. Thankfully, he was good with deciphering complex information. All he needed was time. Suddenly, the world shook a second time. His vision swam for no reason. Odd smells suffused the space, bringing in mind a clean, strong breeze and fiercely swiping grass. New blue screens sprouted before him, and Jack felt an increasing need for them to fuck off. He'd had enough already. Unfortunately, they did not fuck off. 1,111 dungeons created. Monster spawning schema complete. Integration complete. Welcome to the new world. Transmitting message from assigned overlords. The animal kingdom be grade. Welcome to the system world. If your planet did not have magic before, it does now. Monsters and dungeons have spawned everywhere. You have been assigned attributes and levels, and you have the capability to rise in strength by slaying strong creatures or deeply understanding the world. We understand you are in a state of shock. Do not worry. Everything will be all right in the end. It is expected that your society will collapse soon, if not already, but you will be fine. We, the animal kingdom, will take care of those things. For now, you should focus on becoming individually stronger. Hunt monsters, conquer dungeons, sink your mind deep into the world, and you will attain power greater than you can dream of. Embrace the new reality. The first step to that power is the integration tournament, which will be held in 20 Galaxy Days. Note, 15 Earth 387 days from now. Comprehend even the tiniest corner of the world by then, and endless possibilities will open up for you. Good luck, Animal Kingdom. You have entered the Forest of the Strong F-grade dungeon. Forest of the Strong F-grade, a forest where only the strong survive. There are 3 monster groups, each holding a unique resource and representing a unique challenge. Slay the leader of a group to despawn them. This dungeon is in conquer or die mode. Defeat the dungeon boss to exit or die trying. We applaud your bravery for entering and wish you the best of luck. What, aliens? Jack quickly scanned over the screens, barely understanding half of what he read. He was completely lost, so he grabbed onto the few things he knew. He was familiar with games. He knew how dungeons worked. They were special places teeming with monsters, where players could enter for great risk and accordingly great rewards. Apparently, this new state of the world, new world, if the blue screens were to be believed, shared many game-like elements, including dungeons. They had probably spawned around the world. However, we applaud for bravery for entering. Motherfucker, a dungeon spawned around me. Jack was livid, as if he didn't have enough on his plate already. He now had to kill some dungeon boss or die trying. This is a mistake, he shouted. I didn't enter on purpose. Let me out. Unfortunately, neither the blue screens nor the walls replied. Jack was left staring at the ice pond. He crossed the arms. I don't like this, he said. At least give me magic. Faint blue light suddenly coalesced out of nowhere by the lake. Jack was relieved it might have been sabotaged, but at least he was given magic. As the light expanded and solidified, his hopes were dashed. This wasn't magic. Well, it was, but not his. A short, green, humanoid creature with long ears appeared out of nowhere. It barely reached his chest and was fully naked, as well as skinny and bald. Jack thought it looked like a child. It then turned around to look at him, and he almost screamed. This was no child. Its mouth was unnaturally wide and filled with sharp teeth. Its nose was long like a finger, its hands sported short claws, and its yellow eyes were filled with malice. It grinned at him while Jack could only stare. Goblin Level 2. Goblins are weak primal humanoids who move in large groups. They are barely intelligent enough to cook their food, and they often derive pleasure from torturing their victims. Cultivators are advised to kill them on sight. Kekek the goblin chuckled in a high-pitched, grating, evil-sounding voice. Weak, tasty human, I will eat your legs first, Kekek. A myriad thoughts ran through Jack's mind all at once. He was terrified of this creature. It wanted to eat him alive. He had to escape. At the same time, a different part of his brain, the analytical one, couldn't help but notice how this system manipulated him. It spawned a man-eating monster right in his face, made it clear they were enemies, and said it was okay to kill it. Moreover, it gave the monster an ugly, terrifying visage, as well as opening lines that served to squash any doubts in his mind. Jack had a PhD almost in biology. He knew how evolution worked. Nature was brutally efficient, not comically evil. This creature was not natural. It was engineered, it was fake, a target for him to kill or die trying. He didn't know why the system acted like this, but he knew these facts because he had spent half his life studying nature and the other half playing video games. These thoughts snapped like firecrackers in his battle-addled brain. It took less than a second for all the connections to be made, and then came the realization that they were worthless. He could only fight. Now would be a good time for magic, he thought, but nothing came. He scanned around and there was no sharp rock for him to use. He carried no knife. His car key was electronic. There was no weapon. There was also no time. He got up and clenched his fists. The goblin pounced. The goblin rushed in and Jack rushed back. It was faster. Claws raked against Jack's forearm, which he raised to defend, drawing 3 thick lines of blood. He groaned. Pain shot fire into his nerves, jolting his entire body. The feeling was immediately subdued. Instincts he didn't even know he had kicked in, dulling the pain, translating it into fuel to push him forward. He grabbed the goblin's wrist with his other hand and tossed the entire creature away like a ragdoll, but it only took a few steps before regaining itself. It jumped right back into the fray. Jack gritted his teeth as he surveyed the space around him. Though he had moved, he saw nothing he could use, not with a cursory glance. No rock, branch, or even a stick. Even his flashlight was buried under the pond. Magic. He screamed to the blue screens. If they could summon a goblin out of thin air, they could certainly give him the ability to shoot fire. Unfortunately, nothing happened. The goblin was upon him again. Jack panicked, swinging wildly and missing, only clipping its shoulder. The impact was enough to push the little fucker away, but it returned with renewed force, and this time its claws raked across his upper chest, barely missing his throat. Jack paled. As the goblin jumped at him, sharp teeth opened to tear him apart. Time slowed down. He could feel himself growing weaker. He could feel his heart shiver and the world closing in on the goblin's little green ball of hatred that was going to kill him. The realization settled in, I am going to die. Suddenly, the world flared. Jack's entire potential as a human was unleashed and directed towards survival. He could feel his body surge with power he was already using but wasn't conscious of. He had thrown the goblin many feet aside. He was strong, and it was just a little green ball of claws. As death approached, something clicked in Jack's mind, something he didn't even know he possessed. His primal instinct stepped in and took the wheel. His thoughts rolled by themselves. He didn't care about injuries, so what if he bled? It was acceptable as long as he killed the goblin and lived to see another day. The irrelevant disappeared Jack got serious. He clenched his fist and the raw power shocked him. His body outputted strength he couldn't even fathom. He felt fast, incredibly strong, and inexhaustibly tenacious. His pupils dilated, his fists tightened, his skin tingled, all his muscles buzzed with electricity. The cold terror in his heart became the fuel that drove him. Fear gave way to ecstasy. He was ready to fight. Jack became a beast. He didn't know how to punch, but his body did. His fist smashed into the goblin's face, cracking its long nose and throwing it back before it could reach him had the longer arms after all. Jack realized that his fist was in massive pain. Correction, his body didn't know how to punch either. But it didn't matter. Just as the goblin got its footing, he pounced. He would kill it. He fell on it like a wild animal. He didn't care about the scratches he received, the pain, the blood. These all washed away into the back of his mind. He balled his fist and drove it into the goblin's face again, smashing it hard into a wall. It screamed, but the sound only gave Jack hope. He tried to pin it to the rocks, but it slipped under his grasp and jumped to the side. Claws raked him again, cutting his belt, but he didn't care. He stared at the retreating goblin, whose eyes were filled with hatred and fear, and charged after it. He realized he was grinning. He didn't know what he felt, but he didn't need to. Everything was easy. Violence was rising from inside him, and he was just its conduit. There was something cathartic about violence, about the silence as every fiber of your being focused on a single task. Jack had never felt so complete, so happily monolithic. There were no worries, no fears, only a body that brimmed with ecstasy and a cold, calculating mind that inspected everything at impossible speed. Jack's shoes tilted to perfectly hug the uneven stone, and his body turned with impeccable balance. The goblin threw a feint, but he saw through it as it turned. It didn't find a target, only a fist getting planted hard into its face. The goblin flew off its feet and into the wall behind, losing its balance, and Jack was there. He used a hand to pin it to the ground and another to pummel it, channeling the entirety of his newfound strength into driving his fist into the goblin's face repeatedly, and as hard as he possibly could. Bones cracked and groaned, some the goblin's. His every punch felt heavy, his every strike devastating. The goblin resisted for a while before going still, but Jack punched a couple more times before stopping. Absent-mindedly, he realized he was out of breath, in terrible pain, and several parts of his body felt wrong. His brain calculated everything with cruel precision. It reviewed his situation, then scanned his environment for solutions. His belt and pockets carried nothing of significance. He had to patch up the big wound on his forearm, where blood was flowing, and he had to do it now. He tore his sleeve, how easy it was, and wrapped the fabric, tightening it so hard it hurt. His shirt was wet with blood at places, so he just removed it. There were more wounds on him, but mostly insignificant. The goblin had missed all major arteries. He was stable, and the enemy was dead. He was fine. A single fluttering of relief filled Jack's heart, and his battle mode receded as quickly as it had come. He was left shivering, cold, and breathless. The pain came in warm waves, and kneeling as he was, he failed to stifle a cry as his leg rubbed against the ground. Fuck, what the hell just happened? The wretched sight of the goblin corpse entered his vision, and suddenly he realized what he had done. He bent to the side and retched on the stone, the hot biles burn accompanying the ones on his limbs and chest. He cried. It took a long time for Jack to regain himself. The pain receded and the blood stopped flowing. Jack was left sitting on a rock, holding his head between his palms and trying not to stare at the mangled goblin corpse. He hated what he had done. No, wasn't sure what he felt. Trying to get his thoughts in order was futile. So many things had happened, and in such a short time frame, blue screens had appeared, magic everywhere. A pond had formed out of nowhere. A magically spawned goblin tried to kill him, and he punched it to death instead. Jack had a steady mind. He could comprehend the blue screens and their magic, or at least accept them. By now, he knew it wasn't a dream. The world had changed irreparably. Be it aliens, AI, something else, or everything at once, something had happened, and it had altered the course of his life forever. He could work with that. He could fit it into the frame somehow. He could even accept the fact that a dungeon had spawned around him, filled with goblins and who knows what else, and that he had to slay a so-called dungeon boss to escape. Those were all things he could comprehend. However, the version of himself he saw that wasn't easy to swallow. Those feelings had saved him, but they had come from somewhere deep inside him, a place he couldn't even perceive. They had flooded him out of nowhere, and he had no control. They were part of him, and at the same time they weren't. It wasn't a bad thing had survived, after all, but he had never before realized how deep the lightless region inside him was, how much control it could have over him. Were those things part of him, or dark passengers? Jack did not know. His mind had been ravaged by an unknown companion, and he could still feel its effects. Even as he sat here, away from immediate danger, he remained aware that more goblins could show up at any moment. Whatever was happening, he had no time to lose, and the callousness permeated his mind even now. His eyes were hard as he stood. He had to survive. He took in everything again. The goblin corpse had stopped upsetting him by now, at least to a degree, and he had things to consider. So no magic. The world has become a video game and I'm trapped in a dungeon. Okay, what now? An exclamation mark was blinking in the lower left part of his vision and he finally willed it open. Level up, you have reached level 2, that was it. No acknowledgement of his bitter struggle against the goblin, no words of compassion or comfort, no explanations, only cold information. Of course. He frowned, shaking his head before proceeding. First kill bonus, fistfighting ice skill. At this, Jack paused to think. Skills were a common element in games, and the system seemed to follow those conventions pretty faithfully so far. Was it a coincidence or something deeper? And at the end of the day, had the world really turned into a game? Had he been drawn into one? It didn't make sense, but it was hard to disagree with the goblin corpse in the corner. He couldn't ask anyone else either. His cell phone didn't have signal in the cave, and he sure as hell wasn't going out there unprepared. He could only depend on himself. Fist fighting. Curiosity sprang inside Jack. He reviewed his status screen. Name, Jack Rust. Species, human, Earth 387. Faction grade, F. Level 2. Physical, 4+. Mental, 7+. Will, 6+. Free points, 2. Skills, fistfighting, I. His level was 2 indeed, and it was clear that the level up gave him 2 free points. He could add those in either of his stats, as indicated by the plus marks. If this really was like video games, adding those points would make him faster or smarter. Taking a step further, he could make himself a better warrior or an intellectual. Wizard, probably wizard. He refused to believe there wasn't magic, just didn't have it. In video games, it was better to focus on one path, better a master of one rather than a jack of all trades, even though his name was Jack. Given his current stats, as well as his knowledge of himself, Jack was clearly more gifted in mental endeavors than physical ones. It also worked with his desiring childhood dream to one day wield magic. Unfortunately, the fact remained that he currently had no magic or promises of getting it anytime soon. The only thing he had, besides the promise of more goblins, was the ice pond, an E-grade natural resource, whatever that meant. Ice pond E-grade. A hidden resource of the forest of the strong. The piercing cold of the ice pond can heal and forge a cultivator's body. The deeper you go, the more painful the cold and the more effective the forging. However, even this pond only spoke about the body. It was quickly dawning on Jack that he couldn't follow the path of magic. He needed something to defeat the dungeon boss and escape, and that something could only be his fists, or, even better, some weapon. However, before committing to anything, he focused on his only skill, fist fighting. If this really worked like a video game, he could. Aha, fistfighting I grants basic knowledge of fistfighting, while fistfighting slightly enhances the user's physical attributes, reflexes, and kinetic vision. It was promising as well as ominous. If this skill's description was true, the system could mess with his entire body and brain. Jack didn't like that, but at this point it felt expected. At least the skill was good. He clenched his left fist and already felt more confident and understood why he'd almost broken his right one on the goblin's face. He adopted a fighting stance, another gift of the skill, and punched the air, boxing against his shadow in the ice pond's glow. He felt different, stronger, aware. He was like an amateur boxer, not really a master, but familiar with the movements and how his body moved. It wasn't a stunning difference, but if he met the goblin again, he was confident in demolishing it more easily than before. He chuckled darkly. How quickly I adapted. However, there was no choice. He had to adapt. Something was happening, and even if he didn't know what, he knew it could kill him. It would if he let it. I must get stronger. This new skill was a great boon to his survivability just because it increased his attacking power, but mostly because it gave him better control over his body and awareness of the situation. He could avoid injuries, which was essential to his survival. The only downside was that it required fist fighting, which meant he couldn't use a weapon, but he didn't have one anyway. He would fight with his fists for now and reconsider the issue when he found or made a knife. Any inferior weapon was incomparable to the fighting experience the skill offered. That done, Jack returned to the issue of his stat points. By now it was a no-brainer. With a sigh, he allocated both points in physical and felt a cold current rise through his body as a massive shiver. He tensed up, then realized this was his new normal. He felt stronger, faster, and harder than before. He flexed his fist and it felt steadier than ever. It was impressive. Being an expert in biology, Jack didn't have the slightest clue how this could happen. It made no sense. If this improvement was what it promised, or rather, what his video game knowledge promised, it was a feat completely beyond the reach of modern science. This system would somehow have to alter both his DNA and body structure, as well as spontaneously create a bunch of extra cells to fill in the gaps. All of these were impossible, as well as extremely worrying, because it meant that the system had complete control over his body and most probably his mind. It was a grim thought, almost grimmer than the goblin in the corner. Jack had finally managed to process all the information, not completely, but enough to proceed. He'd also killed a goblin, though he didn't like to think about that. Gradually, a plan formed in his mind: leave the cave, explore the natural reserve, find water, shelter, and food. In that order, survive until someone found him, or kill the dungeon boss to escape. It was a good plan, assuming that everything really was game-like. The largest doubt he had was about the environment outside. Before the integration, as the blue screens had called it, Jack had been in a small, hidden cave in the middle of the Greenway Nature Reserve. The system had called the dungeon Forest of the Strong, and given that the natural reserve was a forest, it was reasonable to assume that the entire reserve had been dungeonified. On one hand, that was good, because Jack had been to this reserve many times. On the other, it was a dungeon even the best of dungeons sounded worse than, say, his house. Regardless, Jack now had his bearings, a way to fight, a basic awareness of the situation, and a plan. He was ready to survive harder than anyone had ever survived before. However, before leaving this cave, there was one last thing to do. He set his sights on the ice pond. Ice Pond Grade. A hidden resource of the Forest of the Strong. The piercing cold of the ice pond can heal and forge a cultivator's body. The deeper you go, the more painful the cold and the more effective the forging. It promised a forging of his body, which sounded suspiciously nice. If he was going to fight for his life, he couldn't let this opportunity go. Moreover, it mentioned something about healing, and his entire body was still in pain and sore from the goblin fight. His right fist was also bruised and bloated. Jack reached the pond in 2 steps. It was 9 feet wide and stretching around 15 feet back by Jack's estimation. A short waterfall was at its end, supplying cold water from a crack between the rocks. From this distance, the cold was staggering. Jack thought he was standing by a glacier. The water was still and extremely clean, letting him easily make out the rock bottom. He could even see his green eyes staring back at him from the surface. Jack stood beside the pond and gulped. The smooth incline of its bottom made it seem inviting, but the cold was forbidding. What if I get pneumonia? What if this water is full of bacteria? Many doubts crossed his mind, but at the end, he was in a game-like situation. Mundane things like pneumonia felt distant and inconsequential. The goblins waiting outside were a much more immediate danger, and the pond could help him live through it. He took a deep breath and removed his clothes, leaving only his underwear to feel safe. He then stepped into the pond with his right foot. He instantly thought he lost it. All feeling disappeared, leaving only a numbness and 10,000 frozen needles. His instinct screamed to remove his foot, which he did, and the cave's humid air felt heavenly compared to that blitzing cold. Holy shit. Jack took a few breaths to regain himself, then inspected his foot. It was fine. No, it was more than fine. It felt rejuvenated and sturdy as if brand new. It was an odd feeling, but he could only equate it to taking a comfortably cold shower, except the rejuvenation was much more intense, and so was the cold. A magical equivalent of a cold shower. It was clear that the system hadn't Leathise was healing, and Forging and Jack, having recovered from the cold, decided he had no choice. Fuck me. He decisively stepped into the lake, this time enduring the cold. He waited there a moment, and the feeling gradually receded, stabilizing at a level that was cold enough to be painful but not enough to be harmful. It was safe. Taking another deep, trembling breath, Jack put his other foot inside too. When he got used to the cold again, he even kneeled in the water to submerge more of himself. His teeth were already clattering. He didn't dare take more steps as he remembered the system's warning that the cold increased the further he went. He could already feel a freezing current coming from the depths of the pond. A single step would increase the cold substantially, and he was already at his limit. Jack's body was spasming. The cold was so piercing that it caused him physical pain. His body demanded to get away, but his will resisted, holding himself steady. He could tell it was safe, at least for a little bit. It wasn't too cold. The cold spread from his legs to his entire body. He was pale, but he could also sense a new sturdiness seeping in, enhancing him. His skin, flesh, and bones were filled with that cold. They were all shivering in pain and anticipation. Finally, the cold settled. He got used to it, and through gritted teeth, he took a deep, deep breath. He couldn't help grinning. This pain was so self-improving it was almost addictive. Almost. He somehow felt that he'd gotten what he ought to, and he should leave or go deeper, but the cold there felt forbidding. However, before he left, there was one final thing to do. Gritting his teeth, he stuck his right palm into the water, the one he'd injured against the goblin's soft bones. He couldn't stifle his scream. The cold assaulted his injured hand as if alive, surrounding it and submerging it in wave after wave of freeze. Jack instantly lost all feeling, and this time it felt dangerous. He had to pull away now. He jumped back outside the lake, losing his footing by the drastic change in temperature and falling on his butt. He looked at his hand. It was slightly blue, but the bloating was already receding. It was much better. Jack let his back meet the ground as he exhaled in relief, closing his eyes. The cave's relative warmth was massaging his entire body, the feeling so euphoric it almost made up for the pain of the lake. Almost. As he eyed it again, he shivered at the thought of entering again, but he knew he had to. He briefly considered investing in will to handle the cold better and decrease the pain, but quickly discarded the notion. How far he could go into the lake was dictated by how much cold his body could handle, meaning his physical. No matter how strong his willpower got, it wouldn't affect his bodily limits. Plus, he didn't have points to waste, just have to bear through the pain as he was. When his body grew more resilient, mostly through level ups, he could go deeper into the lake and reap more benefits, but of course, that's if the lake lived up to its system description. Ice pond bonus +1 physical. It was a short message of great significance. Jack reviewed his status screen. His physical had increased by 1/6 by simply stepping into a lake. 1 point didn't seem like much, but Jack had a mathematical mind and knew it was actually humongous. Since his initial stats were 476 for the 3 stats respectively, he assumed the average was 5. Now, he was as strong as he was smart, and he was hella smart. He even had a PH almost. If I put those free points in mental, would I be smarter than the professor? He wondered idly, then chuckled and shelved the thought. No way. Then again, my physical started at 4, but it couldn't be below average. I'm a healthy young man. Is the average not 5? Or does it include other things besides humans? Or is it not built around averages to begin with, and the human average would be 3.689 or something random like that? Jack shook his head. It didn't really matter. He then jumped upright, surprising himself. His body was vastly superior to what it used to be, and he even had the fist-fighting skill to augment him. Compared to when he met that goblin, he was a completely new person. He eyed the tunnel leading upwards towards the surface. The world up there could be filled with monsters, terrors, and nightmares, but Jack was ready. He grinned. Prepare yourself, world. Here I come. Jack peeked his head out of the cave. Gah, he said, instantly blinded by the sunlight. He rubbed his eyes and tried again. A rocky surface stretched to his left and right hill over the cave. His front was occupied by interspersed trees and bushes, dense enough to be called a forest, but sparse enough for people to walk in between. The trees reached from 9 to 18 feet into the air, their trunks a dark brown and their leaves a bright green. The bushes were paler in color, and they were mostly filled with annoying sticks and spikes. There was the occasional berry hanging down, maybe the rare fruit too, but the nature reserve was pretty empty overall. That is, unless the system had anything to say. Jack hoped it wouldn't. His current shelter was a crack in the rock, seemingly shallow, but actually leading to a hidden cave underneath. It wasn't easy to find, maybe that's why the system placed the ice pond inside it. A hidden bonus of sorts for those willing to explore, a bonus that would save Jack's life. However, it was time for him to finally see the outside world. The first thing he did was take out his cell phone, an old Samsung model, and give it a shot. There was no signal at all. He shook his head. Yeah, thought so. Like the system would let me call the police. After placing it, his electronic car key, and his wallet in a hidden crevice of the rocks, he looked around. Seeing no animal or goblin nearby, Jack took a tentative step outside his cave, then another. The air smelled the same as always, wet grass and crisp breeze. The grass parted easily under his feet, and the tree barks were uneven under his hand. Insects buzzed in the air, animals yelped from afar, and leaves fluttered in the window and even flew to his chest. Everything was as he remembered. Was it all a hallucination? He wondered, did the earthquake release gases in the cave? A blur shot past his sight, darting from bush to bush as it quickly ran away. Jack caught a glimpse of its bushy, orange tail and triangular snout. Fox, level 1. Foxes are mostly harmless omnivores that inhabit forest areas. Not too talkative now, are we? Compared to the goblin's description, the foxes was tiny. It was clear that the system either didn't know or didn't care about them, probably the latter. Regardless, even this bit taught Jack many things. His communication with the system was still on. It was aware of the local wildlife. And most importantly, foxes were level 1 or somewhere around there. This was interesting because understanding the level classification was crucial to Jack's survival. The goblin was level 2 and could threaten an adult human. The fox was level 1 and could possibly threaten an adult, but not quite as much as the goblin. Then were adult humans between levels 2 and 4 with the average at 3. It sounded elegant. Of course, for every problem, there was a solution that was simple, easy, and wrong. Jack himself had been level 1 when he beat the goblin, but that couldn't be accurate. He had been stronger than it, not by much, but stronger nonetheless. It didn't make sense for the goblin to be higher leveled than him. Am I on a different scale than everything else? Is it because I can level up while they can't? Or maybe everything can? He shook his head. The more he considered the issue, the more questions he had, which was good, because that's how knowledge was supposed to work. If he could see through the system at a glance, it probably wouldn't be a good system. Thankfully, he didn't need to know much right now. After my power-ups, I can fight level 3 creatures and should probably run away from level 4s. I need more samples to understand the power curve, though. Insects and a squirrel didn't trigger the system's response, giving at least a good estimation about the lower bounds of level 1. Armed with that knowledge, Jack set out to explore. Well, explore was a generous term. He had to find water, shelter, and food. He already had the second. As for water, the reserve had plenty of creeks to choose from. It wouldn't be too difficult. However, before even that, he wanted to escape the nature reserve or at least confirm that dungeons were as inescapable as they sounded. If he stayed here for a month and then someone came and said, "Oh, why didn't you just walk away?" Jack would feel like an idiot. Angling himself to the south, which was the closest edge of the nature reserve that probably overlapped with the dungeon Jack set out. In the process, he kept his eyes open, not only for goblins, but also for everything else. The wildlife was abundant in the reserve, letting him make several observations. First, plants didn't register with the system. The weakest animal he found at level 1 was a big crow, and the strongest, a boar he saw from afar at level 4. He was getting a hang for what levels meant, though it wasn't easy to set in stone. Thankfully, his forest experience came in handy. It allowed him to cross the terrain stealthily, not raising the ire of any creatures. He knew when and where to hide, which animals were aggressive and which weren't. There weren't any natural predators in the reserve, at least not for humans, so it was smooth sailing. Being a biologist had its perks. Jack focused on insects, of course, the testbed of evolution, but he knew a bit about everything. That excluded goblins. Luckily, he could get to know them quickly as 3 were already approaching. He could hear them through the bushes. Jack held his breath as he kept himself low, hiding in a bush. The grating voices were approaching 3 of them, and he could tell from their wicked cackles that they were up to no good. "Kekek, me bite too. The leg is mine. No, mine." The goblins weren't just ugly and in bad taste, they were also exceedingly stupid and stealthy like an elephant. They were crossing the forest like they owned it, which they might, for all Jack knew, speaking freely and paying little to no attention to their surroundings. Said attention was reserved for the bloodied fox carcass they carried, from which they occasionally pinched pieces of meat to devour, fur and all. As Jack watched their sharp claws tearing pieces of flesh and their sharp teeth chomping on them with gluttony, his distaste for these goblins only grew. They were repulsive beings, an affront to any possible concept of beauty. His stomach turned, but he held it in until they disappeared, completely oblivious to his presence. Poor Fox, he thought, shaking his head. Nature had its ways, but nobody deserved to die to such distasteful creatures. The fact that he'd almost suffered the same fate didn't escape his notice. The goblins had been levels 2, 2, and 3 respectively. He could probably take each of them individually, but not all at once. However, he was slowly coming to understand his plan moving forward, or rather, the rules of the game. The goblins were weak, stupid, and hated. They were the perfect grinding stone for someone like him, a lone human trapped in the dungeon. He could hunt them down for levels relatively easily and without many moral setbacks. Jack didn't for a moment believe this was a coincidence. Everybody had their agenda, which probably included alien systems, or whatever this was, and that's without even mentioning how blatantly engineered these goblins were. They were the perfect mobs. That left Jack with a question. The dungeon description had mentioned 3 groups of monsters and a dungeon boss. If goblins were one group, what about the rest? And what about the dungeon boss? After a moment's thoughts, he came to a decision. If I really have to fight this dungeon, I should scout the other groups before making a move on the goblins. Information is power. Right now, the goblins didn't seem onto him. How could they? So he had time. Moreover, going by game patterns, the other 2 groups would be of similar strength. He should research before committing to something. Again, information was power. Jack's cave was in the southern part of the Greenway Reserve, slightly to the west, too. Since the goblins were heading south with their prey, that was probably their headquarters. Therefore, Jack changed his previous plan and headed west instead of south. Reaching the edge of the reserve that way would take a little more time, but it was better than running through a bunch of green-skinned man-eaters. No other goblins appeared as he made his way through thin trees and wide bushes. The only notable thing was the impossibly wide, impressively futuristic, shimmering blue wall that rose from the ground where the reserve ended, stretching to the sky and fading after some point. It extended as far to the right and left as Jack could see, at an almost imperceptible curve, presumably enclosing the entire reserve. "Fuck me," he said out loud, looking up at the blue thing. It was opaque too, so he couldn't see outside. "I really am trapped unless I can go through." He grabbed a stone and tossed it at the blue wall. It bounced off. He threw another stone harder, and it was catapulted backward with such force that Jack barely managed to pull his head out of the way. The stone zoomed past and buried itself in an unlucky bush. No escape, got it. However, he then looked up, where the blue wall faded away and only air remained. It must have been at least 60 feet high. Can planes go through then? He wondered, can birds, can Superman? He did his best to throw another stone that high up. He succeeded on the 3rd try, then watched the stone bounce against a patch of blue that suddenly solidified out of thin air. It fell back down with a small thud, and when Jack grabbed it again, it was hot to the touch. Only looking, no touching, he mused, looking up at the open sky. No way out then, got it. He considered touching the wall himself, but the system had already informed him he was stuck here until he got the dungeon boss. Calling its bluff sounded like a terrible idea. I am trapped, he realized again. Suddenly, his chest tightened and he felt panic well up inside him. He forced it down. Deep breaths, he repeated to himself. I'm trapped. I have to fight and level up until I can beat the boss of this place, no matter what it is. Either that or die trying. So fight now, existential crisis later. Jack steeled his resolve and forced himself to focus on the here and now. What were his next steps? Right, scout out the other monster groups. Maybe they'll be easier than the goblins. The goblin headquarters looked to be south, so the other monster groups would be to the north and east. Unless they were all jumbled up, of course, but Jack doubted that. It didn't mesh with the game mechanics he was familiar with. I'll be on guard in any case. Therefore, Jack turned his back to the wall of his new prison and moved deeper inside the reserve where he'd come from. He could have followed the wall, of course, but its sight upset him greatly. He wanted nothing to do with it. After the blue wall disappeared in the tree branches, he turned north, keeping his eyes and ears open for any change. Crossing the entire reserve would take hours on foot, but there were monsters out there trying to kill him. He would be damned if he let them. While traveling, he wondered how he'd adapted so quickly, how he'd accepted magic, goblins, and reality becoming a game. Had the system messed with his mind? He didn't think so, though it clearly had the power. Something inside him had just latched onto the change, a part of him desperately hoping for the smothering reality to crumble. Maybe due to how trapped he'd felt in his life, or maybe because of how many times he'd fantasized about similar scenarios as a teenager. The world had just gone to shit. Everything he knew was thrown out the window, and though there possibly were dull, realistic explanations refuting magic, deep in his heart, Jack wished this was all real. He didn't fear the danger, he simply felt alive, like this was how things were supposed to be. He didn't have much to lose. Anyway, his friends could probably handle themselves, and he had little family. He was only worried about the professor. Butch would manage. She was smart. If anybody could find a way to survive in a new world, it would be her, even despite her old age. As for himself, there was nothing holding him back. If everything returned to normal, he only had a dull life to look forward to. He would get his PhD, work his ass off as a researcher for 35 years, then retire. At least he liked biology, but it didn't fill him. It wasn't enough, this was, stalking goblins through a forest. Life is so weird. He shook his head again, refocusing. He wasn't safe here. He couldn't afford daydreams. It was only a moment later that a faint growling sound reached his ears. Jack froze. Nothing in this forest was supposed to growl. His mind went through all possible animals before settling on one. Slowly, as quietly as he could, he got on the ground and crawled inside a bush. It scratched him, but he couldn't care less. Inwardly, he prayed that the creature would move away. He'd made a mistake. The other monster groups weren't as weak as the goblins. The system had cheated. An animal slowly made its way into his field of vision. He could barely make it out through the branches of brown behemoth, putting tremendous weight on the ground with each step. He also made out yellow flashes on its fur, but he was too far away to discern them. Not that it mattered, a bear didn't need magical enhancements to maul him. Earth Bear, level 15. Bears are omnivorous creatures that stand at the apex of most food chains. Earth bears, in particular, are a stronger, highly territorial variant. They can use very limited earth magic, and the rocky parts of their fur can be used to craft F-grade weapons and armor. Earth bears are most commonly found in the Ursus forests of planet Ursi. It wasn't heading directly towards Jack at least, but the mere sight of a bear froze him solid. He couldn't even shiver or breathe. If it sees me, I'm dead. That would be the end of it. There was almost no way to escape a bear in the forest. The wise song came to mind: if it's brown, lie down. If it's black, fight back. If it's white, good night. Well, this one is brown, but also magical. I guess if it's magic, fucking fantastic. Jack's thoughts screeched to a halt when the bear suddenly stopped. It raised its snout and sniffed the air. He panicked. I'm sweaty, can it smell me? Did the bush scratch me? Can it smell my blood? It probably can. Oh God, I'm so dead. He considered bolting away, but again, he couldn't escape a bear in the forest. They could even climb trees at least. The non-magical variant could, but he wasn't willing to test this unless he had to. His mind worked at great speed as it developed plan after plan to somehow survive. His entire body trembled with tension. However, the bear eventually lowered its head and kept going. Jack couldn't believe his luck. When it disappeared and when the sounds of its growling faded away, Jack was left panting, sweaty, and terrified. I am trapped in a forest with bears. This brought everything under a new perspective. Not only was there great danger, but the bear wasn't even the dungeon boss. The level range of this dungeon had just risen precipitously. There had to be level 20 creatures at the very least, and that's assuming this particular bear was the leader of its group, which didn't seem too likely. Plus, there was still a third monster group, which could be even stronger than the bears. It seemed unlikely, but so what? For all Jack knew, the system could have spawned kung fu tigers in the northeastern part of the reserve. Even risking a glance at the third group felt idiotic. Could they be better prey than goblins? He sweated even further until he drenched the soil beneath him. Escaping this dungeon suddenly seemed impossible, and even surviving until someone rescued him was unlikely. His arrogance was stomped to the ground and shit on. I have to survive. Jack got up, turned around, and headed back. In this game-like environment, there was a clear path forward. He no longer cared about how premeditated these goblins were, or what the system's agenda was for guiding his actions like this. There was only one way to survive, and it was called kill a shit ton of goblins. Jack Russ sat on a branch, waiting. Strips of fabric were wrapped around his fists and knuckles, courtesy of his now-ruined shirt so they wouldn't break or bleed. He'd considered making a weapon, but the fist-fighting skills enhancements were too good to pass up. A spear was only nice until you tripped and impaled yourself. Plus, his fists were more than enough for the task. Below, his victims approached, unaware of the human predator eyeing them. They were green, ugly, and wickedly stupid. As Jack watched them, the three goblins were arguing over a piece of wood club, probably, though it looked like a random fallen branch. They had no idea what was coming. As they passed 9 feet below Jack's branch, he took a deep breath and fell on them. The sight of the earth bear and the ramifications it implied had sharpened Jack's resolve. He was on fire now in a race against time. He couldn't afford to hesitate. The 9-foot fall was long, but Jack broke it on the back of an unsuspecting goblin. His fists were clenched, and his fist-fighting skill helped him make the landing. Though he had to roll once on the ground, that wasn't the skill. He could always do it. Jack and the goblin collided with a heavy thud, and the poor greenskin was driven into the ground hard enough to break its neck. Jack rolled, stood, and grinned. 1 down, 2 to go. The other 2 goblins were surprisingly quick on the uptake. Before their comrade had even stopped moving, they were already screaming and pouncing at Jack, claws extended. Goblin, level 2. Goblin, level 3. The goblin he'd just killed had also been level 3. He grimaced as they approached. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to observe them fight beforehand. He assumed the level 3 goblin would be faster than its brethren, which was true, but he completely underestimated the world of difference. The fucker was fast. It fell on him almost instantly, claws blitzing out to tear him apart. Jack defended by punching back. His reach was significantly longer, given that the goblins were child-sized, so he should win this exchange. Unfortunately, the goblin was slippery. His fist-fighting skill only provided basic familiarity with the movements, and the goblin slipped under his punch to enter his guard. Jack panicked. His battle mode activated in full throttle. His veins were filled with steel, and his entire body felt on fire as his mind turned ice cold. His eyes widened to take in everything. The world slowed down. The goblin remained fast. A set of claws raked his chest, while another went for his eyes, only narrowly missing. The chest attack hit dead-on, but no blood came out. Instead, with a grin, Jack's knee rose to meet the goblin's face and catapulted it backward. This time he was prepared to fight him, though he couldn't use a weapon without sacrificing the skill's bonuses. He could wear armor. A layer of bark decorated the inside of his half-torn shirt, protecting against the goblin's short claws. They could have seen it if they weren't stupid. The second goblin arrived as soon as the first went flying. It screeched as it dove into Jack's guard, then grabbed his leg before he could retrieve it. Its claws pierced skin and drew blood, and it refused to let go when Jack pulled his leg back, intent on maiming him. It opened its jaws wide and lunged in for a bite. That wasn't a very good idea. Jack's fist fell onto the goblin's head like a meteor, smashing its mouth shut. It stumbled, still weakly holding onto Jack's leg right under the thigh, but a brutal punch to the face threw it back, forcing it to let go as it lost control of its body. Jack felt thin bones bend under his fist. The goblin didn't stand back up. Thankfully, it had missed the major artery in his thigh. He turned around with an elbow, trying to hit the other goblin before it surprised him, but it wasn't there. A hard strike to the back of Jack's head brought stars to his eyes. He fell forward, only instinctively rolling to the side and avoiding a second attack. He turned around. Motherfucker. The level 3 goblin, bleeding from where its long nose had been broken, was now wielding the branch-turned club. It lunged at him again, shouting, crying a grating kekekek. Jack, still on the ground, blocked with his forearm and felt it crack under the impact. He growled, seeing red. The world was swimming. He was in pain and deadly danger, yet his heart was filled with rage. He gave in to the beast, letting violence take over. The goblin smashed its club down again, and Jack defended with the same arm, sensing it crack further. He then lunged at the goblin before it could retract its heavy weapon, grabbing the top part of its face, turning around with the goblin in hand, putting a leg behind its knees and smashing its head into the floor. Hard, the club left its hand as the goblin screamed, and Jack screamed back, right in its face. Sharp jaws bit his palm, ripping a piece of flesh, but he didn't care. He let go, and as the goblin tried to rise, he drove a left punch into its face. Its head bounced off the ground, but its level wasn't for show. Despite the heavy hits, it was still kicking and clawing. Crimson lines appeared on Jack's arms, along with a thin one on his cheek, right below his eye. However, he was relentless. If he stopped now, the goblin would stand back up. He braced through the claws and kept pummeling. He roared like an animal. His fists rained on the goblin's face, each punch jolting its head to the left and right. The goblin's throws weakened it, and then, with a tremendous burst of strength, it rolled under his feet and jumped upright beside him. It tried to run away, but Jack couldn't let it. If even one goblin escaped, the entire tribe would learn about him, and he would die. Even as it tried to run, Jack grabbed its ankle and pulled it back. He realized it was Lighten then. With a massive roar, he raised the entire goblin over his head like a club and smashed it head first against the ground. The head exploded, painting the dirt red and decorating it with brain matter. Jack plopped to the ground, staring at the dead goblin with horror. As the battle fever died down, he realized what he'd done. It was necessary, but so madly brutal. I did this, he puked. I did this, he kept thinking, spiraling into guilt and disbelief. I did this. It wasn't about killing the goblin. It wasn't even about the brutal way of doing so. These were all necessary, and Jack had already come to terms with it before attacking. No, what terrified him was the mad rush of satisfaction he felt while doing it. Fighting these goblins, he was alive. When he let go of everything, the increased brain activity and awareness, as well as the feeling of omnipotence his body gave, were almost ecstatic. When he smashed the goblin like an octopus, he wanted to roar in triumph. These were the same feelings he'd experienced against that first goblin in the cave, but back then they had been overshadowed by the fact that he'd killed something and all the new information he received. Now these feelings were laid bare and he had to face them. At least his injuries weren't too deep, and his enhanced body was quick to stop bleeding. Jack stayed there for a while, struggling to get his thoughts in order. He felt increasing panic and a desire to run away, but forced himself to calm down. Eventually he succeeded, at least to the extent where he could think and operate as normal. He stumbled away and back to his cave, then sat on the ground near the entrance. He took a few deep breaths. Transitioning from a researcher to a forest killer wasn't easy. Thankfully, Jack was in control. The emotions were too many to comb through quickly, but he wasn't overwhelmed after the initial onslaught. The same drive that pushed him to survive no matter what now helped him put himself in order. He'd known this was coming. He could handle it. He just needed a bit of time. The minutes ticked by for Jack, turning into hours before he realized it. In his mental self-healing state, time had lost its meaning as recovery took priority. His entire being was focused on digesting the brutal reality that the modern world didn't let people experience. Now, Jack was speed running it. The experience was harrowing but necessary, and, thankfully, he could handle it. No, not just handle it. He would thrive in it. He could feel it in his bones. This was where he belonged. This was him. Transitioning wasn't easy, but he would get there. Jack kept comforting himself until night fell. He was finally better, and suddenly he realized he was terribly thirsty. The back of his head hurt like hell, and his stomach was empty enough to burn. Shit, I forgot to find water. He had shelter. His cave, but water was the single most important resource. Without food, he could survive for weeks. Without water, not even a couple days. It just hadn't crossed his mind before. He knew a creek nearby. The water wasn't too potable, but it would stomach and intestine problems were better than dehydration. He would even drink his own piss if he had to. The only thing he wouldn't drink besides salt water, the only fluid that doesn't help dehydration, was the ice pond. He suspected it was something more than simple water, something magical, and that its freezing cold would persist inside his stomach, destroying him from the inside out. At least he wouldn't take the risk unless he had no choice. He could always capture a small animal and experiment, but Jack had his bottom lines. Killing man-eating goblins was fine, torturing innocent animals was not, at least while he could help it. He stood up to head to the creek, but before that, there was one final thing to do. Level up, you have reached level 3. Another cold announcement, product of an unfeeling system that pitted living creatures against each other. Jack shook his head, then opened his status screen and put both free points into physical. He intended to invest in mental as well. It should help with everything, including his unstable mental state, but not yet. Not when he almost died every time he did battle. The familiar surge of power passed over his body. He was stronger, faster, healthier. By now, he was already at the level of a professional athlete, if not past that, and all it took was 4 goblins. His status screen reminded him of how many things he didn't know yet. What were factions? Grades. He'd seen F before in the dungeon description, and the ice pond was an E-grade resource, but what exactly did that mean? More importantly, he saw that his species was referred to as human, Earth 387. This clearly implied the existence of multiple Earths, possibly multiple intelligent species. Was the system really alien? Did it refer to a galactic empire or an interdimensional one, where many variations of Earth existed? Maybe that animal kingdom. Then again, if intelligent species existed on other planets, why wouldn't they name their planet Earth? It literally meant dirt. It could be the most common planet name in the galaxy. But yes, water. Then Jack would revisit the ice pond to try and get extra bonuses after his level up. He might be able to take an extra step, and then goblin hunting. By the end of it, he would be a superhuman killing machine. The thought should have been terrifying. Why did he feel excitement instead? The goblin tribe was a bundle of misshapen wooden huts, ugly green forms, and burnt animal carcasses. Just placing it in a forest was an affront to nature. Jack squinted from the bush he hid in. After reaching level 3, healing himself, and satiating his thirst, he had decided to gather more information before launching his anti-goblin campaign. There was some time before nightfall anyway. He located a goblin squad. It wasn't difficult and followed it to the tribe. After cresting a hill, the ugly visage greeted his sight, and there were many things to notice. First, there were many dozens of goblins. These guys had a full-on village going. Second, there weren't just goblins. Jack spotted a few off-green forms, paler and larger than their goblin brethren. These were the size of short humans, had dark hair. Goblins were bald and walked with a sharpness that belied intelligence. Hobgoblin, level 6. Stronger, meaner, and smarter than normal goblins, hobgoblins are an evolved version of the same ugly monster. It is advised to kill them on sight, but they should not be underestimated. The system's description was short as always. Jack could already see all those. The only real information was their level. After scanning all hobgoblins he could see, Jack determined them to be level 6 or 7. Normal goblins ranged from level 1 to 5. In Jack's most recent estimation, he could fight a level 4 goblin head-on, maybe even a level 5 if he was lucky. Hobgoblins should be outside his reach for now, so he was glad they weren't participating in the hunter squads. In short, Jack was incredibly weaker than the goblin tribe. Moreover, the largest problem wasn't the hobgoblins, but their leader, Goblin Shaman, level 9. Goblins aren't always stupid. Some of them are born intelligent, and when that happens, they often develop shamanic powers. Goblin shamans can lead small tribes of goblins and hobgoblins, though they're usually seen as elite soldiers in larger tribes. This goblin shaman is the group boss. The leader of the tribe was not a hobgoblin, but a goblin dressed in ruined robes. It cackled like the rest of them, but even the arrogant hobgoblins made way for it. The flames that danced on its fingers brewed respect. Moreover, its eyes carried a cunning glint that was hard to miss. Jack had to admit that fire-slinging enemies challenged his current experience. Goblins were fine. Hobgoblins would also be fine eventually. However, this shaman would prove to be a pain in the ass. He just knew it. Fire in the forest, he whispered with a tusk. So much for an omniscient, omnipotent, intergalactic system. Can I get a refund, please? No reply came his way. The system wasn't the most talkative of partners. However, there was one thing that was even more impressive than the shaman. The goblins were high, not tall high. A wide, short bush stood in the middle of the tribe, sporting thin and long leaves. Some goblins were gathered around it, chatting and cackling without making much sense, while occasionally snapping off a leaf to chew on. They weren't eating it, just licking it before dropping the dry remainder on a big pile. The eyes of these goblins were completely red. They fell whenever they tried to stand, and they wouldn't stop laughing. On closer inspection, many goblins were carrying a few of those leaves or munching on them, just measuredly. The ones high as kites were probably on their day off. High-speed bush F grade. A resource guarded by the goblins of the Forest of the Strong. Commonly found in the wet jungles of planet Peruvian, the leaves of this bush can enhance a person's reflexes, dexterity, and agility. They can also make you high as a kite. The stat increase is a one-time bonus. Jack sighed his head. I just knew things couldn't be simple. Damn you, system. Can't you at least destroy my planet with decency? Did you need to drag weed-licking goblins into this? The system again didn't reply, and Jack could only keep observing the goblin camp. There wasn't much else to see. Already had more than enough. He slowly made his way back, keeping an eye out for guards which were non-existent as the goblins apparently felt safe. On the way he processed all the new information, as he often did lately. The goblins aren't just strong, they have intelligent leaders, which means that, if I keep picking them off, they will catch on. Therefore, I must get as many of them as possible before they're on to me. I can't afford to take it slow. However, when they do catch on, will I be strong enough to face them? Probably if it comes to guerrilla tactics. If I can reach level 6 or so, I should be able to handle hobgoblins, especially if I set up an ambush, but they'll eventually get me. This sounded like a pickle, but Jack recalled the dungeon description. The previous blue screen could be willed into reappearing, apparently. Forest of the Strong F grade, a forest where only the strong survive. There are 3 monster groups, each holding a unique resource and representing a unique challenge. Slay the leader of a group to despawn them. This dungeon is in conquer or die mode. Defeat the dungeon boss to exit or die trying. We applaud your bravery for entering and wish you the best of luck. The last paragraph, sarcasm aside, there was one important clue hidden in there. Slay the leader of a group to despawn them, so if I kill the shaman, all the goblins will simply go poof. That's almost too good to be true. On second thought, it wasn't. It was a double-edged knife. Monstrous in this case, goblins were dangerous, but they were also walking bags of levels. An equilibrium was quickly shaping in Jack's mind. The later he assassinated the shaman, the more danger he would face, but the more goblins he would be able to kill before they disappeared. After all, there was no way the system would reward him for the creatures he despawned. It wasn't that kind. Jack needed the levels. There were level 15 magical bears in the forest, along with their group leader and a third group of monsters which could, potentially, be even stronger than the bears. There was also the dungeon boss, an existence undoubtedly stronger than anything else. If Jack wanted any chance against them, he needed levels, he needed wits, he needed information, and he needed battle experience. The only thing he had so far was pants. The goblins could provide most of those. He couldn't afford to take it easy. He had to gamble. Jack would try to drag on the conflict as long as possible, and when things got insufferable, he would assassinate the goblin shaman. It was risky, perhaps too risky, but it was the only long-term plan he could come up with. He could also just hide and hope for someone to save him, but he somehow doubted the system would let him escape that easily. Therefore, Jack made his decision. He would wage war on the goblins, possibly a genocide, too. Was he evil for thinking that way? Maybe. Was he justified? Probably, since they clearly wanted to eat him too. Was it necessary? Absolutely fucking yes. Jack Rust refused to die. But before waging his war, there was one thing to do: find food. Jack held the rabbit carcass tenderly. It pained him to kill an animal like this, but he had to eat something. At least he'd killed it painlessly. He'd found a den under a tree soon after night fell, then dug behind it to scare the occupants. As soon as the rabbits rushed outside, he grabbed one, and before it could understand what was happening, snapped its neck. It was easy, like snapping a twig, and Jack felt forlorn at his new power and the way he used it. When he killed the goblins in heated battle, he felt triumphant. This time he only felt empty, but hunting was a part of nature, and it was more ancient than compassion. Jack shook his head to clear it. This new reality was grim, but he had to accept it. He was currently standing over the ice pond, holding the carcass with both hands. He was going to light a fire and roast it, but before that, he thought that maybe the lake's body-forging properties could be transmitted through food. It was a theory he needed to test, as he couldn't afford to let anything go to waste. Besides, the freezing cold might have a purging effect on harmful microorganisms. It was magical, after all, so why not? He already knew the cold didn't stick to his body when he left the lake, so it probably wouldn't stick to the rabbits either. If it did, he'd just have to go hungry. He gently dipped the rabbit into the water, feeling the numbness on his fingers. Nothing happened for a moment, except for its fur turning a slightly whiter color, and that was it. When he withdrew it, the rabbit was cold to the touch, but no other difference could be seen. He let it sit for a while and confirmed that the cold was slowly seeping out. That was good because it meant he wouldn't freeze to death, and bad because it meant his body wouldn't be forged. He shrugged. Well, good to know. He went outside, a bit ways off the cave entrance, and lit a fire under the moon had prepared tinder beforehand. He wasn't particularly familiar with cooking rabbits on campfires, but he had cooked a lot in his life, so he had some ideas. If he messed up, his 9 physical would hopefully pull him through. In the night, the fire's smoke couldn't be seen, so he only had to worry about the firelight itself attracting unwanted visitors. However, he'd already seen that the goblins gathered at their tribe when night fell, and bears weren't nocturnal etherand. Even if they were because of magic, they had no reason to be in this area anyway. That left only the final monster group, but Jack didn't believe they would turn out to be nocturnal wanderers. Nocturnal maybe, but not wanderer sand. If they were, he'd just face them. He had to cook at some point. Doing it now was certainly better than doing it midday, when the goblins could easily spot his smoke and come knocking. Jack cooked for a while, enjoying the night sky in silence. It was beautiful. Maybe the system had magically removed all air pollution and shut down the lights, but Jack could see the sky as his ancestors did. Stars shone everywhere, 10,000 sparkling dots, and a long river of light stretched between them, galaxy farther and larger than the mind could comprehend. It wasn't just beautiful, Jack corrected himself. It was breathtaking. He was sitting under the infinite cosmos. Is this what the ancients saw every night, he wondered, and its beauty was so striking that, for a moment, Jack wondered whether the system's arrival was a good thing. He idly realized that, against such a night sky, his smoke was visible as it hid the starlight behind it. He shrugged. If the goblins made the connection and came over, let them. He needed to eat at some point. Time passed with only the crackling of fire and the sizzling of juices on the burning logs keeping him company. The forest was quiet around him, most nocturnal animals still shivering in fear from the arrival of the monsters, and only some birds dared squawk out loud, undoubtedly in confusion from everything that was happening. The smell of cooking meat flooded Jack's nostrils like a delicacy from another dream. He felt like the last person in the entire world, and for a moment he was crushed by heavy loneliness and despair. He felt primal, in his element, but alone and scared and in pain. Was he having fun? Jack gazed at the stars, the same ones he always saw, and a million more, and found no answer. Of course he didn't. He was alone. He closed his eyes and endured the heavy feelings that darkness bred. It wasn't his first tough night, not even close, and it certainly wouldn't be the last unless he died. That was a sobering thought, and he chuckled as he pulled the skewer of rabbit meat off the flames. The last man in the world take that, Maria. Heh. He then bit on the rabbit, savoring the taste. It was disgusting, and at the same time it was the most heavenly meal he'd ever had. The integration happened on the 19th of September, 2024. A day later, on the 20th, the world was nowhere near adapting. Millions had died, and the rest were busy organizing into small communities that could protect their members. The bravest had already defeated a monster or two. On the morning of that day, Jack Rust waged war on a goblin tribe. The goblins didn't know it. Of course, he didn't walk in with a war declaration and his head on a silver plate. All they saw was an increased number of hunters failing to return. Jack stalked them from the high branches, hid in bushes, sprang on them from under the dirt. His fists dealt swift death, and where he passed, only broken goblin corpses remained. Each kill made him stronger, his fists harder, and his battle experience greater. His fist-fighting skill let him fight above his level, but slowly Jack began to internalize the knowledge. When the margin between success and failure was razor-thin, he realized why his skill made him move in exactly the way it did. He knew what did and didn't work to an extent, but he gradually understood why. At the same time, his increased physical attribute gave him better awareness and control over his body. His fighting skill kept rising. Unbeknownst to Jack, this constant life or death pressure was the perfect grinding stone. A goblin squad passed by a bush, yapping about something. The bush suddenly exploded, and a human jumped out, wearing a pair of tattered shorts and nothing else. His shirt had long been torn apart or cut into bandage-like strips, and after a point he didn't need shoes. In their eyes, he was the monster. Caked blood covered his skin, he smelled, and he was dirty, but his eyes were the hardest, sharpest things they'd ever seen. The three goblins screamed. Before they could react, a fist smashed into one's head and burst it apart. Another fist buried itself in a goblin's sternum, breaking bones and sending its entire body flying backward. The last goblin recovered in time and made a mad dash for safety. Before it could take 2 steps or shout for help, a hand had grasped its throat firmly. Jack squeezed and felt a neck snap. He let go, and the goblin's body collapsed on the forest floor. He stared at his hands silently. I am a killer. For the past 2 days, he'd been hunting and annihilating the goblins. They couldn't offer resistance anymore, only stand there and die. The only thing restraining his carnage was the time needed to locate new goblin squads. There weren't too many left. Am I a monster? He wondered idly, or am I justified? The gruesome sight didn't bother him anymore. He'd gotten used to corpses, to death, to blood and brutal violence. He'd gotten used to the way his soul fluctuated when he went in for the kill, sparking crimson, to the feeling of breaking bones with his bare hands. He had come to peace with his path. This was reality. In this dungeon, it was him or the monstrous goblins. In this caisson, they would gladly devour any humans they found. They would wreck nature and rampage on innocent people. He would kill them first. Between himself and monsters, he chose himself, even if it meant becoming a cold-blooded killer, which, in all honesty, wasn't the worst of things. When the initial social conditioning wore off, he had managed to acclimate. It wasn't easy or pleasant, but not too terrible either. Jack looked aside where the notification waited. Level up, you have reached level 5. The leveling difficulty didn't scale too much. It took him 1 goblin to reach level 2, 3 for level 3, 9 for level 4, and another 9 for level 5. Of course, these last ones were higher level. Either the goblins had gotten scared, or they were leveling up as well. He had tried to keep his numbers low to delay the inevitable. So far, he was Awakens squads were still made up of 3 goblins each, and he hadn't seen a hobgoblin outside the tribe. That was bound to change eventually, but by then Jack planned to be strong enough. Another factor that kept his number of kills low was injuries. He was steamrolling them now, but at the start, every fight hung at the edge of a knife. Each ambush was a hard-fought battle that left him with heavy injuries. One time, he even almost died. He had to crawl back to his cave after each battle, enter the ice pond, and endure the torturous cold that assaulted his injuries. As he grew stronger, he had to go deeper for the healing powers to take effect, and the cold only grew worse, but at least so did his stat bonuses. The lake had given him another 3 points in physical, the equivalent of a level and a half. Jack's life had become a cycle of looking for goblins, killing them, healing at the lake, and repeating. It was a fine life. He quickly assigned the free points from his most recent level up to physical, then took a look at his current status. By now, his physical prowess was approaching superhuman levels. He possessed 3 times the strength of a normal pre-system human, or maybe more, along with a vastly sturdier body, lightning-fast reflexes, crystal-clear kinetic vision, and agility that would put cats to shame, not that he had any to check. He was possibly exaggerating, but the ease with which he dispatched the goblins confirmed his hypotheses. He felt like a martial arts champion. The gradual enhancements of level-ups intrigued him. Just how high could they go? Would he eventually become strong enough to break mountains or run faster than cars? Was there an upper limit? The F-grade part of his status screen, along with the E-grade ice pond, implied the existence of D, C, B, and A grades, but even the Earth Bear had only been level 15, and it was in an F-ranked dungeon. The dungeon boss, which could be level 25, was also F-grade, unless Jack had misunderstood something. Just how far away were those other grades? What was the limit? Was there one? A sense of progression had infiltrated Jack's psyche and taken over. The feeling of constantly improving yourself by such tremendous amounts was addictive and familiar, too. He had been addicted to video games once, and this felt similar, though 100 times better. He clenched his fists. He wanted to grow stronger, as strong as he could. Then he could finally take control of his life and be free. Power was the foundation of everything, and luckily, Jack had more than one way to get it. The sun was setting already, so he walked back to his cave. He had explored the surrounding territory well by now, so he knew exactly where he was. The crack on the rocks was still there, untouched, as was the cramped passage that led deeper in. Jack took the familiar steps, weaved around the rocks, and stepped into the small cavern he'd come to call home. He was welcomed by the ice pond's familiar glow, a soft white light that now accompanied his sleep. Its cold was condensed, thankfully, so he could rest comfortably on the other side, where he'd taken to sleeping on a patch of flat rock. However, Jack didn't plan on being comfortable tonight. He had met his goblin quota early. Now he planned to once again challenge the pond. He'd already done that a few times, and he understood how things worked. From the shore to the small waterfall at the back, the pond was only 15 feet across, 15 short steps. For every step he took, the cold would augment his body by a single point of physical. 1 point wasn't much for the current Jack, but if his calculations were correct, the pond had the potential of 15 points, which was massive. Moreover, he suspected that the waterfall hid something more. Unfortunately, the pond wasn't a free lunch. Each step was much harder than the last, and even now, Jack had only managed to take 4 steps. Today, he would go further. He was determined to test his limits. He took off his clothes and stepped in the lake with resolve. The cold assaulted him, traveling up his legs and around his body, but he knew the feeling now, and his body was much stronger than it used to be. This cold couldn't faze him. He stepped forth. The temperature dropped further, sending long, sharp pins through his calves, but he persevered. Another step. The freezing current licked his legs. He shivered and clenched his teeth, but he still had a ways to go. If he let the 3rd step stop him, how could he defeat the dungeon boss? The 4th step. The water level reached his knees by now, and his legs felt encased in ice. It was clearly water, but it was hard, requiring effort to move. By now, the cold was downright painful, and this was his current record, but Jack was resolved to keep going. He had to take at least the 5th step. That was easier said than done. His body was stronger than the last time he'd been here, but he still felt crippling fear at the thought of the next step. He took a few moments to get used to the cold before proceeding. He had to be careful. Finally, he was ready as could be. He took a step. He instantly lost feeling in his legs. They were completely numb, but the cold that reached his chest was so painfully piercing that it felt like someone was knitting with his bones. For a moment, he was paralyzed from the waist down. Jack was in terrible pain. His skin was turning blue. Ice pond bonus +1 physical. The bonus came as the cold finished permeating him. It was a slight respite, but nowhere near enough. Jack's body screamed at him to turn back, but through the cold and crippling pain, his eyes were fierce. He only stared at the waterfall, so close yet so prohibitively far. It was mocking him. The waterfall was mocking him. A fire burned in Jack's heart, fighting against the ice, and his mind was taken over by unbreakable resolve. He knew that moving further would be dangerous, that something bad could happen to his body, or he could really lose control of his legs and collapse in the pond forever. But in that moment, he refused to retreat. He would make it, never again back. He took a step. He was in a frozen hell. His entire body felt encased in ice now, not just his legs. He lost feeling everywhere. His pale skin turned blue. His legs spasmed, and it took all his concentration to stay standing despite not feeling them. His head hurt so bad it was about to break, and his heart struggled to keep beating, almost stopping. Jack's pain tolerance was swiftly expiring, and he released a muffled roar as he was unable to open his mouth, eyes bulging out like someone was squeezing him to death. Jack's entire body screamed to turn back. This time, he didn't dare say no. If he stayed here any longer, he would die. He had gone too far, but his legs weren't moving. They were as solid as rocks. Trying to move them felt like trying to fly. Jack panicked. Is this how I die? Suddenly, a blue exclamation mark flashed in the lower part of his vision, and the cold got a tiny bit easier to withstand. Jack's eyes bulged again with effort. His entire mental capacity was squeezed into making his fucking legs move. They shivered once. Jack fell backward. His back splashed into the water that swiftly moved to embrace him. Despite its freezing cold, Jack felt it warm compared to the freezing hell he'd just endured. He still couldn't move, however. He lay completely still under the water, gazing at the clean surface just above his eyes. Am I going to drown? He wondered. He felt fear, panic, bitterness, spite. His body caught on fire. With a tremendous pull of will, Jack used his hands to turn around, then slowly crawled forward through the water. Every moment felt torturous. The end was near, both literally and metaphorically. He'd only taken 6 steps into the pond. As he fell back, his head was very close to the edge. He just had to crawl a tiny bit and do it before his breath ran out. His lungs burned, so did his arms. He kept pushing. With a final tug of will, his head got out of the water and rested on the cold rock, which felt heavenly by now. He could breathe. As he pulled himself away from the center of the pond, the cold was receding. He managed to crawl out completely and lay on the stone, shivering, panting, and thanking every god he knew for making it out alive. Fuck. He would have screamed if not for his incessantly clattering teeth. Ice pond bonus, +1 physical. Feat of will performed, +1 will. He wished he could chuckle. He'd almost fucked up real bad, but at least he'd made it. He'd gotten the extra stat point, another one too, and he'd proved to himself what he was capable of. He could push himself to the very limit. He could make it out of this fucking dungeon. He was Jack Rust, and no matter what the world threw at him, he would survive. He would thrive. The goblin tribe originally had 72 members, including the one that spawned in Jack's cave. 5 were hobgoblins, and 1 was their leader, the goblin shaman. On the first night, 7 hunters failed to return. 3 had been killed by Jack. On the second day, the goblin squads went out as usual, but a whooping 13 goblins never returned. On the third day, 9 more went missing. However, this time, the goblins had learned to avoid the other monsters. They couldn't have lost 9 goblins naturally. Something was hunting them. Of the 72 goblins, only 42 were left, and that alarmed their leader greatly. He didn't know what they were facing, but he knew that something was after them, something that didn't dare attack the tribe but could pick off hunter squads. That night, the goblin tribe echoed with whispers of the hunter. When morning came, 7 squads left the tribe. Each was led by a hobgoblin or a level 5 goblin, and each numbered 5 goblins instead of 3. The leader would have liked to condense his forces even further, but they still had to procure food for the entire tribe. This would have to be enough. Grab. Jack stayed in his bush and let them pass by him. This squad had 5 members, one of which was an evolved version, a hobgoblin. They're on to me. It was bound to happen eventually. He had already killed a total of 22 goblins, including the one in the cave, so if they hadn't caught on yet, they would be extremely stupid. It's okay. All good things must come to an end. Jack let this squad go. He probably couldn't take them yet. However, since they were bound to reach this stage, he already had a plan. The first order of business was to finally scout out the last monster group. Now at level 5 and with multiple bonuses from the pond, he was confident he could either beat, escape, or hide from most things. If the system gave him Kung Fu Tigers, well, that would just be playing dirty. He had to take the risk at some point, and since the goblin squads had just gotten dangerous, now was a good time. Depending on what he met, he would just brave the risks to keep attacking goblins or switch to the new group. After the hobgoblin squad was passed, he receded into the shadows. His destination was northeast, approximately where the final monster group would lie, according to his calculations. He also hadn't met the dungeon boss yet, but he had no idea where it could be. His best assumption was the big rocky hill at the center of the reserve, because why not, so he took a roundabout route. His cave was in the southern part and just a bit to the west, so he circled around the center to the northeast. No other goblins crossed his path. There were too few squads by now. Jack was careful, so the journey still took 2 hours. As he approached the northeastern part of the Greenway Reserve, he knew his suspicions were correct. The forest was different here, wilder, silent. The trees rose higher, reaching up to 30 feet at places, and their foliage was thicker. The system had clearly messed with this part of the forest, as such vegetation had certainly not been here before. Moreover, despite the forest's silence, its floor was strewn with shit as if suffused with wildlife. His previous thought about tigers crossed his mind. It had been a joke then, but now. Could it be true? Jack hesitated. If there really was a strong, fast enemy here, proceeding might be a mistake. However, he'd already spent 2 hours to reach Hereford, including the return trip. Was it such an ugly risk? He decided to keep going. His pace slowed to a crawl, and his eyes constantly surveyed the overgrowth. As he snuck from hiding place to hiding place, the distant caws of birds made him jump. He bit his lip and steadied his hearth. Shouldn't be nervous. He continued for another hour. Gradually, he relaxed, not meeting any enemies. Only some random forest critters got in his way, but they all quickly disappeared. Jack's eyes never left the overgrowth, and that's why he saw it. A small, dark shape left the higher branches of a tree and flew his way. It was a projectile of sorts, but that's all Jack had time to see. He moved his head so fast his neck cracked and barely dodged before rushing behind a tree. At the same time, the forest around him came alive. Screams and bangs filled the air, and the sound of creaking branches was clearly audible. Jack counted many voices, however. As soon as he recognized the animal they belonged to, he quickly peeked behind his tree in shock. He barely had time to scan the creature before a dry, brown thing smacked him right in the nose. Jaimonki, level 7. A primate variant from planet Green. Gymonkeys inhabit all forest biomes and move in packs, defending their territory with flying poop and great muscles. Their unique name comes from their habit of lifting heavy things to increase their strength. While not particularly aggressive, they are highly territorial. The poop smacked Jack's nose and fell to the ground with a plop. His brows shivered in irritation. Did they really throw poop at me? A pack of monkeys screamed at him from the branches, but these weren't any normal monkeys. They had short, off-brown fur and were bulky, way bulkier than monkeys had any right to be. It was a miracle the branches even supported them. Their saliva-filled jaws were intimidating, but nowhere near as much as their stunning pecs. These monkeys had thick biceps, low body fat, even six-packs. They looked like they could snap a human in two with one hand. It was like the system got a bunch of bodybuilders and turned them into monkeys. There were 5 of them, and they were using their humongous muscles to hurl poop at Jack. One was already reloading, its face covered in an evil grin. The analytical part of Jack's brain, the one dedicated to biology, wondered just how these monkeys had managed to evolve like this. What kind of ecosystem could push them towards strength? Maybe predators that were fast but weak. Was it a mating thing? And did the conscious act of exercising hint at intelligence, or was it just completely ingrained into their DNA? Every other part of his brain was just pissed that they threw poop at him. However, Jack's annoyance quickly turned to fear when their levels registered. His surprise and disbelief evaporated. These were 5 level 7 creatures. He could not handle them. At that moment when he stood frozen, a deep roar came from further inside the monkey territory, making Jack blanch. He knew about monkeys. They have a gorilla. He wasn't going to sit around and wait for the monkey daddy to arrive. He entered flight mode, and his entire body erupted with power as he ran for his life. He turned around, and his bare feet thundered on dirt and roots even as a rain of poop whistled around him. A few even hit his back, some more recent and wetter than others. Jack didn't know whether to curse or scream in fear. This is unfair, system. He ran with all he had, and the monkeys chased him for a while, content to pelt him with their poop from a distance. They were strong, but luckily they were also slow. Jack could outrun them. Coming this deep had taken him an hour before, but it took less than 3 minutes for him to fly out of their area, still zigzagging amidst flying poop. They didn't harm him, but they were annoying, and the force of the impact was enough to make him trip a couple of times. The poop stopped coming, but Jack kept running for another minute before he dared look around. Then he stopped. The monkeys were watching him from the far-off trees, threat in their eyes and fresh poop in their hands. He was not welcome there. Jack also glared at them. He had been pooped, the dishonor, the humiliation. I will remember this, monkeys, he said through gritted teeth before finally turning around. He couldn't defeat them, no, but soon he might, and then he'd get revenge. He'd make them eat their damn poop. Ridiculous, goblins and magic bears, and then poop-hurling monkeys. He fumed on his way back. It took you this long to show your true face, system. Fuck you. You will not make a joke of my death. He spent the entire trip hurling insults mental poop at the system before finally calming down enough to think. He'd been so high-strung lately that seeing something even remotely funny had completely riled him up. In the end, he realized he was lucky. Maybe the monkeys were annoying, but they hadn't tried to harm him, only kicked him out. That was a good thing and, at the same time, a bad one. He couldn't afford good monsters. They had to be evil like the goblins to justify killing them and turning them into level material. Those Gymonkeys, what an awful name, didn't want to harm him, just to be left alone. They were animals, not monsters. Had the system lied? Weren't all monsters evil? Or had he only assumed that? Jack didn't enjoy that train of thought. Whatever, he concluded. For now, I'll keep fighting the goblins. I can't handle the monkeys or bears anyway. When the time comes, I'll revisit the issue. He used to hate how manipulative the system was for engineering the goblins and making them such easy-to-kill creatures. They were weak, ugly, clearly evil, and exceedingly hostile with perfect humanoid enemies for someone unused to violence. Now, he understood their utility. If the system wanted him and all humans to dive headfirst into a world of violence, goblins were indeed a good solution. He was thankful for that because, if he had to kill a more peaceful species while dealing with this change, he might have been in such harrowing confusion that he'd end up dead. He still hated the system with a passion, but he acknowledged that it was good at its job. What's the end goal, though, he wondered, walking through shrubberies and undergrowth? Are they training us to fight a war? Are they broadcasting our struggles as a TV show? Is this simply a form of torture? Since the system can clearly enhance us, why demand we level up instead of simply augmenting us to the point of superheroes? These were difficult questions, and unfortunately, he didn't have the information to answer them. Maybe the goblin shaman will know more. If possible, I will capture it, he resolved grimly. He hadn't captured any goblin yet or even exchanged words with them, fearing that it would make him soft. He had acclimated to this new world and its law of the jungle by now, but he didn't want to give himself the opportunity to regress. The forest around him suddenly became familiar. He had reached his area, his territory, and that meant he was ready. He had scouted out all monster groups and could determine a plan of action. Kill the goblins, kill the bears, kill the monkeys. Dodge the dungeon boss for as long as possible. It was simple and clean. The bears came before the monkeys because they were solitary, according to his earthen knowledge. Even if they were strong, he could ambush them and hopefully deliver a blow strong enough to take them out immediately. He could start from the weakest bears and slay them one by one. The monkeys wouldn't be as easy. When if he did attack them, he would need to be a one-man army. He exclaimed, suddenly realizing the pattern. The goblins are many but weak. The bears are strong but few and solitary, and the monkeys are something in between. It was only a hypothesis, but it checked out, and even if it wasn't done on purpose by the system, it still held. Now Jack was ready to continue his war against the goblins, and he would do so by killing his first hobgoblin. He cracked his knuckles as he slid into the shadows. He was the hunter, and he was coming. The goblins rested in a clearing. There were 5 of them, including the hobgoblin, and they were arrayed in a loose circle so that all angles were covered. The corpses of a boar family rested between them, while only one goblin was lightly injured. The hobgoblin was clearly much more skilled in warfare than its lesser brethren. The scene Jack currently saw was a far cry from the distracted, disorganized, inefficient hunting squads he'd fought before. That made things difficult. Half his success was based on goblin stupidity, and that weakness was now covered. It only enhanced his decision to start with the hobgoblin, which was level 6. He'd met another squad, but ignored it as their hobgoblin was at level 7. The hobgoblin had to fall first, or it might rally the other goblins into an organized attack, which would end up badly for Jack. Moreover, there was no visible tell about its strengths and weaknesses if it was fast. As goblins tended to be, he couldn't escape unless he killed it. As he watched them from a distant bush, resting before they returned to the tribe, he focused on the hobgoblin. It was a male of average stature, like a short human, with long dark hair done in a ponytail. Its body was slightly taut, and its eyes took in everything calmly, seemingly emptily, but Jack had no doubt the hobgoblin was on guard. He only dared inspect it from the side. Moreover, it had a weapon, a short sword, and that was really bad news because Jack had no idea how to deal with a short sword. His basic fistfighting skill didn't cover that. At least it was unarmored. I must kill it before it draws its weapon, he concluded. He didn't move. The goblins were in a solid formation, so he had no way to ambush them. However, he knew which forest path led to their tribe, and he lay in wait on a branch they would have to pass under. The leaves hid him well, so even if the hobgoblin looked up, it was unlikely he would be spotted. Time went by. Soon he heard some far-off cries the goblins were ready to return. He couldn't see them now, as any glance risked his stealth. He could only watch under his branch and wait for the hobgoblin. The sound of footsteps and hushed yapping drew closer. Jack's body was almost shivering from the tension, but he kept it in check. His eyes sharpened. His breath grew deeper. His fists were clenched and ready to draw blood. As his tension reached its climax, a green form passed below him. He almost lashed out on instinct, but barely held himself back. One goblin walked past, carrying a little boar in each arm, followed by another. The hobgoblin was third in line, so it couldn't be easily attacked. It was a smart plan. Unfortunately, it hadn't accounted for Jack's tree-climbing genius. The moment Jack saw the hobgoblin, he rolled around the branch and fell on its head. At the same time, hearing something, it looked up and only saw a fist. Jack channeled his entire falling momentum and fist-fighting skill into the single punch. He turned his body and ignored the landing. His punch smashed right into the hobgoblin's raised face like a meteor from the sky, with enough force to almost break Jack's hand and completely break the hobgoblin's face. The sound was sickening, and its neck released a crack but barely held. Jack fell to the ground and rolled amidst the goblins, which were too slow to react. The hobgoblin, blinded by pain and shock, similarly didn't react in time. He got up at once and nailed a punch into its sternum, then another into its falling throat. The hobgoblin was already stumbling, but it possessed admirable tenacity. Despite taking the hits head-on, it still stood. Jack grimaced. The weakness of fistfighting was that it couldn't easily deliver critical strikes, or at least he didn't know how. The hobgoblin's hand was already grasping for its short sword, so Jack had no choice. He pounced and fell on it like an animal, pelting it with bone-cracking punches. It screamed. The other goblins came to their senses. Seeing their strong leader helpless and injured, their first reaction was to shout, "The hunter," and run away. That saved Jack's life. He kneeled on the hobgoblin's body and punched away with every fiber of his beings. Each hit was strong enough to reverberate through its bones, and his knuckles were bleeding even through the fabric strips, but the goblin's body was hard. Level 6 wasn't a joke. Deep in its pain, it reacted instinctively. It kicked out and punched at Jack, slamming him with the full power of an evolved goblin, and his eyes swam for a second. That was enough. The hobgoblin drove a fist into his ribs and rolled with it, escaping under Jack's legs and turning to face him. Its face was a mask of blood, but it somehow remained conscious. One hand grabbed its short sword handle. The other reached for its eyes to wipe them. Jack wasn't an idiot to let it. Ignoring his burning ribs, he fell on the hobgoblin again, not letting it wield the short sword properly. By now, he knew he was in deep shit. This fucker had prodigious defense, and the other goblins would catch on eventually. If he couldn't finish this off quickly, he might be finished himself. Jack fell on the hobgoblin with all the force of a desperate, cornered man. The short sword handle dug into his belly and he released all air, but he'd escaped the blade. The two rolled on the ground, each struggling to come out on top, and Jack held its wrist firmly. He could feel that the hobgoblin was struggling to even stay conscious. It just needed a little push to go over the edge. As they rolled, that push came in the form of its ponytail. Jack stepped on it with a knee and the hobgoblin's head jolted sideways, letting Jack have the upper hand. He positioned himself, then drove a devastating jab into the back of its neck while still holding the ponytail down. The hobgoblin's neck finally snapped with a sickening crunch, and its lifeless body fell to the ground. Jack didn't stay to watch. He turned to find the goblins, some of which were about to group up against him. When they saw him kill their leader, they froze, then scattered and ran for their lives. Level up, you have reached level 6. Through the pain, Jack's eyes remained sharp. He'd known some would escape. His goal was to kill the hobgoblin and as many others as he could, so what if they ran? Any goblin he let go now would become another grunt to face in the future. Mercy at the enemy was cruelty at oneself. Jack wouldn't make that mistake. He put both points in physical in the blink of an eye. He pounced, landing one punch at the back of a low-level goblin's head and killing it instantly before turning to another, and then he froze. Completely. There was no goblin there. What met his gaze was a dark-furred wolf larger than any he'd seen before. Its snout was only 3 feet away from him, chewing on a just-slain goblin. Its teeth crumbled the body like paper. The wolf seemed completely calm. Jack met its eyes and felt true despair. This wasn't the panic of an ambush going awry. This was the hopelessness of a predator he could never, ever escape. If this wolf wanted him dead, he was dead, simple as that. Black Wolf, level 49 elite dungeon boss. Black wolves are mostly solitary creatures. They are also territorial, proud, aggressive, and infamous for being a scourge at the peak of F rank. If a black wolf is spotted, experienced hunter squads should be dispatched quickly or all big game of the surrounding area will disappear. Jack stood completely still, quickly averting his eyes to not be seen as a challenger. The black wolf chomped down hard 3 times, then swallowed, and the goblin was gone. It then turned to survey Jack. His mind raced. His newfound confidence disappeared, replaced with fear. It wasn't just the level, he could feel the difference between him and the wolf. He was helpless, hopeless, thoroughly and utterly fucked. Left without options, Jack fell to the ground and bowed to the wolf. It was all he could do. The system description said the wolf was proud. Perhaps if he showed subservience, it would spare him. The goblin beside him, not the dead one, followed suit in a moment of genius. It fell to the ground next to Jack, its butt quivering. The other goblin, the more distant one, chose to run. Jack didn't even see how the wolf moved. A blur crossed his eyes as fast as a blink, and the wolf was no longer there. It was now chomping on the goblin that had tried to run. It screamed once, then the wolf's jaws closed around its head, killing it without any resistance whatsoever. For the goblin beside Jack, that was the straw to break the camel's back. Its entire lifetime of smartness spent on its previous decision, it now stood and ran like the stupid shit it was. Jack held his breath and lowered his head even further. However, unexpectedly, the sound of the goblin's footsteps didn't stop. He could still hear them, tapping against the ground and slowly getting further and further away. He dared raise his eyes, and the wolf was still devouring the previous goblin. Then, without turning around, it simply walked away. We are insects to it. Jack realized, and though this thought should have been terrifying, it lit a howling bonfire inside him. The wolf didn't know this, but it was Jack's designated enemy. He had to kill it to escape. There was a target on its back, and though Jack was currently too weak to even stand in its presence, that would change eventually. Then, it wouldn't ignore him. As the wolf walked away, Jack didn't dare move just yet. It was only after the sound of its unsuitably light footsteps had disappeared that he raised his head, gazing in the distance. He had survived, and where there's life there is hope. He quickly brought his thoughts in order. A goblin had escaped, but that wasn't too important. He'd expected it anyway. The tribe would know of him, but he would handle whatever they threw at him. In Jack's mind, the goblins were only stepping stones to reach that wolf. Level 49. He shuddered. The highest level he'd seen so far was the Earth Bear at level 15, but the wolf was so much higher than that. It didn't make sense. How would he get that high? With the goblin weed bush. Are you trying to kill me, system? He chuckled. Of course it was, and that was okay. The odds might have been against him, but so what? Jack would find a way or gather food, block the entrance to his cave, and hide in there until more people came from outside the dungeon. It would happen, eventually. He couldn't be the strongest person on Earth. For now, his hope was that the system would form a level ladder for him to follow. The goblins could maybe take his level to the 10s, then maybe the bears and monkeys would be hiding a soft incline of levels deeper in their territory. Maybe there were a bunch of gorillas at level 30, how would he know? If yes, he could take things slow, or at least slower than jumping from level 15 to 45. Jack refocused. The wolf's seemingly unreachable level hadn't just terrified him, but also fueled his resolve to go higher. Night was falling. He would sleep and come morning, he would keep hunting goblins. They had to eat, so they would send out squads, and now that he knew what hobgoblins were capable of, he could craft a better plan against them. It would all work out. His fingers tightened around the hobgoblin's short sword, a halfway decent shiv, and stuck it under his belt. He wouldn't use it as a weapon, had no idea how to wield it, and his fists were effective enough, but it could help with skinning the rabbits or other practical tasks. Plus, he had to admit that, after using his fists to fight for so long, using a weapon now would feel hollow, muted, distancing himself from the thrill of the fight. What the fuck is wrong with me? He wondered, but he didn't stop grinning. Is the constant fighting turning me insane? Is my brain adapting to cope, or am I simply unearthing what was always there? Why do I feel so alive? That night he dreamt of dark wolf jaws tearing him apart over and over. He didn't sleep well. Unfortunately, the goblin leader was not an idiot. When he learned about Jack, he stopped sending goblins out to be killed. The next day, only one hunting squad left the tribe, and it was made up of 3 hobgoblins. They weren't only hunting prey, but Jack too, and he scrambled to avoid them. He didn't even dare come close. The hobs were brutally efficient, constantly wary, and fiercely intelligent. Even beating one of them was difficult, let alone 3. Moreover, the 3 hobs were so good at hunting that they secured enough food for the entire tribe, what was left of it anyway. In light of those facts, Jack decided that the goblin shaman had outplayed him. He couldn't fight these goblins, and he was far from able to storm the tribe itself. That left only one option, and that was how Jack Rust found himself stalking a bear. Man, I've come a long way, he thought, shaking his head. 4 days ago, I was looking for slightly brighter caterpillars. Now I'm trying to kill a bear with my bare hands. That's life for you. What happened to that caterpillar, I wonder? Wait, I don't care. Jack's mind returned to bear hunting. His fighting style was set in stone by now. He fought with his fists like a boxer on hard drugs. He didn't have time to learn something else from scratch. However, his almost failed ambush on the hobgoblin had taught him that fists, for all their power and versatility, couldn't easily assassinate someone. Therefore, Jack now carried a big-ass stone hammer, which he planned to smash into a bear head with all his power. Fisting time would come after that. He'd channeled all his inventiveness to create that hammer. He'd found a young tree and hacked it into 2 pieces with a big, sharp rock. Then he made the lower part into the hammer's handle and the top part into twine. Another unlucky tree fell at this point, as the twine wasn't enough. He got a rock bigger than his head and used the twine to tie it to the handle. It wasn't too steady, but that was okay. He only needed it to hold for 1 strike. Then he could remake it easily. Armed with resolve and what made humans the planet's apex predators, Jack set to the hunt. The majestic beast prowled through the undergrowth. Sticks snapped under its heavy paws and branches bent where they met its head. Its fur was riddled with yellow patches that glinted in the afternoon sun, indicating their rock-like hardness. Earth Bear, Level 13. Bears are omnivorous creatures that stand at the apex of most food chains. Earth bears, in particular, are a stronger, highly territorial variant. They can use very limited earth magic, and the rocky parts of their fur can be used to craft F-grade weapons and armor. Earth bears are most commonly found in the Ursus forests of planet Ursi. Jack had spent the morning scouting the bears from a distance and managed to spot a few. Based on his observations, they ranged from level 13 to 17, though there could be stronger specimens or variants deeper in their territory. For now, he'd singled out the single weakest bear he could find, extrapolated its path through the forest, and hid in a branch it would pass under. It was a tried and tested method, which hid the risk of missing its mark. Bears didn't follow predictable paths. This was his 4th attempt at ambushing the bear. However, it remained the best plan Jack could think of, so he stubbornly clung to it. He had already invested all afternoon. He might consider retreating and trying something else if this attempt failed too, but apparently he was in luck. The bear walked below him, not looking up. Strangely, Jack had noticed that the bears were constantly wary of their surroundings, scanning left and right for danger, which made his task harder. He didn't know what they had to be afraid of, but he assumed that the wolf boss liked to hunt in this area. That would explain why he hadn't met it so far. Unfortunately for the bear, though it constantly scanned the distance, it didn't expect a predator from above. Jack fell from a high branch, swinging a stone hammer that he struggled to carry despite his 20 physical. The bear sniffed the air and looked up, a tendency that apparently most things shared when ambushed from above. The heavy stone hammer, the 12-foot fall, and Jack's entire physical strength combined to smash the bear's head so hard it broke open on the spot. Level up, you have reached level 7. Level up, you have reached level 8. Just like that, a level 13 earth bear had been slain. Jack rolled on the ground and got up ready for a fight before realizing what had happened. He stared at the headless corpse for a moment, unable to believe himself, then broke into frenzied laughter. System thought it was being funny with poop-throwing Jaimonkeys, but this was funny. For once, things were going well. His struggles were paying off. Hooray for human intelligence. He laughed out loud, scaring a pair of birds on a nearby branch. Who needs goblins? Bears are so fucking easy. Succeeding so easily on a task that seemed Herculean was surreal. Of course, it hadn't actually been easy. Jack had gathered information, prepared carefully, and spent a lot of time to set up the perfect ambush. That was the main reason he had succeeded, along with his great strength, which allowed him to use the hammer, and his agility, which let him swing accurately from such a difficult position. Moreover, if he failed in the original strike, the risk was tremendous, but he had succeeded. Water under the bridge. Now, Jack had 4 free points to allocate, and he considered the issue. Physical had been his go-to stat for a while now, and would likely continue being so, but this last battle had reminded him of humanity's greatest weapon, the one that had allowed them to rise above animals and become the rulers of the world with their intelligence. He felt pretty smart anyway, but now that he had points to spare, maybe it was time to test what mental would do. More brains never hurt anybody, and at this point, 1 or 2 points in physical hardly made a difference. He allocated 2 points in mental. The world brightened before his eyes. He looked at the floating leaves and saw patterns in their movements, Fibonacci sequences everywhere. For a moment, he felt like the god of math or maybe Albert Einstein. At the same time, his grasp over the world's workings solidified a bit. He was more aware of himself and others, could decipher and use the patterns that his heightened intelligence unearthed. In short, he felt smarter and wiser, but, while the difference was clear, it felt a bit useless right now. Jack was a smart person to begin with. His starting mental was 7. He'd also spent a lifetime studying and polishing his mind. He already had the foundation to navigate this dungeon situation and come up with plans that were close to optimal. The mental increase was welcome, of course, but it would only be useful if he returned to his lab. It was unnecessary to the current him, in the same way that extra physical would be unnecessary to a scientist. Thou much strength did it take to turn doorknobs and open jars. The only useful thing was his increased insight into himself, which helped him deal with this ongoing modern to primal transition, but mental health paled in importance when compared to not being eaten by wolves. In the end, Jack had done his experiment as he should, and concluded that he should focus on physical for now. Better a master of one than a jack of all trades. 7, though his name was Jack. He allocated the remaining 2 points in physical and inspected his status screen. Not bad at all. He had stopped looking for a normal world equivalent of himself. He was at least 4.5 times fitter than a pre-system normal person across the table. He was roughly as strong as a professional weightlifter and as fast as a professional sprinter, while also having the endurance of a professional marathon runner and the durability of, well, he wasn't sure there was an equivalent for that. A brick wall, maybe. In any case, Jack was pretty sure that, if the current him was in the pre-system world, he could steamroll any decathlon competition to ever exist. Presently, he was using his power to steamroll bears and goblins, but to each their own. The takeaway was that Jack was a total badass, and that felt damn good after 27 years of barely making ends meet in a life he didn't like much. He even seemed better. Muscles were beginning to bulge under his bare chest and arms, and he even had hints of a six-pack. Physical was great. Snapping back to the present, Jack looked at the bear corpse, then at the sky. Hunting monster bears was his new shortcut to levels. Unfortunately, it was a time-consuming hobby, and the sun was already setting. Though he was uninjured, he had to retreat and come back tomorrow, but, on the bright side, he was uninjured. With his recent level ups, it was time to get an extra stat point or 2 from the ice pond. So what if there was hellish pain? Could it be worse than death or losing the one opportunity he ever had to shine? Night came and passed. Jack managed to go 1 step further into the pond, but not more. The difficulty wasn't linear, it rose exponentially the deeper he went. The waterfall was less than 10 steps away now, but he estimated that he'd need to reach the 20s in level before getting there, maybe even more. Not that he could complain, the pond had already granted him the equivalent of 3 levels in points, and it wouldn't stop anytime soon. It was the gift that kept on giving. Jack's lucky star. Come morning, the hobgoblins were scouring their territory again, and Jack considered attacking them but didn't. He might have if they were only 2, but they were 3. The goblin shaman was clearly intelligent. It would rather go hungry for a bit than lose more of its people. It had ramped up the difficulty too much at once, and Jack's leveling speed couldn't cope for now. Fortunately, the bears weren't as smart. They probably hadn't even noticed yesterday's assassinations. Therefore, Jack, in his endless generosity, would give them more opportunities to notice. Morning found him hiding in branches and hoping for his target bear, at level 14 this time, as he hadn't found a weaker one to pass under. It didn't, and after 4 such failures, Jack got irritated. However, he kept himself in check. Arrogance could get him killed. He didn't have the strength to fight bears head-on yet, so he could only take things slow. Eventually, after 5 hours of stalking the same bear, he finally managed to pull off his ambush. Bonk. Level up. You have reached level 9. Level up. You have reached level 10. Jack smiled. He put all 4 points into physical, raising it to 27, and kept on his merry hunting. His progression was so fast these days that he'd gotten almost addicted to the dings that accompanied level ups. He carried his bloody hammer through the forest until he spotted another bear, this one at level 14 too. He then employed his signature move, hiding in branches and waiting for the unsuspecting bear to cross underneath. However, the moment it appeared under him, the bear stopped and sniffed the air. Suddenly, its head whipped up, its eyes meeting Jack, who was only starting his fall. He froze in midair. Panic took him over. He hadn't realized this, but he was looking a fucking bear in the face. What gave me away? Thought, and instantly he knew. The hammer, I never cleaned the blood, but it was too late for regrets. At this point, Jack had to go all in. He fell, swung, and gloriously missed as the bear moved its head. Its yellow eyes now glared at Jack from only a few feet away, and its entire body tensed up to attack. It growled, spitting on him and exposing large, sharp teeth. The yellow patches on its fur glowed. Jack paled. Shit. Jack stared at the bear. The bear stared at him. It growled. He jumped. Shit. Earth Bear, level 14. Bears are omnivorous creatures that stand at the apex of most food chains. Earth bears, in particular, are a stronger, highly territorial variant. They can use very limited earth magic, and the rocky parts of their fur can be used to craft F-grade weapons and armor. Earth bears are most commonly found in the Ursus forests of planet Ursi. The bear wasn't one to waste time. It lunged at Jack, swiping a large paw at him, and he only narrowly dodged the strike. The claws dug thick lines on the tree behind him. Jack caught on fire. The now familiar fight or flight instincts kicked in, taking control and giving him greater power than his body could wield. 1,000 synapses fired in his brain all at once. Fight or flight, as if in slow motion he considered the issue. One hit from the bear could incapacitate him. At the same time, it wasn't particularly agile. He could dodge everything. Maybe he could make it. The bear swiped again. Jack ducked under the blow, letting his stone hammer fall as he clenched his fists. His fist-fighting skill kicked in, further heightening his fighting awareness. As he dodged the claw, he rotated his body and shot a hard hook into the bear's belly, throwing all his weight behind it. His fist met rock-hard fur. The impact was so strong that, despite his augmented body, his knuckle bled and almost cracked. Bear, on the other hand, only bent its body a beat. A yellow glow had appeared on the point of impact and absorbed most of the damage. Jack remembered its description. Limited earth magic. Fuck. He jumped back, narrowly avoiding a set of sharp jaws, and turned around even in midair. He was faster than the bear, but the damage he dealt was minimal. It would catch him eventually. He couldn't afford this fight. Flee. His decision made, Jack felt his entire body lighten as his legs hummed with power. They smashed into the forest floor, throwing dirt and stones all around, shooting him forth at tremendous speed. A patch of bushes practically zoomed past his vision. A roar and 4 heavy thuds behind him indicated that the bear had fallen on all fours. It would chase. Of course it would. And so began Jack's first race. Humans cannot outrun bears. However, that only concerns pre-system humans. 27 physical. Jack had already outgrown that entire civilization, but had he outgrown a bear? There was only one way to find out. His bare feet smashed the ground hard enough to break it. His body was slanted forward, riding the air resistance to stay upright, and his hands frantically moved back and forth. The bear's roar was approaching. Jack accelerated. Running for your life was a unique feeling. Everything disappeared. All thoughts went silent, letting the running become your entire life. Jack was one with the air, one with the forest. He wasn't a human, but a movement, a gale crossing through bushes and over roots. His high physical made the forest terrain easy to traverse. He zoomed left and right, passing through narrow parts on purpose to slow down the bear. In a straight line, he couldn't match its speed, but this was a forest. Where he only had to duck, the bear had to plow through fallen branches and hollow logs. It wasn't only the roars that indicated its position, but also the sound of breaking wood and uprooted vegetation. Despite all that, it was still approaching. A claw fell only inches behind his back. Jack's eyes sharpened further as he went all out. He jumped over logs, swung from branches, and stepped on trees to make his turns sharper. The terrain became his ally, not an enemy. Though he'd only tried parkour once or twice before, he imagined this was how pros felt. The bear was close behind him. He spared a glance its way and saw it emerge from an exploding bunch of logs, splinters flying everywhere but unable to penetrate its fur. It was on all fours and galloped at full speed, heedless of any obstacles in its way. Only trees could slow it down, but those, too, were snapped in half occasionally. Jack gritted his teeth. He realized the speeds he was moving at were superhuman. He'd run before, of course he had, but he only had 4 physical than Beth for the system. Now he had 27. The difference was stunning. Trees and bushes snapped into his vision momentarily before disappearing. His body reacted at such speed that his conscious processes could not keep up. He was sprinting at the top of the world, and the bear slowly began to fall behind. Its roars got hollower, the sound of its crashes slightly duller. However, sprinting like this for minutes was beginning to take its toll on Jack. He was getting tired. His lungs were burning, his legs made of lead. He caught himself panting. He hadn't tried out his running abilities except when escaping the monkeys, but he was focused on them then. Now he could take in the changes in his body, and they were majestic. His surroundings were slowly changing. He began to recognize things. That crooked tree, this malformed bush, the perfectly round clearing. He had left the bear's territory and entered his own, where the hobgoblins prowled, but he had a big ass bear on his back. Stealth be damned. As he jumped over a fallen log, he saw them. 3 hobgoblins, each standing slightly apart from each other as they gazed at him with surprise that quickly turned into fear when the log behind him exploded and an enraged bear flew through, galloping wildly. Jack didn't dare lead it at them. He was only barely outrunning the beast, as it was the slightest complication would doom him. He kept running, filled with the mad desire to flee, and as he did, a wondrous feeling took over. His exhaustion disappeared, his strength grew, his senses sharpened. His feet now hammered against the ground even harder, pushing him forward so fast that the air screamed in his ears. Exhaustion turned into fuel, into ecstasy. Jack now loved running. He could go on forever, and as he thought that, he accelerated even more, surpassing his previous limit. The bear didn't. He could hear its tired panting through the growls, could hear it slow down, and he grinned. In the animal kingdom, humans weren't sprinters, they were endurance runners. Since the bear hadn't caught up yet, victory would be his. Confidence swelled inside him, enhanced by the euphoric feeling of being one with himself. He felt fast, strong, invincible, that he could take on everything the world threw at him. He controlled this entire forest. He could grab the ground and stop Earth's rotation, then spin it in reverse. He almost stopped and turned around to face the bear before catching himself. The feeling of unmatched arrogance disappeared as quickly as it had come, but the euphoric confidence remained. He kept running, savoring the feeling. At some point, he realized the thuds and growls had disappeared. The bear had given up. Jack stopped, too, taking a look at the empty forest behind him. How long had he been running alone? It didn't matter. He was still full of energy, full of vigor and strength, and though he didn't dare face the bear yet, there was another enemy in the forest. His forest. Jack turned around and ran in the opposite direction. They couldn't have gone far. The trees zoomed past him. He ducked under branches and jumped over bushes like an Olympic athlete. He wasn't going at full throttle now, just enough to stay fast, and he was being silent. He flew into a forest path, and through a patch of bushes he saw them. The hobgoblins were huddled up in a circle, discussing something, possibly himself. He turned and shot right at them like a barbaric missile. He'd struggled against one hobgoblin when he was level 5, but he had now reached level 10, plus the increased bonuses from the ice pond. He was massively stronger than before, and most importantly, he was fully warmed up. So what if they had short swords? They couldn't touch him. Jack launched himself at the hobgoblins. They turned to look, and one of them caught a punch in its face, sending it flying into a tree and cracking its bark. A trembling groan escaped the hobgoblin's lips before it stumbled, still upright but barely. Its fuzzy eyes met Jack, and it drew its sword. Jack didn't go after it. As soon as he landed the first punch, he stepped into the ground with enough force to extinguish his momentum. The dirt exploded. His entire body creaked, but he didn't mind. Before the hobgoblins could escape their surprise, he turned and elbowed a second one in the chest, cracking ribs and sending it kneeling on the ground. He then punched ahead, but the third hobgoblin managed to jump back in time and draw its sword. It adopted a stance that seemed well-trained, and despite Jack's overwhelming ambush, the hobgoblin's eyes didn't falter. The first hobgoblin, the one he'd punched in the face, stepped behind him. It still hadn't recovered from the strike. It might even have had a minor concussion, but it was ready to fight. Hobgoblins were nothing like goblins. They were disciplined, intelligent, trained warriors. They were hardened veterans. Tricks and ambushes wouldn't be enough to take them down, but Jack knew that. He wasn't counting on an ambush. He wanted to fight them head-on, test himself against their blades. He was flooded with battle lust, eager to try out his skills at the edge of danger. He banged his fists together, eyeing the 2 hobgoblins that were trying to surround him. "Come," he shouted. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded. Jack, still in their encirclement, watched them intently. Besides the 2 standing hobgoblins, the one that had been elbowed before still struggled to stand due to its broken ribcage, but Jack didn't discard it entirely. It could still throw out its short sword, trip him, or do other nasty things if he wasn't careful, but he would be. The 2 goblins rushed him at the same time, one from in front and the other from behind. Their movements were sharp, their stances solid. Jack didn't see an easy way to attack them or dodge. Despite that, they were slow. Jack's stats had already jumped beyond theirs. Training and expertise could only achieve so much in the face of absolute power. As they fell on him, blades swinging, Jack's body came alive. He turned and twisted, dodging attacks at the last moment even when they seemed unavoidable. His speed was such that their weapons couldn't follow, and their carefully devised stances weren't designed against overwhelming opponents. Hobgoblins were used to fighting other hobgoblins, not superheroes. Jack was like a dancer. His reflexes were so fast that he moved at the same time they did, and his speed was such that he dodged before they even finished their attack. 2 short swords fell from different directions, but Jack still weaved between them masterfully, passing through gaps that the naked eye could only barely catch. This wasn't just his stats, of course. His fist-fighting skill was running at full throttle, and as he dodged and weaved between attacks, he grew more and more familiar with his body at a stunning rate. Dodging like this wasn't easy. Jack was dancing on the razor's edge, and yet he kept going. When he had the opportunity to counterattack, he didn't. This feeling of harmony was beyond wondrous, and he felt that, if he stopped now, this opportunity wouldn't reappear easily. He had to grasp at straws to survive this dungeon, to dig out even the last dregs of his potential. A little danger was nothing. His movements sharpened, his thoughts accelerated. He leaned from one movement to the next, using skill to dodge instead of just speed. His body became one with his will, and he felt in complete control of his every limb and muscle. The hobgoblins didn't know he was holding back, of course, so they were still careful, not daring to attack too wildly in case he struck back. Unbeknownst to them, they were spelling the doom of their tribe. Finally, in one movement, everything came together in Jack's mind. He, his body, and his enemies became one. Ding, skill upgraded. Fist fighting, I. Through the battle haze, he grinned. Skill upgraded. Fist fighting, I. Through the battle haze, Jack grinned. Everything suddenly became so much easier. The trajectories of the short swords were clearly telegraphed before his eyes, and he could tell where the next attack would come from before the hobs even moved to enact it. Suddenly, he realized they weren't really veteran fighters, only familiar with fighting. Their stances weren't carefully refined, just decent. They had holes he could see and punch through, and he did. Through the maelstrom of attacks, a fist jumped out and fell on a hobgoblin's face like a meteor from the side. It stumbled, and in that moment, Jack turned at the other hobgoblin, dodged an attack to get into its guard, and stared it down. Its face was hideous, but in its eyes he saw fear. He was a head taller to begin with. Right now, he felt incomparably grander. The hobgoblin froze in fear as a fist shot into its gut, then the same fist slammed its falling face into an uppercut. The impact was so strong that the hobgoblin's feet left the ground, and it flew a couple of feet before it landed on its back, unmoving and very dead. This was the same hobgoblin he'd punched at the start. The amount of punishment it could take was limited. Jack then turned to face the other hobgoblin, dodged the strike that was heading at his head, grabbed it hard from the throat, and pummeled its face into mush with his other hand. A second later, the hobgoblin was dead. He then turned to the third goblin, the one that couldn't stand due to its broken ribcage. He frowned as he looked it over. Its eyes were still fearless and full of fire, but he couldn't just execute a fallen enemy. "What should I do with you?" he asked. "Kill me," the hobgoblin spat out in a rough, calloused, yet slightly high-pitched voice, "or I will kill you." Jack shook his head. "No, I think I'll." Whatever he was going to say, it disappeared. A stick snapping behind him was the only warning Jack got. He jumped aside and barely dodged the earth bear's charge, which barreled through his previous position and into the kneeling hobgoblin. It hadn't been more than 2 minutes since it stopped chasing Jack, so it was still nearby. Hearing the sounds of combat, it had come to investigate. Jack rolled upright and eyed the beast, already moving backward. "You can't catch me," he said slowly. "Just get the fuck out." The bear met his steady gaze, and this time it didn't chase. It was still exhausted from the previous run. So was Jack, actually, but the bear didn't know that. It only knew it had lost once. Jack had already retreated a couple dozen feet, more than enough to dodge any surprise attack and run away. The bear growled once, clearly dissatisfied, then turned to the hobgoblin, which lay by its feet. It tried to grin heroically. A claw easily snapped its neck. The bear threw a last glance at Jack before leaning in for its meal, and he only grimaced before turning away. Despite his skill upgrade, he still didn't feel confident against an earth bear not without an ambush. However, that was fine. Jack was now confident in his strength. He had finally graduated from prey into a hunter. He even had choices on what to hunt. The bears were doable. He'd still be in huge trouble if he failed the ambush, but he liked his chances. He had succeeded twice, after all. However, the risk of death was still there, even if not high. The only problem was that Jack was reluctant to kill too many bears. There had to be bigger, meaner variants deeper in their territory, along with a group boss, and that mystery filled him with a sense of dread he'd rather not provoke. The other option was the goblins, who also had the promising high-speed bush. They had holed up in their tribe, leaving Jack helpless before, but now he was forced to reconsider. His current power was enough to steamroll hobgoblins, of which there were only 2 left. There were dozens of regular goblins, but he could face those in his sleep by now. They could only be a problem if they had ranged weapons, large numbers, as well as. The goblin shaman, was at level 9, close to Jack, plus his powers were still a mystery. Finally, there were the monkeys, but Jack still felt somewhat apprehensive. Not only were they dangerous, with the only group he'd seen sporting the equivalent of 5 hobgoblins, but they were also monkeys, which implied a level of intelligence that could doom him if he wasn't careful. The system could have installed a monkey sage as their leader, or something equally ridiculous, and he didn't want a bunch of guerrilla bouncers scouring the forest for him. Plus, they hadn't tried to kill him. That was a major concern for Jack. In the end, the high-speed bush of the goblins won him over. All right, I'll take one more bear to level up, then try the ice pond again, and then I will destroy the goblins once and for all. Night had fallen in the Greenway Natural Reserve. The moon was hidden tonight, but the stars shone bright, lending their light to the night like fireflies stuck on ceiling glue. For the first time, Jack was out and about in the dark. He'd only used the night to cook before, but now he was using it to skulk, to prowl through the undergrowth unseen, to hunt his enemies. The goblin tribe was arrayed before him, an amalgamation of little green things, rough huts, and random squealing from said huts. There were more than 30 of Themoth huts each housing 2 goblins, indicating their original number to be around 60 or 70. Jack estimated there were around 40 left, including the goblin shaman and the 2 hobgoblins as well as any hobgoblins he'd missed the first time. It wasn't a fight he could take. The shaman was an unknown variant, the hobs needed time to neutralize, and the goblins were so many they could swarm him. Fortunately, he didn't need to fight them head-on, hence the night. Killing the leader would despawn the entire monster group, according to the system. All Jack had to do was infiltrate, reach the shaman's hut, the largest one, obviously, and slit its throat. Then goodbye goblins. Despawning them would lose him some experience, but at this point goblins just weren't worth it. They were too low level for him. Even if he manually took out the entire tribe, he'd only get 2 levels at most, and half of that would come from the leader himself. Risking himself for a smidgen of extra expo speak in game terms just wasn't worth it. He would assassinate the leader, benefit from the high-speed bush in the middle of the tribe, then go fight bears and monkeys to level up. High-speed bush F grade. Resource guarded by the goblins of the Forest of the Strong. Commonly found in the wet jungles of planet Peruvian, the leaves of this bush can enhance a person's reflexes, speed, dexterity, and agility. They can also make you high as a kite. The stat increase is a one-time bonus. According to Jack's estimate, this bush was exactly what he needed right now. The bonuses could help him consistently outrun the earth bears, at least the low-level ones, significantly decreasing the risk of his ambushes. Could also help him escape the monkeys when he decided to head that way. Plan determined, Jack inspected himself a final time before jumping into action. He'd killed an extra bear for a level up, and he'd also managed to take an extra step into the ice pond, the 7th one, almost reaching its halfway point. His physical stat had reached the nice round number of 30. He overflowed with power. He also checked out his upgraded skill. Fistfighting II grants expert knowledge of fistfighting, while fistfighting enhances the user's physical attributes, reflexes, and kinetic vision. It wasn't a large change from the previous version. Only some adjectives had changed. Fistfighting I grants basic knowledge of fistfighting, while fistfighting slightly enhances the user's physical attributes, reflexes, and kinetic vision. Still, Jack wasn't going to complain. Difference between basic and expert was massive, as he'd realized when fighting the hobgoblins. He clenched his fists, and suddenly he was filled with the confidence that comes from skill. He looked at the goblin tribe and prepared himself for the coming action. His eyes sharpened. His bare feet, given his high physical shoes, slowed him down tremendously, were tickled by the moist grass below. The night breeze swept around his bare chest, hugging it, and his nape-length hair fluttered. He smelled blood in the air. There wasn't any yet, but there would be. Jack slid into the bush and down the hill. He was quiet. His bare feet made no sound on the grass and soil, while his breath was deep and steady. He was used to high adrenaline by now. He darted from bush to bush like a rabbit, easily hiding from the sentry's sights. Though their leader had devised an excellent patrol pattern, the goblins were too dumb to understand it, and they ended up looking the wrong way. Jack snuck through the gaps, a human-shaped wolf entering the sheep pen. There were many guards tonight, but that was expected. The 3 hobgoblins hadn't returned. The goblins were undoubtedly on high alert. The tribe was situated in a large clearing system made, as Jack didn't remember it being here before he reached its edge without being noticed. Then things got tough. There was a 30-foot gap between the last bush and the first tent, a gap he couldn't easily cross. The goblins had no torches he could see in the dark, but the starlight was enough for Jack. The problem was that the lack of torches meant a lack of shadows for him to sneak through. But well, Jack was Jack. If there weren't holes in their defense, he'd make one. The moon swung overhead as time passed. The 10 goblin guards were split into groups of 2, patrolling in and around the tribe. There weren't walls or palisades, only these 10 little goblins. As a duo of goblins circled the clearing, arguing about something in low voices, 2 hands sneaked out of a bush, grabbed their mouths and pulled them in. Then silence. The other goblins didn't realize a patrol had gone missing. The gap was enough for Jack to go through. He slithered across the clearing as quickly as he could manage while remaining stealthy. He reached the first hut and dived in its base, making himself one with what little shadow it could cast. Low squeals came from inside, but he didn't pay any mind. These goblins had been at it for a while. He circled around the hut to avoid a passing patrol, then headed deeper inside. Stalking in the dark, Jack felt like a primal, nocturnal beast looking for prey. The feeling was wildly exciting, and he could feel his body adapting to the hunt. He followed the hut walls as he headed deeper. There were patrols even inside the tribe, so he had to be careful, not to mention that the entire camp was so small he could be seen by pretty much anywhere. As Jack skulked by a wall, a door opened right in front of him. As Jack skulked by a wall of the goblin tribe, a door opened right in front of him. He froze for a fraction of a second before darting behind it and holding his breath. Inwardly he cursed he didn't just have to watch out for patrols, but also random goblins that needed to pee. The door sandwiched him against the wall, and he was forced to put out a hand and gently stop it. He cursed again. In the silence of the night, and with his senses heightened from all the stalking, the door's creaks came to his ears as loud as love-making pigs. Admittedly, they were pretty loud. Goblins weren't the best of builders, even though these huts had obviously been spawned by the system. Through a crack in the door, Jack could see a naked goblin on the other side. It rubbed its eyes to send the drowsiness away, then, with a hum, it gazed at the door, which didn't make the normal banging sound as it hit the wall. Jack prepared to attack. The goblin then shrugged and went about its business. Taking 2 steps to reach the corner of its hut, it just started pissing at it. Jack's brows spasmed. He stifled a groan. Disgusting. A moment later, the goblin was done, so it went back to the door, grabbed it from Jack's gentle hands, and shut it again. Jack was left plastered on the wall, not knowing whether to feel relief or irritation that he had to hide from such beings. He settled on resolve. His feet slid across the dirt, carrying him across another gap and next to the wall of the largest hut. He looked around. Nobody had spotted him. Good. Jack put his ear against the wall, and hearing nothing, raised his head a bit. There was a window here, like most huts, and he peeked through. Before him lay a despondently empty space. There was a rough table and chair, the pinnacle of goblin furnishing, as well as a shamanic staff leaning against the wall. A large pile of stones waited behind the closed door. An alarm system that Jack would bypass, while the fur of some unknown animal served as bedding on the ground and processed, of course. On the beddings, covered with another fur, lay the sleeping form of a goblin. Jack grinned. He stuck his head a bit deeper inside, inspecting all corners where a guard might lay in wait, then looked around and raised himself through the window. Now inside the goblin master hut, he looked around. He wasn't an idiot. Something was fishy here. This was too easy. Yet there was nothing besides the alarm stones by the door. He even wondered if this was another goblin serving as bait, but the shamanic staff was here, a crooked piece of wood, adorned with colorful feathers and animalistic token sand. The sleeping goblin wore the same face paint as the last time he'd seen it. Either the goblin shaman was incredibly smart, or it wasn't. Given its goblin nature, Jack was inclined to believe the latter. He paced to the sleeping goblin and snapped its neck. Then he waited. Nothing happened. No notifications, no warning bells, no fuss. Jack frowned. He looked outside the window and saw a goblin patrol at the edge of the clearing. He looked back at the dead goblin. He frowned deeper. Well, shit, and then came the warning bells. Shouts rose from the edge of the tribe, rousing all goblins within earshot, that is, every single goblin. Fuck, Jack cursed out loud this time. He didn't know how they'd discovered him, but they clearly had. He had to fight or run. And worst of all, he'd just been outsmarted by a goblin. That left a sour taste in his mouth. Thankfully, he was determined to kill said goblin, and killing washed all sour tastes away. As the tribe burst into activity, Jack jumped outside the window and landed on an unfortunate goblin passerby. He turned its head into mush before looking around, only to find at least a dozen pairs of eyes on him. Both hobgoblins stared him down, surrounding a goblin thinner than most, with creepy painted lines on its body and sparks dancing on its fingers. Kekek, it chuckled. Stupid intruder. We will eat your fingers one by one as punishment, and I'll wear your hair as mine. Oh yeah, give it a shot, little man. Jack wasn't going to play around. As 40 goblins screamed and pounced at him, he clenched his fists. His body caught on fire. His eyes sharpened and his breath deepened. He became a fighter, an expert fist fighter. It was time to crack some skulls. Jack roared. Screams came from all sides as goblins fell on him. They swarmed him, coming from the front and back, the left and right. Jack became a force of nature, a storm made of fists. One punch took a goblin's head clean off. Another landed on a chest and broke it apart, while a third uppercutted a goblin hard enough to send it flying. His hands turned into blurs as he punched in all directions simultaneously, but there was a limit to his power. A swarm could not be stopped by single target attacks. Though some goblins died, many more managed to land on him. They were fearless, ignoring the death of their comrades to attack him frenziedly, and they succeeded in harming him. Claws ripped into his skin, teeth tried to dig his eyes out. Jack grabbed goblins and tossed them off his body like cats, but they were too many. No matter how many he killed, more arrived to take their place. The wounds were shallow, his body was extremely durable by now, and his critical places were well protected, but the sheer weight and violence of the goblins dragged him down. Something had to be done or he would fall. Through the bodies that covered him, Jack could see the 2 pale forms of the hobgoblins approaching. Their swords glinted in the moonlight, and their yellow eyes shone like embers. His every instinct kicked in at once, inciting the familiar state of all-encompassing resolve. His muscles pulsed and groaned as they pulled beyond their limit, and his primal urges took to the forefront. Gone was the man, leaving only the warrior. Cold heart and burning body. It was intoxicating. Jack roared again. He dug his heels into the ground, stuck to the wall behind him, and spun around himself, smashing all goblins into the wood. The large hut creaked. The goblin's claws drew bloody lines on his skin as they were torn away. He succeeded. He was free, if for a moment. Jack didn't waste any time pummeling them. Already, goblins watched him from the nearby rooftops, and they jumped on him like little green suicidal bombers. But when they landed, Jack wasn't there. His soul smashed into the ground, raising hell under a dark sky as he darted through the village at speeds the goblins couldn't follow. He danced between walls and huts. He jumped on roofs, broke through them, and jumped back down. Goblins flew around him, some attacking him and some tossed away by brutal punches. Jack was a hurricane that tore the goblin tribe apart, huts, bodies, and everything, and only the rock that made up the hut's foundations could stand his fury. The goblins shrieked as they lost him, and they only saw a blur before getting punched to oblivion. Jack was a moving storm, and the tribe could not take him, but the shaman could. His body suddenly slowed down. Red ethereal snakes wrapped around his limbs, dragging him down, impervious to his touch. They were like ghosts. At the same time, frigid cold assaulted his soul. Fear and despair threatened to overtake him, and his heart was shackled, trapped in cold iron. Jack lost his footing and fell from the rooftops, landing on the soil a few feet below. A hobgoblin was there. A short sword stabbed unerringly at his throat while his eyes were cloudy. The short sword missed its mark, and a punch landed on the hobgoblin's sternum so hard that it spat out blood and flew back amidst the sound of breaking bones. Jack was there, squatting and panting, his eyes redder than the snakes binding him. The chill to his soul had been tremendous, but Jack had withstood the ice pond. How could a mere goblin shaman stop him? The goblins reached him as he was struggling. The little fuckers still didn't care for their lives, and they fell on him in waves. Jack was a menace. He grabbed one by the head and crashed it into another. He punched a goblin so hard that 3 flew back, like pins in a bowling court. He ducked under a goblin's assault, grabbed it by the leg, and used it as a weapon to send more of them flying. Yet they were many, and he could not face them all. He was bleeding from 100 little wounds, and the losses were beginning to accumulate. He had to do something. His gaze cut through the swarm of goblins, through the remaining hobgoblin, and into the eyes of the goblin shaman. It grinned as it met his stare, and Jack grinned back. He flew backward. Some goblins missed him and fell to the ground, only to be stomped by their companions as they chased him. Jack ran around the village, letting the mindless goblins gnaw at his heels as he slowly changed directions. The red snakes still bound him, but his soul could handle them for now. A moment later, he emerged at the center of the tribe, where the huts formed a small opening and where the goblin shaman waited. A hobgoblin stepped in Jack's path, shrouded in pure resolve. Its entire body shone black as phantasmal lines covered it, and for a moment Jack thought he saw a ghost. He didn't care. He fell onto the hobgoblin without slowing down in the slightest. It backpedaled to keep him within range, its short sword weaving clean lines through the air. Jack struggled to dodge with the red snakes around his limbs. Moving was difficult, but he was still faster and better than a mere hobgoblin. His face morphed into a mask of utter focus. His fists dove through the gaps, smashing into the hobgoblin. The short sword cut him deep, but he didn't stop because, if he did, the goblin swarm would catch up. One punch broke the hobgoblin's jaw, another cracked its ribs, a third tossed the short sword away. Jack caught a swing with his shoulder, letting the sword carve his outer arm as he punched the hobgoblin right in the face, sending it flying back and barely missing the shaman, who only cackled devilishly in his face. "Foolish human," it shrieked. "You're almost dead." Jack barely heard it. Not only was he bleeding profusely, the hobgoblin had also scraped the surface of his arm so deeply that the bone showed. He was in terrible pain, surrounded and with an army at his heels. Moreover, the red snake still tried to infiltrate his soul, and the more exhausted he got, the weaker his resistance. He no longer had the strength to escape the tribe. All he could do now was kill the shaman. Everything else disappeared. Only that hateful little creature was left with its evil laughter and gloating eyes. It was within range. Jack pounced. His punches dug into the goblin's body and tore it apart, destroying it so hard it turned into smoke. Jack roared in triumph, but goblins didn't turn into smoke. Kekek, silly human. He turned around and the shaman was there on the large hut's rooftop. This time it held its staff too. Jack was sure this was the real body, but through his pain and haze, he looked deeper. As soon as he did, the goblin shaman turned transparent, and a new body appeared, watching him from behind a flood of goblins that poured right at Jack. He stared at it. "Not so silly," the shaman gloated, "but tasty anyway. I will eat your brain." "Kekek," Jack grunted. The sound he made was barely human, more like a bull's, and so he acted. Bringing both arms before his face, he ducked deep and ran at the horde, aiming to blast right through it. The shaman laughed. "You're crazy," and maybe he was, but it worked. Faced with Jack's unstoppable charge and their own momentum, the goblin army was broken like bowling pins. Some flew away, others were stomped, and yet more were simply pushed aside as Jack plowed through. Some goblins grabbed onto him, trying to carve his skin even further, but he didn't care. He was relentless. Only one thought remained in his mind: the goblin shaman had to die. Fool, it shouted. Its staff, which had somehow appeared in its hands, shone red, and a wall of flames rose from nothing to block Jack's path. It was like facing an open oven, a wildfire in the middle of the forest. Whether he turned left or right, more goblins awaited to tear him apart. Jack didn't turn left or right. He didn't break pace either. He just kept running. He dove into the flames. The goblins on him screamed as they were scorched, and Jack screamed too. These weren't normal flames. Every spark was like molten iron on his skin, every ember striving to burn through his bones. Even the red snakes were extinguished. But Jack was strong too. He screamed through the pain and kept running, channeling the resolve he'd built in the ice pond. It was only a second, but it felt like eternity. However, everything was worth it when he burst out of the flames and met the goblin's shocked, fearful gaze. He stood before it, bleeding, injured, burned, but triumphant. "What?" it muttered, stepping back. "That's impossible. Nothing is impossible." Jack reared his right fist, gathering as much strength as he could. The goblin waved its staff, trying to cast something, but it was far too late. His fist dug deep into its face, smashing the goblin against the ground so hard it bounced off higher than his head. It was dead before it even landed. At the same time, a wave of euphoria flooded Jack. He had won. The flames disappeared, but behind them, the remaining goblins jumped at him once again. His eyes snapped back to reality. "What? But I." "Level up, you have reached level 12. Level up, you have reached level 13. Level up, you have reached level 14. Level up, you have reached level 15. Goblin boss defeated. Would you like to despawn the group? YN. Yes, fucking yes." The blue screens disappeared, revealing a claw heading right for his face. Jack closed his eyes, and the claw never arrived. When he opened his eyes again, the goblins had disappeared, soundlessly dissolving into thin air. Despite his pain, he looked around incredulously. Not the slightest hint of their presence was left. Their weapons, their bodies, their clothes, even their huts were gone. Jack was left alone and bleeding in an empty forest clearing where only the high-speed bush remained. He quickly invested all 8 stat points from the level-ups into physical, and he felt his skin squirm as mortal wounds shut themselves. The bleeding slowed down, then stopped. He still felt dizzy and weak, but at least he was alive and would continue being so. Those 4 levels had saved his life. For once, the system had been kind to him. Jack fell to his knees. His strength left him. So did the battle haze, and the pain of all his wounds shone through, but it was welcome. It only showed he was still alive. He had won, and at the end of it all, a new blue screen shone before his eyes. Level 15 reached. Congratulations, class system unlocked. Please choose your class. After the goblin tribe was defeated, Jack lay on the grass, struggling to take in his rewards. He couldn't sleep here. He needed to move. He'd gotten 4 levels at once. This was a massive bonus, and it indicated that there was something else at play besides the experience from individual monsters. Maybe the monster group counted as a big monster itself. He'd also gotten the high-speed bush, the resource guarded by the goblin tribe. Finally, the system had informed him that he could now choose a class, and, knowing video games, this should be a bonus even greater than the 4 levels. Jack lay on the grass for a while, letting his tension die down before he stood. Pivoting around himself, he made way for the high-speed bush. From up close, this bush looked pretty natural. It was a short, wide one, with a multitude of branches extending from a barely visible trunk in its center. The leaves were laid on thick, and they were long, thin, and seemingly soft. When he reached out to touch one, it bent easily under his fingers and graced them with a thin, slippery coating. This coating was the bush's excrement, which apparently made the goblins high. Jack looked at his finger for a moment, then licked it. It didn't taste like much. It was similar to thin oil. He waited for a moment, but nothing happened. This quantity obviously wasn't enough for someone of his sizing stats. Sighing in resignation, Jack plucked a few leaves off the bush and licked them one by one. It was a weird thing to do, but he couldn't just sit around. His battle against the tribe hadn't been discreet, and there was no telling what manner of creature was already galloping this way. Just as Jack considered that maybe he had misunderstood something, a blue screen appeared with a ding. High-speed bush bonus acquired. He frowned. Well, what is it? He opened his status screen but saw no changes besides those he already knew. His physical was still climbing to the heavens, but these were just the points from the 4 level-ups. Where did the bush's bonus go? He considered it, still chewing on a leaf. Maybe the bonus was too small to count as a full point, like 0.4 physical or something. But that's so little it can't be right. All this for a quarter of a level's worth. The ice pond has given me 7 points already, and it can provide at least double overall. I know it's E grade, while the bush is F grade, but I refuse to believe the difference is that large. Maybe it compounds as I consume more leaves. I'm not the slightest bit high yet. He licked a couple more leaves, then sucked on a few more. No more status screens came, but he didn't mind that much. Points were just numbers. He had a fist, and the fist was always stronger than math. The professor might disagree, but if so, she should go fight a goblin tribe. Jack giggled at the thought of the elderly lady lecturing the goblins. Right, it's okay, my bushy friend. You can keep your extra points. Maybe you need them more than I do. I mean, licking any more leaves would be inappropriate, right? Giggling again, Jack decided to explore his class choices. He'd planned to retreat and do this at the cave, but why? If there was a reason, he couldn't remember it, so it didn't matter. Level 15 reached. Congratulations, class system unlocked. Please choose your class. Jack took in the wall of text and giggled. He liked reading. He squinted as he approached the screens, his nose almost touching them, and he tried to make out the letters. He struggled to focus for some reason, but it didn't matter. Why hurry? Goblin fighter. Goblins are genetically engineered life forms that make for great first enemies. They are usually slain by the native species during a planet's integration, but when they aren't, they proliferate rapidly. If left unattended, goblins can span planet-wide empires, with peak specimens even reaching the D-grade in power. Goblin fighters rove the cosmos while destroying goblin infestations, as well as any of the many variants. They are perfectly equipped to locate, investigate, and exterminate them, and they are rewarded handsomely for their services. Goblin fighter sounded cool. But also dumb. He didn't want to spend his life hunting stupid, annoying goblins. Survivor elite, survivors specialize in withstanding extreme environments. They usually act by themselves, exploring desolate planets, infiltrating monster-infested biomes, and expertly treading the razor-sharp edge between life and death. Survivors don't always succeed in their endeavors, but they almost always escape with their lives. Adapting is their second nature. Where there is life, there is opportunity. Elite, that was a new word. Well, not quite, but it was new for the system. In video games, elite meant strong. The system was like a video game. 1 + 1 = 2. The first paragraph excited Jack tremendously. He almost chose it on the spot before reading the next one, too. He scowled. I don't want to be a turtle. I want to fight. He remembered the burning of his body as steel flooded his veins, the razor-sharp awareness that came with life or death battles, the sweet release of violence when he was at the good end of it, the feeling of being completely one with himself in his element, vibing. He giggled. Just thinking about it had gotten him fired up again. Escaping from the bear had been fun too, but not as fun as punching the shit out of things. Then again, Jack didn't want to die either. His entire reason for trying so hard was to survive, and taking things one step further. Did he want to become a punching monster? Or was he, at heart, a survivor? Maybe most survivors were weak and failed often, but he could be strong. Pugilist elite. Pugilists are one of the few F-grade combat classes ranked as elite. This adjustment was made to reflect their tiny proportion compared to other classes, as well as the difficulty of reaching level 15 as an unarmed, non-magical combatant. Pugilists are devastating in close combat, an advantage counterweighed by their lacking survivability. Their battles are simple, straightforward, and barbaric. When a pugilist enters the fray, there are no half measures. It is victory or death. Fist means power. This was exciting. The pugilist's description seemed underwhelming compared to the others, but Jack's blood boiled as he read it. He needed no fanfare, no flowery words. Simple meant strong. The straightforwardness drew him in, the hidden resolve behind these seemingly simple words. Fist means power. He savored the phrase. He liked it. A corner of his mind whispered that the pugilist seemed suicidal, and Jack's main drive was survival. Punching was fun, but it wasn't the main goal. Everything else in his mind resisted that thought. Punching was the goal. In a moment of clarity, he realized that survival had been the starting point and a handy excuse, but at the core of his being, he just loved to fight. Jack Rust willed himself into a pugilist. Congratulations, you are now a pugilist elite. Yay, physical subcategories unlocked, strength, dexterity, constitution. Stats distributed. Class skill unlocked, drill eye. More class skills will be unlocked at regular level intervals. Drill eye passive skill. Your punches now carry a hint of drilling power, letting them penetrate hard defenses. Woo, new stats, new skills, armored magic bears, here I come. If the system still followed video games, strength represented his muscle mass, dexterity his fine control over said muscle mass, and constitution his ability to withstand damage. However, just as Jack willed the blue screens away, his world changed. He was no longer in a forest. He wasn't on Earth either. An endless expanse stretched before him, a desert of tremendous proportions. Purple sand reached the horizon, and the sun burned so hot that he questioned how he wasn't on fire yet. Looking down, Jack knew the answer. He had no body. A loud growl drew his attention, a sound loud enough to burst his eardrums if he still had any. His gaze met a colossal serpent, a form resembling a bipedal, spiked crocodile. His eyes widened. Godzilla, lizard titan level, C-grade. C-grade, Jack paled further. He couldn't even see its level, but C-grade now felt so far beyond him. Just how wide were the gulfs between grades? The massive beast was tall like a mountain. However, why was it growling? Jack squinted, and there before its feet stood a human. He was Tinanormal-sized but tiny compared to the beast. Jack quickly scanned him as well. Human Earth 4 level, C grade. Faction Exploding Sun. Title 8th Ring Conqueror. Exploding Sun, 8th Ring Conqueror. Jack didn't understand anything. This man was bald with plain features, donned elegant yellow clothes, and wore a red cape. However, his simple face seemed chiseled in stone as he looked up. Facing the full brunt of the beast's fury, he only clenched his fist. He opened his mouth and his words fell on Jack's ears like thunder. Fist means power. He jumped up hundreds of feet into the air. Sand and rock crumbled below his feet, and from the distance, Jack could only stare. The man reached the height of the beast's chest and punched out. It was just a simple punch. Yet the moment his arm completed its motion, a storm of violence erupted. The sky shook and the earth rumbled from the momentum of this one punch, and as it met the beast's colossal, scaly chest, both exploded. One punch drilled through the beast, mincing scales, flesh, and bones alike. It wasn't merely a fist, but an irresistible force of nature. This is a real punch. The scene replayed itself in Jack's mind, 10 times, 100 times. He saw this ideal punch stab through the air and drill into the beast's body, saw how everything worked. It wasn't just a punch, there was something more, something so much more. At some indeterminate point, it clicked. Jack had a sudden realization. Understanding dawned on him, and the next moment it receded, as if he wasn't able to utilize it yet. It retreated into the depths of his mind and locked itself there, waiting, slumbering, the essence of what a fist was and what it could be. An insight greater than anything he'd ever comprehended before, an understanding so gigantic and world-breaking it should have been impossible. He couldn't fathom it yet, but when he could, it would already be inside him, shining like a beacon. When he exited his own mind and returned to the purple desert, time seemed frozen still. A large hole had been punched clean through the beast's chest, wide enough to fit a house, perfectly round and completely empty. As the large body began to collapse, the man looked at his fist and shook his head. Still not enough, he muttered. The vision disappeared. Jack was back in the forest, but all vestiges of highness had evaporated from his system. He was covered in cold sweat, shivering, and his eyes were wide as saucers. What the fuck was that, he whispered. C-grade, holy hell, those guys are gods. It was nothing like the movies. He'd felt the man's power in his soul, comprehended the seeming invincibility of the giant beast. Seeing superheroes on screen was completely different than experiencing their power firsthand. Jack sat on his butt, then looked at his own fist. He managed to clench it. Is thought a pugilist? He wondered aloud. The shock in his voice turned to awe. Such power, if I can have it too, how amazing would that be? His feelings wavered. He was overtaken by childish excitement and equally childish fear. He had no doubt that the vision he'd seen was real. Those things existed. The monsters in the dark were part of his world now, and he had the strength to fight them. No, he didn't have it yet, but he could earn it. The class hadn't given him extra muscles, but something so much better. Now shivering from excitement, Jack regained his bearings. He stared at the bush accusingly. I must be careful even with 38 physical. I still lost my mind a bit. Oh right, my physical was broken into strength, dexterity, and constitution. I wonder how much I have. He opened his status screen and immediately gasped. What, that high? This is impossible. What? This is impossible. There were so many high numbers. When his physical broke into 3 substats, he expected his 38 points to be divided, not tripled. What does this mean? Did I become 3 times stronger? And this dexterity? He didn't feel 3 times stronger than before. A bit, sure, but not to such a degree. What does this mean? Thankfully, Jack was a scientist, almost had a PhD too. Maybe a point in physical always meant a point in each of the stats. It's the same thing. Nothing changed, I just saw a simplified version so far. This hypothesis was based on little, but it made sense. The system wouldn't just triple his power for no reason. Still, why is dexterity so much higher? Is it because of the high-speed bush? Unlike his other stats, he did feel faster than before, more flexible, more in command of his body. It had to have been the bush, unless the ice pond's bonuses were skewed towards dexterity, which shouldn't be the case. He hadn't noticed an imbalance before, but he could feel it now. Then why did my physical remain at 38 after the bush bonus? Maybe it's not the average, but the minimum, or some other, more complicated function. In any case, he could see the utility of breaking down the stats. Keeping things simple at first was nice, but a stat imbalance would be hard to depict in a single number. Plus, if Jack's suspicions were correct, this would allow for greater customization of himself. There was a question mark on how exactly his points would be distributed now. Would he still get 2 per level or 6? And if it was 6, did that mean he could put 6 into mental, for example? I probably still get 2 points as I did before, but if I want to put 1 point into the physical substats, it becomes 3 subpoints to allocate however I want. Only that made sense, so it had to be true. In the end, he didn't intend to scrutinize the system's choices. It was seemingly omniscient and omnipotent. It should have its reasons for everything. Still, he wouldn't be surprised if the professor had already released a peer-reviewed publication criticizing the system's procedures by the time he returned to civilization. He chuckled. She can handle herself probably. It was a grim thought. Not all people were as equipped as him to handle a global overhaul, but then again, neither was he. The professor was a genius. She'd pull through. Jack snapped out of his thoughts, and the clearing was as quiet and empty as ever. That was lucky he'd overstayed his welcome while high. He didn't know how long the vision took in real time, but he must have been idling here for at least 20 minutes. Minutes. Another sobering realization. He hadn't considered time in minutes for a while. The sun's position had been enough. Done reminiscing, Jack decided it was time to get going. He'd already taken everything he could from the bush, and there was nothing else in the clearing anymore. His feet took him into the bushes and up a hill, heading in the familiar direction of his cave. He still had to go into the pond again to see if he could take any extra steps, or rather, how many. Midway to the cave, he stopped. Yes, he had to try the ice pond, but he really wanted to see the effects of drill. He was far enough from the clearing now. Nothing was following him. Clenching his fist, he shot it at a random tree trunk. The moment they made impact, he sensed the change. His punch was so straight and controlled that no energy escaped the point of impact. Instead, its entire momentum bypassed the tree's surface and exploded slightly deeper, not mitigated at all by the hard bark. The entire tree shook, leaves fell from its branches, and the trunk itself groaned and cracked from the inside. Jack stared at his fist in surprise, then grinned. Its next target would be an earth bear and its stupidly hard magic fur. There were a few more things to settle, but they all went by quickly. The ice pond was the first. After submerging his entire body into it for the first time and withstanding the ensuing agony, the cold closed his wounds, healing him completely in the span of a few minutes. For the zillionth time, Jack thanked his lucky stars for spawning this gift of the gods beside him. Due to his increased stats, he also managed to take another 2 steps into the ice pond. It was great progress. He was now at 2/3 of the way to the waterfall. As he'd approached, he could now better estimate it would take him 13 steps, and he'd made 9. One last thing was left, and that was to test his strength. I hope all that pain bears fruit, he thought, walking outside his cave and surveying the poor rocks and trees. He had earned 4 levels for beating the goblins. He'd also taken 2 steps into the ice pond, each giving him a point in physicaler, to be more precise. In each of his new physical stats, his stats had risen by the equivalent of 5 levels. Moreover, he hadn't really measured himself in a human scale in a long time, probably since the system came. He itched to know how strong he was. With a stupid grin, he stood before a boulder that reached up to his waist. There was no way a pre-system human could lift this thing. Jack bent his knees, grabbed it by the edges, and lifted with his waist. Heave-ho, the boulder shot up. Wah. He let it fall, and it did with a massive thud that shook the night forest. What the he repeated, looking at his own 2 hands. Did I do that? Knowing he was strong was one thing. Actually comparing himself to the pre-system him was a different matter altogether, more real. He flexed his fists, sensing the raw power that lay within, just waiting for him to direct it. Without thinking, he turned and punched a tree. Its entire trunk shook, leaves fell from above, and a few birds that perched on its branches hurried to fly away. Jack's hand was unhurt. He jumped on the tree. Each leap could easily reach the lower branches, and his agility was such that he felt certain he would never fall, even if he didn't have the terrible gripping power that he currently possessed. Letting himself drop, he somersaulted once in midair before landing on his feet. It was easy. Wow, he exclaimed breathlessly. He thought back to the pain, the panic, the anguish he forced himself through to survive. Every fight brought him close to death, starting from that very first goblin, but he always survived. The goblin shaman had almost destroyed him, but he'd prevailed. It had been hell, and it still was, but not for nothing. With danger came power. Now he was no longer weak, no longer helpless. He wasn't a pest that had to hide from little goblins. He was a strong player in this dungeon. He'd earned it. Jack clenched his fist tight, and the relief that flooded him was enough to almost bring tears to his eyes. He tightened his lips and nodded to himself. But this wouldn't the end. There were the bears to fight, and the monkeys, and the damn wolf that saw him as a bug. Outside this dungeon, there was a wide world, too. Gone were the days of endlessly toiling away on a lab table. Jack always yearned to feel alive. His wish had been granted. An entire planet waited for him after he conquered this dungeon. An entire galaxy, even full of mystery and power for him to grasp, and he had a head start. He was so excited he got goosebumps. The bald man had been at the C grade. The animal kingdom, the power that now apparently controlled Earth, was B grade. Jack didn't know what exactly those meant, but he would reach that level of power himself, and then even higher. There was so much to learn, so much to discover, so much to experience. He would go all out in a world that finally fit him. He would thrive, he would live, he could see the path. FEDC Band A Sleep with the Lights On world. Jack Rust is coming, however long dreams would have to wait. First came the bears, then the dungeon, and then the world. Jack chuckled and shook his head as he walked back to his cave. How far I've come, and how far there is to go. Satisfied from a day and night full of rewards and filled with dreams for the future, Jack went to sleep. The night was still young, after all, and he deserved to rest well for once. A few hours after the sun rose, Jack was already crossing the forest towards the bear territory. They would have the honor of being his next opponents or prey. His fists itched to face a bear head-on, but he kept himself in check for now. Even the weakest earth bear was at level 13, and though he could probably take it, every close battle carried a substantial risk of death. There was no need to throw his life away. Stronger, faster, and harder than ever, Jack fell into a routine he knew well. He crafted a trusty stone hammer heavier than the previous one and snuck around the edges of bear territory, aiming for weaker specimens. The worst part about traveling this area of the forest were the carcasses. Not the eaten once bears left little behind but the ones that had been broken for sport. Earth bears were quite sadistic, apparently. That was bad for the nearby wildlife and good for Jack, because it meant he could keep killing them without moral remorse. He averted his sight and kept going. Unfortunately, the bears had a slim population, so it took him a long time to finally find one. When he did, he paused. It was level 15. Normally, he would have let this go and looked for another bear. However, he'd already spent a good chunk of time looking. Earth bear, level 15. Bears are omnivorous creatures that stand at the apex of most food chains. Earth bears, in particular, are a stronger, highly territorial variant. They can use very limited earth magic, and the rocky parts of their fur can be used to craft F-grade weapons and armor. Earth bears are most commonly found in the Ursus forests of planet Ursi. Jack was a biologist that focused on evolution. He knew about bears. The normal kind, non-magical ones were not territorial, unlike what the system suggested. However, he could adapt his knowledge. Since these bears were territorial, and given the places at which he'd located them so far, he assumed that they'd split their wider territory into chunks, and each bear got one chunk. That was why he'd spent so long looking for one. He'd been searching the chunks where he'd already killed a bear. Due to his job, Jack had visited this reserve many times, enough to know its general layout by heart. He understood the size of the bear area. Assuming all chunks were similar in size, he estimated there were 13 to 16 earth bears. That wasn't much. It also meant he'd probably run out of low-level bears and have to dive deeper soon. He still hadn't seen the bear boss or any stronger variant than the earth bear, but all in due time. Jack was finally ahead of the curve, and he'd take full advantage of it. The clock was still running. He wasn't going to search the entire area for a slightly weaker bear. Level 15 would do. He climbed a tree and held his stone hammer at the ready. The bear didn't come by, of course, and Jack scowled as he rushed to another branch, keeping tabs of the bear's location by its growls and other sounds. 2 hours later, after failing yet another branch ambush, his patience was growing thin. "Why wait for hours when I can just kick its ass? Because I might lose," he replied, quickly regaining himself. He wasn't rash or stupid, and even if on the clock, rushing things would bring ugly consequences. He was nowhere near the king of the forest. Another hour later, as the sun had reached its peak, Jack suddenly heard the bear approach. He tensed up in joy. "It's happening." A brown shape with yellow splotches came under his branch, its wide ass swerving from side to side as it walked. Jack fell. Bonk. He stood over its headless corpse for a bit, frowning. This felt quite anticlimactic. Not even a level up. Fine, I'll find a level 14 or less and try to fight it. Since he now understood how their territories worked, he could start from the ones at the edge of the bear area, which, according to game logic, would have the weakest bears. It worked. Only half an hour later, Jack parted the leaves of a bush to spy on a level 14 behemoth. It was busy stomping a bunny's corpse to death. "At least eat it, you fat prick." Coincidentally, this was the same bear that had chased him down before would recognize it everywhere. Jack felt his spirit burn at the thought of finally taking revenge. He set the stone hammer aside and cracked his neck, then his knuckles as he prepared himself for a good fight. Ambushes were easy but time-consuming, and he didn't want to waste hours on each bear. With some luck, he could take one down without major injuries and, if not, he was confident in escaping. He'd done it with half the stats. Now ready, Jack bumped his fists together one more time, then calmly walked towards the bear. When he stepped on dry wood, it turned to look, yellow eyes scanning the forest and easily spotting him. It growled. Jack held its gaze and grinned. The bear was confused now. It recognized this creature, but last time it had run away. Everything tried to escape when it growled. What was this? Jack stepped between the trees and approached the bear. They weren't in any sort of clearing, so the terrain would only help him. The bear growled again and charged. Jack charged right back, releasing a roar of his own. Jack saw an enraged behemoth charge right at him, fangs wide and claws racing to tear him apart. For a moment, he reconsidered all his life choices. Then he realized that the bear was slow, too slow. It lunged at him, but he jumped to its side. The bear rose on 2 feet to rip him apart. He ducked under a hairy arm, then another. Jaws snapped shut before his face but couldn't touch him. He swerved aside, dodging a blow before stabbing 2 quick jabs into the bear's fur. Like last time, a yellow patch rose to meet him. This time, however, the yellow patch was ineffective. Jack felt the difference. His fist slammed into protected fur and sent the impact through it, directly onto the bear's skin. He couldn't go deeper yet, unfortunately, but this was already a massive improvement. The bear growled as it stepped back, falling on all fours. It eyed him warily. The impact had clearly hurt it. Jack didn't eye anything warily, he only attacked harder. This time, he was on the offensive. Blow after blow rained on the bear. Each of his attacks couldn't hurt it too much, but when they stockpiled, the weight became unbearable. The bear frothed at the mouth as it fought back. Claws, jaws, even the back of paws and body slams came his way, but Jack dodged it all. After consuming the high-speed bush, speed was his specialty, and it was also this bear's weakness. He grinned as he realized what was happening. That's not to say it was easy. Each of the bear's strikes were cataclysmic, and though they were slow to Jack's eyes, a pre-system human couldn't even see them coming. For Jack, dodging one attack was easy, but the more the bear attacked, the higher his chance of making a mistake. He kept his cool. He danced around the bear, gracefully weaving between attacks as he landed his own. His brain was honed and at maximum capacity the entire time. The fight took place at great speed but still lasted more than 3 minutes. Jack didn't make a single mistake. Eventually, the bear slowed down. Jack's punches increased in strength and volume, and slowly the large beast was taken down. Its head finally slammed against the ground, leaving Jack panting, sweaty, and victorious. He raised a fist into the air and roared his triumph. Fuck yeah, he had finally defeated an earth bear, these devils, for the first time. No level up yet, but they would come. Now that he knew he could handle it, Jack's hunting speed would increase by many times. The fight required his full focus, but it wasn't too difficult. He hadn't even come close to getting hit. He could easily be consistent for that long. Grinning and leaving his stone hammer in that random bush, Jack went on with his hunting. The earth bears of the Greenway Natural Reserve were quickly whittled down, from the weakest to the strongest. Over the next 24 hours, 8 more monster bears lost their lives to the forest's rising star, until on the 9th bear, the rising star met the king. It happened as Jack was stalking his 9th earth bear in a row, a prowling beast at level 18. In the past day, he'd already cut down their population by more than half, meaning that only the high-level ones were left. He'd even seen one at level 20, but avoided it for now. He'd also gotten 2 levels for his hunt, bringing him to 17. All stat points were distributed evenly, as he'd been doing. As Jack stalked this bear, debating whether to attack it or not, a low growl hummed through the trees. Jack knew this growl. He instantly froze. He didn't dare to even look around. The earth bear also recognized the growl. It looked around in sudden agitation, the fear clear in its yellow gaze. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot out of the bushes and towards it. It was so fast that even Jack's enhanced kinetic vision only saw a blur. The bear panicked. The sound it made wasn't a growl, but closer to whining. Jack didn't know bears could make this sound. Yet the dark blur showed no signs of stopping, and the bear could only try to fight back. Its claws fell, but the blur ducked under them and smashed hard into brown fur. The bear flew back. Jack could at most make it stumble, making a desperate attempt to bite down on its assailant. It missed, and at the same moment, another set of jaws found its way around its neck. With a deep crack, the earth bear was dead. Jack was still frozen. A dark wolf now stood atop the bear's corpse, holding it from the throat. The two bodies were similar in size, but the wolf's power was far, far higher. The bear that Jack would need several minutes to dismantle, if he didn't die first, had fallen in 2 attacks. Black Wolf, level 49, Elite Dungeon Boss. Black wolves are mostly solitary creatures. They are also territorial, proud, aggressive, and infamous for being a scourge at the peak of F rank. If a black wolf is spotted, experienced hunter squads should be dispatched quickly, or all big game of the surrounding area will disappear. It was the second time he met this king of the forest. He had grown a lot since the first time, but the difference between them hadn't closed that much, and Jack's only way to escape this dungeon was to defeat it. He did, however, notice a scar on its snout. It wasn't there last time, he was sure. Was there something that could rival the king in this forest, or did an earth bear get lucky before its death? The wolf glanced at Jack, and he quickly looked at the ground, all thoughts forgotten. He didn't dare challenge it, not yet. However, before averting his sight, he'd managed to catch a glimpse of its eyes. One would expect the dungeon boss to be a regal, proud, sage-like existence. It wasn't. In its eyes, Jack only saw a fierce animal, a killer. Cold sweat drenched his back, and his legs began to shake a bit. His fight or flight instincts didn't even activate. What level 17? If this wolf wanted to kill him, he could do nothing to resist. Still feeling its gaze on him, as if deliberating its next move, Jack repeated his trick from last time. He fell on his knees and bowed towards the wolf, acknowledging its strength and status as the king. The wolf still didn't look away. Jack stayed like that, perfectly still and trying to calm his breathing. Time seemed to slow down. Was it a second, a minute, or an hour? Finally, the sound of fur dragging on dirt came. The wolf darted away, easily carrying the massive earth bear in its mouth and disappearing between the trees, headed towards the center of the reserve. Jack remained kneeling. Only after a minute did he dare to stand, and his forehead was drenched in sweat. He looked at the ground ahead of him, where the bear's blood had dyed the dirt red. "Fuck me," he whispered. He thought himself ahead of the curve, and in a way, he was. He could finally choose his prey instead of settling for what was not prohibitively difficult. However, strength brought a price. Last time, the wolf hadn't even glanced at him, he'd been an ant to its eyes. This time, however, he had clearly received its interest. Had it recognized his increase in strength from last time and considered him a future threat, or was his current power a source of worry anyway? In any case, Jack could clearly see the pattern. The wolf would spare an ant, but not an elephant. The next time it met Jack, it wouldn't let him go. He had to hurry and get the strength to protect himself or hide in his cave until someone rescued him. But Jack hadn't come all this way to cower. He clenched his fists as sparks jumped in his eyes. I must get stronger and fast. He was still very much on the clock, a clock that, as he currently realized, he'd helped accelerate. This threw a wrench into Jack's plans. He realized he'd been an idiot. He could no longer hunt bears, they were needed to satiate the big wolf's appetite. He had to start hunting monkeys, level up fast, then quickly defeat both the monkey and bear boss. Then maybe he'd be strong enough to match the wolf if he used his human intelligence to its maximum extent. The moment he had that thought, Jack's face went hard as a rock. His chances were grim, but he had to try. Suddenly, a second growl cut through the forest. Jack froze again, thinking the wolf had returned, but this growl was different. He quickly dove back inside his bush. From deeper inside the bear area, a massive form slowly made its way through the trees. A giant of a bear, a walking tank. Its body was at least 9 feet in length, probably more, and it was taller than Jack while on all fours. Its fur wasn't just covered in yellow splashes, it was riddled with yellow rock-like surfaces that served as shields, and its claws were so long and sharp they cut grooves through the dirt. Jack raised his brows. Rock bear, level 30. When earth bears mate, they have a small chance of producing rock bear offspring. This variant is bigger, stronger, and more closely attuned to earth than a normal earth bear. Rock bears command the innate respect of earth bears, allowing them to form and control packs that share a single large territory. In the Ursus forests of planet Ursi, rock bears are regional overlords, only under the tyrant bears in strength. Their power usually reaches the E grade. This particular rock bear is the group boss of the bear monsters of the Forest of the Strong. That was an extensive description that did Jack little good besides providing context. From the earth bear description, he knew there was a planet called Ursi that probably had a lot of bearsursus, meant bear in Latin, and Ursi was the plural of that, though what did Latin have to do with the system? Now he also knew that earth bears were weaker than rock bears, which were, in turn, weaker than the so-called tyrant bears. He could even understand how their ecosystem worked, and how they formed pack hierarchies that stretched through a large number of smaller sub-packs. Unfortunately, all that interesting knowledge couldn't help Jack in the slightest right now. The rock bear approached the spot where the previous bear's blood was still smeared on the ground. It hadn't noticed Jack yet, thankfully. He'd been hiding somewhat further away. It sniffed the ground, then raised its large head in the direction the wolf had taken as it left. Jack could see its eyes from where he was hidden. The bear was angry, bloodthirsty, but also hesitant. It looked towards the center of the reserve with a grudge it knew it could not fulfill. Jack held his breath. Would the bear boss fight the wolf? That would be such a waste of levels for him. In the end, the bear didn't give chase. After staring for a moment, it stood on its hind legs. Was a talon smashed a paw into a nearby tree, easily breaking it into pieces. Jack blinked in surprise. The bear then released a massive, earth-shaking roar, the likes of which Jack had never heard before. It would obviously reach the wolf's ears, but it wasn't a challenge. It was just a venting of the rock bear's impotent rage. There was just nothing it could do. But the wolf is proud, thought Jack. Will it come after the bear boss next? It was a worthy consideration, unless there was some rule that forbade bosses from fighting each other, but that just sounded stupid. There had to be some eco-balance. A bear boss without its pack wouldn't be much of a boss, and Jack assumed the system had the ability to craft circumstances that would favor the creation of a balanced monster ecosystem. Maybe it did, and I was the one who broke the balance somehow. Maybe the goblins served as a food source for the other monsters, including the wolf, and me killing them forces everything to fight each other. Is the dungeon going to implode on itself? Am I the pest here? It was an amusing thought. Then again, if the system cared about its delicate ecosystem, it shouldn't have placed him in the fucking middle of everything. These were Jack's thoughts as he watched the rock bear steam in rage. However, when it turned around to leave with heavy steps, new ideas sprung in his mind. If the wolf hunts down this bear, as it probably will, I will lose a bunch of levels. I need those levels. Unless I kill the bear first. This sent his mind spinning in a wholly new direction. Can I take it right now? He asked himself, not believing his own thoughts. It's just a bigger bear. It's stronger and more durable, but not much faster than the earth bears. I can ambush it just like the others, and if worse comes to worst, I can probably run away. Plus, its increased defense can do nothing against my drill punches. Our level difference is large, but each individual level matters less and less the more I climb. It's not about the raw number, it's about percentages. This bear is a bit over 1.5 times my level. When I killed a level 13 bear at level 7, wasn't the difference even greater? And it still died to a single well-timed strike from my stone hammer. I no longer have the hammer, and making a new one would take too long, but my punches shouldn't be that far off now. Its head can't be made of rock. If I can pull off an ambush, I can probably kill this bear and shower in levels. Oh God, I can't believe I'm considering this. But he was considering it, and the more he thought, the more reasons he found to reaffirm this crazy course of action. If I delay until I'm certain of victory, the wolf might kill the bear first, and I'll lose all those levels I desperately need. No, I can't let this opportunity go to waste. It's already near impossible to kill the wolf and escape this dungeon. If I don't take some risks, I'll never make it. Slowly, everything came to a point. Jack's body moved by itself, stealthily following the level 30 titan of a bear. His eyes sharpened. I must hunt this bear, right now. The rock bear's steps were slow and heavy as it trudged through the forest, heading for the depths of its territory. Jack now knew the entire bear area belonged to it. The earth bears were only renting small parts. As they dove deeper into the forest, Bear first and Jack second, the scenery didn't change much. The trees remained normal, pre-system varieties. The chirping of birds filled the air, and uneaten corpses still littered the ground, proof of these bears' monstrosity. Their path crossed another bear, a stunning level 20 variety, but it reverently made way for the rock bear, which didn't even look at it. An hour later, the rock bear reached a small lake in the middle of a clearing, from where a stream left to head for the northwestern end of the reserve. This lake hadn't been here before the system, Jack was certain. A rock outcropping stretched over the lake, and the bear stopped there. Its enormous body, it must have weighed at least a ton's blade, fully on the rock, which held without a problem. It rested, but Jack could still see the clouds in its mind. It was clearly distraught. The black wolf was killing its kin, and there was nothing the rock bear could do about it besides assisted suicide. Of course, the fact that they'd walked an hour to get here sent chills down Jack's spine. The rock bear had arrived at the site of battle less than a minute after it was over. It had clearly been in the area already, looking for whomever was killing its kind like flies. It had been on his trail. If the wolf hadn't shown up, and Jack had been the one to attack the level 18 bear, it was very probable that the rock bear would have caught up before the battle was over. Jack would be pincer attacked, and there was no way he was getting out of that alive. The black wolf had accidentally saved him. Jack, unfortunately, would have to do the exact opposite. For now, he stayed hidden in a distant bush, observing the rock bear's lair. The small lake, more a pond than a lake, was placed in a clearing where the only notable feature was the rock outcropping that stretched over 1/4 of the pond's area like a pier. This area was beautiful. Jack could see why the bear had taken it as its lair. Fortunately, it was also pretty handy for an ambush. The bear was currently resting on its rock outcropping, so when it left, it would probably head for the nearby edge of the clearing, where the first trees stood. One of those trees had thick enough foliage for Jack to hide in. There, he would have a good shot at success. Without leaving himself more time to consider his actions, he made a big circle around the clearing to arrive at its backside. He then moved slowly to his chosen tree, less than 50 feet away from the bear. It wasn't a short distance, but Jack knew better than to underestimate an animal's senses, especially a magical one's. His high stats made it easy to climb the tree quietly, and before long, Jack lay on a branch 10 feet off the ground, completely still and with his ears stretched. A bug climbed on his back, and he let it. Another paraded before his nose, and he gently blew it away. He felt the ridiculousness of it all. Jack Rust, was trying to ambush a van-sized magical bear and kill it with his bare hands. He'd been in a laboratory only a week ago, doing boring things for boring people, and he was excited to catch a rare caterpillar 6 days ago when the system descended. No, not descended, integrated. That was the proper terminology, according to the blue screens. What was the world like right now? How did people react when they weren't trapped by themselves in a deadly dungeon? What happened to society and politics? Was there resistance? People had guns and nuclear weapons. There was bound to be resistance, but then again, the system seemed quite omnipotent so far. Nuclear weapons might only be a tickle to an alien starcraft. He remembered the announcement from the B-grade animal kingdom, whatever it was. B-grade sounded strong. He also remembered the announcement warning them about an integration tournament in 15 days, which sounded extremely important. Jack didn't know what it was, but if it included punching stuff, could he maybe join? This dungeon was bound to put him way ahead of the curve if he could survive. Of course, killing the wolf came first, and he doubted his chances of success. Maybe they were similar to an earthen government resisting the animal kingdom. What would happen to the world? Jack let his mind travel to forget his tension. He saw scenarios of revolutions, of white-collar tyranny and uprisings of battle-hardy nations. He pictured some people like the orcs in movies, ready to go to war and give everything for strength and honor. He saw dozens getting classes as he had, probably in a streamlined way of human ingenuity, and new, strength-based hierarchies springing up from the ground. What level would it take to catch a bullet? How strong were wizards? All these beautiful thoughts dispersed like smoke when a tired growl echoed from the clearing. Jack dared peek through the leaves and saw the rock bear standing. It made its way from the pond with slow steps befitting its stature, approaching Jack's hiding spot. He realized his ambush would work and he panicked. He'd hoped the bear would choose another way. What am I doing? Maybe I should just stay hidden. The strongest creature I've killed so far was level 17 and this bear is 30. Who knows what hidden weapons it has, what hidden abilities in magic. I don't even have my stone hammer. This is suicide. The bear inched closer, mockingly slow. No, this is the right way. The chances are with me and I must risk to survive. I can and will kill this bear. The bear approached more. Its form kept growing in his eyes. I will stay hidden. There's no way I can take it. It disappeared too close to his branch to see through the leaves. I will fight. A muzzle entered his field of vision, parading below him as if daring him to attack. It was a large muzzle on a long body. It felt like watching a train go by. I will stay. The bear entered his sight fully. It hadn't noticed him. Its head came right below his branch, completely exposed from above. He could even see the individual hairs on its fur. It was the perfect opportunity. Jack steeled his heart. He knew he had to. I will fight. He let himself fall, using everything he had to strike the bear's head with enough strength to pulverize it. The bear, like all of its kind, looked up just in time to meet his punch with its nose. The moment Jack crossed eyes with the rock bear, from only a couple feet away, he suspected he'd fucked up. His punch met the bear's nose so hard, so violently, that a bell-like sound echoed alongside the crack of bones. Jack's body almost stopped in mid-air from the recoil. He saw the bear's eyes flickering, almost passing out, and he felt the inside of its head rock hard. Blood dripped from its ears, and its nose was almost entirely broken. Its brain threatened to turn into mush, or it partially did. The bear wobbled and almost fell, but almost was the key word here. It was the perfect ambush, but it wasn't enough. And so began Jack's punching marathon against the rock bear. On one side stood a tall, bare-chested man with finely chiseled muscles on the other, the king of bears. The rock bear was a tremendous creature. Seeing it from up close, with nothing between you and a gruesome death, was quite the experience. When Jack rolled on the ground and stood across it, he gulped. He'd gotten used to earth bears, but this was no earth bear. It was far bigger, stronger, and nastier. From up close, he could see that its face was the size of his torso. Stone plates slid on its brown fur as bulging muscles swam underneath, and its sharp jaws released a stench so visceral that he struggled not to gag. This was a majestic, fearsome beast, and one that was currently injured. Blood dripped from its orifices, and its furious gaze hid clear pain. Its movements were slow, not much faster than an earth bear's. I can take it, Jack thought and raised his punches. The very next moment, he felt like an idiot. He was tiny. The bear roared and attacked him. Clawed paws whooshed through the air, each strong enough to uproot a tree. Jaws snapped shut before him, and they would easily crush his entire skeleton into mush. The bear's humongous body fell after Jack, and getting caught by that thing, even in the slightest, could spell his doom, fight or flight. Asked his mind. Fight, Jack responded, and his entire being complied. All thoughts left his mind. There was no hesitation, no fear. His body was fire and his mind ice. The world slowed down as his mind raced at incredible speeds, calculating and telegraphing everything. Facing the primordial fear of a bear, his mind was faster than any other time, so fast that he could glimpse at the million little calculations and adjustments that always happened in the background. He could feel how his muscles contracted to step back, sense the trajectories his fingers followed to form a fist. When his eyes took in the bear's incoming paw, Jack saw the options his mind instinctively discarded before dodging to the right. It was a unique feeling, and one that could not be understood until one has felt it. The bear's attacks came like an avalanche, and its body plowed through the ground like a truck, but Jack weaved between them. At this moment, he wasn't a human, but a fly, and he dodged all attacks heading his way. No matter how fast the bear struck, or how many times it couldn't catch him. A fist met the bear's hind leg, buckling it a bit. Jack's power could penetrate its defenses, but not quite harm it. The damage was minimal. Jack wasn't a fly, but a wasp, darting around the bear and pelting it with annoying stings. But so what if his strikes were weak? They were getting through. The damage was there, just not immediately visible, and since the bear couldn't catch him, he refused to believe that he'd fall from exhaustion before it. Roars came after roars, strikes after strikes. As Jack and the bear danced around each other, their battle moved through the clearing's edges, tearing trees and bushes apart. Jack had to dodge these obstacles too, making things a bit harder, but the bear also took some time to uproot or break them. Jack dodged, bobbed, and weaved. He was a leaf in a storm, a wasp stubbornly facing an enemy much larger than itself. Yet he persisted. 1 minute turned into many, and the moments dragged on. Jack's body was growing slightly heavier, his mind imperceptibly slower, but his strikes were slowly accumulating. After the first 5 minutes, he'd struck the bear at least 100 times, if not more. His knuckles were already flayed from striking stone and hard fur. There was no skin there anymore, only bone that held strong. The pain was great, but his adrenaline-filled brain shut it out. Sensing the damage, and with its fury continuously mounting, the bear redoubled its efforts. It roared and hit harder, abandoning all defense to catch this vicious little creature. Jack accelerated, too. His body turned into a blur, his punches faster than a blink. Jack and the rock bear were a maelstrom of violence ripping the forest apart. Where they passed, only destruction followed. Animals were running away in all directions, and all birds had long left the area. In the back of his mind, Jack worried that more bears might arrive, but there was nothing he could do about that. He ducked under a flying bush and took a branch to the chest, ignoring it. It could only scratch his skin. Another bush flew into the bear's face, blinding it. It raised a claw to rip it away, and as it did, Jack found the opportunity to nail a hard straight into its belly, shaking its insides. Felt something give way. The bear growled deeply and pounced again. Jack dodged around it, moving to the back and punching again. A leg flew back to meet him, but he was no longer there. The bear jumped to the side, and he barely dodged before darting back. Jack was undoubtedly much weaker than the bear. He shouldn't be able to take it in a straight fight, regardless of the ice pond bonuses or his class. However, he countered it perfectly. His speed was enough to dodge everything as long as he made no mistakes. His skills perfectly countered the bear's hard defenses. Its enormous strength was useless if it couldn't catch him. Plus, the ambush he'd landed at the start had clearly been effective even now. The bear still bled from its muzzle, its eyes were bleary, and it occasionally stumbled for no reason. It had internal injuries, not just dizziness. Jack was glad for that. The only question was, could he last long enough without making a single mistake? Jack and the rock bear kept dancing through the forest, tearing it apart. Trees, bushes, and rocks flew, so did a fox. After 10 minutes, Jack's arms were heavy. The ecstasy violence brought was dying down. His mind was getting slower. His dodges were sloppy, his strikes missed. More than once, he only dodged by a hair's breadth. He felt dizzy, exhausted, and the world was swimming in his eyes. The bear was equally troubled. It had slowed down considerably. Its strikes came forced, with clear intervals between them. It was also panting, and one time it even lost its footing and fell to the ground before rising back up. Its rage hadn't abated, but there was a limit to how much its body could endure, especially after being pummeled by a man with 44 strength for 10 minutes straight. Jack, too, had his limits. The human body placed many limiters on itself. The muscles could only operate at 30 efficiency, and the brain kept its processes low. Under extraordinary circumstances, these limiters were removed. That was how women lifted cars to save their babies, or how grown men could fight wolves. If pushed to its limit, the human body was strong, even before the system's arrival. Humans were one of the strongest animals in their weight category, even stronger than most monkey species, and they could only decisively lose to gorillas or big wolves. When push came to shove, they could release incredible strength and feel no exhaustion. Humans could punch fast, hard, and inexhaustibly. However, these limiters existed for a reason. To unleash such power, the human body destroyed itself, and it could only last for a small amount of time. 10 minutes was already beyond it. Jack could feel his entire body burn, and not in the good way. His muscles were in pain, ready to snap. His mind felt muddled, overheated, and overworked. He could sense his conscious control over himself slipping away, diving into slumber, and he only acted on instinct now. Punch, dodge, weave, punch, duck, slide, punch, punch, duck. The bear was in pain with every step it took. Jack had felt many of its bones breaking under his fists and many of its organs faltering, but it still stood. It refused to fall. It was slow but relentless. Jack, too, kept going, but he was running dry. He had thrown everything he had at the bear, and his soul was bleeding as he forced himself to draw even more energy. Retreat was impossible. One of them would kill the other. The next 5 minutes passed in a blur. Jack wasn't sure what was happening. The bear was still standing, that much he knew. It still swiped at him occasionally, still threw its body over. He dodged by the skin of his teeth, mustered all his energy to throw himself aside. He could only keep going because the bear had slowed down tremendously. He even fell down thrice, tripping in his attempt to dodge. Every time, the sweet release of sleep almost took him, and every time he forced his eyes open, forced his body to stand through the pain and keep going. Jack refused to die. He refused to lose. He was even injured at several parts of his body. Scratches ran over his bare chest and back, and 3 long gashes covered the right side of his ribs. He didn't remember if he'd been hit. His gums were bleeding from all the gritting, and he had lost all feeling in his hands. He didn't even know how they remained clenched. They were probably stuck. There was no pain in Jack's mind, only limitless exhaustion, but it was worse than any pain he'd felt throughout his life. Only the goblin shaman's fire came close to this, but that had only lasted for a moment, while Jack's present torment stretched to infinity. They weren't even moving anymore. Both enemies were stationary, striking each other whenever they found the strength. The bear growled low. It bled internally from many places, and its bones were cracked. It could no longer stand, only its arms still moved, and it threw them out like stones to hit the human before it, its greatest enemy. It tried its best. In a flash of lucidity, Jack's eyes met the bear's. He saw anger, hatred, exhaustion. The bear wanted to lay down and sleep, and so did he, but none of them did. In the bear's eyes, Jack found understanding and recognition, and so did the bear in his. They acknowledged each other's pain and resolve. They silently agreed to give it their all until either died. They didn't know who would win. Jack's mind became a haze. His movements were so slight they weren't proper dodges, but the bear missed by itself. It could no longer aim, and after another punch in its face, it couldn't see either. Move, duck, punch, dodge, punch, punch. Jack couldn't see either. His vision was hazy. When he dodged, he was following the patterns engraved in his body, not reacting to any of the bear's attacks. Punch, 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 move, duck, mow. Jack slipped, fell, and stayed there. He no longer had the strength to stand. He didn't have the will either. Every part of his being had bled dry already. He could only wait there, laying face down on the ground, for death to come. As his consciousness dissipated, Jack didn't blame himself, nor did he regret anything. He tried his best. It simply wasn't enough. Jack woke up by an oink beside his ear. Oh, he groaned. The little boar next to him, scared, ran away. With strained, pained movements, Jack forced himself to roll over. He opened his eyes and found the rock bear's muzzle over him, staring, debating which part of him to eat first. He tried to roll away, but his body wasn't obeying. He belatedly realized he was in massive pain and released another groan, this one louder. He balled up on the ground and hoped for this to end fast. A whisper from the back of his head said that bears started with the legs or entrails a gruesome death in any case. Jack hoped magic bears were more efficient. However, though he waited, no jaws closed around his body. He looked back again. The bear was there, but it wasn't moving. It was dead, sprawled on the ground and bleeding from many places. The stones on its fur had been broken, and its menacing yellow eyes were still open. Did ickle it? Jack heaved a massive sigh of relief, then grimaced as his chest rose in pain. When he'd fallen, the bear had already been dead. Maybe it had died a long time ago. Who knows how long he'd spent fighting alone? A blue exclamation mark blinked in the corner of his vision, and Jack willed it open. Level up, you have reached level 18. Level up, you have reached level 19. Level up, you have reached level 20. Level up, you have reached level 21. Level up, you have reached level 22. Earth Bear Boss defeated. Would you like to despawn the group? YN. There was one more screen, but Jack willed it away for now. He sighed again. This was a lot to take in, but he could go slowly. First, he split all extra points. There were a lot of theme equally among his physical stats, as he'd been doing so far. For the first time in a while, the increase was noticeable. He felt his muscles repair themselves and grow tougher like iron strings. He felt his limbs get lighter, bending easily to his will. He felt his entire body harden, his skin tightening, a quite chilling sensation. Finally, he felt the skin regrow on his rubbed-off knuckles, and this time they felt as if made of metal. Despite the pain, he grinned. This was nice. Without thinking, he turned and punched a nearby tree. The bark exploded at the point of impact, and the softer tissue behind it erupted out by the power of drill. Jack's grin widened even further before he winced. His injuries had been aggravated just now. That was stupid, but he was also too excited to not try out his power. It was amazing how he kept growing beyond what his mind indicated was the limit. Now he was strong. The extra points hadn't healed him magically, but they'd helped recover his energy a bit. With energy came thought, and with thought, Jack realized he needed to get the hell out of here. Bears were attracted to the smell of blood, and given his luck, so were dungeon bosses who liked to snack on Jacks. Actually, that was rather unfair on his part. Jack had many things to complain about, but luck wasn't one of them. He forced his body to stand before inspecting the status screen. Earth Bear Boss defeated. Would you like to despawn the group? YN. He almost replied yes on reflex. Then he almost replied no on reflex before finally willing the screen away again. He didn't want to despawn the bears, as the wolf boss needed something to feed on while he got stronger. However, saying no right now wasn't good. Either what if he met a bear on the way back? He couldn't possibly fight in his current condition. He needed to get to the ice pond as soon as possible. Since the system gave him no time limit, he simply ignored the screen. If a bear came after him, he'd have to despawn them. However, why weren't any bears here already? The sun was already falling towards the horizon, meaning that Jack had slept for an hour at most. Maybe the bears hadn't dared approach the leader's den yet, but they would. He needed to get out of here. There was one last blue screen to check. It was the greatest reward he got from the fight, probably, but Jack decided it could wait. He had already delayed long enough. Amidst groans and panting, Jack dragged himself away. His left hand held his right ribs, where the bear had grazed him with its claws. Every step was painful. There was probably something cracked in there, if not broken. The trip back was painful. Not agony as the fight itself had been, but painful nonetheless. He had to stop several times to rest, always fearing that a wolf, bear, or even monkey would assault him out of nowhere. His battle with the rock bear hadn't been discreet. Who knew what was heading his way? Eventually, however, he made it to his cave without incident. He forced himself through the narrow passage. gritting his teeth to avoid screaming, then quickly dove into the ice pond. The pond offered healing, but everything had its price in this case. The price was excruciating pain. Jack's ribs went so cold he thought his soul would freeze over. It felt like needles were sewing his bones together, as if his skin was burnt away and new one grew in its place. He opened the last status screen, the one he'd put away for later, his greatest reward from the battle. Congratulations, level 20 reached. New class skill acquired. Congratulations, level 20 reached. New class skill acquired. Pugilist body I. Your body is a vessel of your fighting style. You gain extra flexibility, reflexes, and durability, as well as increased hardness on your knuckles. Oh, Jack's eyes flashed as he read through the skill. A harder body and finally, hard knuckles. While he'd gotten the skill right after defeating the rock bear, it seemed that reading about it acted as the activation trigger. As soon as Jack was finished reading, his body squirmed entirely. It was a disturbing, unnatural feeling. His skin tightened, then somehow stayed there and felt normal. His insides were clenched, but it only felt as if he'd been way too lax until now, and this was his normal state. Moreover, his knuckles burned for a moment, and when he tapped them, the skin felt hard like iron. He grinned. Finally, with all changes completed, Jack reviewed his status screen before falling asleep. Come morning, Jack awoke to the glowing darkness he was used to. The sunlight didn't reach his cave, meaning it was always illuminated by the ice pond's white glow. Nothing changed here. It was an entirely isolated world. Jack rubbed his eyes and stood, noting the ease with which he pulled up his body. He felt light as a feather and strong as an ox. After taking a moment to go over yesterday's events, making sure he wasn't forgetting anything, he directed his gaze to the ice pond. He calculated. With his 5 new level 7, actually, because he hadn't attempted the pond in a while, could probably go fairly deeper than he used to. When he last entered, he'd reached the 9th out of 13 steps. If his predictions were correct, could now touch the waterfall. He looked over. A stream of ice-cold glowing water fell from a crack in the cave wall, dropping 3 meters to the pond's surface. Despite the pond's small size, the waterfall was substantial. As it fell, it fanned out, and it came crashing down into the waters. This ice pond had saved Jack's life many times, both with its healing and the extra stats it provided. It was his lucky star, however he feared it. Its freezing cold could reach the soul, and he'd almost died inside it once. Moreover, it was full of mysteries. Where did the water come from? Where did it go? There had to be a tunnel feeding the waterfall's output into an underwater current, but how exactly did this work? And finally, what would happen when Jack reached the waterfall? His instinct told him it hid great rewards along with great danger. The moment he touched it, the cold could skyrocket, and if he was already at his limit, he'd be frozen solid. He'd still go for it. Of course, he didn't have the luxury of waiting. However, it needed him at his best, and that made Jack turn away from the pond for now. In a few hours, he declared behind his back, "I'll return to defeat you." He then left his cave. As he went over yesterday's events, he'd realized something, and he even brought up the dungeon description to be sure. Forest of the Strong F grade. A forest where only the strong survive. There are 3 monster groups, each holding a unique resource and representing a unique challenge. Slay the leader of a group to despawn them. This dungeon is in Conquer or Die mode. Defeat the dungeon boss to exit or die trying. We applaud your bravery for entering and wish you the best of luck. 3 monsters groups, each holding a unique resource. Then where was the bear resource? The goblins had the high-speed bush. The bears had to have something similar. He just missed it due to the heated battle. Now he would search. Jack crossed the forest carefully, moving at a brisk pace. He didn't care much about stealth anymore. He didn't need to. With his all-around upgrades, he felt confident that the only creatures that could threaten him now were the black wolf, which was stealthier than him anyway, and the monkey boss, which shouldn't leave its area. Even the level 20 earth bear would barely be a serious opponent. It was a touching thought. The Greenway Natural Reserve Forest of the Strongons held terrifying monsters at every turn, and even the weakest link could eat Jack alive. Now he was almost the apex predator, and only the strongest were his opponents. How far he'd come. Jack crossed the forest at a brisk pace. Less than an hour later, he stood by the rock bear's corpse. It had been eaten in places, probably by other bears, and it looked like shit, but Jack still paused for a moment. This bear had been his greatest opponent so far, the one who'd brought him closest to death. They'd fought with their lives on the line, and there was a camaraderie born of that, an acknowledgement even if it was a man-eating monster. Jack nodded deeply at the bear, then carried on. The clearing opened before him soon after. This was his destination. It had been the rock bear's den, and any secret resource had the highest chance of hiding here. This clearing had a clean pond in its midst, larger than Jack's but without the frigid cold, and a rock outcropping over it. An earth bear currently sat on that rock outcropping, having already assumed the pack's leadership. Earth bear, level 20. Bears are omnivorous creatures that stand at the apex of most food chains. Earth bears, in particular, are a stronger, highly territorial variant. They can use very limited earth magic, and the rocky parts of their fur can be used to craft F-grade weapons and armor. Earth bears are most commonly found in the Ursus forests of planet Ursi. Jack didn't give a flying fuck. He walked out of the bushes and met the bear's surprised stare with his own, calm one. This earth bear was the largest he'd seen, but so what? He could take it if need be. The bear stared him down and growled, revealing its teeth. Jack smashed his fists together, producing an almost metallic sound from his knuckles. Fuck off, he commanded. His intention was clear. He wanted this clearing. Surprisingly, the bear hesitated. It could have been his confidence, or they may have had a way to sense when they were facing higher-leveled beings. Maybe the bear even smelled the rock bear on him, or had spied on the battle from afar and knew he'd been the one to kill it. Whatever the case, facing Jack's steely stare, the earth bear slowly retreated. Under warning growls, it became one with the overgrowth, then disappeared. Jack, meanwhile, raised a brow. He didn't expect this to work. Well, better for me. A single bear wouldn't give him a level now. It was more useful as wolf meal. He then turned his gaze to the clearing and the pond in its center. This scenery was too striking to be coincidental. He suspected the resource had something to do with the pond, maybe a plant at its bottom or even a cave under the rock outcropping. As he thought that, and as he gazed at the pond inquisitively, Jack barked out a laugh. I should have known. Clear pond F grade. Clear ponds are naturally occurring formations spread around the universe and often used as parts of resorts. Anyone who relaxes in these waters will find serenity, their body will loosen completely, and their potential will emerge, making the entire body sturdier. The stat increase is a one-time bonus. Jack grinned at the screen, then at the pond. Some relaxation was exactly what he needed right now. Without removing his clothes, only Warpanch dipped his toes into the pond and was floored. The temperature was ideal, the water so soft it hugged his pores. This was completely unlike the ice pond's brutal test. This was heaven. Jack quickly entered the waters, submerging his entire body. The pond was shaped like a shallow bowl with a diameter of 20 feet. At its center, the water was barely over Jack's head, and its shore was smooth and easy to rest on. It was this shore that Jack leaned against, letting his head fall back and closing his eyes. A week of incessant fighting poured off his body like grime, dissolving in the waters. In just a moment, he felt free as a baby. The next moment, he relaxed further, slipping slightly deeper into the pond and feeling as if his body would dissipate entirely, or that his limbs might float away without him noticing. The feeling was beyond euphoric. It was the single best thing Jack had felt in his life, and he unconsciously released a long, drawn-out, heartfelt groan of ultimate serenity. Everything was worth it for this moment. Despite its extraordinary effects, the pond had no addictive properties, not a hint of mind control. It was just damn good. Jack couldn't help himself. He knew he deserved it. He stayed in the pond for an hour before finally pulling himself away, rising as a new man. His mind was calm, his spirit steady, and his body elastic without losing any of its hardness. Clear pond bonus acquired. Strength 54. Dexterity 64. Constitution 64. He smiled. His constitution had increased by 10. Going by this pattern, the monkeys should have a strength-boosting resource that would explain why they're so buff. Jack's path was clear. He would go to the monkeys, get a few levels off them, defeat their boss, then use the strength-boosting resource. Then find a way to deal with the wolf. What could go wrong? However, before that, there was one more thing to do. After serenity came endless torment. He'd enjoyed the clear pond now. It was time to see the end of the ice pond. Jack faced the ice pond, staring it down like a warrior. The pond ignored him, as ponds ought to do. He took a deep breath and stepped in. The first step seemed refreshing now. The next few were only somewhat chilling. Jack remembered the times when just dipping his toes into this pond was harrowing. He shook his head and kept going. The fifth step, the sixth. The familiar cold bit into his body but found no purchase. The seventh, the eighth. His legs were shivering now. It reminded him of swimming in March. The ninth. This was his previous limit. The pond was deepening too. By this point it reached his waist, and the cold held his lower body like a vice. It was hard, yes, but he could go on. This was nowhere near his limit. The 10th step. His legs went numb. Ice pond bonus, +1 physical. The 11th step. The temperature was dropping exponentially as he approached the waterfall. There was no way this was anywhere close to freezing point far below it, but the water here didn't seem to care. Ice pond bonus, +1 physical. The 12th step. The cold raced through his body and into his head, trying to freeze his thoughts. The waterfall was very close now, and drops of liquid ice splashed him occasionally. Speaking of temperatures far below the current ones, moving was difficult, but Jack could still go on. Ice pond bonus, +1 physical. The 13th step was the hardest. Jack could sense himself turning into ice. His legs were cranky, his body hard to move. The waterfall splashed right before him, showering him in icy droplets. Even breathing was difficult, but Jack persisted. Ice pond bonus, +1 physical. Finally, Jack had crossed the entire ice pond. Only the waterfall was left, but he was already very close to his limit. If he went any further and the difficulty spiked, as he imagined, he might be in danger. But he'd already come this far. He couldn't retreat now. He put a hand through the waterfall and gasped. It was so terrifyingly cold, but he could stand it for a bit, probably. Jack took a deep breath and plunged into the waterfall. Jack dived into the waterfall, arms outstretched. He instantly lost his vision and all his senses. The world disappeared. There was only him and endless cold, so piercing and biting it encompassed everything. He couldn't even feel pain, regret, or fear. All he felt was cold. Jack's body froze. Not metaphorically, it literally froze into an ice statue. His blood barely kept circulating, and his heart and brain slowed down to such a degree that he might as well have been dead. In his own little world, Jack was alone. Everything had been lost. Even his own thoughts were frozen still. He could only stand there in a blue, empty world. However, even though his body and part of his mind had frozen, a vestige of his consciousness remained. In that moment, as everything else faded away, Jack experienced absolute clarity. He felt like a god. His mental reserves were limitless, and he had no needs. He could devote everything to any path he desired, and he could travel endless miles in a second. His mind was unfettered, lost in endless tranquility. He was acting on instinct. A scene appeared before him, the scene of a man punching through a mountain-sized beast. The vision he'd only glimpsed before was magnified, analyzed, slowed down, and replayed from multiple angles. Jack barely had any awareness of himself. He was an empty shell, and that shell was freely flooded with the essence of that fist. He became the fist and the bald man that wielded it. He became the punch that tore through the beast, and he became the beast itself, sensing everything as his body was torn apart. He felt everything, and there were so many things that didn't make sense, so many things to learn. That scene had been carved in his soul with all its details, but his mind hadn't been capable of comprehending them. Now, it was, and though he only understood the tiniest part, he felt his world growing and himself on the cusp of a realization, so massive it dwarfed every thought he'd ever had. It was the same realization that had come to him with the original vision, the one that had slipped out of his grasp. However, just as he was on the verge of understanding, something tugged at him. An annoying feeling rose from his legs, slowly spreading to the rest of his body as if he was losing control. He frowned in annoyance, unwilling to lose focus over something so small, but the feeling persisted. A voice in his mind whispered that he should leave, that he was in danger. Danger. He finally wondered, why, and the moment he did, the whisper turned into a thundering shout. The vision dispersed as his own voice thundered across the little realm he stood in. Leave. Jack opened his eyes and fell back. He could barely feel his body. The cold had invaded his every nook and cranny, from the wrinkles of his brain to the marrow of his bones. Only the system's magic's constitution saved him. He felt terror. I almost died, he thought. Everything was fast. When he fell back, his body practically teleported to the lake's bottom. His lungs were swiftly losing their oxygen, and the water danced over him like crazy. No, it wasn't that the world was fast. He was slow, frozen. The only reason his lungs still held was that his bodily functions underperformed so greatly they didn't draw much oxygen. I will die, he realized. He'd had nightmares like this before. He was slow, much slower than everything. In those dreams, he'd try to rise from his bed, only to fall on the floor, unable to coordinate his body at such painfully slow motion. He'd try to speak, to call for help, but he could only make deep, unintelligible sounds. His current situation was similar, but it was not a dream. He could not control his body. He could barely sense his thoughts, and the more he waited, the greater the pain became everywhere. Jack was drowning in more than one ways. He struggled to stand, but it was impossible. In the end, he turned around on the pond floor and managed to crawl forward, his arms uncoordinated, but enough for such a simple task. The pain kept growing. His head was about to burst. His eyes were frozen. His lungs burned. His focus narrowed on the simple motions of reaching out, dragging himself forward, and repeating. Jack was sure he'd die, but for some reason he pressed forth. He didn't want to go quietly into the night. He would charge ahead, break through everything with overwhelming power, or die trying. He was a fist. Time passed. Jack didn't know how he found himself on the shore, but he did. Next thing he knew, he was heaving and panting, his body surrounded by a little pond of his own. Time had returned to normal around him, had returned to normal. He was shivering, and not just because of the cold. What the hell was that? He asked himself, still shaken to the core. What had happened? Just how freezing was that damn waterfall? And how had he survived? He didn't know. His memory was a jumbled mess. All he remembered was the empty blue world, the crawling through ice water, as well as a giant, world-encompassing fist. What the hell just happened? He repeated the question, then turned to the one entity that might know. The system. Ice Pond bonus +5 physical. Ice Pond bonus acquired. That was all. Jack was left staring at the first screen. +5, an insane amount. He'd finally gotten all stat benefits of the ice pond, according to the second screen, and they were a total of 18 points in physical or 18 in each of his physical stats. That was the equivalent of 9 levels. However, he'd paid dearly for it. He didn't even know how close he'd come to death, but it couldn't have been more than a hair away. if he hadn't retreated at that final moment. He spared a glance for the waterfall, which still poured down calmly as if harmless. Only Jack knew the incredible danger that hid below its surface, and he gulped. He swore not to approach it again unless he got significantly stronger. No matter how dire his situation, that was a risk he couldn't afford to take. But how dire was his situation, really? With all the ice pond bonuses and the other resources, Jack had secured a gain of over 10 levels worth of points. Given that he was level 22, his current fighting prowess should be in the mid-30s. In this forest, besides the wolf boss who could stand up to him, only the monkey boss had a chance, but not for long. Jack finally saw a glimmer of hope. If the monkey monsters gave him enough of a boost, maybe fighting the wolf wasn't that far-fetched of an idea. Jack lay there for a long time, putting his thoughts in order and letting his body readapt to the environment. He kept shivering and water kept rolling off him, escaping his body from wherever it had entered. Eventually, he felt ready. There was a battle to fight. No more distractions, no more bonuses, no more side quests. Monkeys, then wolf, that was all. Jack finally stood up, testing his body and finding it in perfect condition. He clenched his fists and prepared himself for battle. He took off. However, before he left the cave, Jack spared a final look for the waterfall. That blue world was not a dream. What did it mean? What was it? What secrets does the ice pond hide? And that fist? He clenched his own. He hadn't forgotten his insights while in the blue world. The fist was a weapon, a path forward. It was relentless, brutal, visceral, and primal. It represented strictness and discipline, the law of the strong, and how everything came down to killing and harming each other. The fist was not a pretty thing, but it was necessary and natural. It represented the conviction that in life there was only path ever forward. Fist meant power. These were pretty thoughts, if useless. And yet he still felt on the cusp of something. These ideas and concepts, if properly understood, hid special meaning. The bald man's fist in his vision wasn't merely a fist. It was a world of its own, a way of life, a path. If only he could comprehend it, he had the feeling that his entire existence would ascend to a completely new level. Jack shook his head. There was something there, he was sure, something vital and fundamental, something titanic. His instinct screamed it was there, only a paper's width out of his grasp. Yet as great as fist magic sounded, he still lacked something, a focus to complete his understanding, fill in the holes, and turn thoughts into reality, into magic. And the thing he missed wasn't something he'd discover through thinking. He'd find it through punching. As it should be. Jack's eyes shone as he exited his cave with steady steps, the steps of a warrior. His bare feet crunched leaves and snapped sticks. He arrived in the monkey area and stared deep into it. He saw red eyes gaze back from its depth. They didn't attack, only waited. And then Jack hesitated. The truth was, Jack wasn't a murderer. A killer maybe, but not a cold-blooded one. The goblins had made it easy by trying to kill him first and being disgusting little fuckers. The bears, too, had eased his doubts by being bloodthirsty, aggressive, and sadistic enough to torture the little animals in their territory, even without eating them. But these monkeys had done nothing wrong. If he massacred them, it would be cold-blooded, undeserved genocide. Jack followed the law of the jungle. He would do it if he had to, maybe, but he didn't want to become that person. If there could be another way, he wanted to at least give it a shot. When he'd invaded the monkey territory, they'd only thrown poop at him and chased him out despite having the strength to kill him. They'd let him go. Couldn't he do the same? But it might doom him. These were Jack's thoughts as he hesitated, debating what to do. The monkeys still stared from their trees. In fact, they'd approached enough that he could make out their brown, beefy forms. Jaimonki, level 9. A monkey variant from Planet Green. Jaimonkeys inhabit all forest biomes and move in packs, defending their territory with flying poop and great muscles. Their unique name comes from their habit of lifting heavy things to increase their strength. While not particularly aggressive, they are highly territorial. The one he scanned was of medium beefiness. The pack that approached him had 7 monkeys, and they ranged from levels 5 to 12, from normal monkeys to bodybuilders turned primate. He wasn't afraid of them, of course. They stared at him, and he stared back. What should I do? A deep growl came from deeper in the monkey area. Jack supposed it belonged to a gorillath. With how stupid the name Jaimonkeys was, he assumed the gorilla would have an equally silly one. However, as he observed the monkeys, Jack realized something. They were watching him, and they were magical monkeys. Could they be intelligent? The moment he had that thought, he sighed. He knew where this would lead, and he felt stupid for even thinking about it. Yet what choice did he have? Between suicidal, psychotic, and stupid, he'd always choose the latter. "Hello," he said, surprised at the sound of his own voice. He hadn't spoken to anyone in days, barring crude battle taunts. "I'm Jack." The monkeys looked at each other. One of them exclaimed what sounded like ooh-ah-ah to him, which he obviously couldn't understand. They made sounds at each other, seemingly conversing about something. Jack's suspicions were further reinforced. These monkeys clearly understood him, or at least understood he was trying to communicate. They had some degree of intelligence. Moreover, they weren't hostile. The biologist inside him was intrigued. The survivalist annoyed, but fuck that guy. One of the monkeys finally turned around and motioned for him to follow. Jack, grinning, complied. He had no idea where this could go, but he really wanted to find out. Jack followed the Gymonkeys into their territory. They jumped from branch to branch, from trunk to trunk. They didn't have the patience to walk, apparently, and Jack jogged to keep up. The branches above creaked from the weight of those beefy bodies. As they dove deeper, more monkeys appeared. Some stared at Jack warily and held dry poop in their hands, ready to throw. Others made faces at him or approached to inspect him. One lifted his arm and sniffed his armpit. Jack laughed. He wasn't afraid of these little guys, of course. A gorilla appeared from behind a tree. Its entire body was covered in dark fur, unlike the monkey's brown one, and its yellow eyes stared Jack down from below a wide, wrinkled forehead. Of course, the gorilla was full of muscle. Even its fingers had biceps. Jack was certain that below its fur hid a perfect six-pack. The monkeys guiding Jack stopped, beginning a series of ooh-ooh-ah. The gorilla ignored them, walking on its knuckles. It approached Jack and stared. From this close, it reminded him of a grumpy old man. It could have been funny if it wasn't vaguely threatening. Brorilla level 16. A gorilla variant from Planet Green. Brorillas live with Gymonkeys and train them in the ways of working out. It is due to the Brorilla's unmatched pecs that Gymonkeys use poop to fight. They consider themselves too weak for anything else. Brorillas are usually calm, measured animals. However, if anyone harms their little cousins or invades their territory, they go bananas. Not the boss then. Hello, I'm Jack, he said. The gorilla looked him in the eye for a moment, then turned to the rest of the monkeys. Their conversation comprised of various monkey sounds Jack couldn't bother to decode, as well as very expressive jumps and body language. One monkey mimed that Jack was strong by flexing its biceps, and another smashed its fists together, conveying a message that Jack didn't get. The rest of them got it, though. After a series of wondrous exclamations, they began walking again, heading deeper into the forest. The gorilla was leading, Jack was following, and about 10 monkeys trailed behind him. Jack began to suspect this was not a good idea. He kept going. However, he was a biologist at heart. As they walked, his previous questions about the Gymonkey evolutionary traits resurfaced. Why did they work out? Natural predators, mating preferences. Looking around, he spotted something alarming. All the Gymonkeys around him were female. The Brorilla Wasaf Corsamale. Oh, hell no. His brows spasmed. If all Brorillas were male, as he suspected from their name, and all Gymonkeys female, that was ridiculous from an evolutionary standpoint. They seemed too different to mate. Sure, cows and bulls had their differences, but they were the same species. Were these ones too? Is that why the system called them cousins in the Brorilla description? Oh, come on. This is just ridiculous. Jack began to suspect that their habit of working out was based on mating competition, but he wasn't in the mood to care anymore. At least their antics were cute. It wasn't every day he saw flexing monkeys and gorillas. His non-scientist self was having fun. The forest got sparser. More monkeys arrived to take in their weird visitorial, female making the thick trees groan under their collective weight. One more Brorilla showed up, joining its bro after a few questioning growls. When the two Brorillas met, they flexed their muscles at each other in greeting, while the surrounding Gymonkeys stared in awe. Jack held back a chuckle. The more ridiculous these monkeys became, the less danger he felt, and the smaller his desire to harm them. Eventually, the forest gave way to a clearing, and Jack could only stare. A massive gap in the trees was occupied by a series of instruments. There were sticks with heavy rocks on both their ends, inclined wooden surfaces, benches with rows of weights above them, as well as a primitive machine that allowed one to pull weights with their legs. You have got to be kidding me. It was a forest gym, and Jack could see a dozen monkeys working out on the various instruments. Sweat dripped down their bodies, and their muscles shivered as they completed one repetition after another. A Brorilla was also working out, raising multiple stone dumbbells with one arm, and a few Gymonkeys surrounded him, possibly admiring his gains. Another Brorilla stood in the middle of everything, watching the Gymonkeys with a sharp eye and barking out corrections when they messed up their stance. Occasionally, its gaze would go at its bro, and it would nod in manly acknowledgement. When Jack entered the clearing, everything went silent. The Brorillas both struck him with stony gazes, and the various Gymonkeys all rushed to equip themselves with poop. There was a reserve pile at a side, as many were already pretty clenched from working out. The Brorillas leading Jack initiated the greeting ritual with the other Brorillas. Each of them nodded at every other Brorilla individually. Then all together they assumed various bodybuilder poses and flexed their muscles, while the armed Gymonkeys forgot all about Jack and were blinded by this demonstration of gains. Done with their greeting, Jack's Brorillas explained to their bros what the situation was. Unfortunately, Jack couldn't understand them, but he was fine enjoying the show. A Brorilla motioned at Jack and indicated his lack of muscle. Another shrugged, while Jack's Brorillas looked at him questioningly. One threw him a dumbbell, which he caught easily or tried to, as the blasted thing must have weighed more than the average man. He settled for gritting his teeth and raising it above his head a couple of times. The Brorillas nodded approvingly. To be precise, they all nodded at him, and he nodded back at each of them individually. When in gorilla land, do as gorillas do. Suddenly, a low, commanding growl cut through the clamor. Jack turned his gaze to the edge of the clearing. A banana tree stood there, looking completely out of place in the forest, but he hadn't noticed it behind the monkey's homemade forest gym. From behind that tree, munching on 2 bananas at once, came the largest gorilla Jack had ever seen. Big Brorilla, level 25. A gorilla variant from Planet Green. Gorillas usually live with gymonkeys and train them in the ways of working out. It is due to the gorilla's unmatched pecs that gymonkeys use poop to fight. They consider themselves too weak for anything else. Gorillas are usually calm, measured animals. However, if anyone harms their little cousins or invades their territory, they go bananas. This particular gorilla is larger and stronger than most, righteously becoming their big bro. It is the group boss of the ape monsters of the Forest of the Strong. It stood a head taller than Jack even on its knuckles. All over its body, muscles bulged underneath its fur, and it walked with the confidence of a multiple times Mr. Olympia winner. Its large hands, easily able to squeeze a human head dry, now held a banana each, and it chomped down on them alternatively while its yellow eyes took in Jack. Through all the chaos, Jack's mind insisted that banana trees had no place in this forest. Moreover, these bananas bulged oddly, as if they were flexed biceps instead of fruit. Bananarm plant F grade. A resource guarded by the apes of the Forest of the Strong. Commonly found in the plains of Planet Green, the bananas produced by this plant are so rich in nutrients they can instantly develop one's muscles. They are also said to be a rare delicacy. The stat increase is a one-time bonus. Of course it would be bananas. Why the hell not? We already had a gym forest and gorilla bros. The big gorilla slowly made its way to the center of the clearing and stopped. The 4 gorillas nodded in respect, and the big gorilla only returned a single nod at all of them. It was clearly the big bro, and its eyes were solemn. It didn't look very friendly. Jack nodded, then tried to be polite. Hello, big bro, I'm Jack. Wanna team up against the wolf? I'm sure it will start eating you guys soon if it hasn't already. The gorilla stared, not moving a muscle off which it had many. Jack wondered if it could understand him. The monkeys could we not their big bro? The gorilla finally replied. It let out a series of noises that Jack couldn't make heads or tails of. It flexed its gigantic pecs, pointed its thumb at itself, and finally gave a thumbs up. Are you saying you'll handle it yourself? The gorilla shook its head, then spread its arms to indicate the entire pack. All of you are going to handle it. A nod. Oh, is that why you're training so hard? A brief pause, a shrug, then another nod. Okay, can I help too? I'm strong. The big gorilla looked at him. It clearly had its doubts. Jack lifted the dumbbell above his head again, but the big gorilla wasn't impressed. It picked an entire bench press off the ground and tossed it at him. What the? Jack barely jumped aside as the massive gym instrument crashed into the ground. He rolled back up. Bro, that wasn't nice. I can't catch a fucking bench press. Every single gymonkey and gorilla gasped. The big gorilla frowned in dissatisfaction. What? Asked Jack, looking around. Was it something I said? He suddenly grew worried. He was strong, sure, but he wasn't confident in taking on every monkey in this clearing and their big bro, especially when said big bro threw gym instruments around for breakfast. Maybe coming here was unwise. The big gorilla stood on its hind legs, reaching 9 feet in height. It pointed a finger at itself and another at Jack. The 2 fingers then came together, and when they did, one was clearly higher than the other. Oh, it's because I called you bro before. You're the big bro and I'm the little one, right? That's what you're saying, he tried. The big gorilla stared. I don't mind. Still, though, can I help against the wolf? I don't know if you guys can see levels, but it's pretty strong. I don't think you can handle it just by yourselves. The big gorilla's frown deepened. It did not reply. Jack continued, okay, maybe you can do it, but it will be easier if you let me help. I'm about as strong as you with me here. Imagine how many of your little bros will be saved. A second collective gasp. The big gorilla's body shivered, flexing every muscle it had at once. It stared Jack deep in the eyes, then beat its chest and unleashed a loud, deep roar. The monkeys went bananas. They started throwing poop into the air, pushing each other and jumping in place. Jack was lost. He had no idea what was happening, but he didn't like it. Calming down slightly, the gymonkeys and gorillas ran around and formed a large circle around an empty part of the clearing, then kept hollering at the top of their lungs like monkeys often did. The big gorilla jumped over them to land in the circle. It pointed a finger at Jack, then himself, then smashed its 2 large fists together. Oh no, I didn't mean to challenge you. I'm just saying. The gorillas behind Jack pushed him, sending him stumbling into the circle, which then closed behind him. Hey, the big gorilla growled, then assumed a boxing stance and hopped in place. Its large fists rotated around each other like a mill. Jack frowned. Will you guys listen to me? I'm not a monkey. They did not listen to him. He snorted. Fine, fine, you think I'm afraid. If you guys don't want to play nice, I'll show you who's the boss around here. More frenzied hollering, more wild cheers. The big gorilla leveled its stare at Jack, who also adopted a boxing stance. Can I become a group boss? He mused, eyeing the gorilla from between his fists. For a moment he wondered what they saw. His muscles had developed as he got stronger, eventually covering his entire body in fine, symmetrical lines. He was like a perfect barbarian, and he faced down a massive gorilla. He was a warrior. The image lit a fire in his heart. Something drew him in. Maybe it was the incessant hollering that filled his ears, maybe it was the battle lust around him, or the allure of winning a public fight, maybe it was the excitement of boxing a fucking gorilla. Whichever the case, Jack felt himself dropping into a state of mind he didn't often reach. All his battles so far had been desperate life or death struggles. There was no room for anything else. Here, where he was called to prove his might against a worthy opponent, things were different. Honestly, even if he lost, he felt that the monkeys wouldn't kill him. His primal instincts didn't take over instantly and completely, as they always did. There was room for other things. For the first time, he wasn't fighting for his life, but for himself, to prove his worth, to achieve things, to become great. And as Jack explored this aspect of battle, a wall in his mind cracked a little. He had experienced the bald man's world-ending fist in the waterfall world. He'd seen it from many angles, pondered on its secrets, and from the sight of a single punch, he'd drawn so much inspiration about what it truly meant to fight. He was on the cusp of something great, something titanic, but there was still a thin barrier stopping him. Something had been missing. Now that barrier was cracking, and the big gorilla would help him open it up completely. The gorilla attacked. So did Jack, and they began to box. The monkey hollering was intoxicating. The rush, the haze, the spike of adrenaline as Jack faced a gorilla with his bare hands. He grinned. He didn't burst into action, action burst out of him. Jack and the big gorilla crashed into each another like trains and began boxing. Despite his small physique, Jack was strong, very strong. He wasn't instantly annihilated like a pre-system human. He stood his ground and met the gorilla's big fists with his own small but hard ones. Jack had adopted a boxing stance as dictated by his fist-fighting skill, which was completely in its element. He weaved and bobbed, dodged and jabbed where he found an opening. His punches flew straight and true, impacting the big gorilla's body with strong thuds and making it grimace. The gorilla's punches flew like homing missiles. Its muscular arms carried such power that a single punch could undoubtedly rip a normal human's head clean off. But Jack was no normal human, not anymore. He couldn't just dodge, he could block too. The gorilla was stronger as it was a strength-oriented creature, but Jack was much faster and surprisingly more durable. He could take those massive fists while the gorilla buckled every time Jack sneaked in a strike. His little punches fell like hammers, bypassing the gorilla's thick fur to strike the skin underneath. The big gorilla's eyes widened. Its mouth opened, revealing a pair of sharp teeth. It couldn't use the system to inspect Jack, but it could vaguely sense the level difference between itself and another creature. Most animals and monsters could. That was why the monkeys invited Jack in. That was why the gorillas and even the big gorilla spoke with him. That was why, when Jack was disrespectful, the big gorilla challenged him. It could sense they were roughly on the same level, but it should have been slightly stronger. However, that didn't seem to be the case. Its little mind was puzzled. It was boxing with all its tremendous strength, driving punch after punch into the body of this small creature, but it took everything like a champ. Instead, when the little creature's punches struck the gorilla, they felt like swinging logs. The big gorilla growled and struck faster, harder. He howled and became a flurry of blows on Jack, who still fought skillfully. He dodged one strike, blocked another, parried a third, and dug his fist into the gorilla's belly. The gorilla bent and it spat some saliva on Jack's head from above. Its eyes shook. How could this little creature be so strong? All around them, the monkeys were going bananas. They jumped up and down, climbed on branches to see better, and generally raised a ruckus that would make any sports fan go green with envy. The smart ones even snacked on bananarms as they watched the fight. Some were even smarter, and they distributed bananarms to other monkeys in return for favors or kisses. The Jaimonkeys had invented stadium snacks. More monkeys appeared from the trees as the battle raged on. Even 3 gorillas rushed over, bringing the total up to 7. All the gorillas then spent a minute greeting each other like proper bros. Jack didn't miss all this. Though the fight was hectic, he was in control. It wasn't that difficult. He hadn't lost himself as usual. He could sense the crowd's burning gazes they landed on his body, as intense as the big gorilla's punches. He could feel their excitement, surprise, fervent joy at such a spectacle, even their respect for his strength, which could match their big bro. He felt like a champion. It wasn't only good. There was undeniable pressure, a great amount, and there was hostility from some of the monkeys. He felt under scrutiny, like his every movement was judged. He felt a veil stretching over his fists and dampening their blows. The big gorilla sensed his weakness. It smacked him harder, abandoning defense except for its most vulnerable parts. Its punches rained down like meteors, and its monkey cries filled Jack's ears. He was forced on the defensive. Monkeys cheered, watching their big bro recover the upper hand, and some even booed Jack. Jack was frustrated. Why was this happening? He didn't understand. He had the higher stats, the finer skills. Why was he losing? Why were his movements weak and his reactions slow? Why did he make bad calls and expose his weaknesses? This was the reverse of his vision. The bald man had exhibited strength that his body couldn't possibly contain. Jack was failing to use the strength that his body definitely possessed. Why? He knew why. The tension was getting to him. He could fight with his life on the line, but now he hesitated. The booing drew him away. The myriad movements at the edges of his vision sapped his attention. The pressure fell on his punches like fabric, making him slow and clumsy. The big gorilla, on the other hand, was used to fighting like this. It kept the upper hand and kept pushing. Jack felt like he was back to the basics. He was facing elementary weaknesses that he never had to deal with against the goblins or bears. His body knew the way, but his mind and soul couldn't follow. He was incomplete. His foundation was lacking. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. He had been trying to grasp the bald man's secrets, but those were so high up the ladder he didn't even deserve to reach for them. He didn't even have the first step. Slow and steady. Wait a moment. This is like academic research. Punch to his jaw made him spin in midair and snapped him out of irrelevant thoughts. Jack landed on his feet and ducked under another punch, then delivered a devastating uppercut on the gorilla's chest-height difference. The poor animal almost left the ground but quickly replied with a deft jab that Jack dodged. Basics, he repeated to himself, trying not to lose focus. I must work my way up. To become a good fighter, I must first become a fighter. I must be able to stand on stage and fight. I must develop the mental resilience to perform under any circumstances. I must not allow myself stupid, gaping flaws. He looked at the big gorilla with gratitude. This was such a great opportunity. He'd found his missing piece. He needed the heart of a fighter, the eye of the tiger. A punch whistled by his ear, and another smashed into the gorilla's belly again. Jack returned to the fray with renewed resolve. He opened his mind to the surrounding tension, letting it flow over him without affecting him. He had spoken on stage before he'd even given lectures. He knew how to handle it, but this wasn't the same. The eyes of dozens of monkeys and a few gorillas were all on him, and the pressure wasn't something his razor-sharp battle brain could handle. Resolve alone was not enough. With growing terror, Jack realized he couldn't ignore them. He couldn't tune it off. It worked great in theory, but not in practice. Crap, this was bad. He felt lost and confused. His brain refused to act at normal speed. On the other hand, the big gorilla had gathered so much momentum and confidence it was about to steamroll Jack. This was now a fight he could lose, and he would if he didn't find a way to recover his footing. This must be how athletes feel, but I don't know how to handle the pressure. How do they do it? Wait, I don't need to handle it, he realized. I have fists. I can simply break it. He grinned. That's right. So far, he remained a scientist at heart. The fighter only emerged automatically while fighting. Jack now had to summon him at will. A scientist would ignore the pressure. A fighter would muster his stubbornness and smash right through it. His fists clenched harder. These monkeys wanted to boo him. Their burning gazes would make him cower. He stood straighter. His gaze, that had been trapped at the gorilla's chest level, reached its eyes and stared defiantly. The big gorilla noticed the change. So did the gorillas and monkeys. Their sounds changed. Their boos got hesitant. The big gorilla tried to smash a fist into those defiant eyes, but Jack was no longer there. So far, he'd been pummeling the gorilla's torso, whittling its endurance down. He couldn't reach any higher due to the height difference, as big gorilla was 9 feet tall. However, Jack now realized he shouldn't care. If he dared, his fist-fighting skill knew the way. The crowd's pressure was still wrapped around Jack's fists, obstructing them, but so what? He simply ignored it, pushed harder, and ripped right through it. He was the king of the ring, and he fucking loved it. The gorilla's fist met empty air. In the next moment, Jack rose from the ground, jumping up and reaching the gorilla's head. Its eyes widened. Jack pulled his hand back. The gorilla tried to recover, to dodge, but there was no time. It saw death. Jack's punch drilled straight into the big gorilla's face, stopping a few centimeters before its nose and turning it into mush. The gorilla flew back and collapsed to the ground. Jack landed on his feet, a wild grin on his face. He hadn't lost himself, he was still in complete control. He simply enjoyed this fight enough to smile, and he didn't see a reason to hide it. He would do whatever he wanted. Fuck them all. The gorilla growled as it stood. It faced Jack, and he stared deep into his eyes. He saw anger there, shame and helplessness. Resignation. Jack grinned. The big gorilla gave a sad growl as it fell to both knees and bowed towards him. In that last strike, Jack had stopped his punch before it struck the gorilla's face. Otherwise, his drill skill would have sent the momentum deep enough to break several delicate bones, and he might have even killed the gorilla on the spot. He wasn't sure if his actions had been noticed, but apparently they had. These apes were smart animals. As soon as the big gorilla bowed, the rest of the monkeys followed suit. 7 gorillas and around 30 monkeys bowed towards Jack, who accepted his victory. Due to his science, he knew how monkey society worked. As ridiculous as it seemed, he'd challenged the alpha male and won. He was their leader now. Jack looked at the various monkeys, all of them buff as fuck, and realized his gains. He had a monkey pack under his command, valuable allies against the black wolf. Moreover, the fight with the big gorilla had helped him discover a major flaw and fix it. He now had the heart of a fighter, or at least the beginnings of one. This difference might sound small, but Jack could feel it resonating with the vision inside him. The bald man approved now that Jack had the heart. He understood that the bald man was similar. He was a fighter through and through, pushing forward until nothing remained. Maybe that's what made his punch so magically unstoppable. Jack was on to something. A light bulb shone in his head as all his insights started to come together. A vague form began taking shape, and then a ding came out of nowhere, breaking his concentration. The idea retreated back to the very edge of his mind, right outside his reach. Motherfu. He stopped himself, no meaning in insulting an omnipotent entity that could read your thoughts. Stifling his frustration as best as he could, he turned to look at the status screen that just had to interrupt him. Primate boss subjugated. Would you like to despawn the group? YN. Level up, you have reached level 23. Level up, you have reached level 24. Level up, you have reached level 25. It seemed that forcing a boss to surrender counted as a victory. It didn't matter much to Jack. No, he replied. He wasn't going to despawn his new allies. However, it seemed that his assumption of each monster group counting as a killable entity was true by defeating the group. He'd gotten the respective experience, even though he didn't kill a single monkey. And these levels did matter. He allocated all bonus points equally among his physical stats, of course. His difference with the Black Wolf was closing by the day. His battle prowess now had to be around level 40. Not too far away unless that elite tag means what I think it does. Damn it. In video games, elite enemies were stronger than their levels would indicate. Jack really hoped that wasn't the case, but even if it was, he had an elite class of his own, plus a monkey army that would help him pull through, especially if he trained it a little. Finally, there was one extra benefit from all these level ups. Jack grinned as he looked at the last status screen. It was almost enough to make him forgive the system for distracting him almost. Congratulations, level 25 reached. New class skill acquired, Calamitous Punch-Eye. Congratulations. Level 25 reached. New class skill acquired. Calamitous Punch-Eye. All warriors have a finishing strike. At the cost of exhaustion, overdraw your body's potential to unleash a devastating attack. Jack read the description of his new skill. Unlike his previous ones, it was active, not passive. Suddenly, something appeared inside him. It felt like a switch or a big red button. There wasn't an actual red button in his head, obviously, but that's what it resembled. Jack got the sense that, just by willing it, this skill would tug at all his muscles and unleash every scrap of strength in his body at once. The result would undoubtedly be catastrophic both for the enemy and himself, but not so catastrophic that he couldn't test it. He turned to the monkeys, whose reverent eyes watched him from the ground. He raised a clenched fist. "My friends," he began, hoping they could understand him. "Don't call me big brothery or big bro is right there. Call me Jack. I'm not here to conquer you, but to help you and be helped in turn. We share a common enemy, the hateful Black Wolf that wants to snack on your brothers and sisters, rip your muscles apart and feast on your bananarms." Jack was gambling a bit here, but it worked. The Jaimonkeys and Barillas were riled up, unable to believe the size of this wolf's audacity. Not their bananarms, but don't be afraid. His voice thundered, cutting through the clamor. The monkeys shut up. Jack shouted, "I am like you. We will fight together. We will put our lives on the line and kill that arrogant canine. We will be free." They cheered, even the big Brorilla. Jack rumped up for his finale, for victory, for alliance. Apes together, he clenched his fist and drove it towards the ground, activating Calamitous Punch strong. It was a nice finale. Simple, direct, and targeted. Perfect for riling up a monkey pack. The only problem was that Jack had no idea how strong his new skill was. The effects of drill and pugilist body had been useful, but nothing too pronounced. He wanted a simple bang, that's all. When he activated Calamitous Punch, his clenched fist already heading for the soil, the world suddenly went dark. His punch accelerated so hard that it pulled him completely off balance. Yet his movement remained perfect, as if his body knew what to do. Every unnecessary muscle went lax as all strength left him. It gathered on his torquing waist, his turning shoulder, his clenched fist. Jack sensed the power of this one fist and felt terror, but he couldn't stop it. It reached the ground almost instantly. Color returned to the world with an explosion. Jack flew back. The ground erupted under his feet, showering the nearby Jaimonkeys with gravel, and the impact's booming sound echoed over the entire forest. Fuck, Jack gritted his teeth. His right hand lay limp at the side. Many bones broke. Only his 79 constitution saved it from shattering completely. The monkeys alternated their incredulous stares between him and the point of impact, unable to believe their eyes. Where Jack used to stand, there was now a half-foot deep crater as if a meteorite had fallen. The soil was upturned in its perimeter, the center was scorched black, and Jack could even see an underground rock that his fist had torn through like paper. Calamitous Punch sure packed a punch. Only a full-power strike from the rock bear could come close to this level of destruction. It was a real calamity. Of course, the price was heavy. Jack's entire body felt sore and exhausted as if he just ran a marathon. He was starving and his hand was broken. He'd underestimated the strength of his new skill, but that was okay. Now he knew its strength. It was a last resort, a hidden ace in his sleeve. It was the weapon that would kill the black wolf. His new friends finally recovered from their stupor. The monkeys gathered around the crater to inspect it, while the big gorilla and two of its gorilla bros approached Jack to make sure he was okay. He assured them he was fine and thanked them for caring. Another gorilla approached a minute later. It had apparently gone behind the bananarm plant, where they kept some of their gym equipment, and fetched a roll of processed leaves that could serve as bandages. Jack thanked this gorilla too, as he wrapped the leaves around his broken hand, grimacing in pain or rather in expectation of the pain. The broken hand itself was nothing compared to the ice pond and the agony it would demand while fixing it. Somehow, the Gymonkeys had come to the conclusion that they should fill the hole with poop. The big gorilla sent the gorillas to enforce order and awaited by Jack's side. Jack looked at the gorilla. Just a few minutes ago, they'd been fighting frenziedly, and now they were bros. He chuckled and shook his head. This world keeps getting crazier and crazier. The gorilla extended a hand to help Jack up had been sitting against a tree till now. It pointed one finger at Jack and one at itself, then brought the two fingers close together, and again one finger was clearly higher than the other. Jack laughed. Nah bro, he grabbed the lower finger and raised it. Both of us are big brothers. In fact, you know what? There's no big brother between us. I'm just Jack and you are. He considered it for a moment. Harem. Yes, I think that's suitable. It's from another gorilla, an honorable one. Do you like this name? Big gorilla thought for a moment, then nodded. Suddenly, its eyes were filled with manly tears. It extended a hand and gave Jack a firm, earnest handshake that would make any father proud. The honor's mine, Harem, Jack said, smiling. Now, let's go kick some wolf ass, shall we? The gorilla cheered. The monkeys and gorillas, not knowing what was happening, cheered too, and the clearing was filled with hollering that quickly turned into war cries. The monkeys cheered again. They had no idea what was waiting for them. Jack knew they were on the clock. He had despawned the goblins, killed the bear boss and most of the bears, and took over the entire monkey pack. He had basically turned the dungeon on its head, and the boss was sure to know. In fact, it could already be after him. They had to hurry. Under Jack's instructions, the monkey pack abandoned their gym equipment for now, took some bananarms for the way, and headed for the bear area. This all took them 10 minutes, and most of those were spent trying to make the monkeys understand what he was saying. Thankfully, they were pretty intelligent. He was glad he didn't treat them as monsters. While the big gorilla was organizing things, Jack had also tried a few bananarms. He was stunned. They were delicious. Flavor overflowed from inside them. Their juices were thick enough to fill his mouth and thin enough that they weren't sticky. Jack had eaten at many good restaurants in his time, when traveling the world for conferences, but nothing came close to the taste of these forest bananarms. In fact, the bananarms were so thick in nutrients that the taste resembled meat a little, but in such a way that it meshed perfectly with their natural fruity flavor. There was sugar, too, along with a bit of spice, though Jack had no idea how it had gotten there. This heavenly taste was like the love product of bananas and the finest of beef. Which was a tiny bit suspicious, too, given that Earth's bananas had been selectively bred to reach their current state, but Jack didn't want to be too paranoid. The first bananarm also gave him 10 points in strength. Along with his recent level-ups, Jack's status screen was quickly becoming a sight that would entrench any proper number junkie. Things were looking up. He was now a real Superman. The big gorilla growled something to get Jack's attention, and turning, he saw everyone ready to go. 30 Gymonkeys and 7 gorillas, led by their big bro, all awaited Jack's commands. It brought a tear to his eyes. Let's go, he said, closing his status screen. A battle's waiting. Their first stop would be the former bear territory. As the monkeys left their area of the forest, they looked around in wonder and behind in hesitation. They briefly warred with some instinct that told them to stay put system's mind control, probably for following Jack out. Their eyes were instantly filled with new life, and their enthusiasm rocked the world before Jack quickly shushed them. They had to be stealthy, or the black wolf might come and slaughter them. They weren't ready yet. Stealthy like that, they quickly crossed into the bear territory and headed deep inside it. Jack wasn't worried about the remaining earth bears. Even if they spotted his group, he and the big gorilla could make quick work of any bear unlucky enough to cross their path. They reached the clear pond without accidents, and Jack sent all monkeys and gorillas to relax in its waters. It was a bit crampy, but they fit. He stood guard outside. Clear pond F grade. Clear ponds are naturally occurring formations spread around the universe. They are often used as parts of resorts. Anyone who relaxes in these waters will find tranquility, their body will loosen completely, and their potential will emerge, making the entire body sturdier. The stat increase is a one-time bonus. The monkeys' reaction was priceless. They first tested the water with their toes, afraid of entering it, but soon they lounged inside, full of euphoria. Their sighs and moans of relaxation were so pronounced that Jack felt uncomfortable. He let them relax for 10 minutes before pulling them back out literally. All monkeys and gorillas now had eyes full of serenity, and their gazes at him were filled with gratitude. Clearly, they loved the clear pond. Jack smiled. Each one of them, from the weakest Monkey to the big Brorilla, had increased by a level. Eventually, they reached the large clearing where the goblin tribe used to be located. It remained empty almost. A lone boar walked in circles around the high-speed bush. Its eyes were red like traffic lights and it could barely stand. Jack grabbed it and unceremoniously placed it back into the forest. Be careful, he instructed the monkeys. This stuff is strong. As soon as you feel yourselves getting stronger, stop immediately. They nodded. High-speed bush F grade. A resource formerly guarded by the goblins of the Forest of the Strong. Commonly found in the wet jungles of planet Peruvian, the leaves of this bush can enhance a person's reflexes, dexterity, and agility. They can also make you high as a kite. The stat increase is a one-time bonus. 10 minutes later, Jack cursed loudly. How could the monkeys know about the delay between licking a leaf and its effect kicking in? True to its description, the bush had made them high as a kite. It took a few minutes for Jack to round them all up and make sure they'd gotten the dexterity bonus. This time, their power had increased by 2 levels. Not when Jack assumed this was a rounding error from before. By now, monkeys ranged between levels 8 and 16, Brorillas between 17 and 20, and the big Brorilla stood proudly at level 28. They were a force to be reckoned with. They would be, when the bush's effect wore off. Monkeys weren't the most disciplined creatures. High monkeys, of course, were completely uncontrollable. It took massive effort from Jack and the gorillas to guide them, and any concepts of stealth were quickly thrown out the window. It didn't matter. From the goblin clearing to Jack's cave was a short way. Laugh while you can, thought Jack, staring at the high monkeys. The evil grin reappeared on his face. Soon you'll get your lesson. Jack had visited the clear pond first, hoping that the increased constitution would help the monkeys resist the high-speed bush better. Maybe it worked, maybe it didn't. Eventually, they reached his cave, and he ushered them through the narrow opening. The big Brorilla couldn't fit, but they broke some sharp rocks at the sides, and then it barely managed to get through. The cave was crampy with so many creatures inside they barely fit. Jack held his nose, too. However, as soon as the monkeys laid eyes on the ice pond, they froze and their eyes got filled with wonder. Jack's evil grin widened. The pond was extraordinarily beautiful, but the pain it hid was equally extraordinary. At least it was the good kind of pain. For the first time, someone else would have to suffer this too. The monkeys had to get stronger, couldn't wait to see their reactions. Jack stepped into the ice pond first. He wanted to act like a proper leader. Unfortunately, the moment his broken hand touched the water, he screamed like a little girl. The pain was the worst he'd felt so far. It was like someone was using pliers to readjust his bones, except these pliers were ice cold and everywhere at the same time. The monkeys watched him from outside the lake, torn between trying to help him and watching the water with fear. A moment ago, it had looked beautiful. Now they no longer felt like swimming. It's fine. Jack gritted his teeth and spoke through the pain. This is only because I'm injured. Fuck, just come in. They looked at each other. They did not want to go in. The big Brorilla harem stepped forth. With a snort at his fellow monkeys, he stepped into the water and instantly frowned. The cold had reached him, and though it couldn't harm him, it was a unique sensation. The monkeys watched with bated breath as their big bro took a step forward, then another. Soon the gorilla was halfway across the lake and still going, but now his steps were slow, measured, careful. The pauses between each step got longer. Harem was shivering now. Ice glinted on his fur, shining like little stars. The monkeys cheered him on, ignoring Jack, whose screams of pain had died down by now. The gorilla took another step, then finally stopped. Jack had needed 13 steps to reach the waterfall, but Harem, being larger, had only taken 9. The pond was 13 feet long anyway, and Jack resolved to measure it as such from now on. Confusion would help no one. Don't go further, said Jack. Harem turned to look, and his face was pale below his fur. His eyes were shaking but still full of passion. The waterfall is dangerous. Stay there for a while, get used to the cold, and I'll help you touch it safely. He nodded. Jack turned back to the monkeys. All of you. In, he commanded. The Brorillas were first. They all frowned when they touched the water, but their brohood was too strong to fear a little bit of cold. Walking side by side in 2 rows, they could barely fit thee cross the first half of the pond before slowing down. Eventually, each Brorilla made it between the 7th and 10th foot, all of them pushed to their limits. It was a brave attempt. Finally came the Gymonkeys, who weren't nearly as stoic as the gorillas. The moment they touched the water, they began screaming, jumping on top of each other, and making faces. The fact that most were still high didn't help. It took both Jack and Harem to convince them to enter the pond. The monkeys weren't happy, but they complied, still letting out the intermittent cry. At least the cold washed away the high-speed bush's effects. In the end, the Gymonkeys reached anywhere from the 2nd to the 5th foot of the lake, with only one of them barely stopping at the 6th foot for a bit. Their efforts weren't for naught. According to Jack's inspection, each Gymonkey had gained 1 to 3 levels. The Brorillas got 3 to 5, while the big Brorilla, Harem himself, increased in power by a whooping 6 levels, reaching level 34, and if he could enter the waterfall, he'd get another few. Everyone felt the change in themselves and were overjoyed. The monkeys hollered and did their best to advance further, while the gorillas grinned and nodded at each other as they flexed their muscles. The big gorilla, intoxicated by power, stared at Jack, debating whether to challenge him again. However, it remained that, while all the monkeys had ventured into the pond whose power seemed inexhaustible, Jack himself was only at the shallows, nursing his wounds. The Gymonkeys didn't care much, but all gorillas stared at him in question. Would he not surpass them? Was his mind too weak to traverse the pond? Jack raised his eyes from the crystal-clear waters. He took in the gazes of the gorillas, the challenge in Harem's stare. He grinned, watch and marvel. I'm healed already. He stood up. With slow, purposeful steps, he crossed the lake. He went past the Gymonkeys. He reached the gorillas, whose eyes were slowly transitioning from doubt to respect, and stepped past them without missing a beat. His speed was steady, his pace fluid. The gorillas entered the ice pond for the first time, but Jack was a virtuoso. He reached the big gorilla and stopped beside him. He met his stare with pride. If you want to challenge me, I'm right here. Harem growled but didn't act. Jack nodded. Come, Harem, since you could stay here this long, you're ready to touch the waterfall, but be prepared. The cold in there is incomparable to here. You might die. Are you ready to risk your life for power? Harem didn't even consider it. He nodded. Good, Jack continued. Then go in. I'll spot Yudo speak in gym terms. If you freeze, I'll try to pull you out, but I might fail. Jack had grown stronger since last time, but not by too much. He had zero confidence against this waterfall. Every single monkey watched with faith and curiosity. Harem turned to stare at the falling water. On his grumpy face, yellow eyes shone with resolve. Despite the cold, he balled his fists, released a monkey cry, and dived right in. Then, silence. Through the hazy waters, everyone saw Harem's body freeze before his voice was abruptly cut short. The Gymonkeys wreaked havoc with their howls, and even the gorillas growled. Jack ignored them. He kept his eyes glued on Harem, watching him intently. He knew that freezing over wouldn't kill Yao, tested that himself. The gamble was to pull Harem out after he got the stat bonuses, but before he froze to death. Unfortunately, Jack didn't know how long he'd spent frozen himself, nor did he know when the bonuses would come. Therefore, he simply kept scanning Harem over and over, hoping for his level to suddenly spike. Nothing happened for a while. Harem's fur took on a paler shade as time went by. The monkeys were going insane from worry. Jack remained still as a rock, ignoring the cold that slithered up his spine. He fired off one system inspection after another, but nothing changed. Maybe I won't see it, he thought. Maybe the system won't let me cheat like this. Maybe it's already too late. He steeled his resolve. Better a weaker Harem than a dead one. He was a good gorilla, he didn't deserve to die. Jack took a deep breath. All of a sudden, he burst from immobility. His arms snaked into the waterfall to grab Harem and pull him out. At that moment, as he fired off an inspection, he saw it. Big gorilla, level 37. The bonus was there. Jack would have smiled if he could move his face. His arms in the waterfall were assaulted by relentless waves of soul-freezing cold. He couldn't feel them anymore. His mind was slowing down. His body was growing heavier. His fingers refused to close around Harem's arm, but he had to save his bro. Jack gritted his teeth and screamed through the freeze. Veins popped in his forehead as if snapping through solid ice, and with a burst of will, he caught Harem's ice-cold body and pulled. The two fell backward into the pond. Jack struggled to recover and get back up. Thankfully, he'd only barely entered the waterfall, or he'd be frozen solid already. On the bright side, Harem had frozen in an upright position, as upright as a gorilla on his knuckles could be. He was big enough for his head to stay above the surface even when he fell back. After Jack recovered, he pushed Harem a bit towards the gorillas waiting close behind. They were fine. They grabbed Harem and pulled him out, showering him with their worry. All the Gymonkeys had exited the pond by now, and they crowded over Harem, pushing each other for the right to stand beside him. Jack smiled. These monkeys really adored their big bro. Harem would be fine, was already defrosting. Jack then turned back to the waterfall. It cascaded as calmly as ever, unconcerned with the mortal affairs around it. In its endless cold, a gorilla and a human were nothing. But in Jack's eyes, the waterfall was many things. It was a mystery, a challenge, and a blessing. In that endless cold lay the hidden world he'd entered, a world in his own mind that he could only unlock through this waterfall. Last time he'd inspected the bald man's punch from all angles, the scene was carved in his mind with crystal-clear precision, but it was only in that frozen state that he could freely inspect it. Jack had spent an unknown amount of time pondering on that vision, watching it again and again, trying to discern its secrets. How had that bald man unleashed such power? What did Jack lack? Unknowingly, the vision had become an obsession for Jack. When he slept, he dreamed of the bald man's punch. When he rested, his mind kept jumping back there, analyzing every tiny movement. There was something there, something gargantuan hid just beyond his sight, he was certain. He could sense it, almost touch it, but every time he tried, Epiphany escaped like a slippery fish. He wanted to know. He needed to know. It was extremely important. Unfortunately, his progress was slow outside the waterfall. In there, he'd analyzed everything, and despite that, something was still missing. He was trying to solve a puzzle with a few important pieces still in the box, and no matter how he tried, whether in or out of the waterfall, he came up empty. However, during his fight with Harem, he discovered something, a clue in a direction he hadn't considered before. The bald man's punch was clearly magical in some way. Why then would its origins be strictly physical? This might have been the missing piece of the puzzle, and Jack yearned to enter the waterfall to find out. He needed that frozen state to progress fast. The waterfall was dangerous, sure, but he'd survived it before when he was 3 levels weaker. Plus, he now had a bro to spot him. He would be fine. It was a risk worth taking, but not hastily. Jack turned around and followed the monkeys outside. Harem woke up eventually and impressed everyone with his new power. He even considered challenging Jack again, but not only were the circumstances less than ideal, Jack was also busy. He sat on a rock and stared at infinity, lost in thoughts so deep that even the monkey's incessant howling didn't budge him. Harem left him alone for now. He even stood beside him, making sure nobody would disturb his bro for no reason. Jack was clearly busy with something important. An hour later, Jack stood up. All cold had left his system by now, and his body was back in pristine condition. His eyes were sharp, his breathing steady, and he radiated an aura of no chill. Harem, he said, making the gorilla turn around. I will go in the waterfall. Spot me. Harem nodded. As the rest of the monkeys watched, the two of them headed deep into the pond thanks to Harem's stat bonuses from the waterfall. It was now easier. They reached the waterfall at the back and stopped before it. Don't pull me out too early, said Jack. I can probably get out by myself, so act only if you think I'm dying. I trust you, Harem, okay? The big gorilla met Jack's eyes and nodded. He wouldn't let his bro die, but he'd do his best to delay the saving. Good. Jack dived into the waterfall and let the cold consume him. The next moment, he opened his eyes in the plain cyan world of tranquility where his mind belonged entirely to him. It was time to solve the riddle. Jack stood alone in the empty blue world. There was nothing here, not even a chair to rest on, only an endless cyan expanse, where the sky stretched from the horizon to beneath his feet. He didn't remember many things. His mind had been frozen on entering, and only his innermost reality had carried through. As he stood puzzled in this empty world without any distractions whatsoever, a desire sprung forth from the deepest parts of his being. He wanted to be like that man. A vision appeared, a bald man clad in yellow punching through a beast taller than skyscrapers. He seemed tiny, and his movements inconsequential. However, the world shook the moment he moved. The air screamed, and the phantom of a fist crossed the air like a meteor to smash into and through the beast's scaly chest. Still not enough, he muttered, looking at his fist, and the vision disappeared. Jack made it replay. It was engraved deep in his soul, could review it at will. He didn't know how many times he saw the same vision. Setting, punch, destruction, finale. He reviewed it in slow motion and from multiple angles. He observed every tiny change in the man's body and the surrounding environment as he punched. He saw everything, but he was missing something. It was infuriating. All the information was there, right in front of him, letting him review it at will, and he still couldn't figure out the secret. The destruction wasn't caused simply by the man's bodily strength. Where had it come from, and why did it feel so natural? It was like watching someone else play a game they were good at. It seemed easy, but when you tried, you couldn't even take 2 steps without falling. Jack was determined to succeed. Think a voice whispered in his head. It was his voice, but coming from far away. Remember. Jack frowned. The vision disappeared, replaced by other images. He saw himself screaming as he mauled a goblin before the ice pond. That was the first real battle in his entire life. He had discovered despair and the power it could give. He'd realized how much power humans kept in reserve, the part of themselves that never saw the light. He saw himself ambushing a goblin squad in the woods. He'd come to terms with violence, with survival of the strongest, with killing. He ran away from an earth bear, barely escaping with his life. It was only proper. If he wasn't strong, he couldn't fight, and he had to run. He ambushed 3 hobgoblins. He was unarmed while they had short swords but didn't know how to use them. Power mattered little without the skill to apply it. He warred against the goblin tribe. He snuck through, then massacred. He faced great pain and despair but broke through everything with sheer stubbornness. In the end, he won. Jack stopped. He'd felt something in this last memory. A part of that battle, as he said, "Fuck it," and ran through the burning flames, resonated with something deep inside him. At that moment, he'd felt complete, but was that all? He sensed there was something more. He followed the feeling to another scene. Jack faced off against the rock bear. After his partially successful ambush, the two had fought fiercely for a long time. During that battle, and especially during the end, what drove him? How did he feel? Despair, fear, rage, bitterness, frustration. The rock bear was forcing him to dance on a razor's edge. He had to dodge every single attack, hundreds of them, or he would die. He was on the weaker end. The world was suppressing him, trying to take him down, but he stubbornly refused. He stood his ground over and over, gritting his teeth and beating at the problem until he won or died. There it was again, the resonance inside him. This stubbornness, this undying will to make it, the headstrong approach to life that refused to take a single step back. It expressed him. It defined him. Jack fought the big gorilla. His power was enough and so were his skills, yet he'd almost lost. Why? Because he was pressured and he'd been trying to fight the problem as a scholar like the pre-system Jack. It didn't work. He couldn't let the problem wash over him without affecting him. That wasn't him. He wanted to face the obstacles head-on, set his jaw and break through it, punch through it like a fist. Oh, Jack blinked. Something inside him finally clicked and then he was whole. He saw it. The fist. This was his path to life, the path he would walk to the end of time. He would face the world with strength like a thrown punch until either he or any obstacle broke. Never defeat, only victory. Fist meant power and nothing else. This was his innermost truth, the way he was meant to be. This made him feel whole. This was him, and not just him. Riding the wave of realizations, Jack's mind expanded. He realized what was missing before. This state, breaking through everything like a clenched fist, didn't just resonate inside him. It reminded him of the bald man. He'd seen the vision so many times that he felt intimate with him. He understood it. Suddenly, he realized he'd never once considered the bald man a person, only a punching machine. But that wasn't so. He'd studied the bald man for a long time. He knew every tiny movement of his body as he threw the punch. Now, he understood that his state of mind mattered as well. If he could combine those, if he could reach the apex in both will and technique, if he could touch that absolute peak even just once. Only a faint gauze of mist separated Jack from something truly world-shaking. Only a last, tiny step remained. Jack put himself in the shoes of the bald man and imagined what he might be feeling, facing down a titan by himself. Fear, helplessness, stubbornness, resolve. When he punched out, he must have felt ridiculous, punching something so large with such a tiny fist. Yet he persisted. What drove him? Jack realized that, in the vision, the man's attack left no way out. He didn't hold anything back. He only punched, supremely confident that he could break through. It was a confidence fueled by his undeniable strength, but the more Jack considered it, the more he felt there was something deeper. It wasn't just confidence. Even if the bald man hadn't been certain of success, he'd still punch out in the same unyielding way. There was a fire shimmering inside him that commanded him to act as such. He was a man that faced everything like a clenched fist. A man that could break but never bend. A man that went ever forward, laughing until he died. That was him. And that was Jack. Everything clicked. The thin gauze separating Jack was from the truth wasn't lifted, it was broken through. He understood. For a moment, even the blue world disappeared, and Jack found himself facing a titanic fist, a truth, a natural law. He was stunned by majesty. He only withstood its presence for a single moment, but it was enough to know with absolute certainty that this was his path, the path of the fist. The massive fist saw him as well, not even an ant in its eyes, but acknowledged him. Jack returned to the blue world, but he wasn't the same. He was a new man. Something shimmered inside him, burned like the bald man's heroic heart. The path of the fist was part of him, and he was part of it. He could borrow its strength. He could understand. Jack closed his eyes. He found himself hovering over a purple desert, facing a titanic, scaly beast. He felt the heat, the fear, the excitement, the fast beating of his heart. His resolve hardened so much it filled him completely. He could do this. He would never take a step back. He would break through this enemy. Absolutely. Jack clenched his fist and shot it forward with the absolute belief that it would succeed. He'd seen the vision so many times that his movements unknowingly copied the bald man's to the last muscle. His soul did too. They shared a vision. The fist traveled forth, crossing the sky like a meteor and smashed into and through the beast's chest. Of course it did. He had succeeded. But he also realized just how far there was to go. His fist had pierced through a massive beast, but true meteors could destroy planets. The potential excited him. He sighed as he looked at his fist. Still not enough. Jack opened his eyes and found the blue world broken. He'd punched it. A large hole lay open before him, revealing stones and clean water tumbling over them, and he was so terribly cold. Suddenly, two large hands grabbed his shoulders and pulled him back. A wail entered his ears as, like a mirror, the blue world broke into tiny pieces that dissolved into nothingness. Jack could barely move, but he could sense Harem pulling him back through the ice pond. His body was almost failing. He must have stayed in the waterfall for far longer than last time, but he'd made it. He grinned wildly. He was different. An aura shimmered around him like a clenched fist. He had found his path in life. All was well. Celebratory blue screens flooded his vision. Congratulations, you have developed the Tao root of the fist. The world is endless, but your path is your own. Stride forth with vigor. Fist means power. Congratulations. For being one of the first 10 people on your planet to develop a Tao root, you are awarded the title Planetary Frontrunner 10. Jack was overwhelmed by cold and information. He would need some time to put everything in order, but for now he knew one thing: he'd found his path. He would tread it to the very end, and the first enemy to know his true strength would be the dungeon boss, the Black Wolf. Harem took Jack to the shore and collapsed beside him, while the Jaimonkeys and Brorillas rushed to help. Not that they could do much, time would take away the cold. By his side, Harem's monkey lips were drawn into a weak grin. He managed to form a thumbs up. Jack smiled, and then he fell asleep. It took some hours for Jack to wake up. The combined exhaustion from fighting Haram, touring the forest, healing at the pond, and entering the waterfall had got to him. Thankfully, the monkeys were good people and they let him rest. They even stayed slightly quieter than usual. It was morning now and Jack was finally putting things in order. He had a lot of information to go through, so he started with the easy ones. System, he asked, what's a planetary frontrunner? System, Jack thought curiously. What is a planetary frontrunner? Planetary Frontrunner 10, a title awarded to the first 10 sapients to develop a Dao root in an integrated planet. A sign of great potential, marking the owner as a person worthy of the immortal system's assistance. Efficacy of all stats plus 10. System, what's a title? Titles, a complementary system meant to award those who achieve extraordinary deeds. Titles are rare and can offer various benefits. The system had an integrated FAQ. How handy, if only he knew earlier. Two monkeys were bickering in front of Jack's flat stone, arguing about the ownership of a bananarm, but he didn't pay attention. Haram appeared, grabbed the bananarm in his large hands and broke it into two. He then gave each Monkey one half in a glare. Okay, so I am one of the first 10 people on the entire planet to get a so-called Dao root that's so special. 1 in a billion special. Can it be real? Thinking back, there were a ton of coincidences that helped Jack. He'd been trapped in a dungeon and forced to go above and beyond to survive. That dug out his potential. He also had the ice pond spawn right next to him. Without it, he would have never survived this ordeal. The ice pond also had the waterfall that granted him epiphany, putting him in a frozen meditative state. Moreover, everything he'd experienced up to now guided him towards the Tao of the Fist, where he was also personally inclined. This last reason wasn't necessarily a coincidence after all. Everyone saw things through their own eyes. Still, Jack had to admit that his experience so far seemed almost entirely optimized for getting a Dao root. Of course, none of this would have happened without his sweat, tears, and blood. Many people had opportunities, but very few could utilize them. This achievement belonged entirely to Jack, so if I make it out, I'll be super strong. Wow. The vision blinded him for a moment. How would it feel? He'd be like a Superman among mortals. People would form rows to watch his punches. He could guide them, lead them, protect them, and, most of all, he'd have freedom. However, all of that would only happen if he defeated the Black Wolf. Jack snapped back to the present and focused on the more practical part of the title. Plus 10 in the efficacy of all stats. God, that sounds huge. 10% didn't sound like a large increase, but when it happened across the table it compounded. Moreover, it scaled. If he previously had the stats of a normal level 40 person, he now had the stats of a level 44. This stat increase would stay with him forever, no matter how strong he got. He would always have a leg up over everyone else, and if he could get more titles like this. He almost salivated. In a few words, it was an incredible bonus. Jack was a man of science. He knew how important even the tiniest of percentages were. The Black Wolf thought it was the boss, but Jack would show it. Finally, he turned his attention to the most precious benefit, the Dao root. He had no idea what that meant. Fortunately, he had someone willing to answer all his questions. System, what's a Dao root? Dao, the Dao represents the world. It is the natural laws that govern everything, from the tiniest atoms to the largest stars. A deep enough understanding of the Tao can translate into real-world applications. For example, people who pursue the Tao of fire can often breathe fire. The immortal system has streamlined the Tao. It is recommended that cultivators progress simultaneously in levels and the Tao for maximum benefits. Right, so magic, got it. He was aware of the word Tao. It was used in Eastern philosophy, but he always found it too abstract to take seriously. It literally meant path. The system description had given some interesting tidbits of information, but it wasn't what he'd asked. System, what's a DAO root? He thought the word slow and intensely, hoping it would help. Dao, the Dao represents the world. It is the natural laws. It was the same screen. Jack frowned. The system obviously knew what a Dao root was, so why was it not telling him? Maybe it will only reveal the most basic stuff, and I have to discover the rest. It was common practice in video games, if annoying. Thankfully, Jack was smart enough to have his own hypotheses. He remembered the infinite vastness of that gigantic fist. He'd only touched its tiniest corner. The Dao root should be the first step towards mastering a Dao. The starting point, so to say. There are probably other classifications as one goes deeper, but it's suspicious. Everything else in the system is classified as numbers or letters. Even elite is self-explanatory. So far, the Dao is the only thing with a more flowery hierarchy. It was an interesting mystery for later. Utilizing this Dao took priority. He considered sparring with Haram, who was also itching to test his power, but that wouldn't work. This cave was too cramped, and if they fought outside, the Black Wolf could jump on them at any time. They were the only creatures in the entire reserve, save for the natural animals and maybe a couple earth bears. Thankfully, he didn't need to spar with anyone. The Dao of the Fistas, the system liked to call it, was a part of him. It was instinctive. He clenched his fist and all sorts of notions crossed his head. He was much more in tune with it than ever before. He even felt certain that this connection would help him in combat. His fists were decisively more absolute now, be it in offense or defense, though it made no sense. Had he finally attained magic, fist magic, he chuckled. Could be worse. I'm only an ing away from getting censored. He jabbed the air a few times. His fists shot true. He was aware of what they signified. Now they weren't just powered by his body, but by his heart as well. He even thought he saw the air shimmer around them. Nah, must have been my imagination. Lost in his musings, he didn't realize that the monkeys had quieted down. When he finally noticed, they were gathered around him, watching his practice intently like he was a piece of art. Even Harem stared, and his eyes narrowed as if trying to comprehend something. There was reverence in those eyes. Jack understood why. His Tao root wasn't limited to his punches. It was a superior existence inside him, and it leaked into his every motion. When he walked, talked, or even turned to look at someone, he was very faintly exuding the aura of a clenched fist. It wasn't noticeable unless someone paid close attention, or unless he was consciously channeling it into his fists. But it was there. Facing the gazes of the monkeys, Jack raised his head higher. He could sense their desire for the power he bore. They were primal creatures of strength, of course. They yearned for the power of the fist. The power I have, he said slowly, yet the monkeys maintained absolute silence, is called the Tao, and it is something you can all obtain. Work hard, be true to your heart, and it will come. They looked at him as if he'd given the greatest of sermon switch, in a way he had. Harem was the most touched of all. His eyes carried great admiration as he looked at Jack. He clenched his big fists and looked at them, still frowning. Don't stress, Harem, Jack's voice floated over. The gorilla looked up. There are many Taos. Maybe yours will be the fist like mine, or maybe it will be something else. Don't try to copy me. Work hard, be true to your heart, and it will come. Harem looked deeply at Jack. Then his eyes widened and he nodded. He'd understood. Good. Jack clapped, snapping the monkeys out of his stupor. We are going to hunt a wolf. It should be doable with our new powers, but many of us might die. However, for those who make it, danger hides opportunities. Be brave. Are you ready? It was a simple speech, but the monkeys erupted in cheers and cries to the point where Jack suspected they'd gone to fetch some high-speed bush leaves while he was asleep. It wasn't that, though. They'd just gotten fired up by his demonstration of a Tao root. It was a power that spoke to the hearts of all living beings, including Jack, which was why he had been so obsessed with the bald man's vision. Having given his rousing speech, Jack nodded with pride. These were brave monkeys. There were 30 Jaimonkeys ranging between levels 9 and 19-7 Brorillas, from level 20 to 25, and Harem, who was at a whooping level 37. The entire monkey army was vastly stronger than before, as was Jack, whose current battle prowess reached into the early Fortisnot, including the Tao root, whose precise strength was still unclear. All in all, they were a brave group, and Jack felt proud of them. In fact, he realized he'd neglected some things. He'd only treated them as allies so far, but not as people, not as friends. Maybe he'd paid some extra attention to Harem, but it wasn't enough. Jack felt guilty, and he instantly rushed to fix his wrongs. Brorillas, he said, stepping forth, and the 7 of them hurried to do the same. Do you have names? The Brorillas looked at each other and shook their heads. Very well. From now on, you will be Oz, Hirom, Amo, Loha, Raza, Bradal, and Ahamba. They were random names, but he felt they matched the Brorillas' nature. He also named them in order of highest to lowest level. I am Jack. It is a pleasure to meet you all. He shook hands with the 7 Brorillas, then joined them in flexing their muscles. Though his were admittedly smaller than theirs, nobody made fun of him or looked weird. His strength was all the proof they needed. The monkeys cheered at this impromptu bodybuilding demonstration, and the Brorillas nodded at each other with pride. They nodded deeply at Jack, then at Harem, who had also joined the flexing. Jack then turned to the big Brorilla. Harem, he said, you will name the Jaimonkeys. Remember, as you are now people, you all need names. Harem nodded. He then turned to the monkeys, pointed at them one by one, and uttered names that Jack's ears couldn't quite catch. Regardless, the Jaimonkeys seemed satisfied. They looked at each other with tears in their eyes, proud to finally have proper names. Then, in an unspoken accord, they rushed towards Jack. Hey. They buried him in a big group hug that nailed him to the wall. Thankfully, he had high stats or he might have been squashed. It's fine, it's fine. He laughed as he pushed them off. We are friends now. We should help each other. Just a few names or nothing. It was a touching moment. So touching, in fact, that Jack realized he'd made a mistake. Many of them might die against the wolf. Maybe he should have held back on the whole bonding thing for now. But what's done is done. Jack followed the Tao of the fist. He was all or nothing, no half measures. We've delayed enough, he spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Let's go, we have a wolf to kill. They cheered again. Then they streamed out of Jack's hidden cave like an army of ants, crossing the reserve and heading for its center, where Harem knew the wolf had its den. Jack was touched. He'd only been in the Forest of the Strong for a few days, but it felt like an entire lifetime. His time here was so full of tension, action, danger, and he'd grown so massively, too. Now things were coming to an end. He would escape and return to civilization. He would finally see what the world looked like, and he could live without fear for his life, hopefully. Everything had converged to its final point, the Black Wolf. The dungeon boss, Jack and the monkey army prowled through the morning forest. The The pleasant chattering of birds, the last drops of moisture rolling off leaves, the vivid colors, these all formed a joyful mood that contrasted the soberness of the situation. They had chosen the morning because wolves enjoyed hunting at night, also because Jack was getting tired of all the monkey business in his cave. A howl cut through the forest. Their bones rocked, their eyes narrowed. This howl hid fury and determination. The wolf was no longer playing around. It was out to get them, unless they got it first. It didn't sound like the wolf was sleeping, as they'd hoped, but maybe it was still in its cave. Placing the howl's origin was difficult. With any luck, they could ambush it. If not, they would just wait for it to return. The dungeon's final battle was arriving, swiftly and unavoidably. Harem led them through the trees until they reached a rocky hill in the middle of the forest. It stood only a few dozen feet tall but many dozen wide, and its back hid a shallow cave. Fun fact: when the system arrived, Jack was on a tour to inspect 2 caves. If the coin had just flipped the other way, it wouldn't be a level 2 goblin spawning beside him, but an elite level 49 black wolf. Jack and Harem walked ahead. They found a hidden alcove in the rock and crouched to watch. "Wait, Harem," Jack whispered. "The wind is blowing towards the cave. It may smell us. Let's circle around the hill and approach the other way." Harem growled. They retreated, took the monkeys, and approached from the northeast, where the wind wouldn't betray their presence. Again, Jack and Harem went ahead to scout. They hid behind a large rock. The wolf's cave was a gaping maw in the side of the hill. It was pitch black inside as the towering rocks blocked the sun rays, giving the impression that the cave was endless. It could lead anywhere from 2 feet deep to China. That they couldn't see inside was a bummer. "It's probably empty," said Jack. "Why would the wolf howl from inside its cave? Let's see if this hill can hide 40 monkeys, Harem." However, the big gorilla shook his head. His nose twitched and he mimed jaws as he pointed in the cave. "It's inside." Jack raised a brow. Harem nodded. "Very well, then we go with the original plan. We can't ambush it, but we can smother it. Let's fill the cave with gorillas." They retreated to prepare. 2 minutes later, the entire monkey army stood arrayed with the gorillas at the front, watching the cave's opening from just where they couldn't be seen. "Get ready, everyone," Jack commanded. "We go quietly, and when I give the signal, we run." "Got it," the monkeys nodded. He took a deep breath. Memories of his struggles passed through his mind: the goblins, the bears, the wolf that in stalk killed anything it wanted. "Let's go." A gentle rocky incline led up to the cave's mouth. The monkey army crawled over it, trying to stay silent so as not to spook the wolf. They wanted to reach the cave before it noticed them and exited. In the open space outside, the advantage would belong to the wolf. In the narrow cave, to them. Jack was first, with the big gorilla further behind due to his large size. He leaned on a rock and peeked over it. He was only 50 feet away from the cave, now close enough to notice the 2 yellow eyes glaring at him from the darkness. Jack froze for a single moment, then jumped forward like a spring. "Charge," he shouted, initiating the battle, and waves of monkeys rose behind him. The wolf didn't expect the monkeys. It released a low growl and stepped outside its cave, making to escape. Unfortunately for the wolf, the cave mouth was preceded by a short corridor of rock. Under normal circumstances, a few feet were nothing. But right now, Jack was bounding forth with long steps, jumping over the rock at speeds that would make any Olympic athlete jealous. The wolf wouldn't make it in time. Its gaze landed deep inside Jack's eyes, who stared back. They'd met twice in the past. This was the third and last. Titles: Planetary Frontrunner 10. Black Wolf, Level 49, Elite Dungeon Boss. Black wolves are mostly solitary creatures. They are also territorial, proud, aggressive, and infamous for being a scourge at the peak of F rank. If a black wolf is spotted, experienced hunter squads should be dispatched quickly, or all big game of the surrounding area will disappear. Yesterday, Jack might have been scared. He was charging at a superior opponent by himself. Today, however, he was a fist. This charge was his nature. He slowed down slightly as he approached, keeping himself close to the ground so he could react quickly. The wolf, realizing it couldn't escape, threw its head back and released a loud, drawn-out howl. Hearing it from up close was an experience. His ears rung and his vision swam for a moment. The sound penetrated his soul and shook it, but something fought back. The Dao root of the fist reacted as if it had met a worthy opponent, and it quickly extinguished the wolf's attack. Jack regained himself only to find the wolf's claws inches away from his face. He ducked on instinct, letting himself slide on the rock and gaining a long, bloody gash on the top of his head, but he'd survived. It has a Dao root. He realized, paling. Shit. He quickly rolled upright and pivoted to face the wolf, which hadn't stopped running. It was charging the monkeys, who were still dazed like a dark arrow. "HARAMB," Jack roared. A massive form stepped in the wolf's charge. A large fist shot at its face with the power of an elephant, forcing the wolf to slow down and sidestep before lunging for Harem's throat. A day ago, the big gorilla couldn't have dodged this, but the high-speed bush and the ice pond had raised his speed tremendously. He leaned back, barely dodging the wolf's jaws, then managed to slam a heavy uppercut into its lower jaw, sending it flying. The wolf wasn't injured. It somersaulted in midair and fell claws first right where Jack was waiting. He danced away as the rock under his feet was sliced into pieces. The wolf's claws weren't joking. It landed on all fours and shot at Jack, chasing him down. His eyes widened. It was too fast. He managed to dodge the claws, taking only a small graze on his forearm, but the wolf smashed bodily into him and sent him flying into a tall rock. He slammed into it, cracking the stone, then slid to the ground. The wolf stared him down from 10 feet away, its eyes colored by nothing except hatred, menace, fear, and animalistic fury. Jack stared straight back. This wolf was stronger and faster than him. More durable, too, since Harem's uppercut had seemingly dealt no damage. But Jack wasn't alone. Monkey cries echoed over the hill. 30 brown shapes surrounded the wolf from a distance. Holding stones at the ready, Jack had convinced them that poop was mostly harmless. Jack faced the wolf from the front, Harem from the back, and the 7 gorillas had formed a loose circle around them, ready to intervene or slow down the wolf with their lives. The wolf looked around, realizing it was surrounded. It growled. Jack grinned and cracked his knuckles. "Come," he said, "I'll show you who's the boss around here." It lunged sideways. Apparently it still sought to escape, solidifying its relative weakness in Jack's mind. The wolf charged between Jack and Harem, trying to escape the encirclement from the side. However, there was a gorilla there. His name was Hirom. Hirom opened his mouth and screamed at the approaching wolf. He stood on his legs and balled his fists, ready to box. His heavy eyes scowled under that wide forehead. The wolf fell on him like a wrecking ball. Claws flashed and jaws snapped shut. Hirom was sent flying in 2 pieces, but he'd achieved his goal. To kill him, the wolf had slowed down, and that was enough for a massive hand to wrap around its tail, jerking it still. The wolf looked back and shivered. Harem had arrived, and he was fucking pissed. With a massive roar of rage, he swung the wolf from its tail and smashed it into the ground, showering the approaching Jack with gravel. He raised the wolf, then slammed it down again, and again, and again. Harem had just seen one of his bros get killed. His rage could not be put into words. He howled as he planted the wolf deep into the ground with each strike, making its bones groan. It couldn't do anything. It was getting swung around by its tail. Finally, Harem reached a boiling point. He smashed the wolf into the ground a final time and let go of its tail to beat it up with his bare hands. A rain of punches and kicks landed on the wolf amidst gorilla growls. Harem had turned into a beast Jack didn't dare approach. However, in the end, the wolf was stronger. Despite getting smashed like an octopus, it could still fight, and its claws glinted in the sunlight. Its fangs were bared, and it growled while showing all of its teeth. Harem was sliced by the right, then a pair of jaws wrapped around his left leg and broke it. He screamed, letting the wolf squirm out of his grasp. It was bloodied, panting, injured, and with multiple broken or cracked bones, but it could still fight. In fact, as it was cornered and near death, this wolf was currently at its most dangerous. However, it still tried to escape. It charged to the side, smashing head first into Raza, a gorilla, and sending him flying, thankfully without other injuries. It then headed for the group of Jaimonkeys, who fearlessly showered it with stones. Stones thrown by Jaimonkeys were nothing to scoff at. They were heavy, fast, and precisely aimed. The wolf received 2 in each of its eyes and many more all over its body, aggravating its wounds, but it didn't stop. It barreled into the monkey army and started ripping them apart, clawing blindly at all sides. A few monkeys were bisected, and many more were injured. The rest ran away with screams, letting the wolf claw away at nothing for a moment. Just as it was about to escape, a heavy fist slammed into its side. Its hard fur was useless against this fist. Its skin shook, and the broken ribs underneath sent burning pulses all over its body. The wolf howled in pain as it flew sideways to land on a heap of rubble, and Jack was already upon it. He'd seen what it did to Harem, Hirom, and the monkeys. His rage was boiling, but he wouldn't repeat Harem's mistake. He wouldn't give the wolf a chance to fight back. As it lay in pain and defenseless, Jack clenched his right fist. He reared it back, gritted his teeth, and as he was falling from the sky, smashed it into the wolf's face. It recovered from its pain just in time to see the fist landing. Calamitous punch. There was an explosion. Rubble flew everywhere, along with blood and pieces of fur. The wolf's head was mangled, its body unmoving. It was dead. Jack stood beside it, panting like he'd just run a marathon, and his fist was shivering. It wasn't broken like last time, when he'd calamitous punched solid ground, just slightly injured. But he'd done it. The wolf was dead. They'd won. We won, he roared. Some monkeys cheered, others not so much. It was a Pyrrhic victory. Harem was out of commission, Hirom had died, Raza was injured, many monkeys were killed or wounded, and the army was disorganized. Ironically, Jack was almost fine. But they'd won. Level up, you have reached level 26. Level up, you have reached level 27. Level up, you have reached level 28. Level up, you have reached level 29. Jack roared again. A terrible, soul-stirring wolf's howl answered him. His eyes widened as he looked down, but the wolf's corpse was still unmoving. He looked up. Beyond the injured Jaimonkeys, beyond the mourning gorillas and Harem who was nursing his wounds, beyond the other half of the Jaimonke army, stood another wolf. It looked identical to the first one, with 2 key differences. It was completely uninjured and absolutely furious, and its yellow eyes were trained only on Jack. Black Wolf, level 49 elite dungeon boss. Black wolves are mostly solitary creatures. They are also territorial, proud, aggressive, and infamous for being a scourge at the peak of F rank. If a black wolf is spotted, experienced hunter squads should be dispatched quickly or all big game of the surrounding area will disappear. There wasn't one dungeon boss, there were two, and Jack's army was not ready to deal with the second one. Oh, fuck me. Jack quickly allocated all his bonus points equally. The wolf stared at him with boundless rage. Time seemed to freeze. Slowly, Jack understood what happened. He remembered the wolf's description. Black wolves are mostly solitary creatures. Mostly. Well, these ones lived in pairs. They just looked the same. Fuck you, system. Why do you do this to me? Unfortunately, the system didn't give favors. Sometimes luck was on the table and sometimes there was misfortune. Suddenly, Jack realized something. Last time he saw a black wolf in the forest, it had a scar above its snout. The one lying at his feet didn't. He stifled a dry croak he could have known. This was so unfair. Fuck you, system, he repeated, this time with heavy bile. The wolf didn't give him time to think any further. It charged. The back half of the Jaimonki army was only just noticing the wolf. It ripped into them with ease. Monkeys were sent flying. Blood and body parts littered the ground. The wolf had seen Jack deal the final blow on its partner, but it understood that the monkeys were involved. It would give them no quarter. Almost a dozen monkeys were slaughtered in the span of a few seconds. The rest were either injured or running away in fear. A growl came from the middle of everything as Harem tried to stand and failed. His leg was thoroughly broken. After getting bitten like that, it was a miracle it was even still in place. The wolf saw Harem and pounced at him. The 5 remaining brorillas saw blood. They formed a line before their big bro, determined to defend him with their lives. They flexed their muscles in unison to intimidate the enemy. No, Jack screamed, already sprinting there, but the wolf was faster. It fell on the brorillas like a piano from the 5th floor, ripping into them as easily as it had into the monkeys. Ammo's leg went flying. His head followed soon after. The wolf also ripped out a chunk of Brodel's shoulder as it broke through the brorillas, reaching Harem. This was its goal. Unfortunately, Harem was in no shape to defend himself. He could only stare defiantly at the claw that came to behead him. A hard fist smashed into the side of that claw, sending it off course. A bare-chested human form stood between the wolf and the gorilla, tiny but full of resolve. "Leave my bro alone," he commanded. Seeing Jack, the wolf's eyes flashed with something between revenge and ridicule. He should have run, but he charged into Death's maw instead. The wolf would oblige. Claws flashed and jaws snapped shut. Jack dashed back, desperately dodging the blows. This wolf was as strong as the rock bear, but its speed was worlds apart. It deserved to be the dungeon boss. Jack could only barely dodge, and not for long. He danced left and right to distract the wolf, but those red eyes, full of rage and blood, followed him unerringly. He ducked under the jaws and tried to throw an uppercut, but a claw smashed into his side out of nowhere, sending him flying. He barely had time to defend. 3 long gashes now adorned his forearm. Jack smashed hard into a rock. All air shot out of his lungs. The 5 remaining brorillas made gorilla noises as they threw themselves at the wolf. The Jaimonkeys joined the fray, throwing a hail of stones and hoping to hit something sensitive. However, the black wolf was not an opponent they could beat. It was simply on another level. Its body turned into a maelstrom of sharpness. Claws were everywhere, jaws snapped beside their ears. The wolf's dark fur filled everyone's vision, infesting it with images of gruesome death. The world became dark magically so. The Jaimonkeys screamed and ran away. The brorillas clenched their fists and their faces spasmed as they struggled to resist. Jack rose from the rubble and saw darkness flooding his world. The sun was replaced by a bloody moon and the stars winked out one by one. The breeze smelled of blood and iron as terror slithered down his spine. Something inside him rebelled. The Dao root shook in outrage. Jack roared and punched, and the illusion broke like a mirror. The wolf stared at him, its gaze filled with bloodlust. It had lost its mind to rage and lived only to devour Jack, whose body was covered in the blood of its partner. Jack looked around. The Jaimonkeys were running away and the brorillas had fallen on their butts. Harem's wide forehead was wrinkled as he tried to shake off the illusion, but even if he succeeded, he was too injured to help. Jack was left alone. He gritted his teeth and stared down the wolf. There was no retreat. He would live or die. His mind raced, his heart beat like a drum, blood shot through his veins and filled his body with power. The primal instincts returned at full force, with Jack steady at the helm. He'd earned that right. His mind was ice and his body fire. Deep inside him, the Dao root shimmered with the power to annihilate everything. The wolf was not intimidated. It's using its Dao root, Jack realized. It can create illusions. Can I do the same? His instinct told him he couldn't. He could punch hard, and that was it. The wolves had different Dao roots, he analyzed as time seemed to slow down. The first one was less developed, something to do with sound or fear. This is illusions, maybe darkness, but I broke through. Can it be used again? The wolf wasn't inclined to answer. It charged Jack, who stood his ground. He had to fight. Every single scrap of skill he'd accumulated was poured into this fight. This was the culmination of everything. He'd fought so hard to reach the end. He couldn't fall here. Claws, jaws, red lines on white skin, red eyes with black irises that never lost him. A body of darkness that fell on Jack like a freight train. He resisted. The wolf's patterns weren't much different than the rock bear's, it was just incomparably faster. Jack knew these patterns. He'd faced them for what seemed like eternity. He dodged on instinct. He knew where to weave and where to duck. He predicted where the next hit would come from. His fist-fighting skill, his greatest ally, shored up his weaknesses. For the first time since the skill reached the second tier, he felt it strained. The wolf tried to bite him and missed. A claw came for his face, but Jack had already turned, nailing a hard straight into the wolf's ribs. They creaked but held. The Tao of the fist was making his strikes harder, and drill helped him bypass the wolf's thick fur. Unfortunately, its skin was equally thick, and a large part of the damage dissipated before doing any harm. Another claw. He weaved to the left, ducked, then spun to narrowly avoid a strike. He smashed a fist into the wolf's snout right as the top of its head slammed into his belly, sending him flying backward into the hill. He jumped back up just in time to dodge the wolf's claw, which buried itself into the rubble. Jack and the wolf danced under the bloody morning sunlight, while the monkeys and gorillas could only watch. Harem had escaped the illusion by now but could only bite his lips. His eyes were filled with concern, hope and faith in his bro. Jack had no time to feel anything. The wolf's speed was pushing him to the absolute limit. Surviving by the skin of his teeth was an achievement. Each strike he received bloodied him or cracked his bones, and each punch he dealt had little effect. He had no advantage. The battle was losing. The calamitous punch was his only hope, but he could only use it once more, maybe twice. He had to time it perfectly. The wolf pounced again, a whirlwind of death, and Jack danced between its claws like a leaf in the wind. One punch after another flew out, but they could only push the wolf back. Jack was losing ground. His retreat sped up, but that only increased his disadvantage. The wolf went in for a bite. There, his eyes widened. Calamitous punch. His fist shot out like an arrow, faster and stronger than before, smashing hard into the wolf's snout. The impact was as calamitous as the name indicated, shaking Jack's entire body in the gravel he stood on. The wolf was sent flying, then rolled on the ground and recovered. Its nose was bloody, but not much else had happened. It had taken a calamitous punch in the face and survived easily. Jack fell on his knees, panting. His secret weapon had failed. He had nothing else. Despair threatened to cloud his mind, and as the wolf pounced again, he almost stayed still and let himself die. But at the last moment, his Tao root pulsed like a second heart. The fear washed away, the despair evaporated. Jack jumped aside, dodging the strike. So what if he was going to die? So what if he couldn't win? He would just punch until the end and go as a warrior. He laughed in the face of the wolf, which looked at him like he was crazy. Its attacks intensified, its menace grew, and Jack simply did his best. He had abandoned all hope. He just lived to fight a little longer. If anyone saw Jack right now, they would be terrified. They would see a bare-chested barbarian dancing chaotically between a black wolf's strikes. He survived on the edge of the razor. His eyes were red, as were the wolf's, and he was grinning. He looked like he was having fun, a madman with zero respect for his life. A terrifying man. Jack's world was clear. He was going to die, that was certain. He couldn't beat this wolf. He barely had enough energy to fire off another calamitous punch, but even when timed perfectly, it couldn't harm the wolf. His normal punches didn't cut it. He could not escape. There were no tricks. Therefore, he would simply fight and express himself in the purest way he could, by going down punching. The monkeys disappeared from his mind, and so did the stakes. None of that mattered. Only the wolf's attacks remained, and though Jack was growing tired, things got slightly easier. In the nick of death, he had unknowingly achieved a mental state perfect for battle, where he could act at his absolute peak. His world was this battle. Nothing else remained. He entered the zone. He read the wolf's moves before they happened. He bobbed, weaved, and punched it ineffectively. He let some strikes land on him, perfectly aware of what he could handle and what he could not. He assumed complete control of his body, clenching muscles he didn't even know he had to move better. His skin was a substance he controlled, and he willed it to become harder, stronger, more suitable for someone who used his fists. His Tao of the fist told him how. Congratulations. Pugilist body, pugilist body, I. He didn't see the screen. He only felt himself become sturdier and took full advantage of that. He accepted some strikes to punch back. He let the wolf's momentum bleed into his own attacks. He became a menace. If the wolf was a beast, then Jack would be a warrior. At some point, he abandoned defense. He let it run on autopilot. What did it matter? Instead, he focused on offense. His attacks were ineffective. They weren't strong enough. Amidst the howling and growling and clawing and jaw snapping, Jack swam like a fish, taking 2 light hits to land one. His fist smashed into the wolf's body with greater and greater force. It was useless. He could feel the skin's resistance nullifying his strength. On instinct, his attacks turned sharper. His arm was straighter and steadier, almost longer. No energy escaped. The Tao of the fist whispered how to punch, and Jack listened to it. Punch after punch, he got stronger. His attacks hurt more. They were so direct that their energy didn't dissipate easily. penetrating both fur and skin to impact the soft tissue underneath. For the first time after the calamitous punch, the wolf growled in pain. Jack hammered another punch in the same spot, and the wolf jumped back, wariness in its eyes. "Congratulations, drill-eye, drill-eye." In the eve of death, Jack's full potential was unlocked. He had only felt such clear-headedness in the ice waterfall. His skills were advancing at a breakneck pace as he was forced to his limit. His Dao root flooded him with meaning that he absorbed like a dry lake sucking in the rain. Exhaustion didn't matter anymore. Jack had shelved it away in some hidden part of his mind. He'd fight like mad and just collapse when he ran out of steam. He was growing stronger by the minute, but would it be enough? The wolf attacked again. They danced for a few moments. Attacks flew in every direction. Jack was a worthy opponent. Now he wasn't winning, but he wasn't losing either. The wolf also accumulated injuries. Punch after punch, he was getting through, but his body was on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, something changed. The wolf slashed out with a claw, but Jack saw its entire leg get covered in darkness. He couldn't tell the claw's exact position. In such a high-speed, razor-sharp battle, one mistake could be fatal. This wasn't normal. It was magic, a Dao root at work. The bloody bastard had been holding back. It had been toying with him, humiliating and mocking him out of spite. It wanted to drive him to despair, give him hope, and take it away again. Hot rage bubbled in Jack's gut. He didn't know where to dodge. Was it early or late? How far should he lean? Jack would later swear that, at that moment, the wolf grinned. Its claw came at him, and there was nothing he could do except gamble. It had been toying with him. It had the Dao root of shadow, but hadn't used it until now, except for that small illusion it activated at the very start. The claw came for his head, its position vague. Jack had to make a decision. What was best? At that moment, it felt like his brain exploded. Every single synapse fired off at once. Time didn't slow down, but he saw 1,000 thoughts go through his brain at the same time, like he was watching 100 bright minds work together inside his. He had perfect awareness of his body. He could sense every muscle, every injury, the exact millimeter at which he could lean and how much time it would cost him to recover. He saw the wolf's stance. Every tiny thing was taken into account. He remembered all patterns he'd witnessed and contrasted them with the current one. His brain, trained by years of study as a biologist, was now fully devoted to battle. 100 simulations ran through his mind. He saw the claw's most probable patterns, 3 of them, and the different scenarios they would lead to. He included the inevitable feint. He considered every possible way to dodge and saw 2 moves into the future. He contrasted his options and the wolf's, pruning the scenarios with unbelievable speed. For a single moment, he had perfect awareness. Congratulations. Fist fighting, aye aye, fist fighting, aye aye aye. He dodged. His movement was accurate to the millimeter. He had taken into account his momentum, his injuries, even the strain on his muscles. He knew how fast and where the wolf could move. The claw sailed 2 fingers over his head. He leaned to the side with mathematical accuracy, letting the next strike pass just under him as he used his momentum to turn and jump back. The maneuver was perfect. Jack was safe. In the next moment, his head almost exploded. A terrible headache assaulted him as if his brain was cramping. Under normal circumstances, he might have fainted on the spot right now. He didn't have that luxury, but his reflexes dropped. The previous perfect awareness gave its place to lethargy, confusion, and dizziness. Everything was fuzzy. Jack's mind was spent, and so was his body. That bastard, he thought, watching the wolf pounce with jaws wide open. He hid until the last moment. There was nothing I could do. I'd lost before the battle even began. The wolf approached, but Jack was determined to fight until the very end. He scrounged up his last dregs of energy and prepared a calamitous punch. With the upgrade in drill, perhaps it would work this time. The wolf approached, its head blurred in darkness. Jack chuckled. It didn't matter anyway. His fist sailed forth unerringly. The 2 were about to meet. Jack would die, but at least he'd go down with a bang. At that final moment before his death, a tiny candle burned in his mind. Something called at him from deep within. He let it, curious where the thought would lead. He let himself get distracted because it really didn't matter. Then Jack saw the wolf's previous attack in replay. He saw how it had fused its Dao root into the attack. He saw the bald man's punch. He felt the Dao of the fist at work, operating at a level he couldn't fathom. And for the first time under the veil of death, he realized that Dao and fist didn't move separately. The bald man didn't envelop one in the other, as Jack had assumed. They were one and the same. The Dao and the fist could become one. No, they always had been. Jack snapped back to the present. He saw his fist inches away from the wolf's open maw and felt himself activating calamitous punch. Why stop there? His Dao root flowed into the fist as well, majestic and undeniable. Then something magical happened. His Dao was absorbed by the system's skill, tamed, and released in a way far more effective than his own crude use. At the moment before impact, the sun went dark. The world turned black and white. Every eye was drawn to Jack's fist as if the world was ending. In the colorless void, his arm left a meteor trail behind it. The fist shone purple. It sped up and attained such momentum that Jack couldn't control it anymore. Its power far belied his fist's size. The punch exploded on the wolf's snout like a sun was born. Color returned to the world abruptly, along with a thunderous sound wave as an actual explosion enveloped the sight of Jack and the wolf's clash. Congratulations, Skill Calamitous Punch I upgraded into Dow Skill Meteor Punch I. Meteor Punch I, when meteors fall from space, they cause exponentially more damage than their size would indicate. Your punches can carry the same effect. Overdraw your body's potential and combine it with your Dow of the Fist to unleash a devastating attack. Jack flew back and smashed into a rock, unable to move an inch. He moaned in pain. His hand wasn't just broken, it was completely disfigured, but it was worth it. Near the site of impact, the wolf lay still, bloodied, and headless. It was like a small meteor had fallen from orbit and smashed straight into its head. Jack had won. No, he corrected himself, meeting Harem's incredulous stare. We won. Level up, you have reached level 30. Level up, you have reached level 31. Level up, you have reached level 32. Level up, you have reached level 33. Level up, you have reached level 34. He tried to shout in triumph but couldn't even move his mouth. Only the bonus points from the level ups, which could be allocated by simply willing it, kept him conscious. Congratulations. You have conquered the Forest of the Strong. If you belong to a faction, you can choose to assimilate the dungeon into your territory. Calculating rewards: 1 F-grade faction forming permit, 1 trial planet token, 1 F-grade Dow Fruit of the Fist. A few trinkets materialized before his feet. What? Jack was thoroughly exhausted and in tremendous pain. He was in no mood to deal the system's shenanigans. He also had no idea what any of those things were, but at least the screens confirmed this was the last black wolf. If there was a third one, Jack wouldn't know who to curse. However, the screens still weren't over. Dungeon border lifting on hold. Total monster despawning on hold. Faction territory assignment on hold. Would you like to assimilate the dungeon into your faction's territory and assume control, or proceed with the automated parameters? This decision has a time limit of 1 minute. What? Jack still had no idea what was happening. He was at one of the most exhausted points of his life, and the system thought he was in the mood to play with interfaces. He almost willed the screen away before his addled mind caught up to one important piece of information. Wait, total monster despawning. Will it despawn the monkeys? He gazed at Harem. The big Brorilla was giving him a thumbs up, and his grumpy face was curved into a big smile. The Jaimonkeys were hesitantly celebrating from afar, while the Brorillas were only now recovering from their shock. 4 of them went to take care of their injured bros, while Oz, the strongest Brorilla, rushed over to Jack and tried to mime something. Jack ignored him. Moans and screams of pain littered the air cries of his allies, who'd risked themselves to grant him victory. There were also many others that would never make a sound again. They will all be despawned. Jack's eyes widened. No, he forced his mind to parse the information. Due to his exhaustion, he had to read through the screens thrice to understand. No, he told the system. Do not proceed with the automated parameters. Let me choose. It ignored him. 30 seconds left before automated dungeon recovery. Jack gritted his teeth. He understood. He couldn't take control of the dungeon himself. He needed a faction. Unfortunately, he didn't have one. 20 seconds left before automated dungeon recovery. The reward, his eyes shone. The system had given him 1 F-grade faction forming permit for conquering the dungeon. It was self-explanatory. He gazed at the trinkets by his feet. One was a tablet made of blue crystal with a green F engraved on it. Going by instinct, he grabbed it. Form faction. He shouted in his mind, form faction. Please, the tablet turned into dust. F-grade faction founding activated. Please choose the name of your faction. 10 seconds left before automated dungeon recovery. He looked at his fist. Bare Fist Brotherhood. You have chosen the name Bare Fist Brotherhood. Please confirm. Confirm, damn it, confirm. 5 seconds left before automated dungeon recovery. Faction registered. Please think faction 2. He ignored the last screen. Assimilate the dungeon into my faction, he thought quickly. 2 seconds left before automated dungeon recovery. Come on, please. Forest of the Strong has been assimilated into the Bare Fist Brotherhood's territory. Automated dungeon recovery cancelled. Please handle everything manually. Jack felt more relief than when his first date said yes. Oh, thank God. He slid back to the ground. Oz the Brorilla was still miming his congratulations and asking if Jack needed any help, which he very much did. He was bleeding from multiple places, had lost much blood already, and his hand was ruined. If nothing was done, he would die. Unfortunately, he'd already used even his last dregs of energy. There was simply nothing left. Please help me, he croaked out before his world turned black. Jack was dragged out of his blissful sleep by burning agony. He woke up screaming. The last thing he remembered was the black wolf coming for him. He was still in battle. Hell, his entire body burned everywhere the wolf had injured him. The pain was immeasurable. He jumped up with a splash, still screaming at the top of his lungs. 2 gorillas were before him, trying to calm him down or kill him. Rocky walls surrounded him like a coffin. His body was filled with the cold of death, and everything was illuminated by a pale, white light. Looking down, his feet were dipped in cold, clear water. Oh, it was the ice pond. He was in the ice pond, in his cave. He was safe. Jack unclenched his left fist, which had almost taken off Oz's head. Sorry, he tried to say, but found himself exhausted. The next moment, the pain returned at full force. Jack bit his lips not to scream. He knew this agony. It was the pain of healing. He had to take it. Still unsure of what was going on, Jack gritted his teeth and sat back in the pond, letting the purifying cold burn his body. He couldn't stifle a few screams, especially when his right fist touched the water. It was completely ruined, with bones sticking out in various locations. How did that happen? The memories came in flashes, synchronized with the pain. A second black wolf had appeared, determined to kill him. It was strong, very strong. He'd resisted. The battle was fuzzy, but at the end, he'd fused his Dao into the calamitous punch skill to create a new skill, a Dao skill called Meteor Punch, that had destroyed both his hand and the wolf's head. He remembered that impact clearly. There was a blinding flash and the roar of thunder, and the wolf was gone. Despite the pain which he tried to avoid by thinking, shivered. A Dao skill, is that a skill based on my Dao? Is that why it's so strong? I didn't even know skills could upgrade like that. It was too much to pierce apart right now. Wait, there was more. He'd gotten some rewards, then founded a faction, or something like that. That part was unclear. Thankfully, the two brorillas had also brought his other rewards along. They were a golden coin and a pear-shaped fruit that exuded violence. Jack didn't know how violent fruit could be, but this particular one was definitely at the top of the charts. He'd deal with those later. The pain flared once more before slowly receding, and Jack growled as he stood. He was fine, though terribly exhausted. In fact, he felt something odd, as if his body was still fixing itself even without the pond's assistance. His thoughts were still slipping through his head, so he decided to ground them by reviewing some blue screens. He had a bunch. Congratulations. Pugilist body I, pugilist body I. Pugilist body I, your body has adapted to your fighting style. You gain significant flexibility, reflexes, and durability, as well as increased hardness on your knuckles. You have heightened control over your body, including its natural limiters and slight regenerative powers. Congratulations, Drill I. Drill I passive skill. By punching straight and true, you carry significant drilling power, letting your strikes penetrate hard defenses. You can bypass most kinds of armor, including thick ones. Congratulations. Fistfighting II, fistfighting III. Fistfighting III grants expert knowledge of fistfighting, while fistfighting enhances your physical attributes, reflexes, and kinetic vision. Moreover, your brain's wiring is better suited for combat, especially fistfighting. Besides some adjectives becoming stronger, the system was helpful enough to highlight the main improvements. He didn't get a new skill at level 30. Looks like 3 was all the class could give him for no, but these improvements were nothing to scoff at. Pugilist body looked great. It offered increased control over his body, which was the equivalent of removing his training wheels. He could feel the difference. Everything felt slightly more complicated, even simple movements like raising his arm. At the same time, everything was done much more consciously, granting him far greater control and awareness. In other words, he had manual control of processes that had so far been automatic. This skill could be a double-edged sword for most, but for Jack it was a godsend. He could make up for the complexity by practicing hard, and the benefits would be reaped forever. Plus, he could now do all sorts of funky things. With amusement, he flexed his intestines, almost getting a cramp, and moved his ears. Take that, Professor. She could always do that, and used to mock him for being unable to. He clenched his fist. It was amazing how many little muscles coordinated to achieve such a simple thing. There was still a lot of underlying assistance, but Jack was in conscious control of the movement. Living the rest of his life like that felt daunting, and at the same time, massively intriguing. If he could get over the steep learning curve, the sky was the ceiling. Besides this massive increase in bodily control, he now had regenerative powers, which was excellent. He wouldn't always have the ice pond handy to heal him. Granted, this regeneration wasn't anything Graith could feel it at work. Slow as a snail, but it would hopefully get stronger as the skill advanced further. Drill, on the other hand, was a bit underwhelming. Bypassing armor was great, sure, and it had saved his life, but it wasn't anything world-breaking. Jack shrugged. Maybe that was a good thing. Too much change at once could be overwhelming. Finally, there was fistfighting, which claimed to have changed his brain's wiring. Jack couldn't feel anything different, but being a biologist and a scholar, knew how impactful this change was. Rewiring the brain usually took years of concentrated practice, and it was the hallmark difference between a novice and a master. As you worked on the same field for years on end, your brain adapted to make the most common patterns more accessible. All relative connections were strengthened to achieve superhuman performance in a particular field. This was the reason why chess masters could analyze a position and calculate 3 moves ahead in the blink of an eye. To a layman, that was unimaginable. It wasn't because they were geniuses, their brains were just appropriately rewired after years of concentrated effort. To be frank, most chess masters were geniuses, but that wasn't the sole reason for their superhuman performance. Jack was shocked that such a feat could be performed by the system. Years of hard work were replaced by a single ding. And a blue screen, he wasn't sure how he felt about that. Plus, his brain had already been wired for something research. He had a PhD in biology almost. Were those skills still in place, or had the system wiped them away in favor of combat without asking? And if it had, was that a bad thing? Jack shook his head with a frown. There were many things to consider, but now wasn't the time. He moved on to the next screen. Congratulations. Skill Calamitous Punch Eye upgraded into Dow Skill Meteor Punch Eye. Meteor Punch Eye, when meteors fall from space, they cause exponentially more damage than their size would indicate. Your punches can carry the same effect. Overdraw your body's potential and combine it with your Tao of the Fist to unleash a devastating attack. This skill was insane. Devastating was an understatement. If his hand was hard enough, he was confident in demolishing houses with a single punch. Our skills split into ranks. He couldn't help but wonder. His other skills couldn't compare to Meteor Punch, at least not in their first tier. Was a Tao skill stronger because of his Tao, or was it just a better skill to begin with? Regardless, Jack now had a tremendous weapon in his disposal. Based on what he'd seen so far, few things in the F grade could take a Meteor Punch head-on, or at least, few things below level 50. For all he knew, F grade extended to level 9,000. He'd also gotten 9 level-ups in the fight against the wolves. Done reviewing himself, Jack opened his status screen to take in the spectacle. Tao skills, Meteor Punch. Titles, Planetary Frontrunner, 10. It was shaping up. He'd almost reached 100 points in all his physical stats, which made him giddy. In fact, he was already there, if he included Planetary Frontrunner's 10 bonus. After reaching 100, he promised himself to splurge a bit and bring his other stats to a nice round value of 10. The jagged numbers had been bothering him for a while. He wanted to experiment, but survival came first. Right now, he could probably match a black wolf head-on, even without Meteor Punch. Jack spent the next few minutes experimenting with various things. He tried fusing his Tao root with his other skills, but nothing happened. Why had he succeeded on Calamitous Punch? Was it due to the skill itself and its connection with the bald man's vision, or was it due to the life or death state he'd reached at the time? Jack had no idea. He also experimented with his stats a bit. He approached a massive boulder, taller than him, and picked it up. It must have weighed a ton. Lifting the boulder was strenuous, but nothing too serious. Jack was impressed at himself, and he let it fall back down with a massive bang that rocked the cave and made dust fall from the ceiling. Sorry, he told the frightened gorillas. He then approached his other 2 rewards besides the faction-forming permit and took a good look at them. And by good look, it means he asked the system to do it. Trial Planet Token. Can allow 1 person into Trial Planet. Not much to see here. Jack shrugged and pocketed it. He'd find out later. Tao Fruit of the Fist F grade. Allows the user to enter a meditative nirvana state, where the speed of Tao cultivation is greatly increased. Breakthroughs are greatly assisted. This particular fruit is oriented towards the Tao root of the fist. Effects are reduced as the user's Tao gets further away from the fist. Effects are reduced as the user's Tao ascends beyond the Tao root stage. Only 1 Tao fruit can be used per grade. Well, he finally had confirmation that the Tao was split into stages, and Tao root was just one of them. This reward looked like a great thing for him. He assumed he could advance his Tao but was unsure how. Maybe this fruit would hold the clue. Moreover, his eyes lingered on the breakthrough part. That smelled important. He had a feeling that breakthrough meant that his Tao would advance from Tao root to the next stage, which sounded like a crucial and difficult process. Should he save the fruit until then? He had no idea. Therefore, he decided to keep it for now. For the first time since the system arrived, he didn't feel the need to get immediately stronger. He could take his time. Now that he could exit the dungeon, he could even ask people. The professor would know for sure. Speaking of people. He sat back down. There was one more thing to check before leaving. Faction. Faction Bare Fist Brotherhood F grade. Leader Jack Rust. Members 1. Capital Milky Way Galaxy, Milky Way Sector, Animal Kingdom Constellation, Earth 387 Planet, Forest of the Strong Dungeon Area. Jack hurriedly closed the blue screen. It contained entries for 100 little things, from resource management, to monster status, to alignment, to a topographical description of the territory, to hierarchical structure, to buildings, to... Most of those were null, of course, but Jack was allergic to large-scale management. It didn't matter anyway. He already had a bunch of things on his plate. He'd deal with the rest later. The one thing he kept was his faction's capital. Milky Way Galaxy, Milky Way Sector, Animal Kingdom Constellation, Earth 387 Planet, Forest of the Strong Dungeon Area. Wow. Those are a lot of specifications. Did it imply that the system stretched over multiple galaxies? That was insane. And how many stages of division were there? Earth apparently belonged to the Animal Kingdom Constellation, which belonged to the Milky Way Sector, which was a part of the galaxy. What the hell was the Animal Kingdom Constellation? and just what kind of intergalactic empire had the system shoved them into. Suddenly, Jack was leery of leaving his little dungeon where things were nice and simple. He sighed. Well, if anything confuses me, I guess I can just punch right through it. The social equivalent to punching was asking stuff, so he'd do just that. The time to leave the dungeon was nigh. Since the world was so big, he shouldn't litter in a tiny corner for too long. However, before that, there were two things he needed to do. The first was take care of Harem and the monkeys. Would they join him? Would they stay here? Could they protect themselves against whatever was out there? That would be up to them. Monkeys or not, they could make their own decisions. Jack would just let Harem know of the situation. The next thing to do. Suddenly it hit him. He had conquered the dungeon. He had escaped. He could return to civilization. He would see humans again. The relief was so strong he almost fainted again. Prepare yourself, world, he thought, grinning. I'm coming. Jack stood in silence. Yesterday morning had been full of tension. Today, grief. 2 brorillas and 11 gymonkeys had given their lives against the black wolves. They were brave. They could have chosen cowardice or half measures, but every single one of them went forth to fight knowing that their lives might be forfeit. There were many injured too, but the ice pond had healed them. That wasn't a pretty sight either. Oz had been forced to keep some monkeys in the pond for a few moments, as their mental fortitude wasn't enough to handle the searing pain. However, at the end of the day, they were alive, and that's what mattered. All injured gymonkeys thanked Oz for helping them, while he only nodded stoically. His wide forehead was wrinkled further, and his grumpy eyes were filled with sadness. Monkeys didn't do much with their fallen brothers and sisters, only dumped them somewhere far away for the parasites and fungi to do their job. Jack wasn't having that. After the injured were healed, he organized a funeral and taught the monkeys how to handle death. In the process, he'd also taught them the concept of death, which they didn't understand too well. The morning sun illuminated a forest wet from the night's moisture. Droplets hung from leaves like teardrops, and the light was refracted through them to reveal all colors of the rainbow. The birds and critters were quiet today, as if sensing the heavy mood, and the wind didn't dare blow too hard. Jack stood in a peaceful glade, surrounded by 25 monkeys, 19 gymonkeys, 5 brorillas, and harem. This glade was situated behind the Monkey Forest Gym, close to the edge of the nature reserve, and Jack had chosen it for its scenery. There was something about the sparsity of trees and the harmony of foliage that gave this place a serene, holy sensation. It was also close enough to the monkeys' residences that they could visit whenever they wanted, and far enough that it wouldn't be a bother. 13 graves had been dug and refilled. They didn't have coffins, but they didn't need them either. The monkeys were part of nature in life and death. Jack stood by the side, facing both the graves and the downcast monkeys. We are now brothers and sisters, he declared somberly. As he could speak well, the weight of goodbye fell on him. You are all brave. I am proud of you, and I am most proud of those who fell because they were perfect. They gave their lives to protect the rest of us. That is an achievement we who are still alive cannot claim. We owe our lives to the fallen. Silence fell. Nobody dared speak or even breathe loudly. Their gazes alternated between Jack and the graves. We will not let their lives go to waste, he continued. This is a rough, unknown world, but we will carve out a home. We will protect ourselves and our children and create a future. We will be united like the fingers of a fist, and we will defend each other as they defended us. A monkey shivered. Another sniffed. A few tears were rolling. Jack turned to the graves and bowed. You have given everything. You are worthy. Now rest in peace and we will handle the rest. In the name of the strong primates, Jack Rust and the Bare Fist Brotherhood, we will lead lives that will make you proud. This I swear. As his speech finished, the monkeys erupted into mourning. They cried loudly, shedding fat tears. Some fell to the ground and punched it, while others tore off tufts of their fur and threw it on the graves. The brorillas left a bunch of bananarms before each grave, then flexed their muscles as tears rolled down their hardened faces. Harem, the big bro of the monkeys, also stepped before the graves after the brorillas were done. He flexed his large muscles hard enough for his eyes to pop out, then bowed deeply and spread some soil on his face while crying. All monkeys followed. This was their form of tribute. Jack didn't understand everything, but he let them do their thing. He put some soil on his face, too, to honor their customs. No tears left his eyes, but his heart was filled with sadness. They had fought together, and they had died because he couldn't protect them. Had he been stronger, everyone would still be here. He vowed to remember this. It took half an hour before things calmed down a little. During that time, Jack remained still as a rock. When the monkeys began dispersing, he stepped beside the big brorilla. Harem, he said, walk with me. Harem nodded at the brorillas, who nodded back, then followed Jack deeper into the forest, heading back towards the forest gym. What are you planning to do, Harem? Jack asked. The world is large, and there are many things we don't know, many dangers we cannot fathom. I feel that the only way to survive and be free is to get stronger. I plan to leave this place, enter the human world, and see how everything has changed. What do you think? The gorilla remained silent for a long moment. His thoughts weren't the fastest, but that was okay. Jack waited. They crossed glades and forest paths, stepped over rocks and roots. Finally, Harem turned to Jack and shook his head. His big knuckles tapped the ground. "You'll stay here?" Jack asked. "Are you sure there could be others like you in the wide world, maybe even on this planet? Don't you want to meet them?" Harem shook his head again. He pointed at himself, made a scary face, then flexed his muscles. Jack's eyes mellowed. "You want to get stronger, too." The system didn't consider the monkeys sapient like him. They couldn't level up or do anything like that. They were simply classified as monsters. To get stronger, they had to toil away at their forest gym, lifting weights and sparring against each other. "You have it right, my friend, but you are not monsters. I don't care what the system says it is wrong. And I swear to you that, when I'm strong enough, I will force it to reconsider. I'll find a way to let you in." Harem nodded, then tapped his knuckles on the ground again. "You'll stay here until then, yeah. I'm sorry for doubting you. That is a sensible choice. On my part, I'll make sure all nearby areas know not to mess with you, though. From what I imagine, they can't, even if they wanted to. The system won't let you in my faction, but this area is marked as mine. I need you to be the guardians of this place, and in return, everything here will belong to you. Even if more people come, you'll still be the owners of the forest." "What do you think? Is that a good offer?" Harem nodded, bringing a hand to his chest. Then he stretched a hand out to Jack. He looked at the hand for a moment, then chuckled. He grabbed and shook it. "You have a deal, my friend. Take good care of your little bros while I'm gone. I'm counting on you." For the first time since they'd met, Harem grinned. Jack grinned back. The monkeys were in good hands. "Then this is goodbye for now. I will be back as soon as I settle things out there, whatever they are. Try not to kill humans if you can, but I'll handle the fallout if they force your hand. Oh, and if you see anyone bearing a..." He looked around, then picked up a jagged stone of peculiar shape bearing this stone. "No, they were sent by me. They'll give you my name anyway." Harem nodded. Then, unlike his usual stoic self, he pulled Jack into a big hug. "Oof, dude, this would have killed most people." Jack laughed as he hugged back the gorilla. After bathing in the ice pond, everyone was clean and the waters remained as crystalline as ever. Jack had checked the wolf cave for rewards but found nothing. "Fair, I guess. I already got plenty." He'd also entered the waterfall again but got little benefit. He could sense that he'd already reaped all he could from there. To advance his Tao, he needed to experience more things. That was another reason why he was in such a rush to leave. The first was that the system's hints about intergalactic empires had instilled a sense of urgency inside him. Plus, he needed to find out if the professor was okay. "See you, big bro," Jack said, waving and made to leave. However, Harem suddenly shook his head. Jack asked, "What is it?" Harem pointed somewhere, and Jack turned to look. They'd reached the forest gym by now, and Harem was pointing towards its far end where the bananarm tree stood. "What is it, Harem?" Jack asked again. "Do you want to show me something?" The gorilla nodded and started walking over slowly. Jack was suddenly curious. Why did Harem say goodbye before showing him whatever this was? It was clearly deliberate but made no sense. He followed. "Where are you taking me, Harem?" Jack muttered as he followed Harem behind the bananarm tree, where he always liked to rest. The vegetation was denser here, moist bushes with long leaves and vines hanging from the trees above. It looked more and more like a jungle, which had no business being here, in biology's humble opinion. The analytical part of his mind whispered that this was ridiculous. Everything else reminded him that, after everything the system had done, a little change in topography was nothing. Harem led Jack through thick bushes and foliage until they were a couple minutes away from the clearing. Jack got more and more curious. What could Harem be hiding? Another E-grade resource. His heart sped up. Eventually, Harem approached the base of a large tree. Its roots formed an alcove over the soil, and nestled inside them was a Jaimonkey that eyed Jack warily. He frowned. What was it doing here? They were all supposed to be at the funeral, but come to think of it, he did notice one missing. Harem said something to the Jaimonkey, in a tone Jack hadn't heard from him before. It was soft, almost carrying not the sound of a big bro, but of a partner. Then the monkey moved, and Jack was left staring at the smaller monkey hiding behind. It was as tall as his forearm was long, had short brown fur, big ears, a long, flexible tail, and looked at him with wide eyes. It resembled a child Jaimonkey. A moment later, it snarled and jumped at him. Jack raised his arms in surprise. Harem growled. He grabbed the little one from the top of the head mid-air and growled something in its face. The small monkey flailed ineffectively for a moment. It was still airborne, then crossed its arms and glared at Harem. Jack looked between the two of them, observing the dynamic, before finally managing to say, "Is that your son, Harem?" Harem nodded. He presented the little monkey, still holding it from the top of the head, which stared at Jack as defiantly as it had at its father. Gorilla leveled. A gorilla variant from Planet Green. Gorillas usually live with Jaimonkeys and train them in the ways of working out. It is due to the gorilla's unmatched pecs that Jaimonkeys use poop to fight. They consider themselves too weak for anything else. Gorillas are usually calm, measured animals. However, if anyone harms their little cousins or invades their territory, they go bananas. This particular gorilla is a variant that visually resembles a Jaimonkey. Though not weaker than other gorillas, the members of this variant are often shunned due to their lack of bulging muscles. "He's cute," he said, leaning in. The little monkey tried to claw at him, infuriated at the name, but he pulled back. And feisty, he added. Harem nodded in pride. He was so much bigger than his son that it looked ridiculous. The little one could sit on Jack's shoulder, and Jack could probably sit on Harem's. Why didn't you tell me before? He asked. Harem growled, making animated descriptions with his arms. The little monkey flew around, as he still held onto its head and tried to grab his forearm but failed, making it even more pissed. He'd want to join the fight. Jack tried deciphering Harem's meaning. Harem nodded. I see. Congrats, man, and who's this lucky lady? He approached the Jaimonkey, who shook his hand gracefully. Her pecs were more pronounced than most of the Jaimonkeys, probably why Harem liked her. I'm happy to have met your family, bro, Jack told Harem. That makes us real bros. Next time, let's drink together. Harem chuckled, then shook his head. You don't want to drink, more shaking. No, it's something else. What are you trying to tell me, Harem? Harem looked at his partner. They exchanged a look that was only too human. Jack saw pain, resolve, and deep longing in those eyes. Then Harem brought his son before his face and growled harshly. The little one tried to glare, but finally succumbed under his father's hard stare. Harem held his gaze at the little one for a while. Then he simply turned it around and placed it in front of Jack's feet. Jack blinked in surprise. What? He said. The little monkey glanced at Jack, considering attacking him, then remembered its father's warning and calmed down. What are you trying to say, Harem? Jack asked hesitantly. Harem reached out and pushed the little one towards Jack with his knuckles. Then he took a step back and passed an arm around his partner, who looked at their son with sadness. Wait, Jack realized. Are you entrusting your son to me? Harem nodded. The little monkey's eyes widened. Suddenly, it wasn't so wild anymore. It rushed at its parents so hard it tripped. But when it got there, Harem grabbed it and unceremoniously tossed it at Jack, who had to grab it in a hug. He thought it would go wild, but it didn't. It rushed out of his arms without hurting him, then jumped at Harem, who tossed it back again. Wait, Jack said. What is happening? Harem grabbed his child by the head, placed it in front of Jack, and growled sternly at it. He pointed at it, then at Jack. The little monkey tried to complain, but a second growl, even sterner, cut it short. Harem, Jack said again, putting a little bit of force into his voice, and Harem looked up. What is happening? Harem then proceeded to mime a long series of things. You are entrusting me with your son, Jack deciphered. You want him to adventure alongside me. You think I can protect him and make him into a proper gorilla. Let him see the world. Harem nodded. Harem, that's Jack was lost for words. He looked down at the little one, taking it in carefully. It had understood its father's words. It was gazing at its parents with longing, but when it looked at Jack, he saw a hidden desire there. The same one he'd felt before the system's arrival, the call of adventure. That's such a responsibility, he finally managed to say. You are putting a lot of faith into me. Harem growled in question. He seemed anxious, hoping Jack would say yes. It's not about me accepting or not. You have to know that my life will be dangerous, he said. I don't know what's out there. I might die tomorrow and take this little one with me. I might make enemies. Harem's eyes were resolute. My adventures could be painful, Harem, and they might not end well. Are you absolutely certain that you want to entrust your son's life to me, knowing you might not see him again soon or ever? Harem nodded. By his side, the Jaimonkey whimpered, two salty tears appearing in her eyes before she blinked them away. She made sounds of agreement, taking Harem's hand in hers. Jack's heart was heavy. Why would you do that? He finally forced out, unable to comprehend. He wasn't planning on anyone tagging along. He would take the monkeys if they asked him, but a child. What did he know about them? Could he protect it? Raise it? Should he? He stared deep into Harem's eyes and saw the truth. The gorilla wanted his son to become something better than him, to surpass him. At the same time, he knew he couldn't offer that, and not just because this child was doomed to remain less muscular than other gorillas. Harem saw the futility of his existence, the hard limits set on him by the system. He had been created spawned as an adult even if he was never despawned. There was only so much he could progress, but his son was more fortunate. He was still a child if life treated him well. He could ascend to heights that Harem himself had no hope of reaching. And Harem couldn't offer that. He didn't have access to the system. Only Jack had. Harem didn't want to part with his son, give it for another man to raise. Who would? But he steeled his heart and did what was best for it, and he trusted Jack. Jack had never felt like this before. His heart was filled with equal parts pride, warmth, and weight. He didn't know if he was ready. But if Harem could part with his own son, Jack could at least accept it. My bro Jack kept his voice even as he held out a hand. Harem grabbed it in a firm handshake, then pulled Jack in for a hug. The two men unhuman and one gorilla held each other tight for a long moment before letting go. Then Harem turned to the side and pulled his wife into a hug, who grabbed the little one too. Their family hug was tighter than Jack's, and it lasted longer. It was a very touching moment, so touching, in fact, that Jack felt guilty, and salt threatened to roll down his cheeks. Sometime later, the magic was broken. The family slowly withdrew, Harem pushing the little one into Jack's hands while his partner buried her face in his fur. Harem's eyes were resolute, however, and, surprisingly, so were the little one's. Jack stared at it in wonder, giving a smile whose emotions even he wasn't certain of. What's his name? He asked. Harem made a sound, slowly and purposely. Brock, Jack asked, just to be sure, and Harem nodded. His partner held on tighter. Brock, he repeated, turning to look at the little one. What do you think, Brock? Would you like to explore the galaxy with me? It looked back at him. It was a brave one. Not only had it tried to attack Jack when he first appeared, despite the size difference, but when it met his gaze now, it wasn't as grief-struck as a human child's would be. Maybe it was because animals were less attached to their parents, or maybe this one had a strong soul. In any case, it stared deep into Jack's eyes, pouted its lips to keep them from trembling, and nodded despite the tears rolling freely down its face. You are a very brave monkey, Brock, Jack said, petting it on the head. It let him. I would love to have you along. Haram made an odd sound and his cheeks tightened. It was time to leave. We will go then, Jack said, holding a fist to his heart. I promise to come visit you again soon as I can, and I vow on my very soul that I will keep your son safe, even if it kills me. No matter what, Haram nodded, his face spasming with effort to stay still. The Gymonkey looked at her son, eyes dripping, then at Jack, with a depth of emotions he never expected from an animal. But then again, that was an outdated thought. These were people. See you both, Jack said. He took Brock by the hand, turned around, and walked away. Brock kept looking back, but Jack didn't. The sobbing sounds made him think his bro wouldn't want to be seen like that. And so, a human and a monkey that barely reached his knee walked into the bushes and faded away, each leading the other by the hand. Jack crossed the woods, feeling like Christopher Columbus discovering America. Everything he saw was the same as he remembered, but different. Being outside the nature reserveth forest of the strong dungeon felt like a dream. What had changed? How had the system impacted humanity? What was the world like? Was it all real? Everything was exactly as he remembered. The trees, the broken branches, that fat bush he'd stepped over once upon a time. It made him doubt whether this was all a hallucination induced by some gas in the cave. He grabbed a thick branch from the ground and easily snapped it in two. Shrugging, he threw it away. What do you think, Brock? He asked the monkey on his shoulder. Its short legs made walking side by side annoying. Will we like what we find? Brock made monkey sounds. There was undeniable excitement there, though he clearly missed his home too. He looked back multiple times on the way and almost ran away once but stopped himself. He was a brave little monkey. Yeah, I think so too, Jack said with a smile. The system's arrival had breathed life into his world. He was strong. Whatever happened, he could take it. He was just worried about the state of his loved ones, especially the professor, whose old age wasn't suitable for punching monsters. Jack stepped out of the trees and onto a dirt trail. He looked down. For the first time, he realized what he looked like, a wild, dirty, bare-chested dude. He was ripped too. He must have seemed like a savage. He shrugged again and went on his way. The dirt trail snaked through the forest before ending at a wider trail where a gray Jeep was parked. Seeing a car was completely disorienting. It made such a hard contrast against last week's primal lifestyle that Jack had to stop and stare for a moment, unable to reconcile the two worlds. With a low chuckle, he fished the keys from his pocket, retrieved them from their hiding place in the cave before leaving gunlocked the door, and sat in the vehicle. It groaned under his weight. Constitution made him heavier, not too much, but noticeably. Brock jumped in the co-driver's seat like the experienced monkey he wasn't. He then realized he couldn't see anything from there, so he jumped behind the steering wheel. The windshield was a shock. The poor thing hadn't seen glass before. Thankfully, it was dirty, or he would have head-butted it for sure. It took 3 swipes of the wipers to make out the road beyond through a green-brown smug. Jack revved up the engine, welcoming the familiar rumbling of the car below him. The seat was soft on his back and a bit scratchy, while the wheel felt like a toy in his hands. The car jumped a bit as it started, then rolled on slowly. Jack lowered the windows and let his arm hang outside, while Brock was quick to stick out his head and enjoy the faint breeze. He even occasionally put his hand out and tried to resist the breeze. It was nice. The dirt trail quickly ended on a snaking asphalt road that crossed the forest, and Jack could finally pick up some speed. He stepped on the pedal, eager to feel the acceleration, the wind buffeting his face. The trees zoomed past him, the occasional stone crunched under the wheels, his body leaned on the turns. It was fun for a moment. Then the acceleration stopped and Jack got bored. He could run faster than this. Poor car companies. At least it was comfortable. The snaking road gave way to a larger one, where the speed still wasn't up to Jack's standards, until small houses began to pepper the countryside. It was Jack's first contact with civilization in over a week. He kept his eyes wide. By the side, Brock had climbed on the co-driver's seat and couldn't pull his eyes from the forest behind them. His tail curled up in sadness. Eventually, the forest drifted out of sight, and the little monkey fell on the seat defeated, staring at the empty road ahead. Theirs was the only car on the road. The houses were mostly abandoned. The few people Jack saw stared hard at him until he made some distance. They held guns, bread knives, or anything dangerous they could get their hands on and protected their homes. Many were injured. Some wore armor, though he couldn't make out details from here. He also saw a few monsters. There were small packs of goblins roaming the countryside, along with feral wolves, oversized wild dogs, small scaly people, walking mushrooms, and all sorts of nasty things. There were even large manhwaedit plants in the middle of nowhere where it would take tremendous amounts of idiocy to fall for them. Right on cue, he saw a goblin stumble into one of the plants and get summarily swallowed. He chuckled, turning back to the road. The wind buffeted his arm outside the window, making the little hairs wave. His right hand felt the hard leather of the wheel, while his bare foot stepped on the pedal. Brock screamed in joy as they accelerated, maneuvering around the occasional goblin that littered the road. The poor little fuckers were dumb enough to simply stare at his car as it approached, and a few even dared each other to jump in front of it. One tried, but thankfully chickened out at the last moment. Jack only scanned a few of those monsters, but they all seemed weak. Only a distant stag with vines on its antlers was somewhat threatening, and that's because everything else avoided it. The monsters were pretty sparse overall and didn't seem to group together, letting the few farmhouses survive. With the notable exception of the goblins, they also had the good idea of keeping their distance from the road, which let Jack simply drive through. Soon, the houses grew denser and the monsters thinner. Neighborhoods appeared, which soon gave way to wide streets and dense infrastructure. Jack saw an upturned bus by the side of the street, along with a few burned or violently ruined houses. Most cars were just sitting there. The system's coming had not been easy, but at the very least, the scenery reaffirmed that Jack wasn't hallucinating. There were more people, too. Jack spotted them roving in large bands, upwards of 10 members each, and attacking any monsters that came within sight. A 12-person group armed with bread knives fell on a pack of 5 goblins. After a fierce fight where 3 of them were injured, they managed to take the goblins down. Jack shook his head. Their weakness would have been funny if it wasn't sad or even expected. The leveling speed of such large groups would be atrocious, but who in their right mind would go against the odds to hunt alone? He didn't stop the car. As he rode deeper, the people had been growing denser, too. There were guards where the town began, holding handguns. They flagged him down. "Halt," said one of them, a woman with sharp eyes and a ponytail. "You are approaching Valville, the territory of Henry's Fang. Please enter on foot and surrender any firearms you're carrying." Brock narrowed his eyes at them, and Jack saw him clenching his little fists. He was already getting a headache, maybe that's why Harem dumped the little menace on him like that. "No attacking," he told Brock strictly. "Everyone here is a friend by default. You won't touch anybody unless I say so. Understood?" Brock released a small holler of protest, but eventually buckled under Jack's gaze. He was in an unknown place, surrounded by unknown people, and his only connection to his home was this weird big bro next to him. He would listen. Jack parked at the side of the road and got out of the Jeep. Their eyes widened. Whether that was due to Brock on his shoulder or his barbaric appearance, he didn't know. "I have no firearms, as you can see," he said, approaching carefully, "and I don't mind leaving my car here." He didn't intend to cause trouble, though he was pretty sure he could survive gunshots. His close to 100 constitution wasn't for show. As he approached, he scanned them. Human Earth 387, level 5. Faction Henry's Fang F grade. The system wasn't too talkative about sapience, it seemed. Still, Jack got a bunch of information. The head guard here on a major road artery was only level 5. The other 4 were even lower. Moreover, what kind of stupid name was Henry's Fang? Jack finally felt better for naming his faction Bare Fist Brotherhood. As he willed the screens away, he saw the 5 guards look at him like they saw a ghost that'd obviously scanned him back. "Welcome to Valville, sir." The head guard suddenly got way politer. "If I may ask, what is the purpose of your visit? Are you here as a representative of the Bare Fist Brotherhood?" "Not sure yet. For now, I'm just making sure my family is okay. Would you like to arrange an audience with Henry's Fang?" "Not yet." "Very well. Please go on, sir." For the first time, Jack felt like a VIP. Life was easy when you were strong. He didn't spare the guards another glance as he entered the town, walking through streets he knew. Valville wasn't large. With a population of only 20,000, its area was even smaller than the Greenway Nature Reserve. Its only notable quality was the nearby town of Tahlequah, which housed the Northeastern State University's Department of Natural Science. It was where Jack studied and where his foster parents used to teach before retiring. Valville itself was a dot that didn't even appear on most maps, but it was a nice place. The scenery from above the mountain was beautiful and the streets well-maintained. Jack liked it here. It was peaceful and prettier, at least it used to be. Now, rubble and trash was everywhere. Jack saw no monster corpses, but he did spot some human bodies haphazardly thrown in alleys. There was no sign of the police. At the same time, there was new energy suffusing the town. Muscular men and fit women walked around with intensity, doing this or shouting that. The weather was still good, so everyone wore short sleeveless or makeshift armor. It had only been a week since he'd last seen Valville, but it had changed drastically. Many shops were closed and new ones were springing up like mushrooms. Jack saw a smithy next to a torn-down McDonald's, manned by an older man in a yellow mustache that wouldn't stop grinning through his sweat. He found a tannery on the very edge of the town, where 3 men worked on the skin of what looked like a deer. He spotted people pulling carts through the streets, as well as merchants loudly proclaiming their wares in a way that wasn't common before the apocalypse. Jack had to stop and do a double take. Is this really Valville? The buildings were similar, but the town felt like a mixture between reality and fantasy. It was like someone planted a medieval society in the ruins of modern civilization. With their lives on the line and monsters to hunt, people were regressing so fast it was mind-blowing. Jack got drowned by laughter, cries, shouts, the loud clang of the smith's hammer, the shouting peddlers, children wielding sticks and playing humans versus goblins, the fragrance of food carts, and the heavy odor of blood. The entire street stank of sweat and death, too, but nobody seemed to care. In fact, Jack caught people smiling all around. That's odd. Are they all like me? Taking a closer look, he observed a clear dichotomy. On one side, there were people huddling behind windows and shivering, as well as some darting from pedestrian to pedestrian and begging with tears in their eyes. There were crazies shouting incoherently to each other in alleys. On the other side of the dichotomy were the warriors. Armed with bread knives and armored in pans, they moved with energy and sported clear, smiling eyes. For the first time in his life, Jack realized that people didn't smile on the street before the apocalypse. They were just rushing from place to place full of stress like zombies, but not anymore. Jack doubted they all shared his love for battle. However, level-ups and getting stronger had a way to bring euphoria, and life or death struggles had a way to make people feel alive. Jack was stunned. He stood in the middle of the street, still for a moment, gawking at everything. The world had turned upside down. It felt like home. He loved this. A moment later, he shook himself awake. His feet moved by themselves as he approached the smithy, a wide wooden shack with a heavy anvil and a burning oven in the middle, which looked like an electric kitchen adapted to work with wood or coal. The walls were decorated with shitty-looking, uneven swords, as everything better had no doubt been taken already. Though to be fair, perhaps proper swords were too much for a weak old blacksmith. Said man was currently hammering away at a glowing lump of metal on his anvil, so focused on the task he didn't notice Jack's approach. "Hey," Jack said, scanning the man. "Human Earth 387, level 7. Faction." The blacksmith frowned, then raised his gaze and scanned him top to bottom. His eyes shuddered as he took in Jack's level. "How can I help you?" he said, immediately abandoning the rapidly cooling metal on his anvil. Jack raised a brow. "You don't need to do that. I can wait." The blacksmith smiled under his thick blonde mustache, then started hammering again, the metal quickly bending under his system, augmented strength. The clangs were loud enough to be annoying, and the heat of the open oven could be felt all the way to where Jack was standing, but he wasn't annoyed. He simply admired the work. "I can speak while hammering," the blacksmith said, eliciting Jack's chuckle. "You seem pretty good at this," he observed. "Been doing it for years. Never imagined my hobby would come in handy, but here we are." He used a pair of long pliers to pick up the lump of metal. It looked like a sword and stuck it in a water barrel nearby. Steam filled his hut. Brock screamed at the hissing sounds. "You are enjoying this, aren't you?" Jack shouted over the hissing. "As much as everyone," the blacksmith replied, wiping his brow. His gaze remained with the blade, weighing it. "I didn't enjoy seeing my best friend murdered before my eyes, but the apocalypse has its bright sides. This is one of them." He took out the blade, inspecting it through the steam. Jack did too, and he realized that this thing actually looked like a sword. There was an iron handle and a long, straight blade. He could see tiny bumps on its surface, but it looked at least serviceable. "That's pretty good," Jack said. "A piece of shit," the blacksmith replied. "Don't judge by the garbage on my walls, friend. That's just decor." "Oh," Jack said, looking around. "Don't you think your decor is bad marketing? It doesn't matter. All my blades are bought instantly. The ones I've hung up are unusable, but they were my first efforts. Helps me remember where I came from." Jack nodded. "Why the iron handle, though?" he asked, pointing at the newly made sword. "It just came out of the oven. I'll wrap the leather later." He left the newborn sword on a counter and turned to Jack, removing his gloves. He stretched a hand. "George," he said. "Jack." His hand was sweaty and hard, but Jack didn't mind. They smiled at each other. "So," George the blacksmith asked, wiping some sweat off his forehead again, "how can I help you?" "I'm just looking, if you don't mind." George gave him an odd look. "Not with your level, I don't. What happened to Valville?" Another odd look. George grabbed a chair and took a seat. "You weren't in town, Forrest. Lucky you, things went to shit at first. Many died before the strong people banded together to drive the monsters out of Valville. They were goblins mostly, so easy opponents, but it still took 4 days. Then we rebuilt with monsters in mind. Most people are warriors or losers now, so we don't need accounting and all that shit. Have plenty of food and water, thankfully, what with many dying in the town's food storage. We also have the farms. Losers," Jack raised a brow. "That's a bit harsh, don't you think?" "Everything is harsh now." George shook his head. Jack nodded slowly. He didn't quite agree, but he could see where the sentiment was coming from. "And Henry's fang?" he asked. At this, the blacksmith raised his eyes. He deliberated his next words for a moment, then said, "They're okay," in a way that clearly implied the opposite. After all, Jack could have been an ally of Henry's fang. A bad omen, Jack thought, nodding again. "I hope the professor is okay." "Anytime, Jack. Come find me if you ever need a new weapon." He eyed Jack's empty hands. "I reckon it will be soon." Jack smiled and didn't reply. He walked away, hearing metallic clangs again the moment he turned his head. At least he wasn't the only one enjoying the apocalypse. Enjoying? When did I become like that? He shook his head, enough sightseeing. Now the professor. He ventured deeper into Valval. Stares fell on him as he walked. He stood out, what with his bare-chested musculature and monkey on his shoulder, so it was natural. He even felt kind of proud when a wave of whispers followed his path through the town as people noticed his level. He was quite an outlier. Jack scanned dozens of people and only saw one person above level 7. Everyone else ranged between 1 and 5. The members of Henry's Fang were rare. Most people were factionless, but when he found one, they usually walked around with a swag that resembled his. Other people took their distance from them, looking over with a mixture of fear and disgust. All members of Henry's Fang also glared at Jack before noticing his level, at which point they instantly became subservient. He shook his head and ignored them. Brock was clearly excited, too. He tried to jump off once or twice and explore or play with something, but Jack held him back. Any random accident could get him sliced to pieces. He was just a monster monkey, after all, and the people of Valval were now warriors. A clear edge shone under their jovialty. Jack had no doubt they would have cut Brock into pieces if he came here alone. Warriors. He focused on this feeling, looking at individual people rather than the general image. They were different than he remembered. Hardened. Hushed whispers and commanding voices were everywhere under the clamor. When he crossed gazes with someone, most held his gaze for a moment. Groups of people were either going out to hunt monsters or returning, carrying their wounded and seemingly random monster parts, from goblin eyes to brown hearts. The former had clenched fists and set jaws, the latter, empty eyes and palpable relief that they were still whole. They had also tried to armor themselves. Jack saw people wearing several thick coats, with pans and pots tied in front of their vulnerable parts as armor, or even holding thin iron plates with jagged sides like shields. Maybe that's why most cars lacked a roof. When it rained, they would quickly begin to stink of rot. Overall, the weapons and armor of these monster hunters were makeshift, and their tactics ineffective, but they were clearly doing their best. Jack could respect them. The exception to that was the members of Henry's Fang. They held actual swords or handguns as they went out hunting in groups of 3 to 5 people, and they wore what looked like real leather armor. They must have had leatherworkers and blacksmiths like George working for them. Moreover, they were relaxed, even cracking jokes as they strutted through the town, shooting mocking glances and pointed comments at those who weren't as well equipped. Despite their overt mockery of others' misfortune, nobody dared retort. No doubt there would be consequences. This disharmony really ruined Jack's image of the new Valval. The people of Henry's Fang seemed like dickheads, but he didn't want to judge too quickly. After all, he stood out himself. His steps carried confidence and his gait was wide. His level sent everyone out of his way, including the members of Henry's Fang. It felt good. Jack made a beeline for the town's west side. His first priority was making sure the professor was okay. Most of his friends were in other towns, and telecommunications were down, so he couldn't contact them. Then he'd speak to Henry of Henry's Fang. If they were good guys, Jack could work with them to ensure the town's safety. He had much to offer. If not, his walk through the town took the better part of an hour. He didn't hurry, taking the time to observe the situation. The areas near the town entrances and close to downtown were as lively as he'd seen them. Everywhere else was abandoned, highlighting the previous dichotomy. There were destroyed buildings and injured people everywhere. Many were obviously sick, too, probably from the dust and grime they carried. Nobody was cleaning or working for the benefit of the town, only hustling from place to hunt monsters or procure necessities. There were no ambulances or electricity, either, though the hospital would certainly be filled to the brim. It seemed like nobody cared for the townspeople, but again, Jack didn't want to judge too quickly. This was a ton of work, and it was the apocalypse. Maybe Henry's Fang was just doing their best, though their many hunting groups indicated otherwise. At least the town seemed safe from monsters. A small white house entered Jack's vision as the sun reached its peak. It had a single story and a pink chimney rising from its tiled roof, while the windows were clean. It would have been a picturesque image if not for the patches of blood where the walls met the floor. Jack's worry mounted as he approached. A stubborn knot was in his throat, like when he had been about to fight the rock bear. There were no sounds coming from the house and no lights were on, either, but why would they? It was noon. Jack reached the door, mustered his resolve, and knocked. Coming, his worry deflated instantly. "Oh, thank God," he whispered. The door opened to reveal a woman in casual clothing. She was short and slim, while her brown eyes remained sharp despite their wrinkles. Jack used to joke that her mind was filled with firecrackers. She kept her white hair short, above shoulder length, and always spoke and moved around with an energy that belied her old age. When her gaze met Jack's barbaric form and monkey, she gasped in fear. Then she scoured his face and recognized the lines. She shivered. "Jack." He exclaimed in joyful disbelief. "Professor," Jack shouted back, rushing in to hug her carefully. Besides a suspicious swelling on her cheek, she was not injured. Everything was okay, except for the unknown burly man standing with crossed arms behind her. That one was not okay. Jack raised his gaze to the man behind the professor. His eyes darkened. "Who are you?" he asked. "This is Hugo," the professor hurried to respond. "He's with Henry's Fang." "And I'm here on orders, sir," Hugo said in a deep voice. "We have an agreement with Professor Rust. I make sure everyone honors it." Jack narrowed his eyes. Hugo was a big man of Slavic descent with a flat nose and a thick neck. His ears resembled cauliflowers, and his face betrayed a man of stark resolve. Moreover, he wore an overcoat. Before the system, he could have been Mafia Muslithi had some in town. Now. Human Earth 387, Level 11. Faction Henry's Fang F grade. "Here's what we'll do, Hugo. I will catch up with my mother. You will go take a long walk and return when we call you." Jack didn't see a threat in this Hugo, and he had zero intentions of letting a nightman linger in his mother's home. Just Hugo's presence was enough to alert Jack that something was very wrong, and he would get to the bottom of it immediately. When did I become like this? Part of him wondered, maybe it's the Tao of the Fist, I don't dislike it. Hugo frowned. He had scanned Jack, hence his respect. "That is difficult, sir," he responded. "My orders are strict. I am to accompany Professor Rust at all times." He let his dark overcoat flutter as he moved his hands, not accidentally revealing a gun handle. Jack saw that and nodded. "Listen, Hugo, I understand you have your orders, okay? I really do. The thing is, I don't give a shit, so take a walk before I make you." "Jack," the professor jumped. "What are you saying?" Hugo frowned deeply. A set of dangerous eyes met Jack's. Jack didn't budge. Hugo's glare was hard and professional. Coupled with his gun and large body, this was an edge that could intimidate even the staunchest of bar fighters. Unfortunately, he was facing Jack Rust, a man who had conquered a dungeon by himself. Jack clenched a fist. A savage aura erupted from his body, burying the room in almost palpable violence. The professor gasped and stepped back, leaning against a wall to stay upright. Hugo's eyes trembled. He looked around, then focused on Jack. His edge cracked. Jack's eyes remained calm. After a moment of tense silence, Hugo ceded. "Yes, sir." Jack stepped aside and the Slavic man walked over. Their bodies were very close to each other, and for a moment the tension was so explosive it seemed to form sparks. Then Hugo walked past and left the building, not looking back. Jack closed the door behind him. "Jack," the professor shook awake. "What do you understand what you did?" Jack only shook his head. "It's okay. If anybody wants to mistreat you, they have to get past me." "How strong is Henry of Henry's Fang?" Her eyes narrowed. She was catching up. Jack could see all the pieces of the puzzle coming together behind her eyes. "Level 22, she replied, "a swordsman. He once sliced a bullet in two." "What happened to you, Jack? I thought you were dead." Jack nodded. 22 was pretty low. "So did I," he admitted. "Can we sit? Hugo won't be back for a while." She nodded. "Bring your monkitu." It's an unconventional pet, but then again, many things are unconventional lately. I like it. His name is Brock. He smiled. The son of a friend. Brock agreed, reaching out to shake her hand like he'd seen his parents do. The professor smiled, then obliged, scanning him at the same time. "A Brorilla, son of a friend. You have so many things to tell me, Jack." "And I will. Can we go in first?" "Of course." The professor led Jack through a simple, minimalistic house filled with only the necessities and books, lots of books. There were also a few electronics scattered around the house, a tablet, a laptop, a computer, and various gadgets, all turned off. They crossed the corridor and entered the living room, where the picture of a smiling old man with a wide mustache stood atop the empty fireplace. The professor entered the room and sat on a fluffy cushioned chair, while Jack chose a simple couch. He looked around as if lost. Brock climbed on the couch next to him and stayed there, watching the professor with crossed arms as if ready to participate in the conversation. "I can't believe it's all here," Jack finally said. "Coming back is so surreal it feels like a dream." "A nightmare, you mean?" "Depends on how you see it," he replied, eliciting a chuckle. "No doubt. Many think the same. I'm just tired, that's all. I thought I was over learning new technologies when I retired. Well, guess again, Margaret. Margaret Rust was a researcher and professor of informatics in Northeastern University, specializing in cybersecurity. When she retired 2 years ago, she and her late husband moved to Valville, where they could spend their twilight years at peace. Too bad the world had other plans. So many numbers, though, Jack said. Dad would be happy, or distraught, maybe. Margaret waited in silence for a moment before speaking. "What happened to you, Jack?" "I was in the Greenway Nature Reserve when the system came, which got transformed into a dungeon. I couldn't leave until I beat the biggest, baddest monster around. Long story short, I did, then befriended the native monkey pack, and now I'm back with little Brock here. I thought you were dead." Her eyes watered. "Was it hard? Hardest thing I've ever done, but I made it. Now I'm strong. Strong enough to protect my mother from criminal idiots with terrible naming sense." Despite her tears, she chuckled. "They're dangerous people, Jack. They won't let us get away with this. Leave that up to me. How was your integration?" "Easy. 2 goblins appeared outside the house, but a neighbor, you remember, Mike, beat them up with a shovel. I just waited inside until things calmed down." "I see. I'm happy you're all right. Where's Mike? I want to thank him." "You'll struggle. He died to a wild dog 2 days later." "Oh," Jack digested the information, then nodded. "Keep speaking, Professor." "I sense there's much to tell, of course." She smiled. 3 days after the integration, Henry White's gang formed a system faction and established order. They declared this town their territory. They became the bosses around here. After that, things happened. An alien arrived in the town square, an information merchant. I sold him knowledge on cybersecurity and got system knowledge in return. I also got an experience ball, which is how I made it to my current level. She was level 6. Not bad at all compared to the general population. Jack chuckled. Knowing her, she'd probably invested everything in mental. So you know things, he said, about what's happening. I thought it was a safe bet. There isn't much an old lady like me can do, even if I learned to slingshot fire at goblins. Information, on the other hand, is my territory. I could help us get a step ahead of the monsters. Jack frowned. He sensed a but there, but she sighed. But I miscalculated. Henry White came looking for the information. I don't like that man. Who is he? He ran a shady organization downtown, extorting shops for security fees. I don't know how he got so lucky during the integration, but he ended up a few steps ahead of everyone else. I see. And then I miscalculated again. The professor's face turned into a scowl. I couldn't tell them no, but I tried to hide some things. Unfortunately, the alien merchant traded in information. Henry bought a list with the contents of my transactions. They knew what I had. Jack frowned. The merchant sold you off. Not really. It was my fault. Anyway, Henry's fang knew what I had. Jack raised a brow but didn't interrupt again, so you told them everything. Kind of. The merchant had given me an information crystal, a wondrous invention, by the way. They store information in the crystal's molecular structure, then read it through the system. You gave them the crystal. Jack brought her back on track. What was it about? Ah, yes. It wasn't much. The merchant didn't deem my lifetime of expertise particularly expensive. She chuckled bitterly. Then again, they do have a futuristic AI. Perhaps it could replicate our technology in milliseconds. The crystal was mostly about how to progress through the system. Listen well. She instantly launched into lecture mode. Most people around think stats and levels are the important part. They're wrong. Apparently, the most crucial aspect of progression is something called the Tao. Unfortunately, the crystal didn't mention much besides the name, only some intentionally cryptic things. Then come skills. They are split into many grades and degrees of proficiency, and they are the bridge between Tao and stats. A skill can be enhanced, upgraded, or fused with others. The first option just makes it slightly stronger. It's what usually happens. The other two create skills of a higher grade, which are exponentially more effective than skills of lower grades. Higher grade skills channel your Tao better, whatever that is, increase your battle strength, and let you progress further on the path of cultivation, as the system calls its progression. Jack considered the information. I think I did that once, he finally said. Upgrading a skill. It became a Tao skill. Margaret grinned. Very game-like, isn't it? Makes you wonder, however. Upgrading a skill is tremendous, Jack. Congratulations. The system is the most important thing in our lives now, Jack. By far. Margaret smiled sadly. There's a lot more information. Boutique can wait. Oh, except one thing. Do you remember what the system said on integration? About a tournament? No, but I can look it up. Jack made the first blue screens reappear. Soon, he found the one he was looking for, a part of the animal kingdom's message. The first step to that power is the integration tournament, which will be held in 20 galaxy days. Note, 15 Earth 387 days from now. Comprehend even the tiniest corner of the world by then, and endless possibilities will open up for you. I see, he said. What of it? That tournament is extremely important, Jack. You must get in no matter what. Pardon me for asking, but do you have a Tao root? He nodded. Her eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. Excellent. That's wonderful. A Tao root is the requirement to enter the integration tournament. You are in, my boy, you're in. Jack smiled. What's so special about that tournament anyway? There are incredible rewards, even for participation. It will put you on the fast track forever. It's like getting a Harvard scholarship. And if you do well there, well, that's unlikely. The strongest people from all over Earth 387 will be competing. You mean Earth? We are part of the galaxy now, Jack. Don't cling to old notions. He considered it for a moment, then nodded. Fine, I'll join that tournament and do my best. I'm plenty strong. Which brings us to the main point. What happened to your cheek? She looked deep into his eyes. Jack, she began, but he raised a hand to cut her off. You fought no monsters. Your cheek is swollen. A strong man was in your house. What's up? She hesitated for a moment. He could see the cogs turning behind her eyes. He even saw her briefly consider lying before she looked straight at him. Jack felt inwardly proud. If there was one thing that stood out about Margaret Rust, it was the speed at which she adapted to new information. Henry's fang left Hugo here to make sure I didn't disseminate the information freely. As for the swelling, well, they slapped me when I tried to lie. It's not a big deal. The world is much more violent than it used to be. People die all the time. Jack had stopped listening. They slapped you, he repeated. It's fine. It was light. But they did slap you, he replied calmly. Who was it? She looked into his eyes. How strong are you, Jack? Plenty. It was Henry White. Got it. And I assume those guys are bad people. They've been taxing everyone at the gates, and they've been terrorizing the town since they formed. They're tyrants. Good. Will you be careful? Please, I don't want to lose you again. Don't worry about me, Professor. Worry about them. He grabbed Brock and stood up. The couch's wooden handlebar was bent out of shape where he'd grabbed it. Stay here, little guy, he told the monkey. I'll be back soon. Brock, who had been quiet so far, suddenly protested. His cute little eyes stared fearlessly at Jack. He bared his little fangs. He wanted to come along. Jack placed him on the table and got on eye level. Listen, he said earnestly. I am trusting you with my own mother, okay? You must protect her while I'm away. This is an extremely important mission that only you can complete. Do you understand? Brock hesitated. Inwardly, Jack was impressed could the monkey actually understand him. However, on the outside, he was stern and earnest, looking at Brock as he would at a brother. Do you understand? He repeated, and Brock finally agreed. Glancing at the professor, he jumped at her feet and stood there as tall as he could, which wasn't much, beating his chest, and generally doing his best to look threatening. He screamed assertively. He's cute, said Margaret, sitting back down to pet Brock. He scowled in disgruntlement, as if saying, I'm a warrior. Do not pet me, she laughed. Hide in the bunker, Professor. I'll be back. Take care, Jack. They exchanged a hug. Jack watched her climb down to the basement before turning around and walking to the door, which was white and surrounded by flower-painted glass. He turned the doorknob. The door swung open. 3 gun barrels were pointed at him. Jack grinned and cracked his fists. Hello, Hugo, he said. I see your walk has been productive. 3 men stood at the edge of the yard 15 feet away, pointing handguns at Jack. 2 looked like hoodlums. The third was Hugo, the Slavic mafia man charged with watching the professor. Jack stared down the gun barrel and didn't flinch. Instead, he grinned and cracked his knuckles. Hello, Hugo, he said. I see your walk has been productive. You found a few more dogs. Hugo's face was still as if cut from stone. I never got your name. See those guns, Hugo? That's called deadly force. If you use deadly force against me, I will use it against you and you will die. I want that to be very clear. Jack's fist was clenched and an invisible, savage aura rolled out of him in waves. The goons by Hugo's side, levels 3 and 4, both members of Henry's, fang shivered. Their eyes flickered towards Hugo in hesitation, but he remained still as a rock. Only one thing is absolute in this world, Hugo said. Bullets. Goodbye. His gun spewed fire. The goons yelped. One dropped his gun from the sound, the other emptied his magazine in Jack's general direction. At the same moment that Hugo's finger clenched the trigger, Jack moved. His body flickered with speed, dashing sideways faster than the gunman could react. Bullets flew left and right, passing by but not touching him. He wasn't faster than bullets yet, but he could calculate their trajectories from watching the guns. The second goon managed to pick up his gun and start firing, trying to catch the blur that headed his way. He failed. Jack reached him, and a terrible slap almost emptied his mouth of teeth. He was unconscious before he even hit the floor. Hugo was now behind the other goon, but Jack didn't care. He grabbed the goon's gun from his hand, snapped it in half, and slapped the man hard enough to send him flying like a ballerina. He then stared at Hugo, who stared back. Only the 2 of them were left. As they crossed eyes, Jack had stood still, and Hugo had 3 bullets remaining. He hadn't panicked and wasted them all before like his goons. Jack saw the excitement in Hugo's eyes. The gun danced in his hand as it spat death. The bullets dug into Jack's chest from almost point blank, barely penetrating the skin before falling to the ground with a series of plinks. Jack had been shot on purpose, of course. He was confident he could take the bullets, but how much damage would they deal? Not much was the answer. They felt like strong finger pokes. Man, I'm Superman. Hugo's elation morphed into terror. His clean-shaven face went pale. He looked up at Jack in askance and immediately raised his hands, letting the gun hang from his finger. His lips shivered as he tried to speak. Sorry, Hugo. Jack's fist smashed into his face like a sledgehammer. Hugo's head exploded and his body hit the ground a beat later, covered by its own trench coat. Jack gazed at his fist. He had just murdered a man. He could have shown mercy, but he didn't. Was that bad? The thing is, he felt nothing. No remorse, no regret, no doubts. His Tao had reinforced his resolve, and so had his multiple life or death experiences in the dungeon. Hugo had slapped Jack's foster mother and tried to kill him. Jack killed him back. It was natural. That was the law of strength, which apparently ruled the world now. So what if he tried to surrender at the last moment? That shit was fake. He would plant a bullet in my eye the second he got the chance. Jack looked around. There were people watching from the distance. A few were puking, some looked the other way, and a few were running away. A woman stared at him like he was a monster. Jack only snorted. If they can try to kill me in broad daylight with more people and guns, I can at least punch them back. He shook his fist to get the blood away. Next stop, Henry's fang. There were definitely safer, more diplomatic options than simply storming in. However, like in the dungeon, Jack realized he'd had enough of being smart. Now he wanted to be strong, simple, and direct, and he had the power to do it. He wanted to strike ahead like a fist and make the world adapt to him instead of the opposite. That was his life now. And if he died at some point, so be it. At least he had fun. Heh, fun, he chuckled, baring his teeth. I could get used to this. After breaking the other guns as well, Jack stepped over the 2 unconscious thugs and out of the professor's front yard. I should get that cleaned at some point, he mused. He hadn't considered the issue before, but well, nothing he could do about it now. He was busy, but where's Henry's fang? Well, shit, he didn't know. Thankfully, there were people nearby he could ask. Jack paced to the group watching from afar, keeping his hands high to avoid scaring them. Most ran away anyway, but a few remained. Hello, he asked politely. I'm looking for Henry's Fang. Can you tell me where they are? Across the town. They've commandeered the hotel behind the town square. Oval Hotel it was called. The man who replied was in his 50s, with eyes that struggled between respect, hope, and disbelief. His lips were clenched as he watched Jack go. Hey, he finally shouted. Will you get them? Jack looked behind his shoulder. He cracked a smile, you bet. Jack didn't look back, only gave a thumbs up. Let's see now, Valville Hotel. It was a nice place, I hope they haven't ruined it. Since I'm going by the town square, I should check that alien out as well. The information merchant. The streets were rowdy as he passed. The rumors had time to spread, and everyone looked at him with mixed feelings. Some held hope, others pity, and a few even hostility. Jack ignored them all. He walked to the town square, neither slow nor fast, letting the town know of his coming. His mind was rolling. Supposing he dismantled Henry's Fang, someone would need to run the town. In other words, he needed reliable people, and thankfully, he already had a plan to find them. Valville's town square was a large square area surrounded by wide streets. There was a dry fountain in its center and not much else, creating a large empty space where children used to ride their bicycles or run around like the little monkeys they were. Now the town square was a far colder place. It was mostly empty, save for a few merchant stands around the square selling knives or makeshift armor and the alien at its center. Jack's gaze immediately focused there. This was an alien. Right there in the middle of Valville Square, just standing around. The alien was a blue-skinned little man. He sported a short brown beard, wore a turban and colorful, lax clothes, and generally resembled someone from the merchant cities of Africa or the Middle East if they were painted blue and were only 4 feet in height. He was also pudgy, with a healthy belly and a satisfied smile on his face as he lounged on the fountain's edge and whistled a little tune. He seemed to be having a blast. Jack shook his head, pulling his gaze away to look around. There was nobody trying to shoot him. Henry's Fang probably knew he was coming and waited for him in their hotel, gathering their forces. A crowd was already forming, but it still wasn't enough for his plan. Jack wanted to get 2 birds with 1 stone. He had some time to waste. As he approached the little blue merchant, he made out more details. A crate was by his feet, which were covered in pointy shoes. His facial features were pronounced. He wore only a light jacket despite the autumn chill, and he seemed completely relaxed in this planet of strangers. Jinn level, E grade. Faction Merchant Union C grade. Oh, there were many new things there. This guy was a Jinn. Was there a relation to Earth's mythical creatures? His level was question marks, but it was in the E grade. Besides the Dao Vision, this was the first creature Jack saw that wasn't F grade. This merchant could probably kick Jack's ass easily. No wonder he was so relaxed. Moreover, he belonged to a C grade faction. That grade was so beyond Jack's current infantile understanding that he couldn't even fathom what it meant. The bald man in his vision and the skyscraper-like beast had both been in the C grade as well. He gulped. When Jack approached the merchant, he was still lying on the fountain edge and enjoying the afternoon sun without a care in the world. Hello, Jack said, making the merchant open an eye. Hello to you, my little friend, he said in an Eastern accent. How can I owe? You're pretty strong, aren't you? I do my best. I hear you sold information on Professor Rust's transactions. Is that true? Though the professor had said it wasn't the merchant's fault, Jack didn't fully trust that. He still felt like blaming the merchant. However, he was brave, not suicidal. He'd just express his dissatisfaction and be gone. After all, this guy was E grade. Taunting him would be no good. The merchant's eyes twinkled with amusement as he jumped upright. He stood at his full height, barely reaching Jack's chest, and crossed his arms. He smiled brightly. I did, but she was fully aware of that possibility. The contents of all transactions with me are sellable information. If you want confidentiality, just pay for the confidentiality bonus. It's in the terms and agreement of the merchant union. All transactions are public knowledge unless indicated otherwise. It's even written in the condensed version for non-legally versed sapients. He whipped out a yellow brochure. It didn't look more than a few pages long, and it was written in big letters. I gave a copy to the human woman you mentioned. She read it end to end, understood it, and when I specifically asked about this, refused to pay for the confidentiality bonus. Here, have one too. If the professor knew about the confidentiality term and explicitly refused to pay it, guess she wasn't lying after all. It wasn't the merchant's fault. No problem. Happy to get that out of the way, the merchant said. Is there anything else I can do to help? Well, Jack looked around. Still not enough people. He turned back to the merchant, his previous grudge dissolving as he let excitement tinge his voice. This was an alien. What are you? And how can you speak English? A Jinn of planet Bing. The merchant laughed again, his voice sonorous. I don't usually give my name to customers, but I'll make an exception for you. I'm Ardazul at your service. I know aliens seem like a big deal right now, but you'll start seeing a lot more of us soon. Don't get too excited. As for the language barrier you mentioned, the system takes care of that. I'm Jack. Jack mechanically shook the djinn's outstretched hand. A pleasure. Would you like to browse my stock? I have some things you might be interested in. Information, that too, but I have more. Experience balls, skills, empty crystals, advanced weapons, even Dao fruits. I suspected there would be high-end customers on this planet, so I brought high-end goods in. You get them at integration discount, mind you. Ardazul winked, then retrieved a crystal from his robes. It was rhombus-shaped and pink, and it could barely fit in his small palm. He reached out, and Jack took the crystal. Now what? He thought, looking at it. The moment he had the question, a blue screen appeared before his face. Ardazul's store. Basic information package, 500 credits. Advanced information package, 3,000 credits. Simple weapons, 10 credits. Small firearms, 20 credits. Experience ball tiny, 100 credits. Experience ball small, 300 credits. Experience ball medium, 1,000 credits. Experience ball large, 10,000 credits. Empty crystal, 20 credits. Dao weapon F grade made on demand. Delivery times vary, 5,000 credits. Dao fruit F grade, 10,000 credits. There was also a large assortment of trinkets, electronic devices, medieval weapons, and names that Jack didn't recognize. There was even a section about skills, and it included a bunch of stuff ranging anywhere from knitting to advanced cybersecurity to swordsmanship. There was the fist-fighting skill too, but it belonged to the top echelon price-wise, as did most melee combat skills. Skills were expensive overall, starting at 1,000 credits and going up to 5-digit numbers. There were no Dao skills, however. Jack skimmed through the list briefly before returning the crystal to Ardazul. "Did anything catch your eye, my friend?" asked the merchant, his eyes gleaming. "I'm just in a hurry. Also, I have none of the secredits, not a problem." Without batting an eye, Ardazul handed Jack a small plaque made of green, transparent jade. The number 0 shone on its surface in clean white letters. Jack took it and turned it over. It looked pretty, exactly. "I see. In any case, I still have 0 credits. How do I gather them?" "You sell things for credits. Obviously, it's the system currency used in most places throughout the galaxy. For example, we take a selection of monster parts. I have a brochure on that. Additionally, if you have any interesting items or premium information, I could give you a good deal." He looked on leadingly. Jack considered it. He did have a few things to sell, expensive ones too. The Dao fruit he had was listed in Ardazul's catalog as worth 10,000 credits, which, given the context, was a lot. He remembered the description. Dao fruit of the fist F grade. Allows the user to enter a meditative nirvana state, where the speed of Dao cultivation is greatly increased. Breakthroughs are greatly assisted. This particular fruit is oriented towards the Dao root of the fist. Effects are reduced as the user's Dao gets further away from the fist. Effects are reduced as the user's Dao ascends beyond the Dao root stage. Only one Dao fruit can be used per grade. Unfortunately, it sounded pretty damn useful and tailored specifically for him. Plus, Ardazul had mentioned that the prices he saw were after the integration discount was applied, whatever that was. In any case, selling the fruit sounded like a waste, which left the other reward he'd gotten from the dungeon, Trial Planet Token. Can allow one person into Trial Planet Token. He had no idea what that was. It sounded like a random trinket he couldn't use. Maybe he'd get cheated if he sold it now, but he could at least appraise it or ask what it was. He took it out of his pocket. It seemed like an old gold coin. "I have this," he said. "What do you think it's worth?" Ardazul looked down. He inspected the coin in Jack's hand, then froze. His eyes widened, his professional smile fell for the first time, and he released a gasp. "That's a Trial Planet token." He shouted out loud, "How did you get that? Can I see?" "That's my business." And no, Jack got defensive. He put it back in his pocket. "What is it?" "Extremely precious, that's what it is." Ardazul regained his bearing, coughing in his blue hand once and rubbing his beard. He finally took Jack seriously. "I can give you 10,000 credits for that one. It's a useless item to you, but invaluable to many people throughout the galaxy." "I see. Well, I'll hold on to it for now. Let's discuss it again later." Jack wasn't a fool. He was absolutely sure that Ardazul was trying to cheat him, even though the price sounded high. Ardazul seemed to hesitate, then moved a little closer. "Listen, my friend Jack. Listen, Jack. I understand you think I'm cheating you, and okay, it's not entirely false. I'm a merchant. I have to make a living. 10,000 is a good price for me, but we can discuss it. That's not the issue. The issue is that if people find out that an F-grade cultivator has a Trial Planet token, they won't hesitate to kill you for it. Let's try to work out a good deal and everyone will be happy. I'll get my profit, and you'll get a decent profit plus your personal safety, which is priceless. Otherwise, when news spread." Jack frowned. "Oh yeah, and how would news spread?" "Well, I might have accidentally raised my voice before." Jack blinked, then looked around. A large crowd had already formed, only a few dozen feet away from him. When Artazul had shouted out, "That's a trial planet token," before everyone must have heard him, the blood got to Jack's head. He pointed at the merchant. "You tricked me," he said grimly. "It was an honest accident. Could happen to anyone." Artazul shrugged apologetically. By the way, acting violently against merchants is prohibited by the Merchant Union, a C-grade faction. Jack stared with severe irritation, showing that coin had been a big mistake. Suddenly, he missed his dungeon where he could punch things with no regard for merchants or unions. Civilization sucked. Who will they even tell, he argued. I'm about to kick the town boss's ass anyway. They won't. But well, Artazul looked to the side. I am an information merchant, so. Jack's eyes narrowed. You wouldn't dare. Hey, it's my job. I told you before, everything I learn is public knowledge unless we agree on a confidentiality term. Jack was speechless. This guy was trying to con him. Maybe the coin meant nothing at all, but could he take the risk? He frowned. If only he could punch this guy, but he was an E-grade alien with unknown abilities and a C-grade organization as his backing. At this point, Jack could only grit his teeth and admit he'd been conned. How much? He asked. How much for what? The confidentiality term. Oh, that, only 1,000 credits. Jack almost exploded. He really was about to punch the merchant, and damn be the consequences. You know, I don't have that much, he roared. Sorry, kid, I really want that coin. Well, fuck you, I'm not giving you shit. His raging, bare-chested, muscular form towered over the little merchant, but he didn't seem to mind. That's a dangerous call, Artazul replied. I don't fucking care. You can take that confidentiality term and shove it up your blue ass. That's bullshit. Why should I trust you? Because I'm not asking for anything. This is called customer loyalty, kid. That coin is very, very precious, but I see you're determined to keep it. That's fine. Even if I got it, I'd only get a tiny cut of its true value myself. Instead, I want to foster a good relationship with you. You're way ahead of the power curve. If you continue like this, you might even do well in the integration tournament, and I'm your resident merchant. A good relationship will be to both our benefits, maybe even more than a single trial planet token. Jack narrowed his eyes, peering all the way to the merchant's soul. He saw nothing. You're lying, he finally said. I can't do much to convince you, Artazul said, completely calm in the face of Jack's outrage, but my promise stands. I'll keep my mouth shut for a week unless you die, of course, but you better hurry. Everyone here heard me, so you never know who the news might reach. Jack took a deep breath, calming down a bit. This situation was potentially dangerous. He had to handle it well. When his eyes reopened, they were sharp. Give me information on the token, he said. What? Information on the token? Free of charge. You said you want to forge a good relationship, right? Start by helping me understand the deal you're offering. Now it was Artazul's turn to think. Finally, he relented. Fine, he said. Reaching into the crate by his feet, he retrieved another information crystal. Here, this is yours, a gift. Jack snatched it and put it in his pocket. Good, I'll consider things again later and come back to you, Artazul. Tazul, what? The merchant smiled, revealing a perfect set of teeth. Friends and good customers can call me Tazul. No need to be formal, Jack. I am not your friend, but you are a good customer. Whatever. Jack was in no mood to talk right now. He first wanted to vent his frustration, and coincidentally, the perfect targets waited just around the corner. Before that, however, he turned around to survey the crowd. News of him killing Hugo and marching at Henry's Fang had spread already, and throngs of people congregated to watch from a distance. They knew that shit was going down. Some supported him, some hated him. He only cared for the former. People of Valville, he roared, instantly quieting all murmurs. He wasn't used to such big crowds, only lectured small groups of university students a few times, but the anger helped him overcome social anxiety. Henry's Fang is a gang of hoodlums. They dared touch my mother. I will destroy them, disband their faction, and punish their leaders. I can do it by myself, but I know they've been suppressing and terrorizing you. If you want to get revenge, now is the time. There anyone brave enough to join me? His speech was short, direct, and shocking. The first rows stared at him with wide eyes, so did the back rows probably, but he couldn't see them. Behind him, Artazul had an amused smile. Jack didn't need help to defeat the gang. However, when the dust settled, he would need people at his side, people who were both capable and trustworthy. People who would join his faction, the Bare Fist Brotherhood, and help him protect both Valville and the Forest of the Strong. In short, he would need allies. This was a perfect opportunity. Whoever stepped forth now and fought by his side would be both capable and trustworthy. Jack had hatched this plan on the way, and he was quite proud of it. However, even after waiting for half a minute, nobody stepped up. Nobody took Jack's offer. He frowned. Did they not believe him? Even if they didn't, wasn't there anyone willing to risk his or her life for revenge? Jack waited another half-minute. Then he shook his head, sighed in disappointment, and turned to leave. Wait, a single man squeezed through the crowd and stepped into the square. He was slim, young, bespectacled, and seemingly average in every respect. His messy dark hair and brown eyes would never stand out in a crowd, and his slightly hunched posture didn't scream special either. He was just your average Joe, but his heart was in the right place. He alone had accepted Jack's offer. Jack smiled. Who are you? He asked. I'm Edgar. The man replied, panting slightly. A wizard. Jack's smile widened. He inspected the guy. Human Earth 387, level 11. Faction, that level was enough to pique Jack's curiosity. A wizard, he asked. Yeah, I can shoot fire and stuff. Edgar whispered something under his breath, then aimed a hand at the sky. A fireball burst out of his palm and flew 24 feet before dissolving. Jack's eyes widened. He'd seen system stuff before, but this was real, honest-to-God fantasy magic. Damn man, he said, you're in. Edgar approached and reached out for a handshake. Cool, I'm Jack, by the way, Jack Rust. Why do you hate these guys? They killed my parents. Oh, it's not as bad as it sounds. We were on terrible terms. Edgar shrugged. But they were still my parents, so I have to take revenge, even if they sucked most of the time. Yeah, okay, hold it. How about we go through the battle first, and you can tell me your personal issues afterwards if we both survive? Sure. All right. I'll go on ahead when I start bashing heads. You come in finger guns blazing and handle the stragglers. Works for me. Edgar smiled. Jack smiled back, realizing he'd forgotten his previous anger. What an easygoing guy. See you there, Jack said, then turned to the merchant. And I hope I don't see you ever again, Artazul. I'm your resident merchant friend. I'm the only one here. You're going to see lots and lots of me if you survive. Artazul smiled widely and waved goodbye. Take care. Jack cursed under his breath and took off. He ran to the edge of the square. Then, under the wide eyes of everyone watching, he jumped on a second-story rooftop. Valval Hotel was only a street away. Hopping from rooftop to rooftop, Jack got there in a moment, then jumped on the hotel. It had 3 stories, meaning he stood dozens of feet high. A wide wooden courtyard stretched below him. It was clean, simple, and filled with roughly 30 people. Most were armed goons, but a few wore trenchcoats and seemed to hold themselves straighter. Everyone was busy lounging by a pool, talking to each other, drinking, or playing poker. In the center of everything, a dark-skinned man in a white suit sat at a poker table, gambling away an obscene amount of chips. Beside him rested a Japanese sort of katana. They hadn't noticed Jack yet. In fact, as he watched them from above, they seemed too relaxed. They probably thought he was still in the square, or maybe they didn't even know he was coming. Hugo had done them dirty by not warning them. It mattered little. He inspected his status screen, taking in all those pretty numbers. Jack grinned, bumped his fists together to ramp himself up, then roared Henry White. Get your ass out here. The people below froze. They looked around, then up to find a menacing figure standing over them. Some whispered. Others averted their gaze. The afternoon sun shone behind Jack, hiding his form. The dark-skinned man at the center of the yard stood up. I am Henry White, he declared evenly. Who might you be? Vengeance. Henry frowned. You are not a scion. Jack paused. A scion of what? Ha. Suddenly, Henry laughed out loud. Fuck off, vigilante, before my men fill you with lead. I'll give you a 10-second head start. Sure. Jack smiled. How about you start the countdown? 10. Jack leaned forward and fell from the roof. Everyone gasped. No gun fired. Jack landed on the soil of a garden, and before anyone could take in his form, he disappeared. Fire, Henry yelled, but his men couldn't react fast enough. Jack roared like a bull. He smashed a fist into a man's chest and sent him flying. He elbowed another, breaking his ribs. Before they knew it, this crowd of armed Mafians had a red-eyed madman in their midst. Guns rattled. Bangs filled the air, stealing everyone's hearing. Their world turned mute. People screamed. They saw a barbarian going berserk on them. He was tall, bare-chested, and lined with muscles, and his hair fluttered by his sheer speed. His eyes shone like twin stars, and his body moved at speeds they couldn't even follow. His every punch was enough to break people, walls, trees, or anything that got in his way. People flew away with soundless screams. He opened his mouth and gave a silent roar, letting bullets graze his hair. Many missed him and pierced into other gunmen. However, nobody here was too low a level, and their bodies could take a couple bullets. They couldn't take the punches. Jack smashed a fist into a stomach, holding back to not make the other man's body explode. He turned, grabbed a man by the head, and tossed him at another man, sending them both rolling on the ground and through a wooden column. His bare feet dragged against the gravel as he shot forward, landing between 3 men. His fists shot out, sending them flying away like ragdolls. More guns turned towards him in slow motion, and he easily leaned away from the bullets. Most missed him anyway due to his speed. It wasn't just the guns these people were moving in slow motion. Their movements were clumsy, their bodies reacting so pathetically slow it made him feel bad. He held back on purpose, not wanting to slaughter them, but even that was difficult against such frail opponents. If any die, it's on them. They have guns. Jack felt vindicated. His ordeal in the dungeon was finally paying off. He was strong. Mid-battle, he clenched his fists, letting the thrill of battle wash over him and show on his grinning lips. For the first time in a long while, he was the hunter. This was like fighting the goblin tribe back in the day, except even easier. His love for fighting shone brighter than ever. The world had gone silent around him from the many bangs, giving the battle a surreal feeling. His Tao root of the fist was a revving engine in his chest. Every punch flew true, his every step carrying him away from danger. It was trivial. A bullet flew hard into his ribs. Jack stumbled and lost all air inside him. He turned to the side. A man in an overcoat stood behind a knee-high white fence and held an honest-to-God rifle. Jack hadn't expected that everyone else had handguns. He gritted his teeth. Human Earth 387, level 16. Faction Henry's Fang F grade. Fuck, Jack ignored the goons and moved in dodging patterns. The rifle bullet screamed by his ears, barely missing him every time. A hint of worry appeared in his heart. Not only were these bullets stronger than the others, able to injure or kill him if they struck at the wrong spot, but the man's marksmanship was superb too. He must have had a relevant skill, or even many. Jack weaved between the goons like a snake, changing directions and zigzagging as unpredictably as he could. The rifle barrel followed him closely, and it seemed to have a never-ending clip. A bullet grazed Jack's ear, another struck his thigh and almost made him fall. At least his hearing was recovering. Right then, a loud shout came from a corner of the courtyard. Yeetus Ferris. It was followed by screams as balls of fire flew between the goons, hitting some and distracting the others. Some turned to fire at their source. Shieldus. A blue hemisphere appeared to face the goons, blocking some of the bullets. Most missed anyway. Behind the shield stood Edgar, hands and eyes blazing with sparkling cyan flames. Fierce Whippus. The flames morphed into a long whip that he snapped in midair. Any goon it met fell to the ground screaming. "I'm here, Jack," Edgar shouted over the screams. "I'll handle the little guys. Go get them. What kind of idiot spell names are those?" Jack's voice came distorted as he still danced around, desperately dodging the rifle bullets. "They're from harsh Shieldus." His shield sprang up again, barely blocking a new hail of bullets. "Hurry up, I can't do this for long." Jack gritted his teeth and looked around. The rifle was persistently on him, eager to reap his life. One bullet in the wrong place would be enough to end him. Fortunately, there were plenty of human shields around. Jack grabbed one and rushed at the rifle man, still zigzagging at speeds that these low-level hitmen couldn't match. He leaped over the comically short fence, clearly decorative, and got within a few feet. The marksman was a short, stocky man with heavy features. He had a scar running from his right wrist to deep inside his trenchcoat sleeves, and his eyes were so cold that Jack had goosebumps. This man was a killer probably before the system. However, now that Jack was so close, he could. A sweet smell reached his nostrils, making him stumble. He was violently pulled out of his battle state as more instincts awoke inside him. The smell wasn't exactly sweet, it was also a little sour, not the bad kind, but like a juicy, mellow lemon. The moment he smelled it, various images sprang uninvited in his mind, and a fire burned his body, starting from his groin. He lost focus. In slow motion, he looked to the side, where a ravishing woman in underwear stared at him. He felt an urge to drop everything and be with her, that he couldn't afford to miss this chance. A bullet ripped the human shield from his hands, but he didn't care. His Daoruut roared. A mental fist struck the illusion and broke it like a mirror, snapping Jack free. She was just a woman in underwear. Human Earth 387, level 18. Faction Henry's Fang. Jack growled too. He looked up, finding the rifle barrel staring at him from inches before his face. He ducked. The bullet grazed the top of his head, no doubt burning some hair. But now he was too close. Jack planted a foot firmly into the ground and smashed a fist into the rifleman's abdomen with all his strength, making his back explode into a shower of blood and bones. The rifle went flying. Jack then pivoted towards the woman, who was frenziedly backing away, but she was too slow. His fist crushed her beautiful face into paste. She was too dangerous to spare. She'd almost developed a Daoruut. A sudden sense of danger assaulted Jack, screaming out of nowhere. He leaned back, letting a naked blade whistle inches over his nose. He tumbled back. The blade pursued him until he managed to escape beyond its reach. "Fire, you fools, we almost got him." Henry White jumped after Jack. He had let his subordinates scout out Jack, but now he jumped into the fray himself. From up close, he was an impressive man. His dark skin cut a clear contrast against his white suit, and his Japanese sword glinted in the afternoon light. His green eyes were incredibly piercing, like he could see through your soul, while his concentration seemed honed like a sword. He was clean-shaven and exuding an air of transience. "Surrender," Henry shouted between swings. "I work for Lord Gansalin, one of the 5 Scions. Even if you kill me, you'll die too." Jack had no idea what that meant, but he sure as hell wasn't going to surrender. He laughed. Then die, the blade sang before Jack. For the first time in this fight, he couldn't just waltz in. Henry's strikes were fast and vicious. They were skillful. If he just rushed in, even his close to 100 constitution wouldn't save him. Fortunately, Jack was faster on his feet. He retreated for a few moments, observing Henry's patterns. Bullets were still flying, but not nearly as many as before. Many goons had been incapacitated, some were fighting Edgar, and most of the others had run. Jack's back met a wall. Henry's eyes glinted with excitement as he rushed in for the kill. Jack punched back. Both men aimed for the other, but Henry's sword would reach there first. Jack's eyes flashed. Meteor punch. His fist accelerated like a missile, flying so fast that all the bones in his arm creaked. He was pulled forward by the fist's momentum, escaping the sword's trajectory, but it was unnecessary. His punch met Henry's chest and exploded in an incredible display of blinding, ear-rattling force. A fist-shaped meteor had fallen right there. The world went white for a moment. The katana flew away. When everyone's vision recovered, they saw a pair of legs flopping to the ground. Henry's entire upper body had disappeared, some incinerated into dust and some scent flying over the hotel's walls. He didn't show that. Instead, he looked at the remaining goons and grinned. "Who's next?" he asked. The goons fell on their butts. They dropped their guns. With their leaders dead, what could they do against the natural disaster that went by the name of Jack Rust? "Fuck off then," he said. "And Edgar, good job." Jack nodded, then ignored the escaping goons and jumped on the hotel roof where he wouldn't be disturbed. The territory of Valville is now unoccupied. Would you like to add it in Bare Fist Brotherhood? It didn't take much thought. Yes. People of Valville, he roared out loud, sending his voice over the entire town. Henry's Fang has been disbanded. From now on, this town is part of the Bare Fist Brotherhood, and under the protection of me, Jack Rust. We will handle things. You can sleep easy. Of course, he didn't mention that he was the only member of the Brotherhood. Who ops? He then had another thought. System, how long until the integration tournament? 7 Earth 387 days. Got it. Jack had many things to do, but first he had to take care of the aftermath, or even better, find someone else to do it for him. He knew just the person. He also wanted to go through the headquarters of Henry's Fang for any useful items like his Dao Fruit or the Trial Planet token. He had to find things to sell so he could buy useful skills and items from the merchant, Art Azul. He also needed a lot of information, for example, what exactly was the integration tournament? What were those signs that Henry had mentioned? And most importantly, who the fuck was Gan Salen? After making sure everything was fine, the first thing Jack did was take the rifle and sling it on his back for safekeeping, then enter Valville Hotel to find the secret stash of Henry's Fang. They'd been taking items from the townspeople as tax, so they were bound to have some good stuff. By Conqueror's right, everything now belonged to Jack, though he would return anything he didn't need to the town. Gang had apparently taken over the entire hotel. There were no signs of employees or other guests. The only person inside was a shivering goon by the counter. Jack smiled. "Show us everything," he said. The goon hadn't bowed deeper in his entire life. After exploring for some time with the help of Edgar and the random goon, he found two interesting places. One was the cellar, and the other was Henry White's room. Both were equipped with several security and alarm measures, which, of course, were now useless. Jack tore both places apart to find anything hidden. The cellar held an assortment of guns, ammunition, and medieval weapons. There was no other rifle or heavy weaponry, but Jack did find a grenade, which made him go pale. He pocketed it quickly, then resealed the room. These guns would go to the Bare Fist Brotherhood's future members, though he suspected firearms were of limited utility in the system world. The other surprise was a Dao fruit. It resembled a cabbage, but each of its leaves was sharp like a razor. "Holy shit," said Jack. "Holy shit," said Edgar. "I have no idea what that is. It's a Dao fruit worth 10,000 credits. What? Dao fruit of the blade F grade. Allows the user to enter a meditative nirvana state, where the speed of Dao cultivation is greatly increased. Breakthroughs are greatly assisted. This particular fruit is oriented towards the Dao root of the blade. Effects are reduced as the user's Dao gets further away from the blade. Effects are reduced as the user's Dao ascends beyond the Dao root stage. Only one Dao fruit can be used per grade." Edgar pieced apart the fruit's description, and his eyes were instantly filled with desire. Jack frowned, but Edgar quickly turned to him. "Jack," he began, "I know this is a lot to ask, but can I have this fruit? I actually leveled up twice during the fight, reaching level 13. After I get to level 15 and choose my class, I might be able to develop a Dao root and join the integration tournament. It's an opportunity that could change my life." He fell silent. Jack also didn't speak. "It's fine, I understand." Edgar shook his head. "I went too far. This fruit belongs to you. After all, I'm sorry if I crossed any limits." Jack still didn't speak. Edgar waited. A moment later, Jack said, "Give me your share of everything else, join my faction, and owe me a favor. Then you can have it." Edgar looked up. For real, for real. "Shit, man, I've known you for half an hour and you're already my best friend. You want one? I'll owe you two. One's enough." Jack laughed. "I already have a fruit, and it's one perfectly suited for me. However, are you sure you want a blade fruit? It's not well suited for you, so maybe selling it would be better." Edgar cupped his chin. "I wonder if the merchant would be willing to exchange this fruit for another. What do you think, random goon?" He turned to the shivering hoodlum beside them, who stuttered. The boss exchanged another fruit for this one. I think he paid extra, but I don't know how much. I'm sorry, that's fine. We'll just ask." Edgar eyed the fruit with hope, while Jack shrugged. "I have some leverage with that Smurf. Maybe I can get him to waive the premium." However, Edgar shook his head. "Nah, man, you've already helped me plenty. I'll handle it. Suit yourself. Our credits card fragile." He wondered and tested on a random one from the corpses. It took a full force blow, but he managed to crack it. When that happened, the number on its surface disappeared. Presumably, all credits would be lost if it contained any. Keep it somewhere safe then. Got it. In the end, their gains were massive. Jack ended up with 6,000 credits in his card, while Edgar got a Dao fruit. It wasn't the lion's share Jack intended to get, but he believed this investment would pay off in the near future. Let's go to the merchant together, he said. The crowd was still waiting in the square, though most had dispersed after the sounds of gunfire and meteor punches explosion. Besides those gazing fearfully from the windows, only a couple dozen people remained, standing proudly with their fists clenched. When Jack arrived, they looked at him with tears of gratitude and helplessness. These were the people that had family members killed by Henry's fang, or hated them for some other reason. They were too weak to do anything, so they could only look at Jack's back as he handled things for them. More people slowly emerged from the surrounding streets and buildings where they'd been hiding, but Jack shooed them away. "Fuck off," he said, then turned to those that had already been in the square. "You guys, come here. You're welcome, but words are useless. If you really want to thank me, join my faction and protect this city." Their eyes shone. Really, a woman couldn't help but ask. "We are weak." "Doesn't matter, I am plenty strong myself. What I need now is loyalty, and I believe you can offer that." He'd seen the intensity of their gazes, their resolve, their respect and admiration for him. Those were pure eyes, or at least so he thought. He planned to take responsibility for disbanding Henry's Fang, the administrators of Valville, and he needed loyal people for that. Without them and a capable leader at the helm, the town would probably plunge into chaos. Jack wasn't necessarily a capable leader, but he knew someone who was. "System," he said aloud, "invite these people to my faction." Everyone looked at the empty space before their faces and made sounds of affirmation, including Edgar. 19 members have been added to Bare Fist Brotherhood F grade. You can review their details at the Members tab. I can. Members tab. Jack Rust Leader, Human Earth 387, Level 34, Pugilist, Planetary Frontrunner 10. Edgar Alano, Human Earth 387, Level 13. Mary Gander, Human Earth 387, Level 5. John Lay, Human Earth 387, Level 4. Natasha Russin, Human Earth 387, Level 1. That's handy. The people he'd recruited ranged from Level 1 to 5, with a gaunt woman being the strongest. Perhaps the steady knife in her hand was the reason. "I'll give you all guns," Jack said, retrieving the rifle from his back and handing it to the Level 5 woman. "You shouldn't rely on them, but they'll be helpful in the short run." Everyone nodded. Jack continued, "I'll go fetch another member. You guys go into the hotel, arm yourselves, and don't let anyone else in. Spread the word that the Bare Fist Brotherhood rules this place now." Even as he said that, he felt tired. He had no intention of ruling anything, but it wasn't hard to imagine how things would play out over the following months. Having a steady base would be good for him, and his name could protect the townspeople. "See you, Jack," Edgar said with a smile. "I'm not going yet. You and I must speak to the Blue Man. Now, sweet." The two headed for Artazul, who still lounged in the middle of the square as if oblivious to everything. When they approached, he rose from the fountain edge. "Nice to see you back, Jack," he said with a smile. "Or should I say, new regional overlord. I told you before, Artazul, I am not your friend. Give me the catalog, please." "Sure." The blue merchant didn't seem to mind. Jack took the information crystal and perused through it, more purposely this time, while Edgar approached the merchant to ask about a Dao fruit exchange. Jack's eyes shone as he scrolled. There were information packages, experience balls, firearms, even something called a Dao weapon. This last one sounded intriguing. Jack assumed it would be a weapon suited to his Dao. Like Henry White's suspicious Katanahi, the hell would Valville have a katana? He had to remember to secure that weapon for his faction, by the way. Unfortunately, his own weapons were his fists, and even iron knuckles would only distance him from the core of his Dao. After a few moments of scrolling, Jack narrowed his options down to a few things. Advanced Information Package 3,000 credits. Earth 387's Major Factions 1,000 credits. Dungeon Locations Small 2,000 credits. Experience Ball Medium 1,000 credits. Stomp Dance Footwork Skill 4,000 credits. The information package's utility came without question. Depending on what it contained, he could understand how the system worked, how the galaxy was partitioned, what was the Dao, how to progress faster. Its utility was likely the highest out of everything here. The powerful factions of Earth would be useful for context. He was stronger than Henry White, sure, but Valville was barely a dot in the map. There were bound to be stronger people than him on the planet, and he would like to know by how much. Had anyone reached the E grade yet? Was there a strong enemy in their immediate vicinity? Who would be his opponents in the integration tournament? The dungeon location's usefulness was also irrefutable. According to game knowledge, dungeons had strong enemies, and they could greatly help Jack with leveling up before the tournamentas could the medium experience ball, which he also considered. "Artazul," he said, "how many levels would a medium experience ball give me?" The merchant replied instantly. "1, maybe 2. Oh, it wasn't much." Jack mentally crossed it out. "What about me?" Edgar asked from the side, and Artazul gave him an appraising look. "Around 7. Oh, Edgar almost smiled before remembering he was poor. "You could always sell the fruit," Jack said, but Edgar shook his head. Even if it wasn't for the tournament, I get the feeling that a Dao route is more important than a few levels. Plus, experience balls seem to defeat the purpose. Leveling up is supposed to be a sharpening stone to forge yourself, not a technicality to get over quickly. Jack nodded. He agreed his suggestion had only been a test. How much would it cost to exchange fruits, by the way, he asked. 10 over the base price. Do you have that much? Nah, but I have a few hundreds. I'll gather the rest before the tournament. You've already helped me enough. Jack nodded in appreciation again. He liked Edgar more and more. Very well. He then returned to his own options. The last thing he considered buying was the stomp dance footwork skill, for multiple reasons. The professor had told him about the importance of skills. This one was the only suitable sounding footwork skill in his price range, and he discovered that he lacked maneuverability in combat. He wasn't exactly slow, but he suspected that his high stats were underutilized when moving around. Maybe it was because his Dao let him punch too well, or because his fist-fighting skill was geared towards mostly stationary combat, but he felt that his movement abilities were lacking. He wanted to be faster, and dance stomp footwork seemed perfect. Stomp dance footwork. Use precise stomps to explosively move around the battlefield, well suited for strength-oriented builds. All in all, after removing the experience ball from his list, he ended up with the following: Advanced Information Package 3,000 credits. Earth 387's Major Factions 1,000 credits. Dungeon Locations Small 2,000 credits. Stomp Dance Footwork Skill 4,000 credits. Together they came up to 10,000 credits. He only had 6. Hey Artazul, he said. The merchant and Edgar were done negotiating by now and only waited for him to finish. Give me a discount. Impossible, Artazul declined outright. Come on, you said the two of us will have to work together in the future, right? If you do me this favor, I'll forgive you for selling out the professor. Then why don't you sell it to them? Because I can't reach the D grade without taking risks. Artazul shrugged. Regardless, show me the items you want. Maybe I can help you work things out. Jack narrowed his eyes, then told the merchant what he wanted to buy. All of them were important, so any discount would go a long way. Plus, he'd forgotten about the confidentiality term, so that was an extra 1,000 he lacked. Artazul mulled it over. Given your budget, I'd recommend the Advanced Information Package first. Your older friend. Mother. Your mother bought the basic one, but that's not enough to run a faction or follow the right path to power. The information inside will help you and your followers avoid many pitfalls when cultivating. I see. Jack nodded. Artazul's assessment sounded reasonable. I'd also recommend skipping the dungeon locations. The small variant covers only a few hundred square miles around us, and dungeons are quite rare overall. Since you conquered the Forest of the Strong, the surrounding area is probably empty. Jack narrowed his eyes. How do you know about that? I'm an information merchant. I know many things. Plus, you don't need dungeons to level in the F grade. There are many dangerous beasts roaming the land. If you set your mind to it, you could get 3, maybe 4 levels by the integration tournament. Jack frowned. At his current power, 3 of 4 levels wouldn't make much of a difference. Go on. You can also skip the information on Earth's powerful factions for now. These things only depict the situation the moment you buy it. It's better to wait a week and get it shortly before the integration tournament. Unless you're afraid of strong enemies nearby, of course, but there aren't any. You can relax for now. Jack raised his brows. Artazul didn't have to give him that information. Suddenly, the little blue merchant seemed slightly more pleasant to the ionless he was lying, of course. Removing the dungeon locations and the faction guide, that drops your total to 7,000. You're still 1 short, and that's where the discount comes in. No, Artazul smiled, but let's see what made you choose the stomp dance footwork skill. It's cheap, shores up one of my weaknesses, and sounds suitable for me. That skill focuses on explosive movement based on stomping the ground. It is suited for you, as you said, but it's mostly an offensive movement skill. It lets you move fast and explosively in straight, predictable lines. That's why it's cheap. It can play to your strengths, but if you're looking to be more versatile, it's not for you. Oh, Jack replied, so I shouldn't get it. It depends, of course, but probably not. However, I have another skill in that price range to recommend. Really? I didn't see any. It's not in the catalog. Artazul smirked, then looked into space for a few seconds. A blue screen popped up in front of Jack. Jack looked at it, then at Artazul's grinning face, then back at the screen. His eyes widened. You have got to be kidding me. A blue screen appeared in Jack's face. It was the skill recommended by Artazul, the one that wasn't even in the catalog. Parkour skill 3,000 credits. Parkour, a mix of finesse and bodily strength, can allow you to navigate obstacles efficiently, have better control of your body, and move unpredictably. You have got to be kidding me. It's a skill formed from information we found on this planet, Artazul replied. It's not properly tested yet, so there might be some deficiencies, but it should last you through the F grade. The lack of testing makes it cheap. I can let you have it for 3,000, but it's parkour. I'm not aware of the name's cultural implications. I just know it's a movement skill and your best bet right now. You might be able to gather a couple thousand credits before the tournament if you work hard, but you won't be able to get a good movement skill. I guess Jack considered it. Parkour's description sounded simple but suitable, and Artazul recommended it. After all the free information he'd just given, Jack was inclined to trust him on this, though his general motives remained doubtful. After all, he wouldn't get anything if he lied to Jack here. Okay, then let's leave Earth's powerful factions for later. I'll gather some cash till then. I will only buy the advanced information package and the parkour skill. This brings us to 6,000, right? 7, including the confidentiality term for the coin. Artazul grinned, and that's where the discount comes in. Jack couldn't help but laugh. You sneaky bastard. Fine, deal. Artazul smiled widely and shook his hand. Always a pleasure, Jack. Come back for more. After watching his credits drain away to 0, Jack got 2 information crystals. One of them was filled with a ton of information he didn't want to go through right now. The other held nothing, but the moment he asked about it, the crystal broke into pieces. Wah. Something entered his head, grabbed his synapses, and moved them around, then carved information into his muscle memory. It was the most invasive, violating thing he'd ever felt, and then it was over. From one moment to the next, Jack knew how to parkour. Congratulations. New skill unlocked, Parkour I. A mix of finesse and bodily strength can allow you to navigate obstacles efficiently, have better control of your body, and move unpredictably. He shook his head. No matter how many times he experienced it, this feeling remained disorienting. Have fun, Jack. Artazul waved him off cheerfully. Jack looked at his hands, then a nearby rooftop. He turned to Edgar. I'll be back soon. Take care of the others. Will do. Jack nodded and burst into a sprint. The crowd parted amidst shouts, but he ignored them. When he approached them, and therefore the street, he pushed hard against the ground and shot up with more force than any pre-system human had ever achieved. He grabbed the ledge of a rooftop and let himself roll on it, then burst into a sprint without breaking pace. He jumped over gaps. He stepped against vertical walls and flew around columns. The wind buffeted his face, and the finesse required only accentuated the joy of speed. Pre-system, he'd seen some red cow events where people parkoured on the rooftops of Greek islands, but it was nothing like this. Those athletes were much better than Jack, but they were limited by their pre-system bodies. How much strength could they have had? 10, 20, Jack had close to 100. Under his sure feet and smart hands, the town became a playground. He jumped, rolled, twisted, and jumped again. He even performed tricks. All the while, he grinned. This was great fun. The people below stared at him pass overhead. Their mouths hung open. His speed was such that they weren't even sure what they were seeing. Is that a bird? Asked a man. Is it a plane? Asked a woman. No, replied another man. It's... His response was lost to the wind as Jack sped past. He laughed out loud. Children looked at him starstruck, and he even saw teenagers mutter breathless wows. As he got used to the movement, he sped up. The skill became more and more integrated into him until they became a seamless existence. Jack felt in control. In truth, the first tier of parkour wasn't enough to control his current strength. He misstepped at times and landed awkwardly at others. He could barely react as he practically flew over the rooftops, but even that was orders of magnitude better than simply running like normal. Moreover, as time passed, Jack realized with glee that parkour was helping him deal with another problem, his increased control over his body. The last upgrade of his fist-fighting skill had expanded his conscious control of his body. He could now perceive and control an extra layer of mental processes, allowing him to fine-tune his bodily responses to any given situation. On one hand, it was great. On the other, there was a reason humans didn't have conscious control over their entire bodies. It brought a sharp spike in difficulty, even when it came to simple things like throwing a punch. He'd lost a degree of automation. The only reason he could fight now was that he'd spent an entire day practicing in the forest, and even then, his performance was lacking. That was why he'd struggled a bit against Henry White, who should have been an easy opponent. This difficulty was a big part of why he felt his stats were underutilized, because they were. Parkour required fine control over the user's body. Therefore, on acquiring the skill, Jack had gained a tool to help him master this new body of his. He was slowly getting used to it. With practice, he could regain his previous level of control, and then... He grinned, then he would become a beast. Rooftops flew under him as he approached the western part of Valval. Seeing the town like this was a unique experience. He noticed things he never had before, though he'd walked these streets 100 times. Broken crates in dark alleys, a tavern's back door, a dead end. He'd never followed a house yard connecting 2 streets, that anyone could cross a closed yard between 2 apartment buildings. All those tidbits of neighborhood knowledge would have come in handy as a kid. Not now, of course, but it was nice to fill up his gaps, even late. The cramped houses gave way to spacious yards. Parkouring became more difficult, and Jack almost jumped on an overhead electricity wire before remembering he wasn't stupid. Eventually, the professor's house came into view. Jack leaped from his current rooftop, landed on the side of a telephone pole, pushed hard against it to shoot away again, then landed with a perfect roll on her lawn. Belatedly, he realized that his role put him close to the corpse of Hugo, that Slavic hitman who didn't know his own good. At least he didn't land on the corpse. Even more belatedly, Jack realized that he was covered in blood and grime. That may have been why the crowd in the square had kept their distance, but he'd grown so used to being like this that he hadn't noticed. I can't enter the house like I was just born. He walked to the green hose by the corner and washed himself clean, or at least halfway decent. Realizing how bad he probably stank, though he couldn't smell himself, Jack decided to only have a quick chat with the professor before visiting his own house and giving himself the hard scrubbing shower he desperately needed. Letting himself dry a bit, he walked inside, got to the basement, and rang the doorbell by the heavy metal door. Nothing happened. Jack realized the power was out. He hadn't seen a single electrical device operating since he entered Valville, except for the hotel, where Henry's alarms had gone off when searching his room. Really, was I blind on the way in? Unfortunately, the bunker's backup power generator wasn't connected to the doorbell, an oversight his father always brought up but never got fixed. Out of options, he simply used his fist to knock on the bunker door. "Who is it?" A voice came from the other side, muffled by many inches of metal. "It's Jack," he shouted back. "You can come out now. I beat Henry's fang." "What's Eric's favorite book?" asked the voice. Jack chuckled. The professor was as sharp as ever. "Highly probable, an introduction to statistics." He shouted back, by himself. Creaking noises came from behind the door. Hydraulic levers groaned as the metal slowly opened to reveal a dark, candle-lit room and a monkey that was already flying towards Jack. "Oof," he exclaimed, catching Brock in the chest. "Easy, boy, I'm here." "Thank God you're back," Professor Margaret Russ said as she walked out of the vault. "Your little friend wouldn't stop running around and doing push-ups. He almost drove me crazy." "Yeah, Brock is full of energy. You should have seen him trying to attack me when we first met." Jack smiled, scratching the little gorilla's head. Brock enjoyed it for a moment, then shook his head to dislodge Jack's hand. "What happened, Jack?" the professor asked quickly. "Nothing much. I just annihilated Henry White and his two classed allies, then had some dealings with that merchant." "The alien one?" "Yes. He didn't sell you out, by the way, did he?" The professor shook her head. "He didn't help me either, but it was my fault for getting greedy and neglecting the confidentiality term." Jack nodded. "He helped me out with some financial stuff. He isn't necessarily a nice guy, but he's smart enough to get on my good side for now. Unless he betrays us, of course, but you know how those things work, of course. Did you really beat them all yourself?" Her gaze was filled with doubt. "I thought you'd die." Jack flinched, then looked up at her. Now that he took a closer look, there were wet grooves on her wrinkled cheeks. Putting Brock on his shoulder, he drew her into a hug. "I'm fine," he assured her. "Just a bit oh crap." He quickly let go and stepped back, remembering that he was still filthy. She laughed. "It's all right, Jack." He scratched his head. "I beat Henry's fang anyway. Not quite alone, there was an Edgar fellow helping me out. Good guy. A wizard. Then I declared this town the territory of my guild, recruited some trustworthy-looking people, and came here to let you out." "I see," she replied with an amused smile. "Does that make you our new mayor?" "No, that's you." "Excuse me, I said you are the mayor. I have no desire to manage a town or a faction. How about I make you the vice leader? You'll have authority over everything, and you'll be able to use that bright head of yours to help the people of Valville. I think you're the best person for the job. You want to make me the general manager?" "Yes." Her eyes narrowed, and she stayed still for a moment. Jack knew this stance. This was her reaction when receiving a lot of information at once. Right now, her mind was pulling everything apart at incredible speeds, analyzing and understanding the situation. It took her only a few seconds to consider her options. "Fine," she finally replied. "I can do that. You go fight monsters without a care in the world. I'll handle everything else." "That's Gree." But she cut him off under one condition. "What? You must do what I say. I have decades of experience leading complex research teams, so if I'm running an entire town, I don't want a novice doctor of biology in my feet." "Almost doctor," Jack muttered, "but yeah, that's fine. I trust you." "Good, then we have a deal." Jack smiled. "System, invite the professor to my faction and give her the rank of faction vice leader." She accepted the invite, but the role he tried to give her apparently didn't exist. "Well, what ranks are there?" he asked in irritation. "Available ranks, leader, Jack Rust." "Supervisor, just leader and supervisor. Nothing else." He frowned. "Seems terribly inconvenient." "Not really," the professor disagreed. "The system generally takes a hands-off approach. Most things are arranged by people. For example, you can just name someone your vice leader. You don't need system approval. The supervisor role is probably there to let people access some faction-related system screens." "I see. Then, system, appoint Margaret Rust as faction supervisor." The moment he said it, it was done. She grinned. "Very well. I will explore the available screens and handle everything. Can you also tell me what exactly happened with Henry's fang?" Suddenly, Jack realized he was tired. Too many things had happened in too short a time span. "Yes, just give me a moment, please." He walked back to the living room and took a seat on the floor. No sense in ruining the furniture with Henry's blood. With that amused smile still on her face, the professor followed. After a moment of rest, Jack spent the next few minutes filling her in with the specifics of his town adventure so far. In the end, Professor Margaret had all the information she needed to get to work. I think I get the idea, she said. You can leave everything to me. Great, have this too, he said, handing her the crystal containing the advanced information package. You can read it first. I'll take it after you're done, you'll be faster than me anyway. Okay. Plus, I need to take a shower. I'll get going now, I think that's all. Yes, and Jack the professor hesitated for a moment. I know you're strong, but you really should be more careful. Valvel is only a tiny dot on the map. There are many strong people on Earth, like that Gansalin that Henry White mentioned. I haven't heard of him before, but he should be fearsome. Don't worry, I know my limits. I'll be careful, Jack reassured her. And if that Gansalin holds a grudge against me when we meet, either now or in the integration tournament, I will gladly kick his ass. She cracked a smile. You've changed. We all have. Let's go, Brock. See you around, Professor. Jack lay against the cool roof tiles, hands crossed behind his head. Brock rested by his side, his little chest rising and falling as he took gentle breaths. He was copying Jack's posture. Jack's gaze was lost above. The sky had been different since the system arrived. The pollution had been cleared, revealing an expanse full of stars. Twinkling dots of all sizes filled the dark dome, a masterpiece of unprecedented beauty. Some stars were condensed in a long, snaking river that reached from one end of the sky to another the galaxy. Is this what the people of old saw? He wondered, letting himself be lost in the breathtaking beauty. Wow. He imagined going to sleep every night under this sight. How had modern humans managed to lose such beauty? In a way, the system had turned back time for Earth. The sky was clear again. People were walking around with swords and primal hearts. All satellites had been disabled, according to the professor, returning the planet to an age where communication and transportation were difficult. Monsters roamed the countryside, bringing back the risk in venturing outside town walls. Valvels were already in construction. The world was full of mysteries, and an entire new frontier space was open for exploration. Despite the danger and death this new world provided, Jack loved it. It was like a dystopian illusion had been pulled off his eyes, revealing a world as it was meant to be, and it was beautiful. He took a deep breath, enjoying the clean air. His thoughts wandered, and they were only interrupted when a beer can floated shakily over the rooftop. Jack looked at it, then did a double take. It was just floating there before his hand, as if begging him to reach out. He did. The can was cool to the touch. Jack smiled. Magic. Edgar, he said, is that you? No, came Edgar's voice. Okay. He waited a few moments, enjoying the silence. Can you help me up? The wizard called out from below. I can't fly yet. Jack chuckled at the last word. Letting his beer can rest at the side, Brock grabbed and shook it curiously, then tossed it 2 streets away and laughed in monkey, fell off the rooftop, grabbed Edgar in a princess carry and jumped back up. There, he said, dropping him on the roof tiles. Also, Brock, don't do that. You could hurt someone. Edgar's laughter contained excitement. He wore loose cyan clothes wizard robes. Jack note, but instead of a wand, he held another beer can. Jack motioned at it, saying, can you at least open that yourself, or should I do it for you? Of course, I'm a wizard, not a baby. No problem. Brock stood and inspected Edgar closely, then huddled closer to Jack and stared at the wizard suspiciously. Both men laughed. Jack lay back down on the roof tiles, and Edgar lay down beside him, fishing another beer from inside his robe and giving it to Jack. Both men opened their beers at the same time, then cheered as they took the first cool sip. That's Brock, right? He's cute, Edgar said. Brock protested fiercely. He was a warrior, not cute. He is a cute warrior. Jack smiled, then asked, how did you find me? It's a rooftop, Jack. People can see you from the surrounding streets. It's just that nobody else dares approach you. Am I that scary? Yeah, there are also members of the Brotherhood keeping everyone at bay. Jack chuckled. I'll be more discreet next time. Didn't want to burden you guys. Nah, just do whatever you want. They took another sip, then rested in silence. It was odd. Jack had known this guy for a few hours. He knew absolutely nothing about him. Yet drinking beside him felt nice, like they were old friends. It prompted Jack to think about what his friends were doing. Though he'd grown up in Valvel, he'd met all his current friends at the university, so none of them lived here. They used to meet at least twice a week in Tahlequah. They were probably fine. Those guys were smart. They could handle themselves, especially Maria. He refocused on the present. What's your Dao root, Edgar? He asked suddenly. I don't have one yet, but check this out. Edgar reached inside his robes and retrieved a Dao fruit, but it wasn't the one they'd found in Henry White's room. This fruit was cyan, sparkling, and almost transparent, giving off a translucent, ethereal feel. As Edgar held it in his palm, Jack found it as mesmerizing as the starry night sky. Magic, he whispered. Exactly, Edgar smiled. The Dao fruit of magic. Interesting, isn't it, that there's a Dao fruit for that? I thought I'd have to get one for imagination or maybe willpower. I thought Artazul wouldn't let you exchange for free. Heh, he changed his tune after you left. He let me borrow the missing 1,000 credits if I promised to pay him back before the tournament. Oh no, Jack paled. At what interest rate? 10. Oh, that's decent. It shoots up to 100 if I can't deliver it in time. Edgar laughed. Merchants are not fun folk, Jack. Ardazul is into that business too, huh? He responded, eyes darkening a bit. I'll have a chat with him tomorrow. They all are, just don't pay back my debt. I can handle it. I know. I think Ardazul is okay though. Slightly more cutthroat than I would like, but a decent person overall. Jack shrugged, not taking a stance yet. Edgar returned to the previous subject. So yeah, I hope to get the Tao root of magic. His eyes lowered to the fruit, lost in its etherealness. It's amazing, man. That magic is real. It was never fake. The owl just came for our entire planet at once. Owl, you know the owl. The one that brings kids letters saying they've been accepted into a magic school and can leave their shitty lives behind. Oh, that owl. Jack cupped his chin. I noticed your skills were named weirdly. Yeetus, Fierus, Shieldus, Fierus, Whippus. Those aren't skill names. I made them up. Just sounds like magic, you know. Jack laughed. Not to me, but what can I say? I'm no wizard, that's for sure. Do you know I've always wanted to learn magic too, said Jack, and Edgar's eyes opened wide. I see, he responded. That's why you became a boxer. That was necessity. I didn't have much choice when a goblin spawned in my face. Then things just sort of rolled to their current state. The first kill bonus. Yeah, but I like my path. It's completely unlike anything I imagined. The violence is so releasing, so cathartic. I spent half my life mocking the people who weren't intellectuals, but guess what? They had a point. Everyone does. What about you? Did you always dream of becoming a wizard? Every single day of my life. Edgar drew a deep gulp, then looked at the sky as he struggled to swallow. You know those books, the ones with the owl letter magic school? Duh, of course, everyone does. Do you know why? Do you know what part of that book sells? It's exactly that, the owl. Jack frowned. I'm not following. It's a dream. Edgar sighed. Deep in their hearts, every child and teenager wishes that an owl would come and magically change their lives without any effort. That they could get rid of bad parents, boring school, shitty friends, insecurities, a scary future, everything, and go become wizards with nice friends at a cool school. Jack considered it. I guess you're right, he said. I've fantasized about that before. Everyone has, all children more or less identified, me too more than most. Jack remained silent. Edgar continued, my parents were bad people. My school sucked. I only had half a friend. I was bullied a bitcholdish things, thinking back, but they were a big deal then, and I couldn't escape. I was trapped in hell. Can you imagine how hard I hoped for my magic owl to come, that my letter had been lost on the way and they'd eventually discover it? Jack thought back to his own life. It hadn't been lain with roses, but not bad either. No, he replied honestly. Maybe that's for the best. I dreamt about it every night. Edgar shrugged. Anyway, I escaped hell eventually. I cut ties with my parents the moment I got my first job and never saw them again until Henry's Fang paraded their heads in Valville Square. Yeah, I mean, I didn't like them, but it was still rough. He shrugged again. Jack noticed that his beak-like nose didn't fit a reminiscing man. Anyway, he repeated, I don't remember where I was going with all this. The point is, I had a sharp imagination and hard discipline. When a goblin appeared in my basement apartment, I used deodorant and a lighter to set it on fire, getting my first kill bonus in the form of the fireball skill. I finally had the chance to live out my fantasies, but how funny, the owl came 10 years too late. I'd already put in the effort to escape, goddammit. What a waste. Wow, no wonder people use email nowadays. Edgar looked over in surprise, then chuckled. I suppose so, he said. Anyway, that's the story of how I became a wizard. Then I figured that, oh well, since I'm here, might as well go all the way and become a strong wizard. The strongest. Then I'll create a magic academy for children with bad families. Maybe I'll name myself Dumbledore too. That's a nice dream. Jack nodded. Yeah, childhood me is finally happy inside. Is he really? I think so. Then that's good. What about you, Jack? What are you going to do with all this power? Punch stuff, I guess. Jack laughed. To be precise, I will punch progressively stronger stuff progressively harder. Sounds like a fun occupation. Ah, yes, very noble. There'll be bad stuff, too. I'm a good guy. Then that's something I can get behind. Edgar smiled. You could make a boxing academy. I'm a pugilist, not a boxer. Is there a difference? Yeah, fewer rules. Neat. Jack drew a large gulp from his can, tilting it higher up and realizing it was empty in the process. Shit, he said. Edgar laughed. Drinking the last of his beer, too, he raised a hand and 2 more beer cans floated up from the streets below. Jack was puzzled. What? He stood up and looked over the edge, finding a crate of beer below. He turned to Edgar. That wasn't there before. The wizard shrugged. Magic. Both men laughed, then grabbed their cans and kept drinking. By the way, asked Edgar, did you climb this house on purpose, or was it random? Completely random. Why, there was a very confused old lady looking at me through the window before. I waved at her, then someone dropped from the roof, picked me up, and flew away. Of course, that's regular stuff now. Maybe we should invite her for a beer, too. I don't think old ladies like rooftops, Jack. How do you know? As if on cue, the sound of a broomstick hitting the roof from below reached their ears. Go sit on another house, the old lady shouted. Both men laughed. She probably wouldn't join, but oh well, her loss. The next morning found Jack refreshed. He had been high-strung for a long time. He desperately needed some time to unwind. With any luck, the next few days would hide no surprise, and then would come the integration tournament. Jack's eyes sharpened in anticipation. Until then, he would try to level up, understand more things about the system's world, work on his Tao, and train with his new body. The pugilist body II upgrade had given him increased control over everything, which would be good in the long run but made everything a bitch right now. It would take practice. For today, his first order of business was to visit the professor. He'd entrusted her with combing the faction screens for information and generally organizing the faction, and he was curious to see what she had achieved. He exited his House a Simple first-story apartment in downtown Valville that had luckily escaped the apocalypse, wondering at how foreign it now seemed, like it wasn't his. Sure, he knew where the cutlery was and how to properly close the leaking window, but everything now felt like a washed-out memory. The white walls, the cozy desk, the single bed and narrow balcony where only a single chair could fit it was his house, sure, but it felt like a reminder of a previous world. His problems had gone from a leaking window to fighting bears bare-handed. Perhaps it was a remnant of the past. Perhaps it reminded him of a life he now knew he hated, though it wasn't as clear back then. Complacency was an insidious killer. Whatever the case, Jack didn't feel like staying home any longer. He would only return to sleep, if even that. He took a deep breath of the clean air that made him feel alive, then headed west. This time he chose to walk through the town instead of fly over it, curious as to what people's reaction would be. Most looked at him with awe, but they made way before him and didn't dare meet his eye. Jack felt like a conqueror, a nice but disturbing feeling. "No, wait, I'm one of you," he said, but to no avail. Sometime later, he got annoyed, changed his mind, and parkoured over rooftops. Brock was holding on tight to his shoulders, screaming in joy and enjoying the high-speed ride that resembled an amusement park's. Jack smiled at the thought. There were still groups heading in and out of town monster hunters, but at least they seemed better organized now. Each group was smaller, 3 to 5 people, and had a single handgun just in case. The professor was already at work. Marveling at her efficiency, Jack reached her house, let Brock down. The poor monkey wanted to go another round and knocked. "Come in," came a voice. Jack opened the door and found himself facing a small group of wide-eyed people. "Hello," he said, "I'm Jack." "We know," a middle-aged woman in a ponytail replied. "We're part of your faction." "Oh, okay. I suppose you're the professor's assistants." "That's right. Can you take me to her?" "Likewise. Are you from the university?" "All of us have worked with Professor Rust at one point or another, and we also happen to live in Valville. Recruiting from other towns is still difficult." "I see." So she brought all her nearby associates on board. Not everyone. Some didn't make it through the integration, some were away on business, and others. She shook her head. They just weren't invited. Bad apples. She took the opportunity to clean house, Jack thought, and nodded in approval. While chatting, Amelia led Jack through familiar rooms and into the living room, where the professor was lounging on her armchair and staring into space. Her hands were busy scribbling on a piece of paper. Brock quickly ran to her feet and held out a hand. "Professor," Amelia said respectfully, "Jack Rust is here to see you." "Jack," she responded, joy in her face. "One moment, please." Half a minute later, her eyes refocused. She shook Brock's hand with a smirk, stood up, and hugged Jack. "Hello, Jack," she said. "Hello, Mom," he responded. Before he could say anything else, Professor Margaret pulled away and entered business mode. The woman bowed lightly and left the room. "Well, I'm here," said Jack, taking a seat on the sofa. "What do you got?" "First, open your faction screen." Jack obliged. Faction. Faction, Bare Fist Brotherhood F grade. Leader, Jack Rust. Members, 25. Capital, Milky Way Galaxy, Milky Way Sector, Animal Kingdom Constellation, Earth 387 Planet, Forest of the Strong Dungeon Area. And then came a bunch of things that Jack tuned off. "No," said the professor, "read those too." He grumbled, then kept reading. Resource management. Contracted monsters. Alignment. Topographical description. Hierarchy. Buildings. Portals. Relations. Members. He'd seen these things before but ignored them. Each was split into a dozen sub-menus, and he always had better things to do. "You know, I dislike management, Professor." "I do know, unfortunately. You don't need to go deeper. I've kept notes on the important parts. Pay attention." With a sigh of relief, Jack focused. Professor Margaret detailed her findings, occasionally looking over her notebook for directions. Jack noticed it was titled Faction Management for Dummies. He scowled. "First, I've noticed an interesting segregation of power," the professor began. "The system handles some things. It knows our members, any areas under our control, contracted monsters, and specific types of buildings. However, most of a faction's running falls to us. The system won't streamline our hierarchy, rewards for contribution, job assignment, menial work, border surveillance, justice system, and other things. Maybe it's different for higher-ranked factions, but at least for us the approach it takes is very hands-off. But I see a hierarchy tab right there," Jack noted. "Open it up." He did. Leader, Jack Rust F grade, Pugilist Planetary Frontrunner 10. Supervisor, Margaret Rust F grade. That was all? Okay, he admitted, no streamlined hierarchy. Exactly. I assume more roles will open up as we advance, but for now we definitely need more divisions than that, and we'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Not that I mind. Old people like me love the old-fashioned way. Right, however, there is one thing you should know. See the buildings tab and the portals one? I do. Those are science fiction. Literally. From what I discovered, we can spend credits to make the system spawn buildings out of thin air. Jack raised a brow. What kind of buildings? Not too many. As I said, it's generally hands-off. From what I understand, the purpose of this functionality is to eliminate barriers that might be caused by an integrated planet's low technological level or otherwise difficult conditions. It keeps the ground at least somewhat even. Not too many, was all Jack heard. He opened the menu, groaned, and closed it again. There's hundreds of them, he said. Try filtering by price. See everything under or at 100,000 credits. I can filter? How? Just think of it. He frowned, then tried again. Indeed, the system now gave him only 3 options. 100-mile portal, 100,000 credits. A teleportation portal that can connect up to 100 miles away. Personal starship, 100,000 credits. A vehicle that uses the Tao to propel itself. It can fit up to 3 people and can freely traverse space at 3,000 miles an hour. Upkeep, 10 credits per hour. Wow, that's what I said, she agreed. Teleportation and space travel at the tips of our fingers. I can see why the merchant only gave me 500 credits for my knowledge in cybersecurity. It's useless. Yeah, so should we build any of these? Not immediately. The professor shook her head. First of all, we lack the funds. Second, let's not invite trouble on our heads. Anything could pop out of a teleportation portal. I don't know how they work. And what would we even do with a starship? Go to space, of course. Tourism is more important than the integration tournament. Jack's eyes widened. Did you call going to space tourism? We're part of an intergalactic network now, Jack. Space is to the system what the sea was to our planet. Not to mention, we might be under critical danger. What kind of danger? I have no idea, she threw her hands in the air. Even the advanced information package you gave me says nothing concrete. However, I know that there are 2 critical events in a newly integrated planet's life. The first is the integration tournament, where the best of the best are given a massive extra push. It's what creates the future elites. The second critical event is the end of our grace period, which you're about to explain. Yes, if you stop interrupting. Every planet is given a grace period, which lasts about 500 galactic days, that's around a year in Earth time. 370.5 days, to be precise. Before that time, aliens cannot enter Earth. We do not have to pay taxes, follow their laws, or submit ourselves to anything. We basically get free reign so we can adapt and grow reasonably strong. The only exceptions to that are merchants, non-combative administrative personnel for the integration tournament, and a single C-grade planetary overseer. Jack's eyes snapped to focus. C-grade, yes, they aren't allowed to intervene in anything except events that threaten the integrity of our planet or population. They basically make sure nothing terrible happens while we're alone, like a widespread plague, a full-blown monster outbreak, or space pirates invading us. Jack's eyes widened further. Space pirates, that's beside the point. The issue is that after the 1 year is over, things go south quickly. We have to pay heavy taxes, surrender our freedom, and be submitted to the whims of our alien overlords with minimal self-governing. The information package says that the animal kingdom are generous overlords, but I don't trust that one bit. Even the wording is awful. Generous overlords. Yeah, that sucks. It does. What can we do about it? Nothing, basically. She shrugged. Your best bet is to get strong enough to be accepted into the animal kingdom faction, the overlords of our constellation, as a disciple. That should make Earth's situation better, especially for our faction. I see, so aliens are bad news. Aliens are bad news, she agreed with a nod. I don't know, Professor, this all sounds a bit negative to me. Did you expect an alien invasion to be fun? I expected the system to be fair. So far, danger has coexisted with opportunity. If overpowered alien overlords just show up after a year and suppress us, there isn't much we can do, is there? No, there isn't. There's little to no chance of anyone reaching the D grade in a year, let alone the C grade, as the planet kings usually are. We'll be doomed to subservience until one of our natives reaches the C grade and chooses to take over our planet. Beauty, you know. That is also a form of balance. We won't be slaves, just temporarily shoved to a lower position. It isn't ideal, obviously, but it isn't unfair either. Jack opened his mouth to say something, then thought better about it. The professor always knew what she was speaking about. Hastily arguing against her was foolish. A moment later, he spoke. It is fair, I guess. It just doesn't work well for us. It will for our children well. Yours who will be the old ones at another new planet's integration. The professor smiled. Cheer up, Jack. It's not that bad, and most importantly, there's nothing we can do about it. Yeah. Jack scoffed. That someone would come rule them sounded ugly after all the newfound liberty he had. Yet it made sense, no matter how he turned it. It was natural. They would destroy the freedom he so enjoyed, but he understood the need for order, and the stronger and more experienced would naturally rule. So why did he feel unsatisfied? Because a fist is ruled by no one. The thought came unbridled to his mind, rising from its deepest depths. Jack enjoyed the thought, but didn't entertain it. He was a warrior, not a fool, and if his path was a bit extreme, he wasn't obligated to follow it. His Daurut protested, but he scolded it. Even the strongest warrior must know when to yield, especially when I can do nothing about it. Maybe the animal kingdom, or whatever they're called, are nice people, but no matter how he pushed, he still disliked the idea. What if you could do something about it? His Dao insisted, excited at the prospect. He frowned deeper. Whatever, Jack, said the professor. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, just considering things, that's all. So is that all for now? I'm still looking at things, but oh yes. What are these? She squinted. Gymonkeys and brorillas I see in the contracted monsters section. Brock's pack, I assume, but I need more details. And who's harem? Just a friend, Jack said, his mood instantly taking a turn for the better. That's right. I should visit them before the tournament. The professor cocked a brow. I understand you like sounding cool, Jack, but I cannot work with a friend. Jack laughed. They were monsters spawned in the Forest of the Strong, the dungeon I conquered. You can probably see it in the territory tab or whatever it's called. I became friends with them. They're the reason why I made a faction. Actually, the system would just despawn them otherwise. The professor's eyes glinted. I see here that they're very strong. Yeah. There's 20 of them. The weakest is level 9 and the strongest, harem, could easily turn Henry White into mush. That's interesting. Jack suddenly remembered more things. The dungeon had several useful resources, actually. We should move our faction there. It can significantly increase the physical stats of our members, plus you get the protection of the monkeys if anything happens. I see. Her eyes narrowed. Is there a reason why you neglected to mention these before? I didn't want to overwhelm you, Professor. Information works best bite-sized. Her eye narrowing intensified, but Jack paid her no mind as he stood. Anyway, got to go. I suddenly feel like training. If you want, we can grab Edgar and go visit the forest tomorrow. The monkeys will want to meet you too. Okay, let's meet here at dawn. Sure. By the way, did you have any news about that Gan Salen, the one that Henry White mentioned? She shook her head. Nothing. I asked around, but nobody's heard of him, and Ardazul asked for more credits than I could spare. I see, well, no big deal. I guess I'll meet him in the tournament. See you at dawn, Professor. See you, Jack. He turned to leave. And Jack, she said behind his back. He turned around. Her gaze was mellow. Be careful, please. Jack blinked, then smiled widely. I will. Let's go, Brock. Brock, however, stayed for a moment to play with the professor. They had somehow developed a good relationship. He struggled and managed to lift a short table despite being short himself, then smiled smugly. The professor exclaimed in surprise. What a strong boy, she said. Can I give him some treats, Jack? I have salami in the cupboard. Knock yourself out, he replied with a laugh. I'll be outside. He left the room alone and headed for the door. It was still surrounded by clean glass with flowers drawn on it. Jack turned the doorknob, opened it, and found a young man standing outside with his hand ready to knock. Oh, hello, he said politely. Are you Jack Rust? Jack's eyes narrowed. This person was short, with brown eyes and hair, as well as a wiry body that seemed full of energy. He wasn't the least bit intimidated by Jack's bare-chested, barbaric appearance, and despite his relaxed attitude, something in his eyes put Jack on edge. He knew that glint. Behind those eyes hid deep-seated insanity. Who are you? Gan Salen. And I hear you took some initiative in my town.